Sludge Monster Abomination, Giant Bloodburn Saint, Little Ice Dragon. Frost Lord Frostbone Dragon, Soul Guiding Banner Soul Summoning Banner Human Emperor's Banner. Qian'er traverses the world of Beast Masters and becomes a Dark-type Beast Master, yet struggles to progress due to a lack of resources. Fortunately, he awakens a dual apocalypse portal, allowing him to traverse to the apocalyptic world where he can nourish his flesh-type beasts with zombie flesh. Skeletal beasts, with bones, and soul-type beasts with souls. Most importantly, harvesting zombies in the apocalypse surprisingly generates merit. A multitude of Dark-type Beast Masters observe the severed heads rolling behind Qian'er, yet instead of any ghostly aura, the Beast Master flag radiates golden light, leaving them. In contemplation, this object bears an uncanny resemblance to the Wan Hun fan. Chapter 1. How did I transcend again? I have transcended Chu, and have landed in an alternate dimension as a counterpart with the same name and appearance Chu. This world lacks an apocalypse? Chu. In the dilapidated room, a table laden with various takeout snacks lay before Qian'er, who was voraciously stuffing his mouth while pondering. His eating was both greedy and meticulous, a habit cultivated over 5 years of survival in the apocalypse, wasting not a morsel of energy. Since the onset of the apocalypse, he had not tasted such delectable food in 5 years. The rich, savory aroma of the meat tantalized his senses, while the nearly forgotten sensation of fullness intoxicated him, as if he were floating on clouds. Having cleared the snacks from the table, he proceeded to wash his hands in the bathroom. Gazing into the mirror at his bruised visage, he fell into contemplation. A world of Beast Masters? Could it be that I was targeted due to my awakened high-level Dark-type talent that affords me a chance at a guaranteed admission quota? Surveying the memories in his mind, Qian'er discreetly stroked his chin. In this world, his counterpart was a high school student. Yet, unlike the one from his past life, this version would undergo talent assessment upon reaching adulthood. Those with Beast Master talents would ascend directly, while those without would have to pursue ordinary subjects. Not only had he awakened the Beast Master talent, but he had also awakened a high-level Dark-type talent, which encompasses blood, soul, and skeletal types considered among the pinnacle of high-level talents. With a high-level talent, he was eligible for direct admission to the Imperial Academy. However, therein lay a dilemma. The school only had one admission quota available, yet this year featured 2 high-level talents. The other talent, though inferior to Qian'er's, was merely a barely qualifying high-level grass talent. Had it not been for Qian'er, the quota would undoubtedly belong to the other candidate. But now, with this unexpected dark horse emerging, it was evident to all whom the quota should be awarded. However, the other individual was displeased. After the principal announced the quota belonged to Qian'er, he was ambushed on his way home. The assailants said nothing, simply delivering a thorough beating. Yet unexpectedly, they ended up killing the original host, leaving them to hastily flee after discarding him at home. Those little rascals hit hard. Qian'er rubbed at his bruised body, feeling a sharp pain. Years of survival in the apocalypse had taught him that this was likely soft tissue damage. He was uncertain if any bones had been fractured. That high-level grass talent is named Qian'er. His family holds considerable power. His father, Qian'er, is an elite Beast Master, one of the top practitioners in this small border city. The classification of Beast Master levels ranges from 110 for Novice, 1120 for Excellent, 2130 for Senior, 3140 for Elite, 4150 for Guardian, 5160 for Quasiking, 6174 King, 7180 for Demigod, 8190 for Divine Realm, and 91100 for Saint. They were clearly intent on killing, resulting in the original host's death, which is how I came to be here. Their aim was likely that quota. I cannot return to school for now. If they discover I am alive, they may return, and next time, it may not be so simple. Qian'er stroked his chin, contemplating for a moment. I must take the initiative and resolve matters with his family first. This was knowledge he acquired in the 7th month of the apocalypse. One cannot wait for danger to approach. It is essential to strike first. I wonder if this world has paraquat. Having made up his mind, he wasted no time and retrieved an old phone to search. He had a particular fondness for paraquat, a colorless and odorless poison that leaves no hope for salvation once used. In the past, he had used it to eliminate countless individuals to obtain large quantities of uncontaminated paraquat. He had even occupied a paraquat manufacturing plant as a stronghold. No paraquat available? What a pity. After scouring the internet and finding nothing useful, Qian'er's brow furrowed. Without this substance, resolving matters with the elite Beast Master would indeed pose a challenge. Yet it was merely a challenge. High-level beasts could enhance the physical attributes of their beastmasters, but this did not apply to elite beasts. According to my memories, the school should have bestowed upon me a beast. With that, he clumsily opened his beast space, recalling the method from memory. In the next moment, a void appeared before him, and with a plop, a puddle of putrid mud fell out, emitting a feeble sound. This was the initial beast bestowed by the school after his talent was detected, a rare flesh type. Yet at this moment, the creature was on the verge of death. Its life-sustaining sludge nearly depleted, its size reduced significantly since their first encounter. Has it been harmed by those people? He crouched down to stroke the little head of the funk, a flicker of thought crossing his eyes. This beast possesses 2 stages of evolution, ultimately evolving into a powerful blood demon with a total species value of 550 points, making it one of the strongest among all beasts. If you were to seek a beast on his own, it would be challenging to find one more suitable than the Funigot. Thus, he needed to devise a way to heal the Funigot. However, the issue was that the Funigot was gravely injured. Conventional healing methods would be ineffective, necessitating the replenishment of its essence with decayed flesh. Yet another issue arose. During the earlier conflicts between humans and other races for survival, acquiring decayed flesh was manageable at that time. Dark-type beasts were at their peak. Now, however, in this peaceful era, such materials have become rare commodities, and missteps could lead to dire consequences. Wealthy Dark-type beastmasters, of course, had no trouble procuring such items. But Qian'er found himself lacking in funds, though. His surname was Qian. He was devoid of wealth. Without the aid of such resources, the growth rate of Dark-type beasts slowed considerably. This predicament rendered impoverished Dark-type beastmasters awkwardly positioned, which explained why Qian'er dared to covet his quota. Damn it, I never imagined I would be stymied by decayed flesh one day. Biting into the chicken leg, Qian'er felt a wave of frustration back in the apocalypse. He would retch at the stench of zombies. Yet now he found himself contemplating such substances that, no sooner had he thought this than a familiar foul odor flooded his nostrils, causing him to instinctively swallow the chicken he was chewing. Wait a moment. In a swift moment, he regained his composure, his body reacting even before his mind could catch up. With a sudden roll, he evaded to the side, just as a low, guttural roar echoed from the very spot where he had been seated moments before. Without the need to glance back, Qian'er was acutely aware that it was the zombie with whom he had been entangled for 5 long years. Raising his gaze, he noticed that the familiar, dilapidated rental apartment and the table laden with exquisite delicacies had vanished, replaced instead by his long-abandoned sanctuary, a crumbling pesticide manufacturing plant he had inhabited for several years. Have I returned? I merely yearned for you. It was never my intention to come back. Casting a backward glance, he observed a solitary zombie lunging towards him. Having long since mastered the art of dealing with such commonplace, undead adversaries, Qian'er deftly sidestepped its advance, retrieving an axe he had previously concealed within his lair, and with a swift motion, he cleaved the creature's skull, exclaiming in a state of utter despair. Chapter 2. It turns out to be a double-crossing door, alas. My delightful cuisine devoid of any unpleasant odors. I no longer wish to consume the foul-smelling insect cake. Qian'er was in a state of despair, clutching his head while seated in this once comforting refuge, yet feeling an unsettling dissonance within. Even that old rental apartment seemed preferable to this world reeking of decay. Just as Qian'er wallowed in his gloom, a portal suddenly materialized before him. He paused, taken aback, as he clearly beheld the scene of his former rental dwelling through the portal. Is this a double-crossing door? Can I traverse between 2 worlds at will through this portal? In an instant, information about the portal flooded his mind, and his previously cultivated composure during the apocalypse wavered countless times within the span of a single day. Come quickly, knowing he could return to that beastmaster world. Qian'er felt a sense of urgency and promptly called over the Ngui to absorb the flesh and blood of the zombie he had slain. The weakened, upon catching the scent of the rotting flesh, eagerly slithered towards the corpse, erasing it in its wake until only bones remained. Once the had consumed the zombie, its form regained much of its vigor, its mental state significantly improved, at least capable of engaging in battle rather than languishing in a near-death state. What a pity for these bones. I must nurture a skeletal beast in the future, as wasting them would be unthinkable. I wonder if the zombie possesses a soul. I shall also need to cultivate a spirit-type beast. Qian'er mused, prioritizing the principle of waste not, want not. Neither he nor the noticed a golden light, imperceptible to the naked eye, descending from the heavens and merging into the body of the. After absorbing this golden radiance, this slime-like form manifested an arm to scratch its body, a flicker of confusion crossing its eyes as it sensed a sudden clarity in its previously muddled consciousness. At that moment, Qian'er hurried back to his lair, instinctively locating a green bottle, opening it to reveal a transparent, clear liquid akin to egg whites, which immediately brought him solace as he carefully wrapped it in a plastic bag and tucked it away. Stepping outside the factory, they, having been loitering outside, rushed over as if presenting a treasure, an arm materializing with a crystalline stone in its grasp. A brainstone? This item is of no use. After a cursory glance, Qian'er tossed the crystal to the crystals found in the brains of zombies had once captivated many when first discovered, as they were popularly dubbed brain cores. A multitude of individuals pondered methods to absorb these cores, experimenting with consumption and meditation, yet none succeeded. 5 years had elapsed, and the term had morphed into brain stones, now signifying beautiful yet utterly useless rocks. They, oblivious to Qian'er's thoughts, enveloped the brain stone, and to Qian'er's astonishment, its aura suddenly intensified remarkably. What? Qian'er, astonished, summoned the attributes panel of the through their beast master contract. FNGUI. Attributes, flesh, level, 6, qualities, blue. Quality levels range from low to high, gray, white, green, blue, purple, gold. Health base value, attribute 60, 23. Attack base value, attribute 80, 16. Defense base value, attribute 50, 11. Special attack base value, attribute 50, 11. Special defense base value, attribute 50, 11. Speed base value, attribute 40, 9. Total base value, 330. The base values of the remained unchanged. Yet its level increased by 1, and its attributes saw a significant enhancement. Moreover, its quality advanced from green to blue. What caused this elevation in quality? Was it the flesh of the zombie or the brainstone? Qian'er pondered, stroking his chin. An increase in level is expected, as combat and sustenance naturally elevate a beast's level, but an improvement in quality is extraordinary. He had never heard of a beast's quality enhancing after birth. Wait a moment. Summoning to the bedroom of his lair, Qian'er crouched down and rummaged beneath the bed, retrieving a cloth bag. Upon seeing the bag, his eyes widened. It sensed an irresistible allure emanating from within, yet its trust in Qian'er restrained it from lunging forward to seize it. Observing the reaction, Qian'er nodded approvingly before opening the bag, revealing it was filled with dozens of brain stones. Initially, he had been as infatuated with these as others, believing absorption could grant him supernatural powers, yet he had refrained from consuming them, considering their jagged edges and size too daunting. After the fantasy of the brain cores shattered, he had kept them hidden under the bed, never anticipating they would prove useful now. Go ahead, eat up, he said, lifting the bag's corners and pouring the brain stones out. They emitted an excited sound, slithering over the stones and quickly consuming them all. Soon, this aura began to rise significantly, rapidly ascending to level 7. This was still due to the not having fully absorbed the brain stones. Once digested, it would likely evolve into a monstrous giant. The quality remains unchanged. It seems the elevation in quality stemmed from the zombie's flesh. Glancing at the now drowsy, Qian'er resigned himself to leaving it here for the time being. Without the aid of his beast, he truly lacked confidence in confronting the Chun family's father and son duo. At that moment, they had succumbed to a deep slumber, while concurrently, Qian'er felt his own level beginning to surge. In such a brief span, this level had risen once more, now reaching level 8. It seemed he would need to wait a while longer. Noting that they showed no signs of awakening, Qian'er chose to ignore it and began wandering about his lair. He was uncertain how much time had elapsed since his arrival in the Beastmaster world. Yet it was evident that even within his sanctuary, zombies had begun to appear. To ascertain the time that had passed was simple. With that thought, Qian'er stepped outside. In the courtyard beyond the factory lay a vegetable garden, the soil having been transported by him in burdens from outside, now flourishing with crops. Roughly half a palm in height, so it must have been about a month. Observing the leeks in the garden and measuring them with his palm, Qian'er immediately grasped the timeline. Chapter 3. The rapid development of the although the existence of the double-crossing door meant he lacked for sustenance. The habits cultivated over 5 years of the apocalypse compelled Qian'er to roll up his pant legs and harvest the vegetables from the garden. Once the garden was tidied up, Qian'er grasped his makeshift weapon hidden in the corner and commenced a patrol of his lair. The emergence of a zombie indicated that it could not be the sole one. With the still in slumber, he was alone and had to exercise utmost caution. Sure enough, after patrolling the area, he discovered 3 additional zombies within his lair. Marking their positions, Qian'er refrained from engaging them immediately, opting instead to retreat carefully. These creatures could serve as a celebration for when he awakens. Where did these beings come from? After conducting another search, Qian'er confirmed that only 3 zombies remained in his lair, prompting him to retreat into the house. Perplexed, He had secured the gaps around the factory with barbed wire, so it was unlikely that these zombies had respawned. Still puzzled, Qian'er once again wielded his weapon and began to inspect the surrounding walls. After circling the entire factory, he finally identified the source of the problem. The barbed wire was broken? Had the zombies bitten through it? From a distance, he spotted a hole large enough for a person to pass through. Upon closer inspection, Qian'er immediately dismissed the notion that the hole was created by a zombie's bite. The marks suggested it had been clamped open by pliers. It seemed that guests had visited his lair, though he was uncertain who among the neighbors it might be. Rubbing his chin, Qian'er pondered for a moment. After all, 5 years had passed, and humanity's living space had largely stabilized, making occurrences of newcomers quite rare. Just as Qian'er continued to contemplate, a sudden tremor resonated through his beast contract. He froze momentarily, then a smile spread across his face as he hurried back to his lair. The instant he returned, the figure of the corruption mud monster appeared before him, and he couldn't help but widen his eyes in astonishment. The transformation was indeed remarkable. Previously, the corruption mud monster had only reached his calf, yet now it stood at his waist, and given the slime-like nature of its body, any increase in height was dramatically evident. Woo-woo, Beastmaster, I feel so powerful now. The corruption mud monster had fully awakened, and upon seeing Qian'er, its fabricated face bore an excited smile, producing a series of sounds that Qian'er understood through their bond. Woo, from now on, I can protect the Beastmaster too. It expressed indignation, evidently still perturbed by the incident involving Qian'er. Very well, you shall be my protector from now on. Qian'er chuckled, affectionately patting the corruption mud monster's head. The bond formed through the contract proved to be an excellent means of mutual trust, providing Qian'er with a profound sense of comfort. At that moment, the attributes of the corruption mud monster materialized before Qian'er's eyes. Corruption mud monster, level 11 health, 35, attack, 25, physical defense, 17, special attack, 15, special defense, 17 speed, 14, after consuming the zombie's brain stones. The corruption mud monster's level soared to 11, transitioning from novice to excellence, while its attributes also surged, with health surpassing 30 points to reach 35. If the inhabitants of the beast world were to discover how swiftly Qian'er had elevated the corruption mud monster's level in such a short span, they would undoubtedly think it a jest, as such events were unheard of and utterly extraordinary, akin to a fantastical tale. Woo-woo, I am frighteningly strong now. The corruption mud monster formed an arm, mimicking human gestures in an attempt to flex its biceps. All right, I understand you are now formidable. I happen to have some opponents for you to test your strength against. Observing the revitalized demeanor of the corruption mud monster, a stark contrast to its previous lethargy, Qian'er breathed a sigh of relief. Opponents, battle. The corruption mud monster cheered, writhing in excitement as it trailed closely behind Qian'er, its impressive speed of 40 points allowing it to nearly outpace Qian'er's walking pace. Look, those 3 are your adversaries. Go forth and do not disappoint me. If you cannot defeat them, how will you protect me? After circling a few times, Qian'er managed to lure all 3 zombies together, directing the corruption mud monster with a hushed voice towards the zombies that were howling as they charged forward. Before engaging in battle, he encouraged his companion. The effect was immediate. The previously playful corruption mud monster became alert, its gaze now glinting with a predatory gleam as it focused on the 3 zombies. Roar! The zombies, enticed by the scent of human flesh, became increasingly agitated, issuing a series of howls as they lunged towards Qian'er, the sound of their decaying throats adding an air of terror. As for the corruption mud monster, it was completely disregarded, with the zombies fixated solely on Qian'er. Woo-woo. The slighted corruption mud monster erupted in fury, its form expanding dramatically, akin to a balloon inflating, enveloping the 3 zombies entirely. With a terrifying strength of 80 points unleashed in a confined space, it crushed the 3 zombies effortlessly. After dispatching them, the corruption mud monster reverted to its original size and began to savor its meal. Having consumed the 3 zombies entirely, its size increased once more, now towering over half of Qian'er's height. Remember, if you feel the urge to evolve, you must resist. Only evolve when it becomes unbearable. Observing the noticeable growth of the corruption mud monster, Qian'er reiterated his warning. Centuries of development had revealed the nature of corruption mud monsters to humanity. The corruption mud monster's phase was one of accumulation. The more flesh it devoured, the larger it grew, significantly enhancing its potential for evolving into an abomination giant. Understood. Beastmaster. The corruption mud monster scratched its head in confusion, though it was willing to heed Qian'er's advice. All right, follow me now. With the corruption mud monster seemingly receptive, Qian'er felt relieved, grabbing a few insect cakes as provisions before leading the creature outside. Being familiar with the territory, He knew precisely where the most zombies could be found in the city. Though he was reluctant to consume these items, he recognized the need to save time. Grimacing at the sight of the two cakes with visible insect legs, Qian'er sighed. Chapter 4, Purple Qualification. This is it. The number of zombies here is just right. Standing beneath a building, Qian'er gazed up at the towering structure, reflecting on his past. Before the apocalypse, this had been an office building. Back then, he would have turned away from such a zombie-infested area devoid of food, yet now he found himself willingly approaching it. Food. The corruption mud monster detected the scent of zombies within, becoming exhilarated as it muttered to itself. Yes, food is inside. You block the entrance while I lure them down. Qian'er took up his weapon and smashed open the locked door, which had been secured by survivors attempting to escape years ago, remaining unopened and rusted ever since. The loud noise attracted several wandering zombies on the street, but before they could approach, the corruption mud monster devoured them, turning them into nourishment for its growth. After consuming these zombies, the corruption mud monster leveled up once again, reaching level 12. At last, Qian'er broke through the door, the tremendous sound prompting the zombies that had lingered on the first floor to roar and charge towards him. Without hesitation, Qian'er immediately took refuge behind the corruption mud monster, which swelled up to block the doorway like a wall. The zombies, completely oblivious to the corruption mud monster's presence, plunged into its form one by one, akin to moths drawn to a flame. By the time they realized the peril, it was far too late. These zombies struggled within the corruption mud monster as if they had fallen into water, but their thrashing soon ceased. In this manner, the hundreds of zombies on the first floor were swiftly consumed by the corruption mud monster. Behind a heap of smooth bones lay scattered, slick enough that flies slipping atop them seemed to dance in precariousness. As for the flesh and cerebral calcifications, they had all become nourishing sustenance for the growth of the. After its initial slumber and growth, that had significantly enhanced its resilience to such energy surges. Having devoured over 100 zombies, it remained alert. Unlike the first time it succumbed to unconsciousness, this revelation brought a sigh of relief to Qian'er, for had the fainted here, he would have had no choice but to retract it into the Beastmaster space and escape through the dual portal. At this moment, having ingested the flesh and cerebral matter of those zombies, the had expanded to an impressive size, towering more than a floor above. Standing at an estimated height of 3 to 4 meters, not even accounting for its potential during the growth phase. Qian'er pondered, recalling the records that spoke of the most formidable in history reaching a staggering height of 554 meters. With the initial form of the abomination giant evolving from the of flesh standing at 312 meters, both of which were deemed the limits of this species. Now, equipped with the dual portal as a golden opportunity, perhaps he could surpass these thresholds. The swayed its massive form, exuding a terrifying sense of power as it moved. The recently consumed zombies had been entirely digested. Suddenly, a white light of evolution illuminated the, causing Qian'er's eyes to widen in shock. No, don't evolve, hold on. He hurriedly approached, patting the creature's body, aware that its potential was still too low. Even after its first enhancement, this potential remained at a mere blue, making it exceedingly difficult to reach its limits. Upon hearing Qian'er's plea, the opened its eyes and glanced at him. Although it yearned to fulfill its instinctual desire to evolve, its trust in Qian'er made it hesitate. A low, somewhat sharp growl emanated from its mouth, and in the next instant, the white light of evolution shattered. It had forcibly interrupted its transformation. At that moment, the creature's attributes appeared before Qian'er. Level, 16. Talent, purple. Stamina, 48. Attack, 36. Defense, 24. Special attack, 21. Special defense, 24. Speed, 21. Having just consumed the flesh and cerebral calcifications of over 100 zombies, this talent had surged once more to a terrifying purple, a rarity among beasts. At least none had been witnessed by Qian'er in school, including those of the instructors. The elevation in talent brought about substantial growth in attributes. The creature's stamina was already approaching 50, while its attack reached a fearsome 36. With a sense of grievance, the interrupted scooped Qian'er into its embrace, emitting a whimpering growl as if to complain. All right, I'm only looking out for you. With such resources at your disposal, if you evolved now, it would be a sheer waste of your talent and opportunity. Qian'er chuckled, soothing the creature as one would comfort a child. Despite having lived alone for 5 years, he felt no aversion to such interactions. After all, the most significant issue of solitary existence was loneliness, often leading individuals to exhibit eccentricities, such as Qian'er's habit of conversing with himself. Now, the presence of the filled the void in Qian'er's life, eliminating the need for self-dialogue. The emitted a sound of slight disappointment, but quickly regained its composure. How do you feel now? Is there any difference compared to before? Qian'er inquired about the distinctions between the blue and purple talents. It seems I have become stronger, and my body feels more robust, the replied, conjuring a large hand with ease and uprooting a nearby utility pole, waving it around with vigor on the road. Upon hearing this, Qian'er felt reassured. It was inherently powerful, and with the enhancement of its talent, its strength had undoubtedly been amplified. Have you digested everything? After a brief pause, Qian'er retrieved the insect cake from his pocket, contemplating the insect legs atop it. After having consumed a substantial amount, he pondered for a while before ultimately deciding to return the cake to his pocket. It was not essential to eat this. Having just feasted, going a couple of meals without would not be a challenge. How silly of me to leave it uneaten after having my fill. Truly, I must be losing my mind, he chastised himself, though a smile lingered on his face. Nevertheless, having choices was a blessing. All right. The once slumped sprang back to life at this affirmation, eagerly responding. The sensation of devouring zombies and growing stronger by the second was undeniably addictive for a beast. Chapter 5, Surpassing Records. You wait here. Once I lure all the zombies down, you block this passage, understood? At the first floor staircase, Qian'er reiterated his instructions to the, got it. The creature nodded fervently. All right, I'm heading up. Don't block the corridor, leave me an opening. Observing this demeanor, Qian'er nodded affirmatively, took a deep breath, and ascended to the second floor. This immense size and sluggish movements made it impractical for this task, hence it was more efficient for the Beastmaster to lead the zombies to the creature's maw. Upon reaching the second floor, Qian'er spotted a throng of zombies aimlessly wandering. These walking corpses had likely roamed here for numerous years, oblivious to their surroundings and unaware of the absence of humans. Positioning himself at the staircase, Qian'er cleared his throat and then shouted loudly. The reverberating sound drew the attention of the wandering zombies, their eyes glinting with malevolence. Perfect, they no longer questioned the absence of humans over the years. Humans had arrived. Hundreds of zombies emitted low growls, converging upon Qian'er in a relentless tide. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and sprinted down the stairs. Block the entrance. The buffet is here. From afar, Qian'er glimpsed the colossal figure of the. He shouted as he leaped from the top of the stairs, diving straight into the soft form of the. In an instant, the stench of decaying flesh filled his nostrils. Fortunately, after 5 years in the apocalypse, he had grown accustomed to such odors, or he might have fainted. Hearing this, the rejoiced, quickly writhing its body to envelop Qian'er in protection. Just as it finished this motion, a swarm of zombies began to descend upon it like dumplings. At that moment, it was stunned. It finally comprehended what Qian'er meant by a buffet. No need to move. Food simply leaped into its mouth. How blissful. The flesh of each zombie was assimilated, their cerebral matter digested, while bones were discarded onto the ground. Soon, the hundreds of zombies lured from the second floor were entirely consumed by the, which then experienced another expansion. However, Qian'er could no longer discern the extent of its growth, as they had already reached the limits of the floor, now only able to stretch its form to fit within the building. Meanwhile, the luminous light of evolution emanated once more from the body of the F'Ngui, only to be interrupted by its steadfast adherence to Qian'er's advice. Continue to the next floor. Qian'er gazed intently at the level of the. Typically, the anatomy of a would permit its advancement only up to level 16, beyond which evolution would be necessary. However, due to the peculiar influence of the cerebral calcification, this particular surpassed the limit upon reaching level 16 and continued to ascend, now standing at level 18. It remains uncertain whether this alteration is advantageous or detrimental. As for its aptitude, it remained unchanged, still of purple quality. Evidently, over 100 zombies were insufficient to elevate the S aptitude to gold. Let us clear this building today, Qian'er exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice as he observed this progress. The ceaseless sensation of growth was utterly captivating. If it continued on this trajectory, there would be no need for the cumbersome ploys of poison. He could simply storm into Qian'er's residence and eliminate his entire family. What could the possibly say to that? Naturally, it would raise its hands in agreement. It is essential to understand that Qian'er could only perceive the changes in the but could not grasp the profound sensation of burgeoning power that it experienced. The addictive nature of this evolution surpassed that of Qian'er's own. This grand feast of consumption persisted until the early hours of the morning, culminating in a grotesque transformation of the, whose form had grown so immense that it could no longer fit within a single floor, with a substantial portion of its body extending into the previous level. Eventually, Qian'er found it unnecessary to attract enemies. They simply occupied the entire floor, devouring every zombie in its path, reminiscent of the absurd black hole game Qian'er had played before the apocalypse. The rewards from such voracious consumption were remarkable. Within just one day, the attributes of the underwent a seismic transformation. Level 28, aptitude, gold, stamina, 97, attack, 83, defense, 41, special attack, 36, special defense, 41 speed, 36. It was quite astonishing. Qian'er realized that his previous intellectual sparring with the heir seemed rather humorous. In merely one night's time, he had nearly surpassed Qian'er's father. Indeed, ordinary individuals cannot compete with geniuses, and geniuses are no match for those with extraordinary advantages. Now, his stamina was on the verge of reaching triple digits. Just as Qian'er sat on the rooftop, lost in his thoughts, a thunderous rumble emanated from the belly of the, which had just emerged beside him. Have you eaten too much? Qian'er turned his head, concerned, as the had assimilated at least several thousand zombies, making his worry quite reasonable. No, it's just that I can no longer suppress the desire to evolve. This face contorted in anguish. Do not evolve here. Wait until we're on the ground. The rooftop was not the ideal place for such a transformation. Unpredictable consequences could arise. Upon hearing this, the seized Qian'er and wriggled down from the rooftop. The fierce wind left Qian'er's mind blank, with only one thought lingering in his heart. My life is over. Before he could gather his wits, a resounding crash echoed as the landed, nearly scattering itself to pieces. Nevertheless, it held Qian'er aloft to prevent any harm from befalling him. Soon, the body began to recover, regaining its vitality. Am I still alive? Qian'er was placed on the ground, his eyes still somewhat dazed. After a moment, he regained his composure and shot a glare at the, yet said nothing. Instead, he retrieved a measuring tape from his pocket, which he had taken from the lair with the intent of measuring the data. Step carefully. After uttering this, Qian'er placed one end of the measuring tape beneath the and instructed it to lift him above its head. Before long, the height of the was measured. 662 meters? 2 stories high? Is the flesh of zombies made of gold? Qian'er had anticipated that the attributes of the would be impressive after its enhancement, but he never expected it to exceed the record by such a margin. This was illogical. The original that set the record also possessed golden aptitude and was well supplied with flesh, as corpses were abundant during wartime. Why then could his surpass this significantly? After much contemplation, Qian'er raised an eyebrow, harboring a vague suspicion. Is it due to the cerebral calcification? He had never considered that this previously deemed useless entity could significantly enhance the prowess of his beast. Chapter 6 evolves into the Abhorrent Giant. Are you unable to resist any longer? Qian'er inquired, glancing at the, somewhat unwilling to give up hope, though the had already surpassed the record. Human greed knows no bounds. He found himself yearning for more. I can't hold it back any longer, the nodded, its face twisted in discomfort. Then let us evolve. Faced with this, Qian'er had little choice. After all, the creature was indeed at its limit. Upon hearing this eyes sparkled with excitement, and once again, the white light of evolution enveloped it. This time, it went uninterrupted. Qian'er could faintly discern through the radiance that the body of the was compressing. The evolved form of the was known as the Qian'er, a humanoid beast composed of flesh and blood. The decaying flesh would condense into muscle, forming the physique of the Abhorrent Giant. Under Qian'er's watchful gaze, the white light began to shatter, accompanied by a deafening roar as a colossal creature with greenish skin materialized before him. It resembled a human in having 4 limbs and stood upright. Yet it lacked a head. Its enormous belly was split open, surrounded by rows of sharp teeth, from which a massive tongue slithered forth. Type, flesh and blood. Level, 28. Aptitude, gold. Base stamina, 90, 114. Base attack, 130, 114. Base defense, 75, 55. Base special attack, 75, 49. Base special defense, 75, 55. Base speed, 55, 44. Total base value, 500. Skills, gigantism, flesh assimilation, flesh control, whip strike, powerful bite. The previous was a mere shadow compared to the current Abhorrent Giant. Not only did the total base value soar from 330 points to an impressive 500 points, a remarkable feat among all final evolutionary forms of beasts, but the Abhorrent Giant also had another stage of evolution. More critically, its attack base value surpassed 100, reaching a terrifying 130 points, with specific values climbing to an alarming 114 points. Its speed, however, was somewhat lacking, as is typical for the Abhorrent Giant species. What mattered most was its size. The newly evolved Abhorrent Giant averaged a height of 22 meters, while a level 28 Abhorrent Giant reached an average height of 35 meters. Previously, the maximum height of an Abhorrent Giant upon first evolution was 301 meters, while the maximum for a level 28 was 47 meters. Yet, astonishingly, his Abhorrent Giant towered at a staggering 518 meters. Another record shattered. For the series of, which revered size as strength, this disparity in stature signified a profound difference in power. However, Qian'er discovered that the calculation of this attribute seemed rather intriguing. Although the racial values were identical, the methods of calculation appeared to differ. For instance, the vitality racial value of the Zengwo giant was significantly lower than its attack value. Yet the specific numbers were the same. Additionally, while the special attack and defense racial values were equal, the actual special attack value was somewhat lower than both defense and special defense. Can we continue? Qian'er inquired, gently patting the little leg of the newly evolved Zengwo giant, who was still acclimating to its new form. Upon hearing this, the Zengwo giant paused its movements, carefully sensed its body, and its eyes sparkled with excitement. Roar. Yes. I can continue to consume. The Zengwo giant's notion of consuming did not refer to the act of eating in the conventional sense, but rather to the skill of blood and flesh assimilation, which directly integrated external flesh and blood into its own body. Previously, during its time as a rotting mud monster, this skill had reached its limit. However, upon evolving into the Zengwo giant, this limit was raised anew. Alright, let's go. I know of a place where zombies gather, Qian'er said, snapping his fingers and comfortably taking his seat at what would have been the Zengwo giant's head, directing it. He referred to a school within the city, not too far from their location, which was typically a forbidden zone. When searching for food, they would usually steer clear of it, but now, with the Zengwo giant by his side, Qian'er's courage had swelled. Yes, this is the place. With Qian'er as the local guide, the Zengwo giant quickly found the location, wielding a broken telephone pole as a weapon. The strength racial value of 130 exceeded Qian'er's expectations. The telephone pole, measuring over 10 meters, felt like a mere toy in its grasp. Its heavy footsteps resonated at the school's entrance, startling the zombies that had been aimlessly wandering the playground. They paused, then turned their gazes towards Qian'er and the Zengwo giant with intense focus. The unmistakable scent of humanity emanating from Qian'er drove the zombies into a frenzy. Roar. The zombies charged at Qian'er like a wave, yet the Zengwo giant remained unfazed. It simply inhaled deeply, swung the telephone pole, and executed a sweeping attack. The terrifying force erupted within a confined space, cleaving through a horde of zombies, rendering their upper bodies into mere pulp, while their lower halves maintained a charging posture for a few steps before collapsing helplessly. At that moment, the Zengwo giant opened its massive maw, larger than Qian'er himself, and with a flick of its tongue, it began to draw in the zombies and the flesh remnants, activating its blood and flesh assimilation skill to merge the flesh and blood of the zombies into its own body. Due to the significant disparity in quality between the zombies' flesh and the Zengwo giants, most of the assimilated matter was used to compress and upgrade, thereby enhancing the Zengwo giant. While individual zombies no longer provided significant enhancement, the school housed thousands of them, and consuming them all would yield a substantial boost, likely elevating the Zengwo giant to an elite-level beastmaster. At the very least, it should reach level 30 for a promotion to elite status. Each major advancement for an initial beastmaster reciprocally expands the beastmaster's space, allowing for the accommodation of a new beast. Qian'er, now a seasoned beastmaster, could still contract 2 beasts. Although he had yet to decide which to choose, he would have to wait until he resolved matters with the Chen family before consulting someone for advice. Meanwhile, the Zengwo giant had already dispatched the smaller zombies on the playground and was advancing towards the teaching building. Standing 2 stories tall, the Zengwo giant could not enter. Forcing its way in would risk crushing the zombies beneath falling debris, leaving very few intact. After several attempts, it grew wiser, prowling near the windows, creating a tremendous racket to attract the attention of the zombies inside the building. It then made its way towards the staircase, leading the zombies down. Once they emerged, it sat on the ground, its gaping maw wide open, waiting for the zombies to walk into its trap. Chapter 7. Principle. I have become an elite beastmaster. I've broken through. From now on, call me Elite Beastmaster Qian'er. After thoroughly scouring the school, Qian'er could no longer contain his excitement and burst into laughter, covering his eyes. Zengwo giant. Attributes: flesh and blood. Level 32. Vitality 129. Attack 129. Defense 62. Special attack 55. Special defense 62. Speed 50. Qian'er had not anticipated that the effect of the zombie brain stones would be so profound, allowing the Zengwo giant to ascend 4 levels and directly enter the elite ranks of beastmasters. With my current strength, can I storm into Chun Yin's home and eliminate his entire family? Qian'er pondered, seated upon the shoulder of the Zengwo giant, contemplating his next move. Chun Yin's father, Chun Xing, was also an elite beastmaster, possibly with beasts of a higher level, but that was not a significant concern. The Zengwo giant was of golden quality, and any level disparity would be compensated by its superior aptitude. However, the challenge lay in the fact that Chun Xing likely had a full quota of 3 beasts, and if he employed a decapitation strategy, the Zengwo giant would face a formidable challenge as it stood alone. To secure victory against Qian'er under such circumstances would necessitate a surprise attack, which was inherently risky. It was essential to seek a heavyweight ally for support. Glancing at the now significantly larger Zengwo giant, Qian'er recalled it and traversed the double-crossing portal back to the Beastmaster world. Upon his return, the absence of the foul stench of decay immediately made the air feel sweeter. He first retrieved snacks from the bag on the sofa, devouring them while absently gazing at his phone. He now faced two options. One was to remain low-key for a while, and with the help of the double-crossing portal, he could quickly elevate the Zengwo giant's level. However, this approach had its drawbacks, as many resources in the Beastmaster world would remain inaccessible to him. At that time, the Zengwo giant would possess only levels and aptitude, lacking in other crucial aspects, which would put it at a disadvantage compared to other beasts of the same level. Most importantly, acquiring other high-quality beasts would prove challenging. After all, the Zengwo giant was a result of the principal's investment based on its aptitude, and obtaining beasts of equal quality in the skeleton and spirit categories was no simple task. The alternative was to openly showcase his talent. Claiming to have cultivated and evolved his beast to level 32 within such a short time frame, an unprecedented feat, there was no need to expose the double-crossing portal. He could merely hint at possessing a secret. According to imperial law, no one was permitted to casually investigate a citizen's fortunes, a regulation stemming from the chaotic era of ancient beastmasters. However, this strategy carried risks. While the law was public, there would undoubtedly be those unable to resist temptation. Moreover, some individuals existed above the law, and regulations could only restrain the majority. Yet, this posed little concern for him, as he had no vulnerabilities in the Beastmaster world. If things turned awry, he could simply retreat to the apocalyptic world. There, he could slowly develop in secrecy and return for revenge once he matured. With the double-crossing portal, he found himself inherently in an invulnerable position. After a flurry of brainstorming, having clarified his thoughts, Qian'er no longer hesitated. He promptly picked up his phone and dialed the principal's number. The call was quickly connected, as if the person on the other end had been waiting. "Hello, Qian'er. Where have you been these past 2 days? Why haven't you come to school? Have you encountered any difficulties?" The old principal's barrage of questions hit Qian'er like a rapid-fire assault, leaving him momentarily stunned. Unbeknownst to him, the principal had been nearly frantic with worry due to his absence from school, especially with the imminent college entrance examination approaching. Although Qian'er had secured a recommendation for admission, there remained a crucial competition for novice beast tamers, known as the Baby Cup, which was intended for high school students who had recently acquired their first beasts. While the event might seem trivial, it held significant weight for the school, as its outcome could influence the institution's ranking. This ranking, in turn, affected student enrollment and the distribution of resources from higher authorities. Upon learning of Qian'er's remarkable affinity for high-level dark-type beasts, the principal had anticipated a solid performance, believing that even if the school did not secure a top 3 position, it could at least break into the top 10. However, he never expected that just a day after announcing Qian'er's recommendation, the young man would vanish. The principal had been like an ant on a hot stove, dispatching teachers to Qian'er's home countless times without success. He even visited several times himself, but to no avail. The phone was unreachable, and text messages went unanswered, as if Qian'er had evaporated from existence. Without Qian'er, the principal had no choice but to rely on Qian'er, whose grass-type beasts were notoriously weak in the early stages of combat. If he had to depend on Qian'er, this year would surely be doomed. After all, it was a rare stroke of luck to have 2 students with advanced talents in 1 year, and it seemed to be the most promising opportunity yet. "Principal, something happened a couple of days ago. I was cornered by Qian'er and nearly beaten to death. Fortunately, I gained some insights and have now advanced to the elite level of beast tamers," Qian'er replied, chewing on beef jerky with a cheerful smile. "I must tell you, if you encounter..." Before he could finish, the old principal's voice on the other end suddenly fell silent, followed by a strange noise. "What did you just say?" After a long pause, the principal's incredulous voice finally returned. "Principal, I have become an elite beast tamer." Qian'er crossed his legs, grinning as he repeated the news. An elite beast tamer in this inconspicuous little town could be considered a leading figure. Both the principal and Qian'er were elite tamers, and most at this level had already achieved the ultimate evolution of their beasts, placing them among the backbone of the nation. "Wait a moment, I'm feeling a bit dizzy. Are you saying you have become an elite beast tamer?" The principal's voice dripped with disbelief. "Yes. My corrupted mud monster is now level 32 and has evolved into a giant abomination." Having decided to seize the opportunity to gain an advantage, Qian'er eagerly showcased his talent. Before the principal could respond, Qian'er heard a rush of wind overhead. Suddenly, a magnificent griffin, its feathers gleaming, descended from the sky and landed at his doorstep. This was none other than the principal's initial beast, the wind griffin, a combination of wind and normal types, boasting an impressive level of 39, just a step away from the pinnacle of elite status. Because it was not Qian'er's beast, he could only gather limited information, which was facilitated by the fact that he and the principal were at the same stage. Otherwise, he would not have access to even this much. The moment the principal landed, Qian'er released the giant abomination. The enormous portal to the beast's space opened, and the towering creature, over 6 meters tall, emerged, exuding a terrifying stench of blood. The ferocious aura caused the winged griffin, which was about to touch down, to flinch and emit a sharp cry before soaring back into the sky. Well done, you truly have raised an elite beast. The principal's eyes widened in astonishment as he calmed the winged griffin, staring incredulously at Qian'er. Principal, I would never joke about such matters, Qian'er replied with a smile. Yet, the principal remained incredulous as he circled the giant abomination, his gaze filled with awe. The creature, recognizing the principal as the one who had entrusted it to Qian'er, felt a twinge of embarrassment under the scrutiny. This is remarkable, truly remarkable. After several laps around, the principal finally stopped, marveling at the unexpected speed of growth typical of dark-type beasts. Even if Qian'er never surpassed the elite level, it was still a significant achievement, as elite beast tamers were considered the backbone of the nation. After all, the principal himself was merely an elite beast tamer. What brings you to seek my assistance today? The principal regarded Qian'er with a newfound seriousness, having momentarily lingered on the giant abomination. The tone that once conveyed a sense of seniority had vanished, replaced by a genuine acknowledgement of Qian'er as an equal. Principal, just days after you announced my recommendation, I was assaulted on my way home and nearly lost my life. I cannot let this go unpunished, Qian'er sighed, raising his hands in a light-hearted manner. In truth, the original host had already perished. Otherwise, he would not have been able to traverse to this world. Upon hearing this, the principal understood the situation. No wonder Qian'er had suddenly disappeared. What do you intend to do about it? He asked, furrowing his brow. Although Qian'er was also an elite beast tamer, he had spent many years honing his skills. And in terms of experience and combat knowledge, Qian'er could not hold a candle to the principal. However, the prospect of killing Qian'er posed its own complications. As both were elite tamers and engaging in mortal combat would be quite troublesome. I only need you to restrain his other beasts. The rest I will handle, Qian'er said with a confident smile, momentarily catching the principal off guard. Their previous exchanges had been minimal. He had only spoken with Qian'er briefly after learning of his awakened talent, during which Qian'er had appeared somewhat timid due to his orphan background. Yet today, the confidence and composure radiating from him were palpable. However, the principal soon found a rationale for this transformation. It was likely a result of newfound confidence. Previously, Qian'er had nothing, which necessitated caution, but now, as an elite beast tamer, he could afford to be more relaxed. Is it merely a matter of restraining Qian'er's other beasts? The principal's gaze flickered as he began to weigh the pros and cons in his mind. At over 50 years old, if a beast tamer had not reached the king level, the feedback from their beasts would be minimal, almost negligible, placing their lifespan on par with that of an ordinary person. Remaining merely an elite beast tamer at this age meant that Qian'er would likely never surpass the principal in their lifetimes. In contrast, Qian'er, at such a young age, had already achieved elite status, with limitless potential ahead of him. The choice seemed rather straightforward. Very well, I will assist you, the principal finally declared after a moment of contemplation. In principle, at his age, he should have reached the stage where he no longer needs to align himself with others. Yet he still aspires to elevate the school to greater heights. As long as he secures Qian'er and allows him to represent the school in the competition, there is no doubt that their institution will claim the top position in this year's intercollegiate contest. The empire has existed for centuries, and it has never been heard of anyone elevating their beastmaster to the elite level in such a short span of time. This is truly unprecedented. Whether there will be successors in the future remains uncertain, but it is improbable that another elite-level prodigy will emerge from other schools this year. For this reason, he decided to lend Qian'er a hand. Shall we proceed now? Qian'er's face lit up with a smile, eagerly inquiring. Revenge is not something to be delayed. The longer it is postponed, the more unpredictable the outcome becomes. Yes, let's do it now. The old principal, being seasoned in such matters, understood that speed was of the essence, yet he was surprised by Qian'er's decisiveness. Casting a puzzled glance at Qian'er, he shifted aside, making room for him to sit atop the Windrider Griffin, and they soared towards Qian'er's residence. The Empire maintains an ambiguous stance regarding the battles between beastmasters, neither supporting nor opposing them. With no need to compete for survival space against the myriad of races, those possessing extraordinary powers have become an unsettling force. Encouraging internal conflicts among beastmasters under the pretext of revenge can help mitigate some of this unrest, provided that civilians remain unharmed. The Windrider Griffin, true to its name, swiftly approached, and soon, Qian'er spotted a secluded villa perched atop a rarely visited hill. This was indeed Chen Yin's home. Chapter 9. A Foster Son's Failings. The shock brought by the abomination. The presence of the Windrider Griffin was unabashed, approaching directly above the villa. Before long, the villa's door swung open, and the surrounding trees seemed to come alive, twisting and forming a platform that elevated a meticulously dressed middle-aged man, his hair impeccably groomed, into view before the Windrider Griffin. This man was none other than Chen Yin's father, Chen Xing, and the beast accompanying him revealed its attributes to Qian'er. Vine Wolf. Attribute: grass. Level: 35. Qualification: green. Physical attack base value: 75, 123. Physical defense base value: 80, 64. Special attack base value: 110, 107. Special defense base value: 90, 71. Speed base value: 50, 43. Total base value: 490. Like the Windrider Griffin, the Vine Wolf's attributes were limited to these fundamental statistics, but they were sufficient. The Vine Wolf was the type of beastmaster that served as a steadfast artillery, with a particularly outstanding special attack value exceeding 100. Its speed was even slightly inferior to that of his abomination. Old Senior, I wonder what brings you to seek me today? Chen Xing inquired loudly from within the protective embrace of the Vine Wolf's tendrils. The old principal's surname was Gu, a detail Qian'er had overlooked previously. Chen Xing's question arose from the fact that such an ostentatious display of one's beast in another beastmaster's territory was regarded as a precursor to war. However, due to Gu's esteemed reputation, it was rare to hear of him having hostile relations with others. He was more focused on his own affairs, leaving Chen Xing somewhat bewildered and inclined to adopt a cautious approach. In response, Principal Gu glanced at Chen Xing, shifted aside, and gestured for Qian'er to speak. Let this child address you. I shall refrain from playing the villain. His words caused Chen Xing's heart to sink. Clearly, this visitor bore ill intentions. Yet he could not ascertain Principal Gu's underlying motives. Even if it were a matter of revenge, there should be some justification, right? Hello, Uncle Chen, I am Qian'er. A classmate of Chen Yin, Qian'er said with a cheerful smile while seated atop the Windrider Griffin. Upon hearing this, Chen Xing's brow furrowed deeply. He was all too familiar with his son's character, which could be described as arrogant and overbearing. Had he provoked a junior of Principal Gu, leading to this confrontation? His face broke into a forced smile as he turned to Principal Gu, attempting to negotiate, deliberately avoiding looking at Qian'er, as he viewed him as merely a junior, with Principal Gu being the authoritative figure. However, just as he turned, a piercing sonic boom erupted nearby, causing his pupils to contract sharply. Vine Wolf. He let out a somewhat shrill growl. As soon as he uttered the words, the tendrils enveloping him began to extend, swiftly filling the gaps in the protective shield and thickening it further. The earth trembled beneath him with a thunderous roar, casting a shadow over the Vine Wolf. At this moment, it finally discerned the source of its dread. A towering abomination, several meters high, fixated its gaze upon it with eyes nestled within its grotesque form. Its massive belly splitting open to reveal a gaping maw, a blood-red tongue hungrily licking its razor-sharp teeth. The gaze was rife with brutal hunger, sending chills down the Vine Wolf's spine. Moreover, the aura of slaughter emanating from the abomination, accumulated from the massacre of countless zombies, seemed to materialize, wrapping around it and casting it as a mythological malevolent deity, causing the fine tendrils of its fur to stand on end. Moments ago, it was this very abomination that had unleashed a devastating blow upon its beastmaster, driving the vine ball deep into the earth. The sheer force was such that, even without a beast contract, one could comprehend that its beastmaster was undoubtedly in grave peril. A deafening roar erupted from all directions, and withering leaves that had become yellow fluttered into the air, coalescing into a withered yellow tiger that charged toward Qian'er. This was the leaf tiger, a grass-type flying beast, composed entirely of unique fallen leaves, and it represented Chen Xing's second beast. Before the leaf tiger could touch down, the Windrider Griffin soared into the tempest, lifting the lightweight leaf tiger into the sky and transferring the battlefield above. Thank you, Principal Gu, Qian'er said with a smile, grateful for the principal's intervention as he approached and gently patted the abomination's foot. At that moment, the vine ball quivered, and Chen Xing, blood seeping from his mouth and nose, cast a dark look at Qian'er, astonishment lurking in his eyes. He had never anticipated that Qian'er could be so formidable. Despite being merely a classmate of his son, he already possessed an elite-level beast. Could such a monster truly emerge from their humble Lianyuan city? Uncle Chen, it seems you are showing me a lack of respect. I was speaking to you just now. Why are you looking at Principal Gu? Qian'er queried, grinning as he settled upon a flat rock. Upon hearing this, Principal Gu, who had been maintaining a composed demeanor, nearly lost his composure. The audacity of the boy's tone was infuriating. Yet, he opened his mouth but refrained from speaking. Chunxing's face turned crimson, whether from anger or injury. But he managed to suppress his fury, leaving Qian'er somewhat in awe. Haha, young one, have you had a dispute with Xiaoyin? That boy has indeed been increasingly outrageous lately. Rest assured, I shall discipline him when he returns. At this moment, Chunxing was merely contemplating how to navigate the situation, utterly disregarding thoughts of revenge. Although it is said that a genius only becomes a genius upon maturation, without growth, they amount to nothing. However, with Qian'er now an elite-level beastmaster, on par with him, how could he possibly advance? If he were to grow further, he might never have the opportunity to confront Qian'er again. Faced with such a formidable genius, he dared not entertain thoughts of vengeance. His mind solely occupied with mending the fractured relationship between his family and Qian'er. Simultaneously, he felt an overwhelming rage towards his ineffectual son, should that rascal return. If he did not thrash that good-for-nothing child until he could not rise from bed, then he would share the same surname. Uncle Chen truly knows how to amuse me. It appears you paid no heed to what I just mentioned. Your son is indeed quite formidable, to the point that I nearly met my demise. Qian'er's fierce grin gradually caused Chunxing's ingratiating smile to fade. What do you intend to do? Chunxing, now fully aware that matters could not be resolved amicably, spoke in a low voice while simultaneously communicating with the tendril wolf in his mind, instructing it to strike first and ambush Qian'er directly. The ruthlessness of an old hand was vividly displayed at that moment. What to do? Haha, a failure to educate a foster son is the father's fault. Qian'er remarked with a smile, and before he could finish his words, a piercing sound of an explosion echoed once more. Chunxing's pupils contracted as he observed the shadow growing larger. No, he hasn't even begun his ambush yet, and you have already launched yours? Who, then, is the true veteran? Chapter 10. Behold, your father lives. Boom. The violent tremor swept across the entire mountain, and the onlookers felt the earth quaking beneath them. Those within the villa believed it was an earthquake and hurriedly fled outside. Everyone returned. Chunxing, who had just risen from the ground, felt a chill at the sight of Qian'er's gaze fixed on his wife and child, and he shouted without looking back, simultaneously commanding the tendril wolf to attack the abominable giant, striving to buy time for his family to escape. Qian'er, my dear friend, I apologize for my son's actions. Can we not sit down and discuss this? He attempted to distract Qian'er with words, as he thought it would be exceedingly simple to manage someone of Qian'er's stature, akin to his own son. Yet, before he could finish speaking, a colossal fist came crashing towards him. The abominable giant even abandoned the tendril wolf, which was attacking it. After all, that minuscule amount of damage posed no significant threat, and it focused entirely on pursuing Chunxing, logically speaking. The abominable giant's special defense could not possibly disregard the tendril wolf's exceptional special attack stat of 110, yet Qian'er had defied all odds. Given the size of the abominable giant, the tendril wolf's attacks felt akin to a mosquito's bite. What in the world is Chunying's classmate? After narrowly evading another strike, Chunxing hastily approached Qian'er, unable to suppress his fury. This person was clearly intent on his life, showing no desire for idle chatter. At this juncture, he recognized that the tendril wolf could not possibly contend with the outrageous abominable giant, and his remaining two beasts were also incapacitated, unable to come to his aid. In this scenario, if he could first eliminate Qian'er, the beastmaster, then the situation would be resolved. After all, he was an adult. Dealing with a youthful Qian'er should be a simple task. Ultimately, the advantage lay with him. How had matters devolved into this? Chunxing, having been knocked to the ground by Qian'er, felt bewildered. He had just navigated through the chaos to reach Qian'er, intending to showcase his prowess and subdue him, yet found himself flat on the ground after a single encounter. This script is not right. Uncle Chun, are you in such a hurry to meet your end? Qian'er chuckled as he tugged at Chunxing's hair, lifting him as if he were a mere watermelon. The three beasts at his side, witnessing this, charged at Qian'er in a frenzy, desperate to rescue Chunxing, but the other two were swiftly intercepted by the old principal, leaving only the tendril wolf. In the ensuing turmoil, the tendril wolf exposed a vulnerability and was seized by the abominable giant's massive hand, lifted into the air, while its roots, which had been drawing energy from the earth to strengthen itself, were torn away. In an instant, the tendril wolf wilted as if it had been frostbitten. In terms of speed, the lumbering abominable giant surpassed the tendril wolf. This grass-type beast, which rooted itself wherever it went, had entirely forsaken the agility characteristic of wolves. It is your turn now, Uncle Chun, Qian'er remarked with a grin. Hearing this, Chunxing's expression shifted. He wished to utter a few soothing words to persuade Qian'er to spare him, but before he could speak, an immense force surged from his neck, and he heard a cracking sound before losing consciousness. Qian'er, with a cheerful demeanor, severed Chunxing's head with a small blade. After 5 years of survival in the apocalypse, He had learned precisely how to inflict fatal injuries on humanoid beings. Upon Qian'er's demise, his three beasts emitted a roar of defiance before gradually vanishing, returning to Qian'er's beast space to slumber. Perhaps, years hence, this place would give rise to a grass-type secret realm, housing the remains of three elite-level grass-type beasts. How could you kill him? The old principal, now fully aware of the situation, hastened to Qian'er's side. Staring blankly at the scene where Qian'er held Qian'er's hair aloft, as if presenting a trophy. Was there a flaw in our school's education? How could such a ruthless student emerge? I have been benevolent to others my entire life, and yet, in my old age, this is the situation I face. The old principal felt numb, realizing that his lifetime of good reputation had been obliterated in an instant. Indeed, they sought to kill me. Thus I cannot simply wait for their assault. One must strike first. With blood splattered across his visage, Qian'er turned and flashed a brilliant smile, leaving the old principal's countenance dark and uncertain. He had initially thought Qian'er intended merely to teach Qian'er a lesson. Yet he was taken aback by Qian'er's swift and brutal actions, culminating in the death of a father. He had also underestimated the strength of the abominable giant. Even Qian'er, a seasoned expert entrenched in the elite Beastmaster stage for many years, proved no match. No, the roots must be severed. Qian'er possesses advanced talent and will undoubtedly surpass me in the future. He cannot be allowed to live. The old principal's face flickered with determination as he resolved to take action. If it were only him, he would not fear, for at his age, he would likely be deceased by the time Qian'er matured. Yet he had family. He was certain that sparing Qian'er today would lead to repercussions for his family in the future, as Qian'er's death bore significant responsibility. The old principal, a seasoned veteran, immediately took control of his beasts, transforming them into a gust of wind that surged into the villa, swiftly locating the trembling Qian'er in a hidden chamber. To escape with their lives, this family had even sent a few individuals to run outside, attempting to divert attention. However, this was nothing more than a farce in the eyes of the old principal's wind-type beast. Qian'er, my dear fellow, it feels like ages since we last met. I have missed you dearly. The moment Qian'er laid eyes on Qian'er, an insistent ache coursed through his body, a remnant of his past memories, further amplifying the smile upon his face. Bang! Qian'er's head was tossed before Qian'er and the others, causing them to shudder in terror, especially upon seeing Qian'er's lifeless visage, which sent tremors through their entire beings. You monster! You were clearly dead before. How could you possibly have returned? You are not human. It is impossible for a creature to cultivate a corrupted mud monster to such an extent in such a brief period. My father! What has my father done to deserve this? Qian'er seemed to lose his sanity, standing up with tears streaming down his face as he shouted at Qian'er, cradling Qian'er's head and weeping uncontrollably. Oh dear, Qian'er, you are quite amusing. Why do you, the perpetrator, feign the guise of a victim? Qian'er scoffed, uninterested in wasting words with this individual, signaling to the abominable giant behind him. The abominable giant extended its enormous fingers, snatching Qian'er's head from Qian'er's grasp and tossing it directly into its cavernous maw, where it chewed twice before swallowing. Soon, a visage of anguish manifested upon the giant's calf. It was none other than Qian'er's face. Ah, look, classmate Qian'er, your father lives on. Qian'er feigned astonishment, pointing at the tormented expression. Ah! Qian'er gazed at the face, feeling as though a crucial thread within his mind had snapped, unleashing a wail of despair. Chapter 11, Revenge. The flesh and blood assimilation skill took effect, melding Qian'er's essence into that of the giant. Son, come here and let your father see you. The familiar face no longer bore a grotesque countenance, but instead transformed into one of serenity. The monster opened its mouth, emitting the voice of its father, calling for him to approach. Woof, woof. Qian'er collapsed onto the ground, his initial beast, the Qian'er dog, emerging from the beast taming space. Although terror gripped his heart, it loyally stood before the abominable giant. The Qian'er dog was the initial form of the vine wolf and appeared to be a descendant of Qian'er's vine wolf, possessing even greater potential. Had it not been for unfortunate circumstances, this Qian'er dog would have posed a significant challenge to Qian'er in the early stages. However, alas, fate favored the cunning. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and deal with them, but be mindful not to harm any innocents. The old principal urged with a stern expression, casting a disapproving glance at Qian'er. This was understandable, as Qian'er had effectively tarnished the principal's lifelong reputation, leaving no room for goodwill at such a moment. I understand, Qian'er replied with a cheerful demeanor before glancing helplessly at Qian'er, shrugging his shoulders with a grin. Well, classmate Qian'er, you see, I did want to have a few words with you, but regrettably, our principal cannot wait. However, rest assured, after your entire family perishes, I will ensure they all meet again within the belly of the abominable giant. Consider it a reunion. His tone was remarkably lighthearted, akin to sharing a dark joke, sending shivers down the spines of all present, including the old principal. At that moment, the principal regretted his decisions. Despite having heard tales of how those who succumbed to darkness became thrice as powerful, he never anticipated Qian'er's descent into madness could manifest so vividly. Indeed, he attributed Qian'er's transformation to the persecution inflicted by Qian'er. Presently, Qian'er regarded the speechless Qian'er with disinterest, dismissively waving his hand. This boy was far less engaging than the seasoned veterans who had fought for years in the apocalypse. At least those individuals would devise some last-minute schemes for revenge before their demise, unlike the current spectacle. With a dull thud, silence enveloped the mountaintop. After a moment, Qian'er descended with a buoyant step. Following the resolution of Chun-Yin's fate, his mental clarity surged, and his body felt remarkably light, as though he were treading on clouds. He believed this sensation might be akin to what novels described as achieving mental enlightenment. All settled? The old principal inquired, casting a sidelong glance at Qian'er. The thought of enduring such darkness at his advanced age left him feeling disheartened. Of course, before leaving, I ensured the abominable giant sensed that there were no other traces of flesh within the villa, not even any ingredients remaining. Qian'er's words made the old principal's brow twitch. He resolved to maintain a safe distance from this young man in the future. Such ruthlessness was unprecedented. Who exterminates an entire family, including their provisions? Very well. Let us return. I will brief you on the upcoming competition. Additionally, your abominable giant possesses only a few naturally awakened skills. Its shortcomings are considerable. I will assist you in locating skills it can learn. Although he had determined to steer clear of Qian'er in the future, the old principal found himself with matters requiring Qian'er's assistance. Reluctantly, he allowed Qian'er to mount the back of the wind-taming griffin once more. Over the years, the development of beast taming had evolved beyond merely cultivating beast levels. Some individuals encouraged their beasts to develop more practical and powerful skills, which could be transmitted. This was precisely why Qian'er sought to disclose his capabilities. The competition will occur in 3 days. During this time, do not wander, remain at home. I will bring you the necessary items tonight, and you may freely utilize the school as training room without charge. Upon returning Qian'er to his residence, the old principal refrained from the usual admonitions regarding caution and training, recognizing Qian'er's elite-level beast rendered such concerns moot. Is there anything else you require? The old principal asked with a sigh as he observed Qian'er standing at the door. In truth, were it not for Qian'er's dangerous disposition, he would have recklessly introduced his granddaughter to him. However, Qian'er's temperament was too unpredictable for such considerations. Please keep an eye out for soul-type and skeleton-type beasts, preferably those suitable for riding, Qian'er inquired, unfazed by the principal's thoughts. He could only utilize 1/3 or half of the zombie resources, which felt excessively wasteful. Seeing the bones discarded like refuse by the abominable giant pained his heart. Skeleton and soul types, understood. The old principal was not surprised by Qian'er's request, as his affinity for darkness rendered him effective with flesh, soul, and skeleton types. As he watched the old principal depart, Qian'er cheerfully retrieved his phone. Leaving the dilapidated home, having endured the apocalypse for so long, he was on the verge of starvation and had no desire to consume insect cakes. Thus he had waited until now. Principal, where have you been? At that moment, upon returning to the school atop the wind-taming griffin, the principal was immediately noticed by the faculty. Once he landed, a middle-aged man approached with an air of importance, inquiring with concern. His name was Wang Du, the homeroom teacher of both Qian'er and Qian'er. With 2 students of exceptional talent emerging from his class, he had been basking in glory these past few days, even daring to boast before the guidance director. Initially, the principal had no intention of divulging any details, but upon seeing Wang Du, he paused and beckoned him over. Xiao Wang, come here for a moment. He needed to ascertain how things had unfolded. Questioning why the 2 prodigies he had taught had gone mad, Qian'er harboring a grudge over a spot and seeking revenge, nearly killing someone, while Qian'er had taken matters even further, annihilating an entire family. He needed to discover whether these children were inherently flawed or if the issue lay in Wang Du's teaching methods. Unaware of the truth, Wang Du approached the old principal amidst the envious gazes of others, mistakenly believing he was about to receive special attention. However, as he reached the principal's side, he was met with a punch to the stomach. Ugh! The intense pain caused him to collapse to the ground, retching violently. Chapter 12. Choose any beast cub below the demigod level. Principal, what are you doing? Wang Du gasped, clutching his abdomen in disbelief. How dare you ask? In the past few years, only those 2 prodigies have emerged from the entire school, and you have led them astray. What has been their moral character? It was then that Wang Du realized he had unwittingly benefited from the brilliance of those 2 students. Surely not, Principal. Both of them have exhibited commendable values. Yet, Wangdu struggled to believe that his two brilliant students could have committed any wrongdoing. Ah, is that so commendable? The old principal let out a cold snort. But he refrained from elaborating on the specifics, as he himself was embroiled in the matter, having played a rather disreputable role. His half-finished words left the surrounding teachers exchanging puzzled glances, unsure of what had driven the old principal to such a state. All right, help me retrieve these items from the storeroom, he finally said. After a few complaints, the old principal sighed and handed a list to the head of instruction. Is all of this really meant for Qian'er? It seems excessive. The head of instruction glanced at the list, his eyes widening in disbelief. All the materials were related to flesh-type beast taming, and none among them possessed such beasts, which could only mean they were for Qian'er. However, was this quantity not too much? Rest assured, our gains will surely outweigh our investment, the old principal replied with a carefree attitude. As long as Qian'er could lead the school to victory in the competition, no, not necessarily to win, but merely to reach the finals, then all this investment would be returned manifold. Upon hearing this, the head of instruction furrowed his brow, scrutinizing his old friend for a long while before finally nodding. As long as you are confident. With that, he took the list and headed toward the storeroom. Finally full, Qian'er thought as he wiped his mouth and rose from the table. He had thoroughly explored the entire snack street, intoxicated by the flavors of the food. He needed to acquire a spatial backpack, for he could not endure another episode like the last time. As he walked home, Qian'er contemplated. He did not wish to experience the hunger of having to endure eating insect cakes again, nor did he desire to eat them. Having consumed them for so many years in the apocalyptic world, why not indulge in something better? Yet, even the cheapest spatial backpack was beyond his means. Speaking of which, how did beast tamers in this world earn their living? After a satisfying meal, his thoughts began to wander. Strolling leisurely, he observed the surroundings, so different from both the apocalypse and his previous world. Many beast tamers showcased their beasts, whether cute or fierce, drawing gasps of astonishment from ordinary people, which made them proudly lift their heads. Not everyone possessed the talent to become a beast tamer. The ratio was roughly 1 in 357, and among them, the vast majority had low-level talents, with few possessing intermediate talents. As for high-level talents like Qian'er and Qian'er, there were probably only a handful in this small city's current student cohort. The Zhengwu giant, observing the beasts accompanying their respective tamers, began to stir in the beast space, yearning to join in the fun. Despite its towering height of over 6 meters, it was still a genuine child, having just exited its juvenile phase. All right, you can play freely once we return. We can't have large beasts showing up here. Qian'er gently reassured the restless Zhengwu giant, which finally calmed down. After wandering for a while, upon returning home, Qian'er noticed the Yufeng lion griffin standing at his doorstep, its 2-meter height making it quite conspicuous. The rare elite beast drew a crowd of neighbors, who gathered to point and discuss. Those who recognized the Yufeng lion griffin began recounting tales of its origins, inciting further astonishment. The reason for the Yufeng lion griffin's presence at Qian'er's home was also a topic of much speculation, yet no one could arrive at a conclusion. They were unaware of Qian'er's awakening of high-level talent. Without engaging with the neighbors, Qian'er approached directly. Recognizing the person before him as the beast tamer of the fierce creature, the Yufeng lion griffin tensed at the sight of Qian'er, adopting a defensive stance and emitting a low growl reminiscent of a feline warning its foe. How could this be? That is the Yufeng lion griffin. For a Gale lion griffin to evolve into a Yufeng lion griffin, it must reach level 36, meaning the beast tamer must at least be elite. Why is it so fearful? The unusual behavior of the Yufeng lion griffin elicited gasps from the onlookers, and some had already noticed Qian'er approaching, their disbelief growing. Back already? A frail voice emanated from behind the Yufeng lion griffin, revealing the old principal, who had been seated on the steps, obscured by the beast. Please, come in. Qian'er smiled gently, opening his door and inviting the old principal inside, while the Yufeng lion griffin remained outside as a guardian. After all, Qian'er's home was not spacious. If the Yufeng lion griffin squeezed in, there would be no room to stand. Closing the door, he disregarded the outside chatter. At that moment, the principal placed a palm-sized pouch on the table. Upon seeing it, Qian'er instantly recognized its contents. It was a spatial backpack, a branded one from a major company. Though he was unaware of which company it was, he recognized its prestige. Having seen a similar item that Qian'er had once flaunted, I brought everything you needed: a flesh clone skill learning device, a titan hammer skill learning device, and an earthquake skill learning device. The rest is blood from the slaughterhouse I bought a few days ago. Initially, I hoped to help you level up quickly, but I didn't expect your progress to be so swift. We can't use these, and they were just going to waste, so they are yours now. As for the information on skeleton and soul-type beasts you requested, I couldn't find it. But the champion prize for the upcoming university competition is a choice of any beast cub below demigod level. Chapter 13, Demigod Beasts and Divine Beasts. This world indeed possesses divine beasts. Those beings shaped by the essence of heaven and earth reach demigod status upon maturity. However, it is regrettable that despite the profession of beast tamers having existed for over 1,000 years, no one has ever been known to contract a divine beast. Besides those inherently sacred beings, there exists a category of ordinary beasts whose racial potential can ascend to the divine realm. These are referred to as demigods. Characterized by a total racial value of 600. Can all beasts below demigod level be selected? Qian'er asked, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Yes. This is an investment from the authorities in promising talents. The old principal nodded affirmatively. Do you have any recommendations? Qian'er rubbed his hands together, his smile nearly overflowing. Upon hearing this, the old principal rolled his eyes, thinking, what is this? He hasn't even competed yet, and is already claiming first place. Nevertheless, he quickly became enthusiastic and pulled out a beast compendium. After all, he could hardly imagine what sort of creature could defeat Qian'er in such a short time. Look, regarding the skeleton and soul-type beasts you requested, there are currently 134 known species combined. The standout among them is undoubtedly the Frostbone dragon of the skeleton type, but that is a demigod, certainly outside your options. This leaves us with more choices. And considering your criteria, these two types of beasts seem most suitable. As he spoke, the old principal flipped through the compendium to show Qian'er images of the two beasts. The first creature is a hybrid of the skeleton and steel attributes, known as the U-Beast WNGHIL-NGJN, with a total base stat of 510 points, particularly excelling in physical defense, boasting an impressive 200 points, making it the second highest in physical defense among all discovered U-Beasts. The other is the U-Beast Yu-Gu of the soul attribute, with a total base stat of 500 points, characterized as a typical assassin with high attack speed and low health. Further enhanced by a talent that increases its power under moonlight, with the strength amplification growing as the moon waxes. Principal, how shall we proceed with this Pokédex? As Qian'er curiously examined the principal's Pokédex, he glanced at other skeleton and soul attribute U-Beasts and could not help but acknowledge that these two were indeed the most fitting for his current situation. Having decided on his choice of U-Beast, Qian'er began to focus on other matters, and the Pokédex presented by the principal captured his interest. After all, he did not possess one. How did that rascal WNGD teach you? This U-Beast Pokédex is a symbol of your identity, bestowed upon you when you officially become a U-Beast Master. Presenting it in various places proves more useful than any other credentials. The principal frowned and muttered a few words of reproach, wondering how WNGD could misguide his two prized students and remain oblivious to such fundamental knowledge. Hearing this, Qian'er recalled that he was indeed lacking in this regard. He currently possessed the strength of an elite U-Beast Master, but lacked the corresponding identity. Being classified as a wild practitioner, he must first register with the U-Beast Bureau to obtain formal certification and thus enjoy the privileges befitting an elite U-Beast Master. Should I go register at the U-Beast Bureau in the next few days? Qian'er delightedly toyed with the Pokédex, discovering it even had positioning and communication functions, allowing him to alert nearby U-Beast Masters in case of danger while out in the wild. Let us wait until the competition concludes. We'll pull off something grand. The principal chuckled, eagerly imagining the expressions of his old friends when they encountered surprises 3 days hence. With the principal's assurance, Qian'er had no objections. Very well. I shall wait 3 more days. After bidding farewell to the principal, Qian'er took a closer look at the items he had brought, starting with 3 skill learning machines. The Blood Flesh Clone is a transformation skill of the flesh attribute, easily understood as a state skill. Its effect is to separate half of the flesh from the abominable giant to create a clone possessing half of the abominable giant's attributes. It is said that with proficient usage, one can generate dozens of clones capable of combat. The Earthquake skill is a physical skill of the ground attribute, causing the earth to tremble with terrifying force, inflicting indiscriminate damage on all creatures in the vicinity. Lastly, the Titan Hammer is a physical skill of the fighting attribute, which expands the muscles in the arm to inflict significant damage upon a single enemy. These 3 skills perfectly compensate for the current lack of offensive options of the abominable giant, suggesting the principal was quite thoughtful in his selection. Come, let us embark on the path of strength. Since the principal had forgotten to take his spatial backpack when leaving, Qian'er naturally claimed it for himself. Roar. In the U-Beast space, upon hearing Qian'er's words, the abominable giant emitted an excited low growl. Due to the large size of U-Beasts, they cannot be released in bustling urban areas. However, U-Beasts cannot remain confined indefinitely, prompting the establishment of U-Beast training grounds in every city. These official facilities are free but built to the lowest standards. To access higher quality training grounds, one must pay for professional training houses. Upon arriving at the training ground, Qian'er noted that it was already bustling with activity. Seasoned beast masters strolled leisurely with their lifelong companions under the setting sun, while newly initiated beast masters and their young beasts exerted themselves in vigorous training. This scene, teeming with life, captivated Qian'er, who had yet to fully transition from his post-apocalyptic mindset, lingering for a while before he was prompted by the abominable giant to find an open space to release it. Roar! The towering figure of the abominable giant drew immediate attention from everyone nearby. What a magnificent specimen of an abominable giant. How did this lad manage to raise such a behemoth? The times have changed. Now, acquiring even a bit of rotten flesh requires spending money. If those former flesh attribute beast masters heard this, they would be incredulous, as they used to walk their abominable giants around the battlefield and feast afterward. Such opportunities are no longer available. Those remarks drew laughter from several elderly beast masters, who pointed at the abominable giant and teased Qian'er, to which he responded with a friendly smile before turning his gaze back to the abominable giant. Now, let us begin with the blood flesh clone skill. It is of the same attribute, so it should be easier to learn. With that, Qian'er produced the skill learning machine for blood flesh clone. There is a certain probability of failure when learning skills using a skill learning machine, with each machine allowing for 10 attempts. If unsuccessful after 10 tries, one can only resign themselves to misfortune. Chapter 14, An Unusual Aptitude, Returning to the Post-Apocalyptic World. Following the process from his memory, Qian'er activated the skill learning machine, and an incomprehensible stream of information surged into the abominable giant's mind. Instantly, the abominable giant's expression froze, standing in a daze. Qian'er understood that the memory transmission had commenced, though it remained uncertain how much the abominable giant could comprehend. Generally, the more intelligent a beast is, the faster they learn. Some psychic attribute beasts are not less clever than humans, and certain specific species may even surpass humans in intelligence, making skill comprehension nearly effortless, often requiring just one attempt. In contrast, the abominable giant, being somewhat less intelligent, typically averages around 8 attempts to grasp a skill. Soon, the dazed look in the abominable giant's eyes was replaced with excitement as it eagerly gazed at Qian'er, emitting a series of low growls. Roar, trainer! I suddenly learned a skill. As it spoke, a piece of flesh dropped from the abominable giant, writhing until a new abominable giant was formed beside it. This new abominable giant possessed identical base stats to the original, but with only half the attributes. It succeeded on the first try? What extraordinary luck! Qian'er gazed at the abominable giant in disbelief. The skill learning machine for blood flesh clone now had 9 uses remaining, practically as good as new, and could fetch a decent price if resold. Here, let us try this one next. With that, Qian'er handed the Titan Hammer skill learning machine to the abominable giant. The Titan Hammer of the fighting attribute is essentially a technique for concentrating muscle power at a single point, making it significantly easier to learn compared to the earthquake skill, which requires control over ground vibrations. Taking the Titan Hammer skill learning machine, the abominable giant began the process of comprehension once more. Soon, the abominable giant opened its eyes again, sharing its joyous emotions with Qian'er. However, observing the jubilant abominable giant, Qian'er's expression turned peculiar. Could the brainstones also enhance comprehension? Achieving skill acquisition on the first attempt might be attributed to luck, but twice in a row seemed implausible. The abominable giant was notoriously challenged in grasping skills, and a quick search on the forum would reveal countless complaints from beast masters about their struggles with the abominable giant. The heightened aptitude of his abominable giant surely had its reasons, likely due to the zombie brain stone it possessed. This realization led Qian'er to contemplate the substantial implications of those zombie brain stones. As he pondered, he felt a gentle nudge, and upon raising his head, he discovered that the Zengwu Jiren was eagerly pointing at the remaining earthquake skill learning machine in his pocket. Here, take it, it is all yours. The pitiful appearance of this colossal creature amused Qian'er, who promptly produced the earthquake skill learning machine and handed it over to the Zengwu Jiren. Having used it twice before, the Zengwu Jiren swiftly commenced its learning, effortlessly mastering the skill in a single attempt, further solidifying Qian'er's belief in his thoughts. Indeed, those brain stones were remarkable. At that moment, Qian'er realized that brain stones were the greatest treasure in this apocalyptic world, lamenting that he had previously discarded them without a second thought. Let us familiarize ourselves with the skill here, he called out loudly to the Zengwu Jiren. In response, the Zengwu Jiren let out a low growl, and in the next instant, its massive fist began to swell, expanding to at least 5 times its size before crashing down onto the ground. Titanic Hammer. It seemed that Qian'er's Zengwu Jiren had a particular fondness for using its fists to attack. The immense fist struck the ground with a thunderous sound, causing Qian'er to leap in surprise, feeling that the impact was nearly as powerful as an earthquake. The surrounding crowd turned to observe, their expressions laden with hostility. Young man. Elite beast masters shouldn't train here. Your presence hinders others from training. An elderly man, who had just been discussing Qian'er with others, approached and pointed at the frightened, immobilized weak beasts nearby. Oh, my apologies, I shall leave at once. Aware that he was the cause of the commotion, Qian'er quickly restrained the Zengwu Jiren, returning it to the beast space before hastily departing. Whose child is that? He looks so young, yet is already an elite beast master? Observing Qian'er's hurried departure, a group of bored old men gathered once more to gossip. Perhaps he simply has a youthful visage. There are no elite beast masters this young in existence. Indeed, if that were true, it would be utterly absurd. Meanwhile, Qian'er remained oblivious to the discussions behind him. After swiftly leaving the square, he promptly summoned a rideshare to return home. Professional training facilities required funds, and he had none at present. Although he possessed 3 nearly new skill learning machines that could be sold, it would take time to find buyers. Thus, it would be more beneficial to engage in practical training in the apocalyptic world, where he could also level up. His Zengwu Jiren was on the verge of evolving into a blood-flesh demon once again. Upon arriving home, he secured the door and took a deep breath, once more reaching out to the dual passage within his mind. In an instant, a pungent stench of decay flooded his nostrils, nearly causing him to stagger. Alas, it is easier to transition from frugality to extravagance than from extravagance to frugality. I can hardly bear this foul odor after just 2 days of comfort. After a considerable time, he regained his composure and released the Zengwu Jiren. Roar. Upon returning to the apocalyptic world, the Zengwu Jiren frolicked as if returning home. All right, enough frolicking. Let us go find some zombies to practice against. Skillfully climbing onto the shoulder of the Zengwu Jiren, Qian'er directed it toward another district where the population was sparse, thus increasing the likelihood of encountering zombies. Unbeknownst to him, a pair of astonished eyes stared up at him from a nearby sewer. Is that Qian'er? Wasn't he dead? What is that creature? A middle-aged man, covered in mud, gazed in disbelief at the receding figures of Qian'er and the Zengwu Jiren, struggling to comprehend what he was witnessing. Soon, a glimmer of excitement crossed his face. This intel could fetch at least 30 bug cakes from the boss, he exclaimed before hastily departing the sewer, sprinting in the opposite direction of Qian'er. Not everyone possessed the capability to navigate the apocalypse as a lone wolf. In such times, seeking companionship was the norm. Chapter 15. A Bountiful Harvest. Boom. The violent sound accompanied by tremors shattered the square before him, dust swirling as countless zombies were obliterated. Wow, drawing so many zombies together is no small feat. Qian'er perched atop the Zengwu Jiren's shoulder, observing as the creature extracted its swollen arm from the earth, taking a few deep breaths. He had truly accomplished a grand feat. Upon realizing that the Zengwu Jiren's attacks exceeded expectations, causing ordinary zombies to fall at mere contact, a bold idea surged within him. He envisioned gathering a vast horde of zombies, and then unleashing the earthquake skill to eliminate them all at once. Qian'er noted that the Zengwu Jiren's comprehension seemed almost frightening. After just a few uses of the newly acquired skill, it was already being utilized proficiently. Initially, the Zengwu Jiren could only affect a radius of 1 kilometer with its earthquake attack, but now it could tremor across an expanse of 10 miles, resembling a minor natural disaster. Such mastery of the earthquake skill was the proverbial last straw that broke the camel's back, compelling Qian'er to attract the surrounding zombies. After returning the Zengwu Jiren to the beast space for protection, Qian'er began wandering the city, tapping and banging to capture the attention of the zombies. Eventually, he lost count of how many he had attracted. They surged forth like a tide, seemingly endless. Truth be told, prior to witnessing the final outcome, Qian'er felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, the sheer number of zombies could easily devastate any human stronghold within the city. However, his trepidation vanished upon witnessing the scene created by the Zengwu Jiren's full-force earthquake. It was ludicrous, seeing the zombies crumble like chaff under a scythe. How could fear arise in him? The zombies drawn to Qian'er were shattered by the Zengwu Jiren's expansive skill. The disparity between these ordinary zombies and the Zengwu Jiren was akin to that between humans and insects. In a hidden corner, a thick, imperceptible golden pillar of light descended from the heavens, splitting into 2, one large portion merging into the Zengwu Jiren's body, while the smaller portion entered Qian'er's. After absorbing the light, Qian'er scratched his head, feeling an inexplicable comfort wash over him, but he soon dismissed it, eagerly surveying the food below. The bones are all piled up. When my little brother arrives, he can directly absorb the territory you've conquered. He settled cross-legged where the Zengwu Jiren's head would be, watching the creature methodically consume and assimilate the zombie bodies. He had already decided that for the championship reward, he would choose a skeleton-themed leader. Not only did his current team require a defensive unit, but with so many bones available, It would be a waste not to utilize them. This grand feast continued well into the night before concluding, the square now a graveyard of zombie flesh and blood consumed. At this point, the Zhengwu Jiren had swollen to a truly terrifying size. Qian'er measured it and found it had surged to an astonishing 849 meters, surpassing the Zhengwu Jiren's previous limits. Yet, this was not the pinnacle of the Zhengwu Jiren's potential. However, in terms of level progression, the gains had diminished significantly, as after devouring so many zombies, the Zhengwu Jiren had only advanced 2 levels, now standing at level 34. Nevertheless, Qian'er discovered some intriguing aspects. He had just conducted an experiment, instructing the Zhengwu Jiren to refrain from absorbing brain stones, focusing solely on the flesh and blood. The densely packed brain stones lay scattered across the ground, reflecting a myriad of colors. However, after consuming the brain stones, Qian'er discovered that the understanding of the abominable giant continued to ascend, elevating its skills to a terrifying level. For instance, with the Titan's hammer skill, the abominable giant could now engage every muscle in its body to unleash a single punch powerful enough to obliterate an entire building. The extent of this strength was unknown to him, as he had never encountered a beast master of elite rank or above. Nevertheless, one thing was certain: even the old principal's Wind Griffin would be no match for the abominable giant's single hand. Eventually, unable to withstand the gaze of the abominable giant, Qian'er surrendered the brain stones to it, thereby raising the abominable giant's level to 34. Are you saying that consuming the flesh and blood of these zombies no longer serves much purpose for you? At this moment, the abominable giant pointed at itself, and then at the pile of stark white bones beneath it, its massive mouth emitting low growls. As a beastmaster, Qian'er instantly understood the abominable giant's meaning. Roar. The abominable giant nodded repeatedly, and Qian'er acknowledged with a nod of understanding. Ah, that makes sense. As your level increases, the density of your muscles continues to rise. Now, the quantity of low-quality flesh and blood required to transform into something befitting your level is simply too great. Upon hearing Qian'er's words, the abominable giant appeared somewhat anxious. Roar. What should I do, Beastmaster? Does this mean the zombies here will gradually become useless to me? After experiencing such a rapid ascent, the abominable giant found it unbearable to return to the previous methodical pace of leveling up. Do not worry, it is merely that low-level zombies have become ineffective. Zombies can evolve, Qian'er chuckled. However, the conditions for zombie evolution were exceedingly stringent. They required the consumption of a significant number of humans before they could undergo this transformation. While this condition sounded simple, executing it proved to be exceedingly harsh. Following the apocalypse, the vast majority of humanity had transformed into zombies, leaving the remaining humans alarmingly few. Additionally, after the death of a human, it was often a horde of zombies that would rush in to feast, further diminishing the energy available. Yet, evolved zombies were remarkably different from their original forms. Not only were they stronger, faster, and more defensively robust, but they also possessed various specialized enhancements. Some evolved zombies even developed intelligence, enabling them to command other zombies. This phenomenon represented a true catastrophe for humanity, prompting Qian'er to avoid the territories of such creatures while scavenging for food. However, given the current situation, it seemed time to seek out an evolved specimen. Follow me, he instructed without delay, leading the abominable giant toward the nearest location known for the presence of evolved zombies. Chapter 16, Fierce Battle Against the Evolved Zombie King. TSK. It has been 5 years since I last visited this place. I nearly forgot the way, Qian'er mused while seated upon the shoulder of the abominable giant, observing the surroundings that felt familiar yet elusive. This area was once a bustling commercial district where he frequently scavenged, finding not only food, but also clothing and tools. However, since news of the evolved zombie king had circulated, he had not returned. Walking these streets again evoked a sense of nostalgia, as if he were traversing a world long forgotten. 5 years had indeed transformed this place. The once paved roads were now shattered by encroaching vegetation, and human presence was nowhere to be seen. Occasionally, a few zombies would wander by, attracted by Qian'er's human scent and rushing to provide the abominable giant with a snack. Roar? After devouring a couple of these morsels, the abominable giant turned its head, puzzled, and inquired why Qian'er was not attracting more zombies as before. This time is different. I have never encountered an evolved zombie king and do not know its true strength. If I were to approach carelessly, it could result in my demise before I even realized it, Qian'er replied, exasperated, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. It truly is troublesome. The skill of perception can only be learned through a skill learning machine. After aimlessly wandering for quite some time without discovering any trace of the zombie king, Qian'er scratched his head in frustration. He pulled out the comprehensive guide to flesh-based beast mastery and flipped to the page on the abominable giant, hoping to find the key to breaking the deadlock. To his surprise, he indeed found it, the skill of perception. Unfortunately, this skill could not be learned simply by leveling up the abominable giant. It was a creation of a beast master known as the Flesh Demon during wartime. The skill allowed the abominable giant, due to its innate sensitivity to flesh, to sense its surroundings, enhancing its hit rate while also revealing things often overlooked. By the way, can you try to detect any anomalies around us? Qian'er proposed, closing the book. Just as he prepared to suggest turning back, a flash of inspiration struck him, recalling the abominable giant's extraordinary cognitive abilities. If the Flesh Demon could create this skill from nothing, there was no reason the abominable giant could not grasp the underlying principles. Qian'er's question left the abominable giant momentarily perplexed. It scratched its head, unsure why Qian'er had posed such a question. Focus on noticing things that are usually imperceptible, Qian'er instructed, attempting to convey the concept while both he and the abominable giant were somewhat inexperienced in such matters. Upon hearing this, the abominable giant pondered for a moment, slowly closing its eyes and furrowing its brow. After a considerable pause, it suddenly opened its eyes wide with surprise. Roar! I can truly perceive it. At that moment, Qian'er noticed that the skill of perception had quietly manifested in the abominable giant's attribute panel. Where do you think the most delectable zombie is located? Without time to revel in excitement, Qian'er urgently inquired, feeling an inexplicable discomfort wash over him. Roar! Behind us. The abominable giant's low growl resonated with a powerful whoosh as it abruptly twisted its body, its fists swelling like a battering ram as it struck backward with tremendous force. Qian'er's pupils constricted, and all he heard was a resounding crash followed by a chorus of pained whimpers. Turning around, he finally grasped the situation. Before him stood a terrifying beast towering nearly a story high, its body grotesquely decomposed, fur mostly fallen away, making it impossible to discern whether it belonged to the feline or canine family. Amidst its decaying flesh, fleeting glimpses of anguished human faces could be discerned, evoking a profound sense of unease. This creature was akin to the abominable giant, capable of enhancing itself by digesting or assimilating the flesh of other beings. In that moment, Qian'er confirmed that this monstrosity was indeed the evolved zombie king of the area, but to his astonishment, it was not humanoid. It resembled an animal. Compared to humanoid zombies, this creature retained a feral cunning, blending the traits of a predator with stealth and savagery. It had nearly crept up behind Qian'er, unnoticed by both him and the abominable giant. If not for the abominable giant's newfound skill of perception, they would have been caught off guard. The mere thought sent a chill down Qian'er's spine. The abominable giant, enraged and realizing the danger they had just escaped, strode purposefully toward the groaning zombie beast, raising its right foot high to deliver a crushing stomp upon its head. Boom! A dreadful thud resonated, centered around the foot of the juggernaut, causing the ground to crack and shatter. In that single moment, it employed the technique of the Titan's hammer, crushing the creature's skull with a singular blow. The zombie behemoth struggled twice, its massive form tearing through the reinforced concrete structures beneath its claws as though they were mere foam. But this could not reverse its fatal fate. Soon, its thrashing ceased, and it lay powerless on the ground. The evolved Corpse King, who had navigated the apocalypse for 5 long years, appeared as fragile as an egg colliding with a rock in its confrontation with the juggernaut. At this moment, the juggernaut did not immediately begin to devour the flesh and blood of the zombie behemoth. Instead, it plunged its hand into the blood-soaked brain matter, rummaging through it. After a short while, it extracted a brilliant crystal core the size of a human head with 2 fingers. Was this the brain stone of the evolved Corpse King? Let us see how it compares to an ordinary zombie, exclaimed Qian'er, excitedly patting the juggernaut's shoulder. Roar? Give me. The juggernaut, astonished, pointed at itself, its eyes filled with disbelief. It could sense the immense energy contained within this object, an unprecedented allure drawing it in. Yet, it restrained itself, wanting Qian'er to absorb it instead, for the recent encounter had been perilous, and it might not be so fortunate next time. Thus, it resolved to give the brain stone to Qian'er to enhance his strength. To its surprise, Qian'er declined and pushed it back. Of course it's for you. Hurry and consume it. The juggernaut's expression was unmistakable, and Qian'er immediately understood its meaning, feeling warmth in his heart, but still chuckled. This is almost as big as my head. Do you think I can eat it? The juggernaut scratched its face, comparing Qian'er's head to the brain stone before nodding. Then, succumbing to the temptation of its body, it tossed the brain stone into its gaping maw. Chapter 17. Another evolutionary path for zombies. As the crystal core entered, it was immediately enveloped by the juggernaut's internal blood energy, continuously digesting the energy within the core. An indescribable surge of energy filled the juggernaut's body, bringing an excited smile to its face. In the next moment, it opened its mouth wide and, taking advantage of the lingering energy, swallowed the entirety of the zombie beast's massive corpse whole. After a considerable time, it opened its mouth again, expelling the completely digested bones. How about that? Did it enhance you significantly? Seeing no noticeable increase in the Juggernaut's attribute panel, Qian'er understood that it had yet to fully digest the zombie beast's body, prompting him to inquire. Roar, very much. Just from the quality of the flesh, that guy's meat is even superior to mine, yet it is surprisingly weak. The Juggernaut growled in confusion, unable to comprehend the situation. While it was bewildered, Qian'er realized that the Juggernaut belonged to an ancient beast-controlling lineage, with its powerful traits passed down through bloodlines, further enhanced by countless adept beast masters who had developed new skills over the years. The thousands of years of evolution could not possibly be rivaled by a mere zombie beast that had only emerged within the last 5 years. Indeed, the zombie beast could enhance its base attributes through its unique advantages to reach the same level as the Juggernaut, but the disparity in other aspects was far too vast. Can you still endure? Qian'er asked, frowning as he patted the Juggernaut's belly. Just like during the time of the putrid mud monster, the more the Juggernaut accumulated, the greater its enhancement when evolving into a flesh demon. Mimicking Qian'er, the Juggernaut sat cross-legged on the ground, casually tossing 2 small snacks into its mouth. As it savored the taste of the decayed flesh, it wrinkled its brow but soon reassured itself that it was better than nothing. Roar, I can still hold on. After a moment of contemplation, it nodded vigorously. Excellent. Just like during the putrid mud monster phase, we will evolve when we can no longer endure, Qian'er said with satisfaction, as he observed the Juggernaut's attribute panel. At this point, the Juggernaut had begun to assimilate the flesh and brain stone of the zombie beast, rapidly increasing in level and size. In the time they chatted, its level had soared to 35. Normally, a Juggernaut would evolve into a flesh demon at level 36, meaning it was now just a step away from evolution. However, it was imperative to hold back for the moment, despite having surpassed the historical limits of the Juggernaut race. Qian'er felt that this should not be the Juggernaut's ceiling. Come, let us seek out the evolved Corpse King together. After waiting a while, once the Juggernaut stood and declared it had fully digested the zombie beast, Qian'er finally spoke. However, the Juggernaut had not leveled up again. It remained at level 35, which was somewhat disappointing. Nonetheless, it was not a significant issue, as Qian'er was well aware of the forbidden zones within the city, where they could easily pick off the evolved Corpse Kings and inevitably level up. That should be the evolved Corpse King, the Juggernaut indicated, sensing the richer aroma emanating from it, as it casually tossed a small snack into its mouth, crunching it. The Juggernaut pointed toward a massive horde of zombies occupying an entire street, which seemed endless. So many? Qian'er felt a shiver run down his spine as he gazed at the vast sea of zombies. Can you sense the exact location of that evolved Corpse King? He couldn't help but ask, for this horde appeared even larger than the tidal wave of corpses he had summoned in the square. If even a few were to inadvertently leap onto the Juggernaut, the consequences could be dire. Upon hearing this, the Juggernaut closed its eyes momentarily after a brief pause. Its eyes snapped open, filled with excitement. Roar. In the next instant, the Juggernaut propelled itself forward with a powerful leap, its colossal frame crashing into the horde of zombies like a tiger descending from a mountain, generating a chilling wind that caught Qian'er off guard. When he opened his eyes again, he found a muscular zombie over 2 meters tall, its physique flowing like that of a cheetah, poised to toss a brain stone into its mouth. However, that action was swiftly interrupted as the Juggernaut raised its enormous hand and brought it down with force, smashing the zombie into the ground. The impact left the evolved Corpse King dazed, while the ordinary zombies surrounding it rushed forward in a frenzy, only to be swiftly snatched up by the Juggernaut's massive tongue and devoured. After sampling a tasty appetizer, the Juggernaut grasped the evolved Corpse King's head between its thick fingers and tossed it into its mouth, savoring the exquisite taste of high-quality flesh with sheer delight. Wait. First control 2 ordinary zombies for me. Qian'er quickly interrupted as the Juggernaut prepared to indulge in dessert after finishing its main course. Although the Juggernaut did not understand Qian'er's peculiar request, it complied, reaching out to grab 2 zombies. These fearless zombies climbed up the Juggernaut's legs like ants, gnashing their teeth to bite at its flesh, attempting to consume the Juggernaut. Yet, how could its terrifyingly refined muscles be penetrated by their teeth? Their bites were no more significant than a mosquito's sting against the Juggernaut's formidable body, gliding down the arm of the abominable giant and into its palm. Qian'er skillfully wielded his knife to slay one of the zombies, extracting a cerebral stone from its head and tossing it into the mouth of another. The vivid image of the evolved Corpse King devouring the cerebral stone lingered in his mind, igniting a thought within Qian'er. Could it be that zombies, too, could absorb cerebral stones to achieve evolution? However, ordinary zombies do not attack their kin, which is why this phenomenon had remained undiscovered until now. After evolving into a Corpse King, They might possess a certain level of intelligence, enabling them to overcome their instinctual aversion to harming their own kind. If this hypothesis proved true, it would be a remarkable discovery, allowing them to cultivate evolved corpse kings. As Qian'er watched with eager anticipation, the swallowed cerebral stone began to digest, and the aura emanating from the zombie visibly intensified, though it had not yet reached the level of evolution, likely due to insufficient nourishment. To his delight, this notion was indeed valid. Qian'er excitedly patted the arm of the abominable giant, astonished to have stumbled upon this condition for evolution. Was fortune finally favoring him? Chapter 18. The Abominable Giant Beyond Limits. Quickly, catch more ordinary zombies to feed it. This way, you will have a continuous supply of evolved zombies. Qian'er urged the abominable giant with enthusiasm. The giant, too, noticed the change in the zombie and grew excited, immediately creating a blood and flesh doppelganger to capture more zombies. Even though the doppelganger possessed only half the attributes of the original, it was a futile endeavor for ordinary zombies to breach its defenses. Before long, the blood doppelganger returned with a heap of mangled zombies. Since only the cerebral stones were needed, Qian'er did not insist on capturing them alive. He extracted the stones one by one and fed them all to the zombie held by the abominable giant. The remnants of flesh and blood were unceremoniously tossed into the giant's mouth, prioritizing efficiency. Upon reaching the 100th cerebral stone, the aura of the zombie in the giant's grasp experienced a dramatic transformation. Although the attributes panel of the zombie remained unseen, both Qian'er and the abominable giant understood that it had undergone evolution. With eyes gleaming, the giant tossed the zombie into its mouth, eagerly chewing. Yet soon, a peculiar expression crossed its face, leaving its gaze ambiguous. Was it disappointment or surprise? What is that expression? Did it evolve or not? Qian'er inquired, frowning. But before he could finish, a radiant white light suddenly enveloped the abominable giant. This was the light of evolution. After digesting the previous evolved corpse king and the newly evolved zombie, the giant's level surged to 36, nearing the brink of evolution. At this moment, however, the abominable giant recalled Qian'er's earlier admonitions, and upon realizing it had not reached its limits, it promptly halted the evolution. The white light shattered, and the giant's form reappeared unchanged, which relieved Qian'er. Roar! The abominable giant immediately reported back to Qian'er about the interrupted evolution. After hearing what the giant had to say, Qian'er was momentarily taken aback. Wait, are you saying that the recently evolved zombie was only useful for its crystal core, while its flesh was no different from that of an ordinary zombie? The giant nodded fervently, explaining that without that crystal core, it would not have evolved so swiftly. Qian'er pondered this, deducing that the zombie's evolution had solely consumed the crystal core and not its flesh. This posed a dilemma, as he had previously tried forcing zombies to consume the crystal cores of their kin, but they could never bring themselves to eat the flesh of their own kind. What a predicament. It seems this method must be temporarily shelved until you evolve into the blood and flesh demon for leveling up. With a resigned gesture, Qian'er led the abominable giant onward toward the next forbidden zone. Initially, he had hoped that if this strategy were successful, he would not have to exhaust himself searching for evolved corpse kings, but it seemed fate had other plans. At this moment, Qian'er remained oblivious to the vast differences between his abominable giant and its counterparts. Normal abominable giants develop a form of blood energy through incessantly devouring flesh, which they can use to attack, imbued with a demonic quality that drives them into a frenzy. This is why their evolved form is referred to as the blood and flesh demon. However, Qian'er's abominable giant exhibited no signs of madness whatsoever. It was understandable that he did not recognize this, as knowledge of evolved beasts is not covered in high school. Only in university would one gain access to such information. No high school student had ever evolved a beast shortly after acquiring it, not even among the insects known for their brief growth cycles. 3 days later, a bucket of cold water cascaded from head to toe, washing away foam and blood, leaving Qian'er feeling rejuvenated. Roar! The abominable giant, towering 2 stories high and seated nearby, could not contain its impatience upon seeing Qian'er's refreshed expression, emitting a series of low growls to prompt him to attend to its needs. I know. Don't rush me, Qian'er chuckled, wrapping a towel around himself and grabbing a hose purchased from the Beastmaster world to wash away the blood from the giantess form. Then, he climbed a ladder, wielding a brush taller than himself to scrub the stubborn grime from the giantess body. This was still a post-apocalyptic world. In Qian'er's lair, and all the water had been drawn from a well. He hadn't returned to clean because the abominable giant's size had grown dramatically, surpassing the world record for its kind by an astonishing margin, having shifted from a large beast to a colossal one. Despite the mere addition of a word, the expenses for regular care and maintenance had surged exponentially. Due to financial constraints, Qian'er resorted to this plan. bringing materials to help the abominable giant recuperate in the post-apocalyptic realm. While washing, he measured the giant's height, which had reached a staggering 15 meters, whereas its previous limit had barely reached its waist. Cleaning this 15-meter behemoth was no easy task. After a single round, Qian'er felt utterly exhausted, gasping for breath and drenched in sweat. All right, feeling better now? If so, let us move on. After rinsing himself again, Qian'er packed away the tools and returned the abominable giant to the Beastmaster's space, utilizing the double portal to return to the Beastmaster world. As soon as he arrived, his phone buzzed to life, vibrating so intensely that it nearly leaped from his pocket. Pulling out the device, he discovered a flurry of messages from the old principal. Over 40 in total, startling Qian'er into thinking he had missed the competition. However, glancing at the time relieved him, as there was still more than an hour until the event began. At that moment, the old principal's call came through again, prompting Qian'er to answer. The moment the call connected, he distinctly heard a sigh of relief on the other end. I say, Principal, didn't the competition start at 10 in the morning? Why are you calling me at 5? Qian'er teased. I'm just anxious. This year holds the greatest promise for us, and at this time, my nerves are especially frayed. I can hardly sleep, came the anxious voice of the old principal over the line. He refrained from questioning why Qian'er's phone had shown as out of service. Aware that the Empire strictly forbade inquiries into other Beastmasters' fortunes, a lesson learned from past experiences. Once upon a time, a group of prodigies stumbled upon a great opportunity, which soon caught the attention of the powerful families of that era. These illustrious clans seized the talented individuals, subjecting them to brutal interrogations to extract the secrets of their fortunes. Under immense duress, the prodigies, akin to those with broken spines, submitted without hesitation to the contracts that bound them, subsequently enduring relentless humiliation. In time, these once oppressed geniuses bided their time, amassing strength until they could retaliate. When the moment arrived, they launched a fierce rebellion that decimated over 10 prominent families that had existed since before the founding of the nation, and countless lesser families were wiped out, resulting in a staggering death toll exceeding 700,000. The brutality of their vengeance compelled the Empire to intervene, erasing all traces of the prodigy's existence. Henceforth, the Empire enacted strict laws prohibiting inquiries into the fortunes of other beast tamers. Chapter 19. The competition rules shorter than a British recipe. Haha, relax, Principal. Where are you right now? Qian'er's words acted as a calming balm, bringing a sudden tranquility to the old principal. I am just about to arrive at your doorstep. Just wait for me, and I shall take you there. With that, the old principal hastily ended the call. Shortly thereafter, Qian'er heard a sharp whistle of wind outside. Upon stepping out, a torrent of wind rushed towards him as the colossal figure of the Windrider Griffin descended gracefully. Hurry up, the opening ceremony is about to commence. The principal called out from atop the griffin, waving eagerly. I know. This year's grand competition was being held in the neighboring city, and given the Windrider Griffin's speed, they would arrive in no time, which explained Qian'er's relaxed demeanor. After locking the door, he climbed onto the griffin's back. The principal opened his mouth to inquire but hesitated, studying Qian'er with a look of uncertainty. For some reason, he sensed a change in Qian'er's aura after 3 days apart, though he could not pinpoint the exact alteration. However, he quickly dismissed the thought, crouching down to gently pat the griffin's neck. To Lao Sun's place. Having been with the principal for countless years, the Windrider Griffin was well acquainted with the area. Upon hearing Lao Sun, it knew precisely where to go. With a powerful thrust of its sturdy legs, the griffin leapt into the air, its massive wings unfurling as it soared eastward, riding the tempestuous winds. Below, the scenery rushed by, resembling a blend of colors that had yet to be properly mixed. Strangely, despite the rapid flight, Qian'er felt no discomfort atop the griffin. It was as if he were firmly planted on the ground, entirely unaware of the wind's presence. This remarkable ability was ingrained in the griffin's bloodline. As one of the most suitable flying beasts for riding, it possessed an innate talent for harnessing the wind, allowing riders to experience a serene stability. Noticing Qian'er's puzzled expression, the principal's teacher-like instincts kicked in, prompting him to explain. You see, that's how it is. Upon hearing this, Qian'er nodded in understanding. We shall soon arrive. Time flew as they engaged in casual conversation, and before long, Qian'er noticed the appearance of human structures below, indicating their approach to the next human settlement. The principal confirmed this observation. The Windrider Griffin executed a graceful maneuver. Diving downward, Qian'er now spotted the towering buildings in the distance. In the blink of an eye, the griffin had already landed within the city. Be cautious. If you acquire a flying beast in the future, do not be like me. Illegally flying a beast into a city is a grave offense. I am only permitted this due to prior arrangements. The principal elucidated once more as the Windrider Griffin alighted outside a massive stadium. Here we are, dismount. After leaping from the griffin's back, the principal turned to Qian'er. Simply follow the griffin inside. It knows the way. I've already registered your name. And someone will notify you when it's your turn to compete. I shall reunite with a few old friends. With that, he hurriedly turned away, and in that fleeting moment, his expression transformed, revealing a smile that he could no longer contain. This year, he had struck gold with an elite beast tamer. He was eager to witness the reactions of his old companions upon learning of this news. He had resolved to remain close to them, keeping his phone poised to capture the moment. All right, I understand. The principal's sudden actions could not escape Qian'er's notice. His expression was somewhat peculiar, as he hadn't expected the principal, at his age, to be so animated. GUH. After the principal departed, the Windrider Griffin called out to Qian'er, signaling him to follow as it made its way to a less crowded area. The main entrance of the stadium was already teeming with spectators eager to witness the Baby Cup. Although the competition's intensity was not particularly high, its significance was paramount. Following the Windrider Griffin, Qian'er walked for a while, only to find himself led to a seldom-used passage where a sign indicated it was for competitors. Two men dressed in red and white sat on either side of the corridor, engaged in casual conversation. GUH. The Windrider Griffin approached them, calling out, "Oh, it's Uncle Windrider. It's been a year. Your strength has grown." A middle-aged man turned at the sound, his face lighting up upon recognizing the griffin, and he greeted it warmly, clearly familiar with the creature. "And you must be Qian'er," he continued, noticing Qian'er trailing behind the griffin. "Gu Uncle has mentioned you." As he spoke, the man produced a portable scanner resembling a temperature gauge and waved it in front of Qian'er. In the next moment, a mechanical door illuminated with a green light. "Excellent. This is your identification badge. Keep it safe and remember to present it to the judges before the competition." Before Qian'er could utter a word, the man had efficiently taken care of everything, handing him a badge akin to a work ID. Accepting the badge, Qian'er wished to inquire further, yet the middle-aged man waved him inside. "But I haven't asked about the rules yet." Reluctantly, Qian'er followed the Windrider Griffin into the stadium, perplexed by the lack of clarity regarding the competition's regulations. GUH. The griffin patted Qian'er's shoulder with its wing, as if to reassure him. Following the griffin's lead, Qian'er found the competitor's room designated for his school at position 300 and something. Upon entering, a gentle breeze carried a flyer-like piece of paper toward him. Taking the paper, Qian'er's expression turned quizzical. "A competition rule the size of a flyer?" he murmured, noticing that it contained only 3 rules. The first stipulation mandated the use of beasts distributed by the Empire, which had been marked upon issuance, so no substitutions were allowed. Shorter than a British recipe. The second rule forbade the killing of opponents' beasts, though inflicting injuries was permitted. The third rule required personal participation in the competition. Chapter 20. The Baby Cup begins, leaving Qian'er frustrated with the chicken pecks. Are the competition rules really this simplistic? After thoroughly reviewing the rules of the competition, Qian'er found himself overwhelmed with questions, utterly perplexed by the situation at hand. The Yufeng Shijua, having settled into a comfortable position, opened its mouth as if to explain, but quickly reconsidered, realizing that Qian'er would not comprehend its words, and thus fell silent once more. Suddenly, a series of knocks resonated from the door, pulling Qian'er from his thoughts. Who could it be? Without a second thought, the audacious Qian'er opened the door. Standing outside was a boy clad in a seemingly altered school uniform, his hair dyed in 3 distinct colors. He paused for a moment, sheepishly lowering his hand that was poised to knock again. "Hello, friend from Lianqing Yizhong. My name is Li Ziming, from Pingqing Sanzhou. The principals of our schools are acquaintances." He casually draped his arm over Qian'er's shoulder, grinning as he spoke. Years of conditioned reflexes prompted Qian'er to instinctively shift his stance, preparing for a potential confrontation. However, he soon realized that this was not the apocalypse, and his tense muscles relaxed, allowing a smile, ambiguous as it was, to grace his face. "Is that so? What brings you to me?" Lianqing Yizhong was Qian'er's school, while Pingqing Sanzhou was a local institution in the city. "Well, your principal was reminiscing with ours in our school's lounge, and out of concern for your understanding of the situation, he sent me to explain things to you. Plus, it's a chance for us young individuals to bond," Li Ziming explained, entering the room after greeting the Yufeng Shijua with a smile. "I see." Qian'er nodded slightly, his demeanor softening. "I am Qian'er, brotherly. Let us sit down and chat." Concealing a smile from Li Ziming's view, Qian'er gestured for him to sit, engaging in light banter about various topics. Though Li Ziming was quite familiar, he was still just a child, and before long, he was divulging details about his underwear. Meanwhile, the opening ceremony had concluded, and the competition had commenced. The first match featured 2 unfamiliar contestants, each commanding a beast of levels 8 and 9, which aligned perfectly with Qian'er's expectations of the Bao Bao Cup. The battle, however, was painfully lackluster, resembling a clash of novices. Do these two have a grudge? They're so ruthless, Li Ziming remarked, prompting Qian'er to pause, scratching his head in confusion, unsure of how to respond. Ah yes, quite intense. Surely there won't be any issues? He managed to chuckle, observing the two battling beasts below. He felt confident that he could easily handle both of them. There's no need to worry. Just look at that gentleman sitting at the VIP table. Li Ziming pointed to a refined, middle-aged man on the screen. I see. What is his story? Qian'er played the part of the curious listener. He is remarkable, one of the only 3 semi-kings of the sacred system in the world, specializing in healing. He can even resurrect any beast below the guardian level without conditions, so injuries are not a concern. However, to prevent us prodigies from creating real havoc, the rules stipulate that we cannot put our opponents in mortal peril, Li Ziming explained. The semi-king refers to beasts of levels 51 to 60, while guardians are those of levels 41 to 50. The existence of such levels is considered elite in any nation. Qian'er pondered the significance of witnessing a semi-king in action. As the match reached its conclusion, the outcome was unexpectedly in favor of the level 8 beast. Incredible. To see an underdog triumph during the novice phase, this 1's talent must be exceptional, perhaps with a high level or at least a strong mid-level enhancement, Li Ziming exclaimed. At lower levels, the disparity in combat power becomes more pronounced as lower-tier beasts have fewer techniques and shorter training times, making their levels particularly significant. Qian'er felt increasingly uneasy, listening to Li Ziming praise the novices, which made his head spin. Just as he contemplated whether to silence Li Ziming, his phone buzzed. It's my turn now, Brother Qian. Watch me shine, Li Ziming declared before hastily departing. Once he left, Qian'er sighed in relief, collapsing onto the sofa as if all energy had drained from him. The Yufeng Shijue could no longer contain itself, bursting into laughter. It had kept its eyes shut during their conversation, fearful of bursting into laughter, especially when witnessing Li Ziming's comments about Qian'er's anxious demeanor. Go eat your fruit, Qian'er grumbled, tossing an apple from the fruit platter to the Yufeng Shijue before emptying the platter into the beast space for the Zhengwu giant. Meanwhile, the prelude to Li Ziming's match began. Let us express our gratitude to the competitors for their thrilling battle. Next, we have Li Ziming from Pingqing Sanzhong facing Qiu Gaoi from Ingyang Erzhou. The host announced energetically as the contestant passage opened, and amidst the crowd's cheers, Li Ziming waved to the audience while striding forward, a stark contrast to his opponent, Qiu Gaoi, who appeared much more subdued in a standard uniform with a buzz cut. Silent and seemingly socially anxious. Contestants, please release your beasts, the referee commanded, his voice echoing throughout the stadium. Li Ziming was the first to summon his beast. A water system clear water crocodile, which lay on the ground, measuring approximately 2 meters in length and exuding an intimidating presence, boasting an impressive level of 11. Surpassing the novice phase and entering the excellent phase. Qian'er's interest peaked at the sight. An excellent phase beast? Based on previous Baobao Cups, this would likely be a contender for the championship. No wonder Li Ziming had withheld his beast's level from me. He intended to surprise me. Excellent phase beasts are rare in the Baobao Cup, not something that occurs annually. This boy could indeed be a prodigy. In stark contrast, Qiu Gaoi released a fire rat, a 30-centimeter-long rodent appearing as a mere toy next to the clear water crocodile, with a mere level of 6. Faced with such a disadvantage in level, attributes, and size, Qiu Gaoi's expression darkened. Give up, you are no match for me, Li Ziming proclaimed, arms outstretched, his tone somber. Strikingly, there was undeniable truth in his words, prompting Qiu Gaoi to ponder his situation. It was clear that he could not win. Perhaps surrendering would be wiser to preserve his strength. However, the thought of yielding felt humiliating. He shuddered at the image of his teacher's disappointed face. Returning in defeat would surely subject him to ridicule. Yet, as he contemplated, an unexpected commotion erupted from his fire rat, which was now in a panic. He looked up to find that the clear water crocodile had stealthily positioned itself at his fire rat's previous location, leaving the rodent frantic and scrambling. What a crafty move. You actually ambushed me. Qiu Gaoi felt a chill run down his spine, realizing the audacity of Li Ziming, who had drawn his attention away with words only to allow his beast to strike from the shadows. How could anyone be so underhanded? In the midst of a fierce battle, Qing Shui launched a swift attack, sending a torrent of water to propel its opponent away. Li Ziming, caught in the act, exchanged an awkward smile with Qiu Gaoi, who anticipated that shame would compel him to halt the assault. Yet, to their astonishment, Li Ziming spoke up. It dawned on Qiu Gaoi that he had been outsmarted once more. Qing Shui had seized the opportunity while his attention was diverted, striking with its powerful tail that was adorned with scales. A swirling torrent of water coiled around its tail, producing a resonant hum. In an instant, the elongated tail lashed out like a whip, sending the petite figure of Huashu soaring off the arena amidst Qiu Gao Yi's incredulous exclamations. How could he have launched 2 surprise attacks in succession? Qiu Gao Yi was left in utter disbelief, unable to fathom the audacity of such shamelessness. Oh, but what does it matter as long as victory is achieved? The means are of no consequence, Li Ziming replied with a grin. Reassured Qiu Gao Yi that Qing Shui had indeed held back, and that Huashu was merely unconscious, urging him not to worry. The referee, momentarily taken aback by Li Ziming's brazen demeanor, took a moment to gather himself before reluctantly declaring his victory. What kind of person engages in such tactics? 2 surprise attacks in a row. Is he even human? If this is humanity, I might as well devour it. The spectators, equally bewildered, shared their astonishment at Li Ziming's antics. In the audience, Li Ziming's parents, who had initially beamed with pride over their son's prowess in cultivating an exceptional beast, suddenly found themselves frozen in embarrassment, avoiding eye contact. However, not everyone was concerned with appearances. In the preparation room of Li Ziming's school, boisterous laughter echoed, rife with pride. Ah, Lao Gu, what do you think of my student? Does he not possess the charm I had in my youth? A gaunt old man cackled, his arm draped over Principal Gu's shoulder. Let me tell you, my student is extraordinary, blessed with a superior water affinity talent that accelerates the growth of water beasts. He has already reached excellence in such a short time. I assure you, he is a strong contender for the championship this year. Principal Gu raised his glass and took a hearty gulp, barely suppressing a smile. He had intended to boast about his own prodigy, Qian'er. But Li Ziming had stolen the spotlight. Not wanting to slight his old friend, Principal Gu discreetly took out his phone, eager to capture the moment when his friend would witness Qian'er's prowess. Brother Qian, what do you think? Are you awestruck by my strength? I assure you, my abilities are unparalleled in this baby cup. I will protect you, Li Ziming declared, swaggering into the room with Qing Shui in tow, his eyebrows dancing with mischief. Indeed, quite impressive, Qian'er chuckled, responding in a tone reminiscent of coaxing a child. I must say, your enthusiasm is somewhat lackluster. Li Ziming shot a playful jab at Qian'er's arm. It's almost my turn. I shall wait outside. Qian'er, suppressing a grin, felt a peculiar tension as he watched Li Ziming hastily exit the preparation room. Meanwhile, below in the arena, a match had concluded, and new contenders appeared on the screen. Next up were Qian'er from Liancheng No. 1 Middle School and Wu Yuan from Wucheng No. 16 Middle School. As the announcer's words faded, the passage for contestants opened, and Qian'er stepped forth. Observing the cheering crowd, he furrowed his brow, instinctively uncomfortable with the attention. Yet, he understood that to attain higher resources, he must establish his name, and such exposure was inevitable. You are no match for me. Concede now to spare your beast some harm, Wu Yuan remarked coldly, her gaze laced with disdain. In the world of beast tamers, intelligence is paramount, and the baby cup was no exception. Prior to the match, Wu Yuan had meticulously gathered intelligence on her opponents, noting that Qian'er had not engaged in battles with peers since acquiring his beast. Ah, such confidence, Qian'er replied with a smile, unable to contain his amusement. This elicited an immediate darkening of Wu Yuan's expression. Very well, it seems you are inviting trouble. Come forth, Ian Beast. With that, she summoned a formidable feline creature composed entirely of rock to her side. Ian Beast. Attribute, rock. Level, 10. Potential, green. Base HP, 30, 27. Base attack, 80, 24. Base defense, 90, 24. Base special attack, 55, 15. Base special defense, 45, 15. Base speed, 55, 17. Total base stats, 355. Qian'er surveyed the attributes of the Ian Beast before him, recognizing that the level disparity rendered it an open book. The creature's base stats were commendable, ranking among the elite in the initial tier of beasts, surpassing the former mud monster. However, his mud monster had long since evolved. Release your beast, otherwise, you may find yourself with no opportunity later, Wu Yuan declared with an air of arrogance, embodying the demeanor of a haughty rival. The confidence she derived from the Ian Beast at level 10 was justified. In previous baby cups, such a beast could have clinched victory. Though this year featured the likes of Li Ziming, she still aspired to secure a top 3 finish. Qian'er scratched his face, his toes instinctively digging into the ground. Please, Qian'er, release your beast, the referee urged calmly. In response, Qian'er smiled faintly as the portal to his beast's space materialized, astonishingly towering 3 to 4 stories high. The onlookers furrowed their brows, bemused by the spectacle, questioning what Qian'er was up to. What is he doing? Opening such a massive exit? Does he possess a beast of that size? One spectator wondered aloud. Surely you jest. Such a creature could not possibly appear in the baby cup, another scoffed, rolling their eyes. In the next instant, His expression abruptly froze, his eyes glazed over, and the cigarette that had been dangling from his lips fell onto his trousers, scorching a hole in the fabric. Yet, he seemed oblivious to the damage. His gaze fixed intently on the enormous entrance to the Beastmaster space. Am I dreaming? A chorus of astonished gasps erupted from the surrounding crowd, and their shock was entirely justified. The scene unfolding before them was utterly preposterous. A hand measuring 2 to 3 meters in length grasped the exit of the Beastmaster space, elongating it. In the next moment, a terrifying headless giant slowly emerged, its massive maw exuding a crimson tongue, gnashing its teeth with an aura of slaughter that had claimed thousands of zombies. The spectators instinctively recoiled, horrified by the abominable giant that loomed over half the arena. Silence enveloped the crowd. All were rendered speechless by the sight of this monstrous beast. Mouths agape, yet unable to produce any sound. Is that the abominable giant? After a long pause, someone finally mustered the courage to croak, their throat dry. The recognition of the abominable giant was dawning upon some. Though rare, such beasts were not as elusive as divine creatures, and those who paid attention could indeed find them. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. The real issue was that this was the baby cup. This meant that Qian'er, in just a few days, had evolved a corrupted slime into an abominable giant suitable for novice training. To evolve into an abominable giant, the corrupted slime must reach level 16, implying that this abominable giant possessed at least an exceptional advanced strength. What level of talent could this be? An unparalleled enhancement of the flesh and blood type? Am I mistaken? Is the abominable giant truly this formidable? At that moment, someone discerned the clues and pointed with trembling fingers at Qian'er's abominable giant, whispering, "That height must be over 10 meters, right?" Moreover, it was not merely a lanky figure, but possessed a robust and healthy physique, muscles rippling beneath the skin. Even the bulging abdomen vaguely revealing the movement of sinews. Could this boy have resorted to illegal means, merging beasts with human flesh? Could the meat from the slaughterhouse have nurtured the abominable giant to such a state? A look of incredulity spread across some faces. In the preparation room at Li Ziming School, the principal's laughter abruptly ceased, his eyes nearly bulging as he stared at the abominable giant. As elite beastmasters, they could perceive the general information of the abominable giant, yet the sight was beyond belief. Now it was Principal Gu's turn to laugh. "Haha, old buddy. What do you think of my student?" He beamed, looking at his stunned old friend. A loud slap echoed in response, followed by a cascade of clapping. The old friend was slapping his own face, chanting to himself, "How could I be dreaming this? An elite beast appeared in the baby cup? Why couldn't my dreams be more extravagant and conjure a divine beast?" Principal Gu could only shake his head in bemusement. "Wait, what dream are you talking about? This is real, can't you feel the pain?" He pointed at the swelling on his friend's face with a smirk. The old fellow was indeed harsh on himself, but he stubbornly refused to face reality. At Gu Principal's reminder, the old man's actions suddenly halted, and he shot Gu a furious glare. "What kind of luck did you stumble upon to find such a genius?" As an esteemed figure, witnessing his longtime rival express such sentiments made Principal Gu burst into laughter, slapping his thigh in glee, nearly to the point of bruising it, laughing until he doubled over. Below, on the arena, gazing up at the towering shadow before her, Wu Yuan raised her head in a daze, her mind blank, the image of the scene before her replaying in her thoughts. "Little Yuan, do you think you can win against this Qian'er?" the teacher had asked, chuckling as he patted her shoulder. "Don't worry, I will win," she had replied, carefree and dismissive of Qian'er at that time. Yet now, confronted with the giant beast, foul language nearly escaped her lips, but she forced it back down. What a joke. This could lead to death. The evil rock beast was stunned, its sensory abilities far surpassing those of humans. It immediately sensed the aura of bloodlust and resentment emanating from the abominable giant, as if thousands of vengeful spirits were wailing upon it. This malevolent beast was its opponent? The evil rock beast looked helplessly at Wu Yuan, its eyes filled with hope, wishing she would concede quickly. Battling such a merciless monster could truly result in death. Meanwhile, the abominable giant paid no heed to the petrified Wu Yuan, raising its right hand high, summoning a fierce wind as it aimed to strike down at the evil rock beast below. "No!" Wu Yuan's teacher gasped, slipping off his chair in shock, unable to bear to open his eyes, merely shouting in horror. Boom! As the words left his mouth, the tremendous roar shattered the glass in the preparation room. And in that moment, everyone experienced a ringing in their ears as the sound seemed to fade away. The giant hand crashed down onto the arena, obliterating it, the ground caving in, while the evil rock beast vanished from sight. Wu Yuan collapsed at the edge of the arena, the force of the hand's wind having sent her flying. Tears and snot streamed down her face, with a large dark stain appearing on her skirt. Chapter 23, The Prince's Intervention. The referee, now flustered, regained his composure, He had just been stunned by Qian'er's abominable giant. But he never anticipated such a colossal feat from him. With that strike, he felt that even his own beast in the arena would likely kneel. This was beyond the damage an elite beast could inflict. "You didn't just kill the evil rock beast, did you?" he asked Qian'er, somewhat nervously. For if the evil rock beast were to be killed in one blow, the consequences would be dire. A once-in-a-lifetime genius who had cultivated an initial beast to elite status in a matter of days, only to be disqualified during the baby cup due to a foul. What a catastrophe that would be. "Don't worry, it's fine." Noticing the referee's anxious gaze, Qian'er smiled gently, gesturing for the abominable giant to move its hand away. The giant's hand, which had plunged into the soil, trembled slightly, scattering debris, and at that moment, the crowd realized that during the strike, the abominable giant had elevated its palm, forming a void, thus not directly striking the evil rock beast. Nevertheless, the vibrations within the void caused the evil rock beast to bleed from its orifices, severely injuring it and rendering it unconscious. Fortunately, it was still alive. As long as it was alive, it could be saved. "Make way." In the next moment, a refined voice echoed from behind the referee, causing him to jump up and move aside as if shocked. Qian'er then noticed that the elegant man who had been observing from the podium had descended without anyone noticing. Smiling amicably at Qian'er, "The sacred prince," Qian'er murmured inwardly, his eyes blazing with anticipation as he watched the middle-aged man, realizing that this prince was about to intervene to heal the evil rock beast. This was Qian'er's first encounter with a prince-level beastmaster in action, and he intended to observe closely. In the next instant, a white void, standing as tall as a person, materialized behind the middle-aged man. This was his beastmaster space. A resplendent steed, radiating light, adorned with a halo and possessing wings, gracefully stepped forth from within. Sacred Pegasus. Attribute: Sacred, Flying. Level: Skills. Potential: Physical attack base stats, 68. Physical defense base stats, 65. Special defense base stats, 65. The attributes of the Sacred Pegasus are as follows: Attack base value, 125, Special defense base value, 115, Speed base value, 80, and a total base value of 518. Simultaneously, this divine steed appeared before Qian'er, yet he could perceive even less this time, unable to discern its level, only able to grasp superficial details, let alone its specific attributes. Upon its emergence, the Pegasus displayed a human-like expression of disdain directed towards the abomination giant. The sacred type counters the dark type, and should these two encounter each other in the wild, it would surely lead to a frenzied confrontation. It remains a mystery what the refined middle-aged man conveyed to the Pegasus, for it surprisingly refrained from attacking the abomination giant, much to Qian'er's relief. However, compared to this quasi-royal Pegasus, Qian'er found the performance of the abomination giant rather intriguing. According to the texts, a creature of the dark type with such a significant level disparity should have exhibited adverse reactions by now, yet this abomination giant showed no signs of distress. Leaving Qian'er puzzled, the attention of others had already shifted to the Pegasus, oblivious to the condition of the abomination giant. While the Pegasus turned its head away from the creature and gracefully approached the evil rock beast, gently tapping it with its hoof. A surge of holy light enveloped the evil rock beast, and its injuries visibly healed at an astonishing pace. Soon, the evil rock beast stirred, leaping from the ground in terror, only to hastily retreat into Wu Yuan's beast space, evidently left with a lasting shadow of fear towards the abomination giant. "All is well now," the refined middle-aged man remarked with a smile, turning to Qian'er, his eyes filled with admiration as he patted Qian'er on the shoulder. "Well done, young lad. I never expected this year's inter-school competition would unveil such a remarkable talent." Not sensing any malice from the middle-aged man, Qian'er was slightly taken aback. He had presumed that a beast master of the sacred type would naturally be at odds with him, yet he was met with this unexpected demeanor. "You flatter me," Qian'er replied with a polite smile, somewhat bewildered. "Judge, it is time to announce the results of the match." The refined middle-aged man gazed at Qian'er with satisfaction before cheerfully addressing the judge, seemingly maintaining this demeanor with everyone. "Ah yes. The victor of this match is Qian'er from Lianqing No. 1 High School." As the announcement concluded, a gentle applause echoed through the arena, with many still recovering from the earlier display. "Follow me." The refined middle-aged man gestured for Qian'er to join him as he left the stage. Observing the man's retreating figure, Qian'er remained uncertain of his intentions, yet it was clear that he had reached a pivotal moment. Demonstrating his prowess had garnered the interest of influential figures, and the next step would be negotiating his worth to secure resources. This was a gamble, with Qian'er wagering on the inclinations of the influential individuals he was about to encounter, whether they aimed to assimilate him into their ranks or seize his opportunities for themselves. At this juncture, Qian'er felt a surge of tension, prepared to flee through the dual gates at the first sign of danger. Contemplating a return after spending half a year in the apocalypse, though his demeanor remained composed as still water. It was a pity, however, to forsake the delightful delicacies of the Beast Master world. As he entered the contestants' passage, sunlight gradually faded, leaving only the steady echo of their footsteps in the expansive corridor. Neither spoke, and the atmosphere seemed to freeze in that moment. This peculiar ambience persisted until they reached the corridor's end, where a glimmer of light emerged, mirroring Qian'er's mood. You, young lad, possess remarkable composure. Your mental fortitude surpasses my own at your age. The refined middle-aged man paused, exhaling slowly with a hint of admiration. He looked up at Qian'er's tense expression and smiled gently. Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions towards you. With that, he opened the door and led Qian'er into an empty room. Shall we converse? He took a seat on the sofa, gesturing to the space beside him with a friendly smile. Let us converse, Qian'er replied without hesitation, affirming his willingness to engage. This decisive action elicited a smile from the refined middle-aged man. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yu Fei, affiliated with the military. At that moment, Qian'er comprehended the faction of the individual before him. You so boldly revealed your elite-level beast. I presume this was to attract my attention, or perhaps the interest of individuals of my ilk. Yu Fei's tone was filled with certainty. Indeed, Qian'er openly acknowledged without reservation. Splendid. Would you care to hear the military's offer? But wait, let us first consider our chief family's proposal. Yu Fei chuckled, yet before he could elaborate, the door swung open, and an elderly voice emerged from the threshold. This did not surprise Qian'er. After extensive study, he understood what an elite-level beast master of his age signified. As the voice faded, an elderly man clad in a white tank top and black shorts, hunched over like a typical elderly gentleman, entered the room. Despite his disheveled appearance, his chest was adorned with a haphazard array of ornate medals, several of which were askew, suggesting a recent hasty adornment meant for self-display. Qian'er lowered his gaze, deep in thought. Among the assortment of medals, one stood out, a crystal-clear insignia, the diamond medal, awarded to a guardian-level beastmaster. The next step leads to the quasi-divine level, regarded as one of the most formidable forces in smaller nations. I did not expect it to be you, Elder Qi. Upon seeing the elderly gentleman, Yu Fei remained seated on the sofa, greeting the elder with a cheerful demeanor. Haha, you young man are belittling this old man, aren't you? Indeed. An elite-level beastmaster of my age should not be receiving guests of my caliber, but alas, proximity has its advantages. Elder Qi ambled around Qian'er, inspecting him with an air of curiosity, as if evaluating a rare treasure. Young Qian'er, this esteemed elder is Qi Wenbai, a venerable figure from the Qi family, a clan of great significance. Following the founding of the nation, they emerged as one of the 8 prominent families, receiving full support from the emperor of that era. Swiftly relegating the previous noble families to obscurity, Yu Fei remarked with a certain bite. Hearing this, Qian'er's gaze flickered, clearly perceiving the tension in Yu Fei's voice. Uncertain if it stemmed from personal grievances or a long-standing animosity between the Qi family and the military. Despite being ridiculed, Qi Wenbai remained unfazed, focusing intently on Qian'er. Young Qian'er, consider this carefully. These noble families are not to be trifled with. They are akin to ravenous wolves, devouring without remorse. While Yu Fei continued his monologue, Qi Wenbai remained undeterred, raising a finger and decisively stating, quasi-divine. With those words, Yu Fei's voice fell silent, rising in disbelief to regard Qi Wenbai, a quasi-divine being, renowned for possessing the power to defy the gods upon reaching maturity, is a rare and formidable entity that rivals divine beasts. Even a quasi-royal beastmaster like himself must submit a request for approval years in advance to have a chance at acquiring one, with no guarantee of qualification. Yet now, Qian'er merely needed to join the Qi family, and not only could he wed a Qi family heiress, but he could also obtain a quasi-divine being without conditions. Such an opportunity made Yu Fei envious. Quasi-divine. The offer from Qi Jia is quite enticing. If you join Qi Jia and take a Qi Jia woman as your bride, they will provide you with a of at least purple quality. I recall that your affinity is with the dark element, and fortuitously, among there exists the Frostbone dragon, a skeletal type that you can wield. Qi Wenbai fixed his gaze upon Qian'er, awaiting his response. Wait, do not agree just yet. I must consult with my superiors first. It must be said that Qian'er was indeed tempted. After all, it was just as he was about to voice his agreement, Yu Fei quickly interjected to halt him. Let me remind you, the strongest dark-type beast tamers in any nation have their creatures firmly in military hands. While making a call, he elucidated this to Qian'er, casting a provocative glance at Qi Wenbai. Qian'er understood. To swiftly elevate a dark-type beast, one would require flesh, bones, or souls. all of which are abundantly available through the military. Soon, the call connected, and Yu Fei stepped briskly into a corner to speak. Before long, he straightened, a smile returning to his face. The military had offered a royal-level Frostbone dragon cub of golden quality, alongside an unconditional commitment to provide all resources necessary for elevating this Frostbone dragon too, in addition to military-grade benefits. This left Qian'er flabbergasted. He gazed at Yu Fei in disbelief, astonished that the military would stake such a substantial claim. It was acknowledged that he had spoken of a with at least purple quality, and if he could acquire one of golden quality, he would have asserted it outright, akin to Yu Fei's statement about the golden quality. Moreover, the military-grade benefits were reserved for beast tamers, just like Yu Fei himself. Qian'er's breath quickened. While he was unaware of the true implications of military-grade benefits, he comprehended the significance of a golden quality cub. This was precisely the missing piece he sought. Yet, he soon compelled himself to regain his composure, for years of survival in a post-apocalyptic world had taught him that all gifts come with hidden costs. What must I sacrifice? He inquired, fixing his gaze upon Yu Fei. This question momentarily stunned both men. My word, he can maintain his poise even in such circumstances? I might have misjudged. Qian'er murmured in awe. Even he had found it difficult to suppress his excitement upon hearing Yu Fei's terms. The condition was that after becoming a trainer, he would need to venture to a certain location to slay 3 adversaries of equal standing, though the specifics of that location could not yet be disclosed. Qian'er seemed to comprehend what was being suggested. He opened his mouth to speak, but then reconsidered and fell silent. Very well, I accept your terms. After a brief contemplation, Qian'er nodded in agreement. As for the others present, there was no need to pay them heed. Qian'er was already one of the 8 families, and his offer had been overshadowed by the military's bid, rendering the rest moot. Upon hearing this, Yu Fei's smile grew more genuine. Haha, splendid. Here, take this. Should you encounter any issues, you may present this card at any Beast Tamer bureau. It will take some time for your identity and benefits to be processed. As he spoke, Yu Fei handed Qian'er a golden card inscribed with the character U, signifying his identity. How should I introduce myself? Simply approach the military. Qian'er raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Certainly not. At your age, to approach the military would be tantamount to courting disaster, Yu Fei replied, visibly astonished that Qian'er would even consider such an idea. Your current task is to study diligently. Once you graduate and become a reliable adult, then you may join the military. Yu Fei explained in a tone reminiscent of a parent guiding a child, realizing that Qian'er's mindset seemed somewhat misplaced. They did not desire an individual who merely wielded power without understanding. Such an approach would be detrimental to the military. They needed to refine this young man's perspective, at the very least ensuring that his worldview aligned more closely with that of an average person. Meanwhile, Qian'er discreetly smirked. It dawned on him that in this world, he had only recently graduated from high school and was still very much a child, far from the seasoned adult shaped by 5 years of struggle in the post-apocalyptic realm. Qian'er, who had been eavesdropping, could not help but smirk as well. It appeared that this genius's mind had encountered some discrepancies. Could it be that one's growth alters their perception of the world? A glimmer of contemplation crossed his eyes. If that were the case, with a well-thought-out plan, it might not be impossible to draw this unprecedented genius into the Qi family. Just then, noticing the shift in Qian'er's expression, Yu Fei turned his head. His gaze sharp and penetrating, an ominous aura beginning to emanate from him. Senior Qi, since matters have been settled, it is time for you to take your leave. As he spoke, a faint glow of holy light materialized behind him, forming the ethereal silhouette of a celestial steed, noble, sacred, yet frigid. Haha, no need to rush. No need to rush. My old legs are slow and cannot be hurried. Sensing that Yu Fei was on the verge of a direct confrontation, Qian'er chuckled awkwardly and swiftly exited through the door. In the war room, only Qian'er and Yu Fei remained. Your current strength guarantees your entry into the Imperial Academy. You may proceed directly. The matters I have kept from you will be revealed there. Also, it is advised that you limit your interactions with the aristocratic families. Those individuals are ruthless and may entangle you in unforeseen troubles. Yu Fei, who had almost reached the door, suddenly recalled this crucial piece of advice and turned back to emphasize it to Qian'er. He seemed to have pressing matters to attend to, and after imparting his warning, he hurriedly departed. Do not associate with the aristocrats? Is it due to the turmoil from back then? Qian'er pondered, recalling the former principal's admonition regarding the prohibition against inquiring into the fortunes of other beast tamers. Was it a fear of retribution, or something else? With too little information, he found it impossible to piece together a complete narrative. After a thorough contemplation, he decided to abandon his thoughts and followed suit, leaving the war room to head toward his own school's preparation room. Along the way, many individuals instinctively cleared a path, staring at Qian'er with astonished expressions. One battle to achieve fame. Upon reaching the entrance of his school's preparation room, he swung the door open, only to be greeted by a chorus of cheers, and in the next instant, a shadow lunged at him from above. Damn, an ambush. Qian'er's heart raced, and the muscle memory honed over years kicked into action. He sidestepped, raised his knee, and pressed down with his elbow. In an instant, he seized control of the shadow midair, while his other hand swiftly reached for the shadow's undercarriage. Without a weapon, he could not inflict lethal damage. Targeting this area would suffice to incapacitate the individual momentarily, allowing him to draw a weapon and counterattack. However, just as he was about to make his move, two startled exclamations emanated from within the room. Stop! Qian'er, cease at once. Recognizing the familiar voices, Qian'er halted his actions, his fingers nearly grasping the shadow's vulnerable area. Oh my, what the hell? The startled voice belonged to the figure perched on his knee, and upon realizing it was Li Ziming, Qian'er's surprise intensified. Li Ziming's face was pale, one hand clutching his abdomen while the other shielded his lower region. Hurriedly scooting away from Qian'er. Brother Li, what are you doing here? Do you have any idea that your sudden assault nearly resulted in me crushing your... Well, you know. As Li Ziming opened his mouth to respond, Qian'er sensed impending trouble and hastily shifted the blame back onto him. This accusation left Li Ziming utterly confounded, unable to comprehend the sudden turn of events. Is it truly my fault? He asked, hesitantly pointing to himself. Of course. It's your fault. You sprang out of nowhere and startled my muscle memory. Qian'er spoke with a hint of irritation. At that moment, the two elders in the room, Principal Gu and Principal Li Ziming, were momentarily taken aback by his explanation. The frail old man had swallowed the words he was about to utter, a flicker of guilt crossing his eyes. It dawned on him that his old friend had once shared with him the identity of Qian'er. Coming from an orphaned background and having grown up alone, he had undoubtedly endured countless hardships and witnessed the fickleness of human nature, which had shaped his muscle memory. Principal Gu, however, was lost in deeper thoughts. He immediately recalled how Qian'er had narrowly escaped the assassination attempt by Qian'er, likely due to this very muscle memory. Such skills required years of relentless practice and vigilance, a painful journey that was not meant for outsiders to comprehend. Contemplating this, his expression softened slightly. Principal Li Ziming also arrived at the same realization, causing his previously furious demeanor to waver. All right, it's my fault. I had intended to celebrate with you properly. He deflated like a frostbitten eggplant, his tone brimming with regret. It's fine. Ultimately, I share some blame as well. Upon seeing the expression on his companion's face, Qian'er immediately understood his thoughts. He smiled and put an arm around his neck, leading him into the preparation room. Hee, you are quite easy to understand. Qian'er chuckled inwardly, yet maintained a bright smile on his face. Observing this smile, the three of them felt a deeper understanding of the pain Qian'er harbored, and their gazes softened further. By the way, Principal, has my next opponent been announced? He casually picked an apple from the fruit platter on the table and took a crisp bite, savoring its refreshing sweetness. Such fruits were rare in the post-apocalyptic world, where most varieties had been hybridized, leaving only seeds that, when planted, yielded fruits of lamentable taste in subsequent generations, often providing little more than moisture, and some being so sour they could make one's teeth ache. Yes, it has been announced. Take a look. At this point, the first round of the grand competition had concluded, and the matchups for the second round were officially printed and distributed to each advancing contestant. Since Qian'er had just stepped out of the preparation room, he had not received his copy. Chapter 26. What? I am facing Qian'er? Is this for real? Your next match is against Ren Fu from Donglin High School, who wields a level 9 green mantis as his beast. Be cautious and do not go too hard on him. As Principal Gu spoke, he struggled to contain his laughter, for the absurdity of the situation was overwhelming. The thought of Qian'er, a beast master whose prowess likely surpassed even his own, battling a group of younglings whose overall levels barely reached 10, was simply amusing. That young girl you just fought is still recovering from her shock, they say. Principal Gu cast a concerned glance at Qian'er. He had observed Wu Yuan, who, while not exceptionally beautiful, possessed a certain charm, akin to a delicate flower. Yet, Qian'er seemed oblivious, having reduced her to tears. This isn't right. Could it be that his past experiences have left him with a psychological scar regarding women? I have tried my utmost to temper the actions of the abominable giant. I didn't even make contact with her beast. Qian'er shrugged helplessly, speaking the truth. Indeed, Principal Gu initially intended to argue his case further, for he himself could manage such a feat. However, upon reflection, he abandoned the thought, realizing when he had first mastered such abilities with his beast. It was only after 5 years of breaking through to the elite level that he achieved a harmonious control of his power. Given that Qian'er had only recently acquired his beast, it was entirely reasonable that he could not yet master his strength perfectly. In stark contrast to the harmonious atmosphere here, the mood at Donglin High School was entirely different. What? I am facing Qian'er? Is this for real? Ren Fu stumbled and sank onto the sofa, his face pale. Moments ago, he had rushed out to check on Wu Yuan, as she was among the few in their generation who had faced an elite beast master. He had caught a distant glimpse of Wu Yuan, who was being supported by her teacher, weeping inconsolably, her tear-streaked face oddly beautiful. At that moment, he had laughed at her misfortune, thinking of how he might comfort her and perhaps win her affection. However, before he could make a move, his teacher approached him with a strange expression, instructing him to return, for the matchups had been released. Reluctantly, he relinquished that rare opportunity and followed his teacher back to the preparation room. Along the way, he noticed his teacher's odd demeanor, but after inquiring, he gleaned nothing, only receiving a scrutinizing gaze he could not decipher. Yet, in an instant, Ren Fu understood the meaning behind that gaze. It was pity. The moment he received the matchup sheet from the principal, he comprehended the gravity of the situation. The sight of his name alongside Qian'er sent shivers down his spine, an icy chill racing from his feet to the crown of his head. What kind of monster is this? With him in the competition, they might as well hand him the championship. Ren Fu lamented, wishing he could slap himself for previously mocking Wu Yuan. Look at the consequences of your foolishness. We have reported this to the higher-ups. Yet they have never experienced anything like this, so their stance remains unchanged, the principal expressed with a sense of helplessness. Having guided numerous students through many iterations of the grand competition, he had never encountered such a monster. The abominable giant seemed so formidable that he doubted he could even contend against it. Why participate in the Baby Cup when you could compete in the World Championship instead? Maintaining the status quo, so they can be the ones to suffer? Ren Fu was almost laughing in frustration. This was not the same as the playful banter with school authorities. This was a genuine peer, one who would not indulge their flaws. In essence, they were confronting a bona fide elite beastmaster, a fearsome, abominable giant renowned for its strength. The very thought of that giant, which had surpassed historical records, made a mask of anguish seem permanently affixed to his face. Ren Fu even questioned whether the abominable giant would uproot a mountain to use as a weapon. Perhaps I should just concede. This is simply unmanageable. Ren Fu's teacher, feeling for his student, suggested in a hushed tone. In an instant, Ren Fu's eyes lit up, eagerly looking at the principal. All right, since fighting is futile, losing to an elite level is not disgraceful. After a moment of contemplation, the principal sighed. Though he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction at his school, which had consistently ranked within the top 20, being eliminated in the second round, there was no choice. An elite level was simply insurmountable. Moreover, it was not just any elite. Are you certain you wish to concede? While the second round was scheduled for tomorrow, once the decision to concede was made, there was no turning back. They needed to conclude matters swiftly and return home. This year's grand competition had dealt them a significant blow, and upon returning, they would need to thoroughly scout for other talented beast masters within their school. There was no reason the ancient ghost could find Qian'er, a talent as rare as he. While they could not, they were no less capable than the ancient ghost. Upon hearing the words of the principal from Donglin High School, the staff members looked up in astonishment. After all, Donglin High School was not an ordinary institution. It had previously hovered around the top 20, yet now it was conceding in the second round? Why not have you compete against Qian'er? The principal of Donglin High School had lost his patience with the inaction of the staff, sneering as he made a sarcastic remark. Ahem, I have completed your paperwork. You may leave now. The staff member, initially curious about the amusement, was rendered speechless by a single remark, hastily completing the necessary procedures before shutting the small window to bid farewell to the guest. As for sending him to fetch money, what a ridiculous notion. It would be tantamount to courting disaster. He lacked the talent that would warrant such a task, having been relegated to administrative duties instead of confronting that monstrous entity. With a disdainful glance at the individual, the principal coldly laughed and turned to leave with his entourage. As dusk descended, the entire empire was engulfed in a state of confusion due to a startling revelation. The Baby Cup? An elite-level beastmaster? How could these two terms coexist in such an obscure manner? An elite-level beastmaster emerged from the Baby Cup? The officials had conducted a soul test, confirming that the beast he wielded was indeed the initial beast he had received merely days ago. What madness was this? Was it April Fool's Day? A crowd of onlookers, baffled by this sudden trending topic, initially believed it to be a prank. However, as more individuals involved began to testify, and even videos surfaced, they soon realized the absurdity was, in fact, reality. In the Beastmaster Bureau, a young Beastmaster guard, chuckling as he perused information on his phone, turned to his middle-aged senior, Lin Gu, and inquired playfully, "Isn't it true that you are a descendant of a noble lineage?" Startled, Lin Gu gave him a scrutinizing look. "You, Xiaozhong, are you a descendant of a noble?" Xiaozhong, momentarily taken aback, was unable to comprehend Lin Ji's question but obediently shook his head. No, why do you ask? Then your family must be of significant standing in the current dynasty? Lin Gu surmised, a knowing expression on his face. That's not it either. Lin Gu, you are mistaken. My family is quite ordinary, Xiaozhong replied, scratching his head in confusion. Before he could finish, Lin Ji's expression darkened as he delivered a sharp slap to the back of Xiaozhong's head, producing a resounding crack. If you are neither a noble descendant nor from a prominent family, then what gives you the audacity to speculate on the actions of someone who became an elite-level beastmaster at the age of 18? I am telling you, this slap is a lesson. If you continue down that path, do not claim to know me, lest my troubles befall you. With that, he turned on his heel and left Xiaozhong to ponder alone. With a wife and children to consider, he could not afford to take such risks with the young man. Xiaozhong, scratching his head, remained perplexed as to why Lin Gu had reacted so vehemently. Hey, Lin Gu, I apologize, I won't do it again. Despite his lack of understanding, he hurried to Lin Ji's side, repeatedly apologizing. Seeing this, Lin Ji's previously tense demeanor relaxed slightly. Meanwhile, as the news continued to spread, time passed steadily, and the sky grew darker. This will be your accommodation for tonight, announced Yu Fei, who had suddenly appeared after dinner, enthusiastically leading the group of Qian'er to their lodgings. The old principal and the gaunt elder exchanged glances, hesitating as they surveyed the luxurious single room before them. As veterans of countless baby cups, they were well aware that the officials typically provided dormitories for participating schools, which were usually shared quarters. However, this opulent single room was unprecedented. Realization dawned upon them. They understood that they had benefited from Qian'er's presence. Their eyes flickered, yet they refrained from voicing their thoughts immediately. It was essential to acknowledge this. For actions without words were foolish, and mere words without action were empty. Yet, given Yu Fei's status as a rare quasi-king level trainer of the sacred system, it was inappropriate for him to make such statements personally, as it would diminish his stature. Thus, it fell upon them to subtly highlight Yu Fei's generosity. However, the timing of such a revelation was delicate. They could not simply announce it in public. Qian'er, this is a special arrangement made by Lord Yu for you. Notice that others are not afforded this privilege. They are all in shared rooms. That would be absurd. Such a statement could easily offend others. It would be more prudent to imply that the official accommodations were inadequate. On the other side, Qian'er remained oblivious to the internal deliberations of the two elders, cheerfully bidding farewell to Yu Fei. All right, that will be all, Senior Yu. You mentioned you had matters to attend to, so please do not delay. Yu Fei wore a broad smile. I told you, just call me Brother Yu from now on. Calling me Senior feels too distant. Once you join the military, we are comrades. Come, call me Brother Yu. Unable to resist Yu Fei's enthusiasm, Qian'er complied, and the warmth of Yu Fei's smile deepened. All right, I shall take my leave. The resources I promised will arrive in a couple of days. For now, you should stay here. Do you have any family matters to attend to? Qian'er replied, no. Brother Yu, as you know, I am an orphan. I have no family to worry about. Then wait here. I must promptly relay your information. Farewell for now. With a pat on Qian'er's shoulder, Yu Fei hurriedly departed. Watching him leave, Qian'er's expression flickered momentarily. Logically, Yu Fei should have remained close by, protecting him, especially given the evident value he possessed in the eyes of both Yu Fei and Shi Wenbai. Yet, Yu Fei's sudden departure felt amiss. Had something unforeseen occurred? Or was it a ruse? Uncertain of the situation, Qian'er anticipated a restless night ahead. After parting from the two elderly gentlemen, who had intended to subtly elevate Yu Fei's stature, Qian'er entered his room alone. Observing Qian'er's retreating figure, the two elders exchanged bewildered glances before resigning themselves with a shrug and entering their respective rooms, leaving Li Ziming in a state of confusion. Once inside his room, Qian'er promptly shut the door and silently approached the window, gazing out at the view. The night was enveloped in darkness, illuminated only by a few street lamps. A perfect setting for murky dealings. Leaning against the window, a shadow suddenly surged behind Qian'er. A putrid stench began to permeate the room, the flesh manifestation of the abomination giant. In the next moment, a half-human-sized mass appeared in the room, rapidly dispersing to fill every corner. This was a technique Qian'er had recently mastered. There was no need to summon the entire beast, but rather to invoke a small portion or a specific skill. He then opened the window, allowing the night breeze to sweep away the foul odor. Years of experience taught him not to place all his hopes in others. It was essential to retain a few contingency plans. As Qian'er stroked his chin, contemplating his next move, he suddenly hesitated. Was it too audacious to use himself as bait? Without hesitation, he transitioned from lying on the bed to beneath it, even fearful of being discovered. He created a flesh-and-blood doppelganger, similar in stature, to lie atop the bed, shrouded under the covers, concealing his true self. Chapter 28. The Time Assassin? Excellent, just as it should be. A gentleman does not stand beneath a precarious wall. Though I am no gentleman, I shall not be foolish enough to expose myself. Hiding beneath the bed. Qian'er gradually slowed his breathing, his presence becoming subdued. Were it not for careful observation, he would be nearly undetectable. As Qian'er set his trap, scattering grain to await the arrival of unsuspecting birds, dark currents swirled outside. The window is open? What is happening? That rascal sleeps with the window ajar? What a dreadful habit. Not far from Qian'er's room, someone hesitated to speak from the shadows. Why do you concern yourself with how he sleeps? Keep watching to see if he notices anything unusual. A companion smacked him on the shoulder, whispering in response. At that moment, he regained his focus, commanding his single-eyed pelican to observe the room's interior. Darkness posed no obstacle to the single-eyed pelican. Upon seeing the figure curled in the blankets, it emitted a satisfied call. Found him. Are the escape routes prepared? This time, we are snatching him from the military. Rest assured, everything is ready. The military officials believe they can withstand our clan elders, but they remain unaware that they, too, are under observation. Very well, then let us proceed swiftly. Though he is an elite beast master, I estimate he possesses only a single beast, and his combat experience is certainly not as rich as ours. The advantage lies with us. A middle-aged man emerged from the shadows, speaking softly yet urgently to rally the group, for their task was to abduct Qian'er from the military. After this, regardless of success or failure, they would no longer have a place to return, yet fortunately, the clan had promised rewards for their families that were nearly impossible to refuse. They would trade their lives for generations of wealth and prosperity for their loved ones. All right, let us go. The middle-aged man's gaze turned cold, and his body sprang into the inn like a cheetah. As the leader, he harbored far more knowledge than the others. Their mission was to bring Qian'er back to the clan. This prodigious talent, an elite beast master at such a young age, was a must-have for their lineage. Should Qian'er refuse, he would have to eliminate him first. Such a terrifying genius could not fall into official hands. After all, they were beneficiaries of the great upheaval and understood the potential sparks that would ignite from the combination of official might and extraordinary talent. If the authorities grew stronger, what place would there be for their noble families? At the moment he made a move. The flesh and blood doppelganger within the blankets sensed something amiss and slowly opened its eyes, deliberately turning to alert Qian'er beneath the bed. Hey, who would have thought I'd get to teach a once-in-a-lifetime genius a lesson today? What do you think of inscribing that on my tombstone? Once battled the world's strongest beast master, Qian'er, for 300 rounds, narrowly winning a single encounter? Sensing the atmosphere was becoming overly grave, a young man with a sharp face, appearing to be in his 20s, cheerfully interjected. What? Do you wish to become a time assassin as well? Pummeling the past world's strongest and kicking the future world's strongest? Someone nearby jested, and no one doubted Qian'er would not become the world's #1 beastmaster in due course. After all, an elite at 18 is quite remarkable. As long as such talent does not perish prematurely, ascension to that position is merely a matter of time. All right, such a prodigy is not to be underestimated. Who knows what trump cards he may be hiding? This time, we might just face a setback. The leader, sensing the levity was unwelcome, took it upon himself to sever the laughter that filled the air. Before they could act, he ensured that everyone else in the vicinity, aside from Qian'er and his companions, was cleared out, or they would have been discovered long ago. The moment he spoke, the previously joyous atmosphere shattered. The smiles of those who had just been joking froze upon their faces. As the middle-aged man had stated, an elite beastmaster at 18 is indeed terrifying. One could only imagine the hidden cards he held. Moreover, their journey had been too smooth, so much so that they began to feel everything was preordained. Yet having come this far, retreat was no longer an option. Standing outside Qian'er's door, the middle-aged man took a deep breath, signaling everyone to prepare their beast spaces for action, then slowly opened the door. With a fierce gust of wind and the resounding crack of something colossal tearing through the air, his heart sank as he turned abruptly to see a gigantic gray fist hurtling toward him. The abominable giant, recognizing the fist, immediately filled him with dread. Single-eyed pelican. Water shield. The individual who had summoned the single-eyed pelican also panicked, but years of combat experience snapped him back to clarity as he shouted loudly. At that moment, the single-eyed pelican, comparable in size to a normal pelican but adorned with flowing azure feathers that seemed to ripple with water, opened its wings. However, it found itself unable to take flight as the terrifying wind from the fist disrupted the air currents, rendering the immediate vicinity chaotic. As if standing at the eye of a storm, even the water-in-flying type single-eyed pelican could not ascend, only managing to emit a sharp cry as flowing water formed a shield before the group. Yet this shield appeared as fragile as paper before the abominable giant wielding the Titan's hammer. With a single punch, it obliterated several individuals, their beasts, and even a building. The massive fist piercing through the structure and emerging from the other side. The tremendous noise awakened many, lights flickering on in nearby houses. 2 rooms adjacent to Qian'er burst open, and the ancient principal and a gaunt old man, fully dressed, rushed out, revealing they had been prepared for such an occurrence. As for Li Ziming, he likely had just awakened, unaware of the chaos. What happened? The moment he emerged, the ancient principal spotted the greenish-blue arm that had penetrated the entire building, instantly recognizing it as Qian'er's abominable giant. No worries, I've handled everything. Qian'er emerged slowly from his room, his tone curt. As his words fell, the abominable giant gradually retracted its arm, revealing a mass of flesh that resembled dead flies upon its fist. The group exploded into disarray, merging together, indistinguishable from one another. What a fierce young man. Observing this scene, the 2 elders could not help but click their tongues in admiration. They had not been capable of such ruthlessness at Qian'er's age. Just as they were about to speak, their pupils constricted, for suddenly, a line of blood appeared on Qian'er's forehead, and in the next moment, he astonishingly split in 2, blood spraying across their faces. Strangely, however, they found no trace of organs or bones within the remains. Chapter 29, The Wind Demon Philian. Qian'er. In that instant, the 2 men were momentarily stunned, their eyes wide with shock as they gazed at Qian'er, now halved, collapsing before them. This lad is truly remarkable. Upon sensing something amiss, he immediately commanded the abominable giant to attack the beast master, ending the battle with lightning speed before the fools could react. Impressive indeed. I would scarcely have been able to act so decisively. In the next heartbeat, a 4-legged colossal beast adorned with a black scythe atop its head materialized before everyone. It had seemingly been standing there all along, yet none had noticed. At this moment, the attributes of the summoned beast appeared before everyone's eyes. Philian. Attribute, Wind. Level, 42, Guardian. Qualification, Blue. Stamina base value, 85. Attack base value, 110. Defense base value, 80. Special attack base value, 50. Special defense base value, 80. Speed base value, 130. Total base value, 535. The Wind Demon Philian. The instant the old principal beheld this summoned beast, his expression darkened, and he glared at the black beast with gritted teeth, a glimmer of desire flashing in his eyes. Although Philian's total base value may not surpass that of a demigod, it undoubtedly ranks among the foremost in reputation beneath the demigod tier. This is attributed to its exceptionally balanced base values and its ferocious temperament. Philian is often referred to as a non-dark type dark beast due to its capricious nature. While typical summoned beasts hunt primarily for sustenance, Philian hunts for amusement. This proclivity has earned it the moniker of Wind Demon. However, this minor flaw does not obscure Philian's formidable strength. As a wind-type beastmaster, the old principal had fervently desired to acquire a Philian with commendable qualifications. But regrettably, none could be found. As he aged, with his beast slots fully occupied and no potential for breakthroughs, he had to relinquish this aspiration. To his astonishment, he now encountered a Philian, and a blue-qualified guardian-grade Philian at that. It is truly unfortunate. Had he not acted, it would not have come to my intervention. However, since he has already launched an attack on those individuals, it signifies that he cannot be swayed, and thus I must eliminate him. A tall figure clad in a black robe emerged from behind Philian, grinning ominously. Qian'er, who had been cleaved in 2, lay at his feet, creating a desolate scene. The black-robed man finally exhaled in relief, having completed his task. Those individuals were merely a facade. The higher-ups never expected them to succeed. Hence he was instructed to act covertly. If he could not take Qian'er away, he was to eliminate him immediately, ensuring that he could not grow stronger. After all, with such a powerful talent in their possession, the officials would undoubtedly take action. Once Qian'er matured, they would face significant trouble. Thus, upon witnessing Qian'er eliminate those individuals, he prepared to assassinate him without delay. Qian'er's decisive actions even startled him. Fortunately, nothing unexpected occurred. After all, he was just a child. Despite his terrifyingly dark methods, his lack of experience was irreplaceable. Now he must flee. Unlike those elite individuals, he possessed the Wind Demon Philian, which might allow him to escape. He could then take the money and find a country to immigrate to with his family, living a prosperous life in anonymity for the remainder of his days. Yet, just as the black-robed man leaped onto Philian's back to make his escape, 6 beams of light suddenly illuminated beneath him, ensnaring both him and Philian. This sudden turn of events startled him, causing his voice to warp slightly. He was acutely aware of the gravity of his actions, which were tantamount to trampling the military and the officials into the ground. Were it not for the multitude of promises from his superiors, he would not have even considered such a task. Philian, tear apart this barrier. The black-robed man urgently commanded, realizing that every second spent here increased the likelihood of unforeseen complications. Fei Lian raised its claw, sharp winds coiling around the beast's paw, forming enormous talons several centimeters long. A powerful strike descended, the released winds shredding the reinforced concrete floor, yet failing to budge the luminous prison. Surrender. A guardian-grade Fei Lian cannot breach my light prison. Crisp footsteps emerged from the shadows, and light gradually enveloped the figure approaching. It was a refined middle-aged man, closely followed by a proud-looking heavenly horse. It was none other than Yu Fei. Yu Fei, how did you end up here? I thought you had already left. The black-robed man was rendered speechless upon seeing Yu Fei, for according to the intelligence from his superiors, this man should have departed to rally at the nearest military district. He chuckled. What is so hard to believe? Did you think only you could infiltrate the officials while they could not infiltrate you? This statement sent cold sweat down the black-robed man's back. Fei Lian, utilize the vibrational cut on my command. He decisively instructed Fei Lian. Upon seeing Yu Fei, he realized he could not escape. Yet he could not allow himself to be captured. If apprehended, his family would be doomed. Thus, his death was the only viable option. Fei Lian emitted a low growl, its horn radiating a dark blue light. In the next moment, a multitude of vibrating wind blades sliced towards the middle-aged man, reducing him to shreds. He could not leave any traces. Leaving a face behind would provide others with leverage. At the instant the middle-aged man vanished, Fei Lian let out a pained wail before transforming into a gust of black wind and disappearing. Yu Fei did not intervene, merely folding his arms and observing as the atmosphere thickened. After a moment, he let out a bemused chuckle. To take one's own life before me. A quasi-king of the sacred system, who taught you that? As his words fell, the heavenly horse behind him stepped forward, disdainfully trampling the remnants. In an instant, the remains reassembled into a naked human form. Yu Fei, you. Beneath the black robe was a middle-aged man with an honest appearance. Revived, he stared blankly at his hands, and soon the memories of the past flooded back, leading him to understand what had transpired, resulting in a dreadful scream. At this moment, he realized everything was over. Take him away. Yu Fei ignored the man's futile rage, simply speaking softly. The next moment, personnel from the Beast Master Bureau emerged from the shadows, placing restraining handcuffs on the bewildered middle-aged man and silencing him. Commander Yu, might it be possible to revive Qian'er? The astonishing revival technique had rekindled a glimmer of hope in the hearts of the old principal and his companion, who had previously felt despondent. They turned to Yu Fei and inquired softly. No need, this boy is quite cunning. Glancing at the two severed corpses on the ground, Yu Fei rubbed his temples in frustration. Just as he finished speaking, the door to Qian'er's room swung open once more, and a brand new Qian'er, beaming, emerged, greeting the astonished old principal and his companion. Chapter 30. No more fishing, there are more people than fish. Oh, Principal, Senior, you weren't frightened, were you? The re-emerged Qian'er cheerfully greeted the two. Is this your flesh and blood clone? The old principal pointed at the Qian'er before him, shocked and speechless for a moment, finally recalling the situation. The flesh and blood clone skill was one he had imparted to Qian'er. Yes, the flesh and blood clone. Qian'er replied cheerfully. That was indeed the flesh and blood clone of the abominable giant. With its unreasonable comprehension, the proficiency of the flesh and blood clone had reached an alarming level, allowing it to even alter subtle features and disguise itself as others. But how long has it been since I gave you the flesh and blood clone skill? The old principal was flabbergasted, now acutely aware of the disparity between himself and those unreasonable geniuses. To refine the flesh and blood clone to such an extent was truly remarkable. That abominable giant's proficiency in this skill was astonishing. Generally speaking, to achieve a flawless replication of a common individual through a flesh and blood clone, one would require several months of arduous labor. However, an astonishing anomaly presented itself before Principal Gu, where the mastery of such a skill could be attained in mere days, a phenomenon previously unheard of. Yet, upon reflecting on Qian'er's earlier circumstances and the grotesque giant that evidently surpassed all previous records, a sense of relief washed over him. Compared to the myriad challenges faced before, the prospect of mastering a skill within a few days seemed rather bearable. Haha, I am a genius after all. Faced with Principal Gu's inquiries, Qian'er scratched his head and chuckled, offering an explanation that left others speechless, as it was utterly unreasonable, allowing him to deflect responsibility for any situation. Well, I suppose no one will be coming around now. Everyone should return to rest. I truly must take my leave. The majestic figure of the divine Pegasus abruptly vanished, only to reappear moments later behind Yu Fei, nodding in his direction. Yu Fei's expression finally relaxed as he addressed the others. Just as he finished speaking, he yawned and lazily climbed onto the back of the divine Pegasus. uttering a farewell to the group while forcing his drowsy eyes open to guide the creature away. Before departing, he cast a meaningful glance at Qian'er. TSK. I wonder if this counts as drowsy driving. Observing Yufei's receding silhouette, Qian'er stroked his chin and chuckled softly. The two older individuals, hearing this remark, were rendered speechless, knowing they lacked Qian'er's potential and dared not challenge a prospective king. All right, Principal Gu, seniors, let us head back. I am utterly exhausted. I wonder if this precarious building will withstand until tomorrow. By the way, this 1T require me to compensate, will it? He glanced at the open-air balcony, now a gaping hole from the blow of the grotesque giant, making a jest. Rest assured, you will not be held liable. Once the authorities confirm you were the victim of an attack, Earth and Steel Beast Tamers will be dispatched for repairs. They are well aware of the official boundaries and ensured to clear any ordinary individuals from the inn before taking action. Principal Gu, a veteran of such matters, handled the situation with remarkable ease. After exchanging a few more words and informing Li Ziming, who had been hiding in his room, that all was well, the group finally retreated to their respective quarters. Li Ziming had been quite commendable. Although he did not lend assistance, he at least did not complicate matters. Upon returning to his room, dragging the severed flesh and blood clone behind him, Qian'er's expression immediately soured. He surveyed the drafty room before discreetly lying on the bed and pulling the covers tightly around himself. Continue like this, do not reveal any flaws. The voice resonated in his mind through the Beast Tamer contract. Indeed, the Qian'er who had just engaged with everyone outside was merely a flesh and blood clone, while the true Qian'er lay beneath the bed, fishing. At that moment, he contemplated all that had transpired, his gaze cast downward. Yufei had undoubtedly perceived the truth but chose to remain silent. That fellow likely had not departed, just as he was still fishing. Currently, within this palm-sized pond, there were 3 known anglers, the number of people surpassing that of the fish, and it remained uncertain who would take the bait. Lying beneath the bed, Qian'er fixated on the dark wooden floor, his ears attuned to the sounds around him. However, it seemed the fish had grown wise, as there was no movement until dawn. TSK, no bites, very well, come forth. A familiar voice called from above, followed by a gentle knock on the floorboard. Emerging from beneath the bed, he found none other than Yufei, who had previously claimed to have departed. Did you catch that batch last night? Qian'er yawned and casually inquired, lacking the emotional outburst that others might exhibit upon realizing they had been manipulated. For Qian'er, being deemed useless was the most terrifying prospect. In a post-apocalyptic world, uselessness equated to death. Indeed, I caught that batch. Those fellows appeared utterly terrified and did not provide a single flaw afterward. Yufei sighed, his gaze toward Qian'er filled with admiration. He had envisioned countless scenarios upon Qian'er's emergence, including grimaces and hysterics, yet this calm demeanor was entirely unexpected. Perhaps it was the weight of his past life that rendered this child remarkably composed. Contemplating this, Yufei's gaze softened further when looking at Qian'er. Am I still required to participate in the competition today? Tidying his disheveled clothing, Qian'er restored his previous smile and inquired of Yufei. No need. Your opponent has conceded. Today, we will certify your Beast Tamer level. With this, you will receive more generous resources from above. Moreover, your grotesque giant has shattered records. So we will measure it shortly to update your achievements. Upon finishing, a portal to the Beast Tamer space materialized behind Yufei, and the divine Pegasus stepped forth with an air of graceful pride. However, this expression quickly dissipated upon hearing Yufei's instruction to carry Qian'er. Me? Carry this dark, sinister little imp? I assure you, that is impossible. As a creature of the divine class, the Pegasus felt an innate aversion to the darkness that surrounded Qian'er, and merely standing beside him induced a profound sense of discomfort, let alone direct contact. Consequently, upon hearing Yufei's words, the divine Pegasus erupted, vocally protesting through the Beast Tamer contract. Yufei's hesitant gaze flitted between Qian'er and the divine Pegasus. For the grotesque giant's massive form could not be accommodated within the city, much less ridden. Let us take a vehicle. Sensing Yufei's predicament, Qian'er chuckled, providing him with an escape, earning a grateful glance in return. Chapter 31. The grotesque giant, as if 2 distinct species. Do you know who it is? In Yufei's vehicle, Qian'er covered his forehead, closing his eyes to rest. Suddenly, he broke the silence with an unexpected question. No evidence, but I can speculate. Yufei, forcing himself to remain alert while driving, spoke less, but understood what Qian'er was inquiring about. Do tell? Upon hearing this, Qian'er turned to gaze intently at Yufei. Please, do not look at me that way. Your gaze makes me uneasy. First, be honest with me. What do you intend to do if I reveal who it is? Yufei became fully alert, his expression shifting to one of uncertainty as he regarded Qian'er. He was not a psychologist and could not fathom Qian'er's thoughts. but he sensed that Qian'er's worldview diverged from that of ordinary individuals. Nothing, just curious. Qian'er chuckled, deftly diverting the conversation from his earlier contemplation of using paraquat to eliminate those puppet masters. However, upon reflection, he recognized the impracticality of such a notion. Any force capable of contending with the military was certainly not a minor power, and the puppet master's abilities had likely already been informed by their beast tamer feedback. In such circumstances, the efficacy of poison would be minimal. Listen to me. Do not act recklessly. Once you grow stronger, do as you will. But please refrain from foolishness before you have matured. However, the more Qian'er insisted on this, the more agitated Yu Fei became, reiterating his caution multiple times. Rest assured, brother Yu, do I seem like a fool? Such actions are out of the question. Qian'er replied, chuckling. Upon hearing this, Yu Fei scrutinized Qian'er closely, reassured that he would not engage in foolishness, and finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Let me tell you, your talent is exceedingly rare. What you need now is not fleeting heroism, but rather temporary restraint. As long as you are granted sufficient time to transform your talent into strength, future encounters with such matters will become much simpler. Yu Fei suddenly recalled words spoken to him long ago by his own mentor, gently reiterating the sentiment. After speaking, he could not help but chuckle. After all, he is Yu Fei, a genius ranked among the top 10 in the history of Yingua. It was unimaginable that one day he would utter such words to another. I understand, Qian'er replied with a smile, sensing Yu Fei's sincerity. That's good to hear. All right, let's get down. We've arrived, Yu Fei said as he parked the car and opened the door. Your abhorrent giant is far too large to fit in the research institute, so we decided to conduct the tests here in this open space. At that moment, Qian'er noticed an expanse of flat land ahead, where several muscular, towering red giants, each standing 3 to 4 meters tall with bulging muscles on their arms, were carefully moving enormous instruments. Fighting Troll, Attributes, Flesh and Fighting, Level, 37 Elite, Qualification, Blue, Stamina Base Value, 90, 144, Attack Base Value, 130, 144, Defense Base Value, 80, 71, Special Attack Base Value, 65, 54, Special Defense Base Value, 85, 75, Speed Base Value, 55, 53, Total Base Value, 505, despite the Fighting Troll's attributes being of the flesh and fighting type, and its fearsome appearance suggesting a bad temper. In reality, their temperament is rather pleasant. The majority of fighting trolls are solely devoted to muscle training and relish challenging the strong, showing little interest in the weak. Thus, these immensely powerful creatures, whose physiques closely resemble that of humans, are frequently contracted by moving companies and construction sites, where one fighting troll can accomplish the work of 100 humans. Much to the delight of capitalists, the fighting trolls present had been specially invited by the Pengcheng Research Institute to assist in moving large equipment. With a few dull thuds, the heavy instruments were placed on the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Hello, Mr. Qian'er, my name is Xinjing, a level 4 researcher at the Pengcheng Research Institute. I will be assisting in the physical examination of your beast. A middle-aged man, tall and slender, wearing round-framed glasses and a white lab coat, approached with a friendly smile and extended his hand to Qian'er. Goodness, a level 4 researcher so young. The old fellows at the Pengcheng Research Institute must hold you in high regard, Yu Fei murmured beside Qian'er. In Yingua, beast researchers are categorized into levels from 1 to 9, with level 1 being the lowest and level 9 the highest. A level 4 researcher corresponds to a guardian-level beast master, a position capable of leading a small city's research institute. Hello, Mr. Xinjing. What shall I do next? Qian'er replied, shaking his hand with a smile. Please release your beast, and then walk through this door, Xinjing instructed, pointing at a technologically advanced light door. What is the purpose of this door? Qian'er inquired curiously as he examined it, while Yu Fei's expression revealed his understanding at the sight of it. I apologize, Mr. Qian'er, but I cannot disclose that information for now. However, rest assured, you will gain access to this knowledge upon entering the Imperial Academy, Xinjing said with an apologetic smile. No worries, it's fine, Yu Fei reassured, giving Qian'er a gentle push toward the light door. The door lacked a ceiling, consisting only of 2 upright frames with a luminous wall in between. As they passed through the light door, the blue luminescent wall rippled like a tranquil surface of water disturbed by a drop, soon settling back into calmness. Qian'er instinctively checked himself for any unusual sensations, relieved to find none, and at that moment, he noticed the expressions of both Yu Fei and himself reflected a shared sense of relief. Is this device used for verifying identity? Qian'er wondered as the thought crossed his mind. While he pondered, the massive abhorrent giant also stepped through the light door without any apparent issues, further enhancing the smiles on their faces. All right, Mr. Qian'er. We will now proceed to the body measurement, Sinjing announced, leading the abhorrent giant to a machine resembling an oversized weighing scale. He tapped a few commands on a screen, and soon, the giant's data appeared. Upon observing the fundamental data of the abhorrent giant, both Sinjing and Yufei were momentarily speechless. Prior to their arrival, they had reviewed the previous world record data of the abhorrent giant. However, that data paled in comparison to Qian'er's giant, which seemed to belong to an entirely different species. Standing at 1,517 meters tall, it exceeded the original record by nearly 1/3, with a weight 3 times heavier and an astonishing muscle density. Sinjing's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the figures on the screen. Compared to other abhorrent giants, Qian'er's was nothing short of a monstrous anomaly. Next was the attribute test, beginning with attack power. I noticed earlier your abhorrent giant has learned the Titan Hammer skill, which is perfect. Please execute Titan Hammer with full force against this target, Sinjing instructed. Holding a personal terminal to record the giant's physical data while guiding Qian'er and Yufei to a machine resembling a punching power tester. However, unlike standard machines, this one was enormous, with a platform several meters high, exuding an inexplicable sense of weight. Come on, give it your all. After a moment of contemplation regarding the platform, Qian'er stepped aside to allow the abhorrent giant to take position. As he spoke, a fierce gust of wind surged forth, nearly unbalancing those present. The sound of a tremendous impact resonated in their ears, momentarily leaving them in a daze as if struck by a mental blow. After a considerable time, Sinjing and Yufei regained their composure, casting uncertain glances at the abhorrent giant. At that moment, the abhorrent giant had transformed. Its muscles surged, particularly in its arms, which had swollen to the size of its waist. The force of its punch whipped up a cloud of dust, and fortunately, the ground had been reinforced. Otherwise, the impact could have embedded the machine into the earth, gathering all its strength to deliver a punch. Is this giant's proficiency in Titan Hammer really that high? Yufei thought. Having pulled up Qian'er's file the previous night, he was aware that the Titan Hammer skill had been granted to him by the former principal. However, achieving such mastery over Titan Hammer and Flesh Clone in such a short time seemed implausible, raising numerous questions in Yufei's mind. Just then, a gasp drew his attention. My goodness, the force of that strike reached levels only achievable by a level 50 abhorrent giant. Sinjing exclaimed, pointing at the screen. Yufei's heart raced as he hurried over, but the screen displayed a series of incomprehensible data. Is this real? He asked, turning to Sinjing for clarification. It is indeed real, but this data may be inflated, Sinjing explained, tapping on the keyboard to bring up another table that Yufei could not decipher. An abhorrent giant evolves into a flesh demon at level 36. Some may suppress their urge to evolve to build up their foundation, but they will not exceed level 40, meaning there cannot be abhorrent giants above level 40. This data has been derived from the calculation of the racial values of the Zhengwo Jiren. Furthermore, the comparative data pertains to the average values of the Zhengwo Jiren species. Upon hearing Sinjing's explanation, Yufei nodded in understanding, grasping the situation at hand. In the next moment, he placed his hand directly on the screen, prompting Sinjing to look up in confusion. Testing cannot proceed any further. The only data that can be disclosed pertains to the basic panel of the Zhengwo Jiren. The rest must remain confidential, and shortly, you will accompany me to sign a non-disclosure agreement. Yufei spoke with a serious demeanor. At level 50, guarding the pinnacle, he stood on the precipice of becoming a quasi-king. If this talent were to be revealed to others, they would stop at nothing to destroy Qian'er. The last visitor was a guardian. Who knows what the next one might be? Perhaps a quasi-king, or even a true king. I understand, Sinjing nodded. The moment he saw the data, he anticipated such a turn of events. Without any hesitation, he set aside the instrument and confidently stood to one side, waiting for Yufei to explain the gravity of the matter to Qian'er. This means you must conceal your strength for a time. You cannot allow your Zhengwo Jiren to unleash its full power in public. After saying this, his expression hardened. If it becomes absolutely necessary, eliminate all witnesses. If you cannot bring yourself to do that, then subdue them all and contact the nearest Beast Master Guard. They will know how to proceed. The words that escaped Yufei's lips were entirely uncharacteristic of a sacred system quasi-king. I understand, Qian'er's heart stirred. He hadn't expected that the Zhengwo Jiren could wield such immense power when fully unleashed. Very well, we shall not conduct any further tests. I will take Sinjing to sign the non-disclosure agreement. As he spoke, a radiant white light illuminated the sacred Pegasus standing beside them. The light coalesced into a floating parchment made of sheepskin, inscribed with characters that Qian'er could not comprehend. Despite his inability to read it, he instinctively understood the meaning. For the next 3 years, Sinjing must not disclose any information regarding the Zhengwo Jiren beyond its basic physical attributes. This is a sacred system skill contract, and the agreement is signed under the watchful gaze of holy light, protected by it, and must not be violated. Noticing the astonishment in Qian'er's eyes, Yu Fei chuckled, providing an explanation. Should his colleagues witness this, they would surely be astonished. For who does not know that Yu Fei, alongside his sacred Pegasus, is typically arrogant, with his head held high? It is inconceivable that he would speak so gently and explain things in such a manner. Just write your name here. He indicated a spot on the parchment, handing Sinjing a feather quill. Sinjing carefully reviewed the contract. Although he could not decipher the text, he grasped its essence and, assured there were no traps, wrote his name without hesitation. At the moment the final stroke was made, the golden parchment erupted into two beams of white light, one merging into Yu Fei's body, the other into Sinjing's. All done, the contract is established. We have no further business here, Researcher San. Let us take our leave. With that, Yu Fei quickly seized Qian'er and pulled him onto the vehicle. He had thought he had sufficiently valued this precious gem, yet he realized he had underestimated it. We shall head directly to the Pengqing Beastmaster Bureau. Coincidentally, I have not claimed my resources for this month, so I will give them to you. Once your quota is confirmed, remember to return them to me. Fearing Qian'er would refuse, Yu Fei elaborated. After all, the resources would not arrive until tomorrow. In order to secure Qian'er, he had no choice but to resort to this measure. That sounds wonderful, rest assured. I will return them when my resources arrive next time. Qian'er's eyes sparkled. He had exerted considerable effort to reveal himself in front of so many people, and this was precisely what he aimed for. Chapter 33. Military-level resources, essence of flesh and blood. This is my allocation for this month. I have exchanged all the sacred system resources for flesh and blood type. At the entrance of the Beastmaster Bureau, Yu Fei's hand trembled as he clutched a spatial backpack. Military-level resources are no trivial matter, even for a quasi-king level Beastmaster like him. Rest assured, brother Yu. Once my qualifications are confirmed, I will return them to you. Qian'er beamed as he took the spatial backpack from Yu Fei's hands, and at that moment, he fancied he could hear the sound of Yu Fei's heart breaking. Quickly, conceal your wealth. Do not display it openly. We will examine it back at the inn. As he watched the spatial backpack being stowed away by Qian'er, Yu Fei sighed deeply, forcing himself to regain composure. Are we returning to the same inn? Won't we switch locations? Wasn't that place breached by my Zengwo Jiren? Suppressing the urge to open the spatial backpack immediately, Qian'er raised his head in confusion. Alas, poor child, never underestimate the power of earth, steel, and wood-type beastmasters. Yu Fei ruffled Qian'er's hair, his face filled with concern. He even concocted a rationale for Qian'er. Perhaps it was due to Qian'er's upbringing as an orphan, living at the societal bottom, that he had never encountered a beastmaster, leading to such a significant lack of common knowledge. Upon returning to the inn, Qian'er nearly thought he had entered the wrong place. The newly renovated inn building left him wide-eyed. He distinctly remembered it being a dilapidated structure that morning. How could it have been restored in just a few hours? Enough of the astonishment. Hurry to your room and count your money. Since he had already invested this month's resources into Qian'er, Yu Fei naturally refrained from displaying any reluctance. Instead, he clapped Qian'er on the shoulder with a hearty laugh. All right, I am truly grateful, brother Yu. At that moment, Qian'er was also intrigued by Yu Fei's actions, eagerly wanting to know what could possibly elicit such a reaction from a quasi-king level beastmaster. Thus, he decided not to be polite. After bidding farewell to Yu Fei, he returned to his room, drew the curtains, turned off the lights, and summoned a portion of the Zengwo Jiren's flesh embodiment to envelop himself, eliminating all possibilities of surveillance. In a flash, Qian'er's figure grew transparent before ultimately vanishing. When he opened his eyes again, the scenery before him had transformed from the inn room to the familiar confines of his lair. His unease prompted him to implement double layers of security, and he had even crossed through the dual portals to reach the apocalyptic world. The colossal Zengwo Jiren materialized behind Qian'er, both of them holding their breaths, two enormous eyes fixated on the spatial backpack in Qian'er's grasp. Meanwhile, in the inn's lobby, Yu Fei lay languidly on the guest sofa, a peculiar smile gracing his face. Who would have thought that I, Yu Fei, would one day seek to cultivate relations with others, and with a mere child at that? Reflecting on the events that had just transpired, he nearly burst into laughter. How ironic it is for someone who has prided himself on looking down upon opportunists to find himself among their ranks. Yet such talent is truly unprecedented. If I am not mistaken, that Zengwo Jiren must already be level 40. Reclining on the sofa, Yu Fei stroked his chin, lost in thought as he gazed at the ceiling. Level 40, the pinnacle of elites. Even within the Yin nation, it represents a substantial force. And Qian'er has only possessed a beast companion for a few days. He was almost tempted to inquire about the secrets that the boy held. With a sigh, he rolled over and sat up on the sofa, contemplating. After all, he possesses the top-tier divine amplification talent, far superior to Qian'er's advanced affinity for the dark arts. Yet, despite this, he was unable to nurture an elite beast in such a short span of time. However, Qian'er managed to achieve this feat, which undoubtedly signals to others that he has encountered a significant opportunity. Being a divine beast master, his character is inevitably influenced by his beasts, leaning towards the ideals of righteousness and virtue, enabling him to restrain his curiosity. This is precisely why the authorities entrusted such a precious asset to him. However, the lack of any news regarding Qian'er from the authorities for such an extended period raises the question of whether they intend to mold him into a role model. Pondering while pacing in the living room, a flurry of chaotic thoughts raced through Yu Fei's mind. The law prohibiting inquiries into others' fortunes has been in place for nearly a century, effectively curbing many in the initial decades. Yet, as time passed, more individuals began to test the boundaries of this decree, for everyone desires the prosperity of their own family and wishes to prevent others from encroaching on their share. As it stands now, this law primarily restricts those without connections, while its authority over the established families is relatively weak. This has led many independent beast masters to become increasingly cautious, fearful of revealing any signs that might attract fatal consequences. This situation is untenable if everyone remains hidden and refrains from revealing any circumstances. The lack of balance from independent beast masters will allow the power of the authorities to be gradually devoured by the prominent families, ultimately creating a scenario that the officials are keen to avoid. Thus, they require a role model, one who, despite humble beginnings, has achieved remarkable success due to great fortune and remains loyal to the authorities. Qian'er fits this description perfectly. Yu Fei's gaze flickered as he contemplated what benefits he could derive from this situation. After all, the military is one of the realms that places utmost importance on factions. Is this the essence of blood and flesh? In the apocalyptic world, Qian'er opened his spatial backpack and gazed upon the towering mound of crimson crystals within, unable to suppress a gasp of astonishment. He had only seen such things in textbooks, crystals formed from the blood of high-energy life forms, which can be directly absorbed by flesh-type beasts, potentially allowing them to inherit some of the original owner's power. He lifted a blood essence the size of a 1 yuan coin, worth millions, while the blood essence in his backpack was measured in piles. Upon seeing this heap of blood essence, the eyes of the abomination giant widened. Come eat. Qian'er could not help but chuckle at the gluttonous expression of the abomination giant as he tossed a piece of blood essence directly to him. The abomination giant, now at a bottleneck, needed just one more step to evolve. Previously, Qian'er had considered waiting a bit longer for potential further enhancement, but now seemed to be the perfect moment. Chapter 34, Unknown Evolution, the New Blood and Flesh Semi-Deity. Aru, the abomination giant let out a strange cry, opening its massive mouth to swallow the blood essence. It moved its lips as if savoring a delicacy, feeling nothing at all. This was to be expected. Given the vast difference in size, the blood essence likely felt no larger than a grain of sand to the abomination giant, which could barely chew it. Fortunately, this substance is exceptionally absorbable for flesh-type beasts, transforming into pure energy the moment it entered. In an instant, a thin layer of transparent flames ignited upon the abomination giant's body, seemingly embodying the power of the original blood essence. Roar! Enveloped in flames, the abomination giant emitted a sound of both pain and pleasure, urgently calling out to Qian'er to continue, as it sensed a transformation occurring within its body. All right, keep your mouth open and don't move. Qian'er felt a surge of joy, recognizing this as a sign of the abomination giant's impending evolution. He hurriedly dashed outside to fetch a shovel, scooping a shovel full of blood essence from the ground and tossing it into the abomination giant's mouth. In an instant, the flames surrounding the abomination giant flared up again, while the fire seemed to refine its body, causing its once inflated form to gradually slim down. A mysterious golden power within the abomination giant intertwined with the transparent flames, casting a golden glow that illuminated half the sky. Roar! Don't stop. Qian'er momentarily found himself at a loss, having just prepared to shovel more blood essence into the abomination giant's mouth, when he suddenly froze, his actions slowing. Noticing Qian'er's hesitation, the abomination giant shouted in a strained voice. At this moment, the abomination giant, engulfed in golden flames, had undergone a dramatic transformation. Appearing gaunt and skeletal, its dark muscles tightly wrapped around its bones, resembling a 15-meter-tall skeleton. The flames seemed to burn through the very blood of the abomination giant. Even in this withered state, the creature's spirit remained undaunted, sensing that it was undergoing a significant metamorphosis, one that promised to be beneficial. If it could just push through, it would be akin to a butterfly emerging from a cocoon. Qian'er, who had paused, nodded in agreement, choosing to trust the abomination giant's judgment in the face of such a transformation. He scooped another shovel of blood essence and tossed it into the creature's mouth. Like fueling a fire, the flames that had begun to wane reignited with fervor. This time, the flames consumed the very bones of the abomination giant. Its height began to visibly diminish. Qian'er dared not pause, quickly feeding the entire mound of blood essence into the abomination giant's mouth, while simultaneously, a white light of evolution began to shine upon the creature. Could it evolve into a blood and flesh great demon? Qian'er murmured anxiously against a nearby pillar. Having watched numerous videos of abomination giants evolving, he had never witnessed such changes during anyone else's evolution. What on earth was wrong, and what was that golden glow? Meanwhile, the evolution light enveloping the abomination giant continued to shrink, descending from its original height of 15 meters to 14, 13, 10, 8, 5 meters, until it was reduced to a mere 2 meters taller than Qian'er, leaving him in shock and fear, unsure of what to say. He could scarcely fathom the situation of a revered blood and flesh great demon standing only 2 meters tall. At this point, he no longer hoped for the abomination giant to emerge powerful from its evolution. He merely wished for its survival. Fortunately, the alarming reduction ceased at just over 2 meters. The golden flames still flickered, hinting at an escalating intensity. In the next moment, the white light shattered, revealing a figure wholly distinct from the blood and flesh great demon. It was a being whose sinewy muscles coiled tightly, with writhing black tendons and crimson flesh enveloping its bones, exuding an eerie beauty and distorted divinity. It sat cross-legged with closed eyes, its aura coalescing, as the once raging golden flames gradually extinguished, yet an oppressive atmosphere had mysteriously filled its surroundings. Unnamed. Attributes: Bloodfire. Level: 41 Guardian. Talent: Gold. Physical race value: Attribute 130, 196. Attack race value: Attribute 140, 173. Defense race value: Attribute 105, 103. Special attack race value: Attribute 10, 20. The special defensive base value is 105, while the speed base value stands at 110, culminating in a total base value of 600. The skills include Titan's Hammer, Flesh Perception, Flesh Clone, Flesh Assimilation, Earthquake, Flame Kick, and Blood-Burning Sacred Technique. This entirely new beast, a flesh-type creature with a total base value of 600, is akin to a quasi-divine entity. The distribution of these base values is simply astonishing. Qian'er could hardly believe his eyes. The humanoid beast evolved from the abominable giant possesses a distribution that seems excessively favorable. With a mere 10 points in special attack, all other attributes exceed 100. It becomes nearly impossible to differentiate it from the Platinum Star. Moreover, the attributes are outrageous, with stamina approaching 200. The specific values of all attributes, except for special attack, also surpass 100. After evolution, the new beast additionally boasts a new fire attribute, presumably derived from the original power of the flesh essence. Furthermore, it has acquired 2 new skills, Flame Kick and Blood-Burning Sacred Technique. Flame Kick is quite common among fire-type physical attackers and boasts considerable power, whereas the Blood-Burning Sacred Technique appears to be an exclusive skill of this new beast, the function of which remains unknown. At this moment, the humanoid beast, seated cross-legged with closed eyes, suddenly opened its eyes. For a brief moment, Qian'er felt as if a burst of white light had exploded before him, only to vanish quickly. The void sparks. The humanoid beast stood up, its chest heaving, exhaling a plume of black smoke, causing a gale to sweep through the entire lair. Beastmaster, I now possess sufficient power to protect you. It lowered its head to glance at its palm, where the black tendons writhed as if alive. Gently clenching its fist, it savored the terrifying energy coursing through its body, revealing a hint of excitement on its face. Turning to Qian'er, it gazed softly, speaking in a gravelly voice as if it had not spoken in ages, pausing thoughtfully after each word. Upon hearing this, Qian'er stared in astonishment, for it was speaking the language of humans. Good, good, good. He gazed deeply at it, unable to contain the smile on his face. He had anticipated that the evolution from the abominable giant would yield substantial strength, but he never expected it to elevate to the level of a quasi-divine being. Moreover, this distribution of base values ranks among the strongest even within quasi-divine creatures. Chapter 35, Blood-Burning Saint. Please give me and my kind a name. I have a feeling I am the first of my kind to appear in this world. It fixed its gaze on Qian'er, attempting to muster a friendly smile on its muscular face. Let us call you Blood-Burning Saint, for you burned your blood during evolution, and your exclusive skill bears the same name. After a moment of contemplation, Qian'er finally spoke. Blood-Burning Saint? A splendid name. The creature had no objections to this appellation. It was fond of any name bestowed by Qian'er, and this one was indeed quite fitting. As these words fell in Qian'er's eyes, the creature's designation shifted from unnamed to Blood-Burning Saint. Do you have any insights regarding that golden energy during your evolution? Seeing that blood-burning saint was unscathed and had unexpectedly gained benefits, Qian'er sighed in relief and inquired. He clearly recalled that the golden energy had emerged from within the abominable giant, unrelated to the flesh essence. I am uncertain about its nature, but I sensed it manifest after slaying the zombies. It has accumulated within me, enhancing my luck and comprehension, and, as he spoke, blood-burning saint raised its palm, revealing the muscular expanse of its hand. Through the evolution triggered by that golden energy, blood-burning saint had gained partial control over it, allowing previously obscure memories to resurface naturally. Generally, the abominable giant, upon evolving into the flesh demon, could manipulate the blood energy it had consumed for long-range attacks. Yet I lacked this capability. As it spoke, it tore the flesh of its palm, but unexpectedly, no blood was present. It had been completely incinerated. This made the name blood-burning saint all the more fitting, as the black tendons and muscles writhed. The freshly torn wound quickly healed, as if returning to its original state. Correspondingly, I have also reaped unforeseen benefits, no longer being restrained by the sacred attributes. Blood-burning saint seemed to recall the divine steed of Yufei, emitting a displeased snort. Is that so? Qian'er's gaze flickered, suppressing the surprise within. He had not anticipated that the advantages conferred by the golden energy were so significant, transforming blood-burning saint into a dark-type creature unafraid of sacred powers. Furthermore, Qian'er wore an odd expression, as he could not shake the feeling that the entity blood-burning saint spoke of bore similarities to the merits found in novels of yore. Gaining merits by slaying zombies? The thought of his dark-type beastmaster possessing a protective merit was quite perplexing. Shall we test your strength now? Qian'er stroked his chin, suddenly turning to blood-burning saint with a question. At this, blood-burning saint's eyes brightened. Excellent. Here will suffice. We have already cleared most of the other zombie gathering spots in this city, leaving only this area. Observing the square and the zombies meandering within it, Qian'er remarked helplessly. It was not that other areas lacked zombies. Rather, they were sparse, too few to constitute a challenge, leaving both he and blood-burning saint, accustomed to navigating through thousands of zombies, unsatisfied. How shall we proceed? Will you charge indirectly? Post-evolution, blood-burning saint's physique was comparable to that of an average human, thus its combat approach had also transformed. It could no longer rely on its physical advantage to charge in recklessly. Hence, Qian'er sought to inquire about blood-burning saint's preferred combat style to facilitate the formulation of a future battle strategy. No need. Blood-burning saint smiled slightly, turning its gaze to survey the surroundings. Upon spotting a 6-story building, its smile broadened as it strode purposefully toward it. Qian'er followed closely behind. It was the first lesson for a beastmaster, to protect oneself. Compared to beasts, the body of a beastmaster was exceedingly fragile, necessitating self-preservation. Previously, Qian'er had simply perched atop the abominable giant's head, thus not needing to exert much effort in safeguarding himself. However, blood-burning saint could not bear his weight. Even if he managed to sit, it would impede combat. Upon reaching the base of the small building, blood-burning saint thrust its palm forcefully into the concrete. It penetrated effortlessly, akin to a hot knife slicing through butter. In the next moment, the ground trembled as the entire building was lifted overhead by blood-burning saint. Beneath its feet, flesh began to spread, forming a web-like structure to reduce pressure, preventing its body from being crushed into the earth by the building's weight. Subsequently, blood-burning saint turned around, facing the square, its sturdy form leaning slightly backward, followed by a fierce gust of wind that nearly swept Qian'er off his feet. It hurled the entire building toward the square, crashing down with tremendous force. The ground shook violently. Like a pestle grinding garlic, the zombies in the square erupted, black blood splattering everywhere. The horde that had previously wandered within the square was now decimated by more than half, leaving only a few bewildered stragglers that rushed toward Qian'er and blood-burning saint, unaware of what had transpired. The fate that awaits them is unmistakable. Before the formidable Wanshueshing, they are as feeble as mere chicks. You have shattered those zombies, but what shall be done with the remnants of flesh and brain matter? As he traversed the desolate square, Qian'er inquired with a tinge of sorrow. Being frugal by nature, he abhors such wastefulness. Fear not, I have already contemplated this matter. His voice, still hoarse, seemed to flow more smoothly than before, a testament to the Wanshueshing's growing eloquence. Upon finishing his words, he extended his hand, and the dark tendrils on his body writhed as if animated, delving into the ruins below. Soon, a chilling sound of swallowing echoed from beneath. Moments later, the black tendrils retracted into the Wanshueshing, whose aura grew stronger, albeit without a rise in rank. The quantity and quality of those zombies were insufficient to elevate the Wanshueshing's level. It is important to note that this Wanshueshing is a Guardian-level Beastmaster. Shall we proceed with the slaughter? The Wanshueshing, having tasted the flesh and blood of zombies once more, could scarcely contain its eagerness. Perhaps it is best to return. Prolonged absence bears the risk of exposure. Qian'er, without a moment's hesitation, firmly declined its request. He had taken several precautions outside, and Yu Fei was aware of his actions. Probably not prying, yet an extended disappearance could lead to unforeseen complications. In the hotel room, the flesh barrier enveloping Qian'er blossomed like a lotus flower, only to be retracted by the Wanshueshing-2. Emerging from within, Qian'er carried a spatial backpack. The scattered resources from the military-grade supplies had vanished, likely due to this not being his first withdrawal, leaving only a mound of flesh essence. Nevertheless, this was not a loss. After all, it enabled his abomination giant to transcend its racial confines and evolve into an unprecedented flesh-type quasi-deity. It can be deemed exceedingly worthwhile. Rubbing his face, Qian'er emerged with a beaming smile. The transformation from abomination giant to Wanshueshing-2 was too significant to conceal, nor did he intend to. The moment the door to his room opened, he was immediately spotted by Yu Fei and the 4 others waiting outside. How did it go? Have you absorbed everything? Yu Fei asked urgently, eager to ascertain whether Qian'er's strength had indeed grown like that of others. Just moments ago, he received a message suggesting a possibility that Qian'er might have acquired his strength by compromising the limits of Beastmasters. Should this speculation prove true, Qian'er's value would be significantly diminished. While elite-level Beastmasters remain the backbone of Yin country, they would certainly not compare to his previous prowess. Unbeknownst to the higher-ups, Yu Fei had previously allocated his military resources to Qian'er, prompting Pengqing to send a portion of flesh essence for Qian'er to absorb and verify the accuracy of this speculation. The officials from the Beastmaster Bureau had just delivered the remaining flesh essence from Pengqing. However, Qian'er had already consumed the previous batch, and with the new spatial backpack in his possession, he felt as though 2 little figures were battling in his mind, one urging him to keep the new batch of flesh essence for himself, claiming that no one would know, and the other warning him against jeopardizing his prior investments. The internal conflict escalated, causing him considerable distress. At that moment, the 3 who had accompanied Li Ziming back from the competition returned, and upon seeing Yu Fei's conflicted expression at Qian'er's door, they were startled. Fearing that Qian'er had encountered some trouble, they contemplated whether to distance themselves from him. Fortunately, their footsteps did not escape Yu Fei's notice, and he recognized the trio hesitating at the corridor's corner. Having reviewed all of Qian'er's records, Yu Fei instantly recognized them. Among them, while Li Ziming's talent may not rival his own or Qian'er's, he was nonetheless a noteworthy prodigy. After a series of exchanges, they realized the misunderstanding and joined Yu Fei in waiting outside. To their relief, not only had Qian'er evolved, but he had also broken through to the Guardian level. Glancing at the unusual quartet, Qian'er smiled and spoke. Instantly, the others gasped, disbelief etched on their faces. Evolved? Achieved the Guardian level? Ancient Principal's eyes widened in astonishment. He was oblivious to the matter of flesh essence and struggled to comprehend what had transpired. How could it be that after a mere competition, Qian'er had ascended to the Guardian level? Had he been watching the competition for months? Stuck at the elite senior level for countless years, the ancient principal felt a surge of envy. The Guardian level is a realm of true power, capable of safeguarding a territory and even serving as the head of the Beastmaster Bureau in certain cities, embodying the pinnacle of combat strength. Li Ziming's principal mirrored this reaction, albeit with even greater intensity, for Qian'er did not hail from his institution. He could only glare resentfully at Li Ziming, who he previously thought was making commendable progress, only to realize he was far from it. Meanwhile, Li Ziming had resigned himself to the situation, believing that the distinction between elite and guardian levels was negligible, as both could easily overpower him. Evolved? Has he become a flesh behemoth? How colossal is your flesh behemoth? As for Yu Fei, he was nearly bursting with excitement. Qian'er's breakthrough not only successfully transformed the abomination giant into a flesh behemoth, but also elevated him to the guardian level. This not only dispelled the higher-up speculation, but also validated his earlier investments. Most importantly, he could now rightfully claim the batch of flesh essence. After all, that was the guardian level, a status only recently attained by Qi Wenbai from the Qi family. Such a level of Beastmaster could be considered a high-end force. Though not yet top-tier combat strength, they were still formidable and would be welcomed in any faction. Yet, amidst Yu Fei's exhilaration, Qian'er slowly shook his head. In an instant, an ominous premonition flooded Yu Fei's heart, causing his smile to falter and his spirit to sink. Not evolved into a flesh behemoth? At that moment, his voice quivered. For the evolutionary form of the abomination giant was not limited to merely the flesh behemoth. Over the years, human research had established that the flesh behemoth was the most stable and powerful branch among the abomination giant's evolutionary forms. With a staggering total of 550 points in racial value, it could overpower the vast majority of Beastmasters, boasting physical attack and defense stats exceeding 100. transforming the flesh behemoth into a mobile fortress of war. If Qian'er did not evolve into a flesh behemoth, it would be a tremendous loss. I did not become a flesh behemoth, but rather a brand new form, which I have named Wanshueshing. As he spoke, a sinewy figure resembling a lean human beastmaster emerged from behind Qian'er, exuding an aura as fierce as a tiger, causing the ancient principal and his companions to break into a cold sweat, as though facing a formidable adversary. This emanation was not a result of the Wanshueshing's intent, but rather a manifestation of high-level life exerting dominance over lower-level beings. Merely standing there, it made the others feel profoundly uneasy. Furrowed his brow as he scrutinized the Qian'er, his mood mirroring that of Qian'er back in the day. For both the F'Ngui and the Z'Ngjrn, along with the Su-Rudm, were all races that revered size as a measure of worth. Thus, the strength of their beast tamers was assessed by the physical stature of their creatures. However, the Qian'er, towering over 2 meters yet possessing a lean physique, failed to instill any sense of intimidation akin to that of the Su-Rudm. It was perplexing how such a large Z'Ngjrn could evolve into this form. For a moment, Yufei regarded the Qian'er with a hint of disdain. Yet, this contempt swiftly dissipated upon accessing the creature's attribute panel. Chapter 37. The Euphoria of an 18-year-old elite beast tamer. Goodness, a quasi-divine being, and of the blood and flesh type. As he beheld the total race values of the Qian'er, Yufei's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. Qian'er had actually cultivated a brand new quasi-divine creature, a blood and flesh variant that had never before graced existence. Upon scrutinizing the distribution of the Qian'er's race values, his astonishment only deepened. What is this? The flawless distribution of attributes resembled that of a monster born solely for combat. Wait a moment, you already possess a blood and flesh quasi-divine being. And once the promised skeleton quasi-divine arrives, you will have 2 quasi-divines. Suddenly, Yufei recognized a critical oversight, and his breath quickened. At that moment, he longed to slap himself twice. Why was he not endowed with a multi-attribute talent akin to the affinity for darkness? He, Yufei, was reputed as a genius whose talents ranked among the top 10 in Qian'er. Yet what good was that if he possessed not a single quasi-divine creature? The reason was clear. It stemmed from the absence of a divine-level creature. Choosing another type was not out of the question, but that would mean forfeiting the benefits of his innate talents. The growth cycle of a quasi-divine beast was inherently lengthy. If he were to proceed methodically in nurturing it, he could not ascertain whether he would live to witness its evolution into its final form. At this juncture, Yufei's exclamation roused the attention of the other 3, who gazed incredulously at Qian'er. This was particularly true for Lzming, who had already resigned himself. He had thought he had come to terms with his situation, yet when faced with the reality, he felt a renewed wave of discomfort. Hey, we are of the same grade. I just managed to push my beast past the novice stage, and you have already reached the guardian level, a quasi-divine guardian no less. Is this even fair? Yufei's face contorted, his previous smile wiped away, leaving him as sour as if he had consumed 2 pounds of lemons. Gentlemen, please keep matters concerning Qian'er under wraps for the time being. Rest assured, we are fully aware, replied Principal G, exchanging glances with his companion, nodding without hesitation. After all, the fact that a quasi-king was engaging with them in a cordial manner was already a significant favor. Should they express any dissatisfaction, they could expect a quasi-king level reprisal. Satisfied with their understanding, Yufei nodded and retreated to a corner, summoning a fragment of the sacred heavenly horse to form a holy light barrier around him. He then solemnly retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Seeing Yufei depart, Lzming sprang forth. Brother Qian, what is this? He gestured towards the Qian'er, standing silently behind Qian'er like a loyal sentinel, unable to articulate his envy, only managing to emit a series of strange sounds. Reflecting on how he had once reveled in his achievement of nurturing a level 11 beast before Qian'er, he felt an overwhelming desire to vanish into the earth. Do not compare yourself to me. When compared to your peers, you are truly talented, Qian'er replied, fully aware of Lzming's sentiment, and offered a few comforting words. In an instant, Lzming's expression fell. You might as well have not consoled me. What do you mean by comparing to peers? Aren't you my peer? Before long, the holy light barrier around Yufei shattered, and he emerged, beaming with joy, clearly having encountered fortuitous news. You are in for a stroke of luck. The items promised to you should arrive by tomorrow afternoon. He patted Qian'er on the shoulder with a smile. Just as he transmitted Qian'er's information, even his usually stoic teacher, whose demeanor was as unyielding as Mount Tai, could not maintain his composure, his eyes nearly bulging. After the identity verification confirmed he had not compromised the potential upper limit of the beast's abilities to elevate its level, the previously obstructed resources were released without hindrance, flowing freely. What splendid fortune! Qian'er's eyes sparkled with delight, knowing that all his time spent, and even the risks he had taken to evade pursuers were finally bearing fruit. The following morning, after the exhilarating competitions of yesterday, the victors from 32 institutions were finally determined. Today, let us witness the splendid performances they shall present. The announcer's passionate voice resonated from the grand arena. The audience was packed, with numerous elite beast tamers in attendance. It was evident that the relatively low-profile BOBO Cup could never attract such distinguished figures. They were all present for Qian'er. These individuals were eager to see how a high school student, still in the bloom of youth, could attain a status equal to theirs. At this moment, the most delighted was none other than the official representatives of Qian'er. The BOBO Cup, known for its lackluster viewership, typically attracted only the friends and family of the contestants cheering for their children. Having hosted numerous editions of the BOBO Cup, they had long resigned themselves to financial losses. They had anticipated yet another year of deficit. Yet unexpectedly, Qian'er emerged as a sensation, an 18-year-old elite beast tamer who, in just a few days, had nurtured his initial beast to elite status. This spectacle created a buzz, and they quickly recognized the commercial opportunities within, launching a fervent promotional campaign. As anticipated, both online and offline viewership soared, recouping the costs of previous promotional expenditures, with profits to follow. Here he comes. Where's Qian'er? He hasn't taken the stage yet. He is the grand finale. The Qian'er officials are quite shrewd with their scheduling. Is it true that an 18-year-old elite beast tamer exists? Is there still anyone who doubts its authenticity? The official livestream room was instantly inundated with a barrage of comments, causing the stream to lag. The owner of the livestream platform was elated, hastily arranging for additional servers. Incredible! The BOBO Cup has achieved this level of popularity. As he observed the ongoing clashes, he muttered in astonishment. The main act had yet to commence. Once Qian'er took the stage, the viewership was bound to multiply. Meanwhile, his secretary added, as you mentioned, many who entered only to find Qian'er's match scheduled for the afternoon noted the time and exited the stream. We need to allocate more resources, perhaps cut back on the servers of other streams to ensure our main event is prioritized. Chapter 38. Qian'er's Treaty? Why are these kids still not finished? An imposing man, resembling a bear, scratched his head in boredom from the audience. His name was Qian'er, an elite beast tamer. Frankly, he had no desire to attend the BOBO Cup, finding the juvenile antics utterly unappealing. Initially, he had intended to form a team to venture into the wilderness to hunt the foreign races. However, the news of an elite-level beast master emerging from the BOBO Cup jolted him back to reality. After all, he had toiled for half a lifetime just to barely reach the threshold of elite-level beast mastery, yet that young lad had achieved it by the age of 18. If this were indeed true, where was the justice in the world? He felt compelled to investigate the matter further. Not only Chen Zhuan, but the majority of elite-level beast masters present shared similar sentiments. Sensing the palpable tension in the audience, the prodigies from various high schools applied a heavier hand when commanding their beasts. Prior to the competition, their mentors had informed them that numerous esteemed beast masters would be observing their matches, a spectacle unprecedented in the history of the BOBO Cup. They certainly did not believe that these illustrious figures had come merely to witness their prowess. Their motives could only be attributed to financial gain. Yet, as talented individuals nurtured amidst accolades and admiration, none were willing to play the role of mere supporting characters. However, the thought of Qian'er's formidable beast, the abomination giant, instilled a sense of powerlessness within them. They were all geniuses. As long as they did not falter, becoming elite-level beast masters was a certainty, albeit one that required time to realize their innate talents. Meanwhile, Qian'er had already transcended that phase and emerged as a true powerhouse. Such individuals were not to be trifled with. Fearing the prospect of disgrace before their predecessors, these prodigies steeled themselves, regarding their opponents as adversaries. Under these circumstances, the competition, initially expected to conclude by afternoon, wrapped up by noon. What lay ahead was the true spectacle. Many present had come specifically for this battle, just as everyone settled in. Eager to critique Qian'er's performance, the commentator's voice abruptly interrupted their thoughts. Where did this commentator come from? We know we're here to see that lad Qian'er. Why is he rambling on? Across both online and offline platforms, the audience unleashed a torrent of curses at the incessantly chattering commentator. Why hadn't he spoken up when the previous competitors entered? Now, he appeared to be stalling for time. Unbeknownst to them, the commentator was equally distressed. While the online viewers could be placated by a few insults, the real danger lay with the audience present. Many elite-level beastmasters, Seasoned warriors who had fought in the outer realms were glaring at him with fury. In mere moments, the commentator felt as though he was drenched in cold sweat. Boss, I despise you, he lamented inwardly, bracing himself to continue with the prepared advertisements. After delivering a series of ads, he felt his legs tremble with anxiety. Finally finishing, he hastily exited. As he departed, the doors of the contestant passage swung open, revealing a smiling Qian'er alongside a youth whose face was contorted in despair. Brother, please go easy on me, the young boy implored, his expression growing more pained as he addressed Qian'er, even before summoning his beast. He had witnessed Qian'er's previous opponent, a once arrogant young lady, who had yet to recover from her defeat and trembled at the mere mention of Qian'er's name. If you are afraid, then why not surrender? Just like my last opponent? Qian'er chuckled at the boy's words, perplexed. The boy's eyes flared with indignation, as if he were accusing Qian'er. You don't understand. The organizers, upon learning that your last opponent surrendered, hastily instituted a new rule overnight forbidding surrenders. We call it the Qian'er Treaty, he exclaimed with frustration. He had observed the abomination giant and knew that its sheer size precluded any delicate maneuvers. Even a simple stomp could rival an earthquake, and a single misstep would reduce him to a pulp, leaving him no choice but to wait for resurrection. Rest assured, there will be no repeat of the previous situation, Qian'er reassured him with a smile, easily deciphering the boy's thoughts. Suddenly, the boy's expression brightened. Brother, have you decided to hold back? No, my beast has evolved, came Qian'er's reply. The boy's face paled. The abomination giant has evolved? Then it has become a flesh and blood demon? Is this your idea of comfort? It's worse than no comfort at all. Determined, he resolved that battling against the youngest elite-level beast master in history would be a credential worth boasting about. Gritting his teeth, he summoned his beast. And a canine creature composed entirely of gears leapt from the portal behind him. Woof woof. The dog, standing nearly 70 centimeters tall, positioned itself protectively before the boy, barking with a mechanical whir. Is this a steel-type gear dog? Qian'er was taken aback, for such beasts were rare. Even more so than the corrupted mud monster given to him by the ancient principle. Come on. The boy, emboldened by the presence of his geared dog, adopted a defiant demeanor. I am not afraid of you. He glared at Qian'er, his gaze wavering, yet gradually solidifying with resolve. With a rallying cry, the gears on the geared dog began to spin wildly, its aura surging rapidly. The unique ability of steel-type gear beasts, Gear Shift, could elevate its attack by 1 level and its speed by 2. The enhancements and reductions of beast attributes spanned 6 levels, culminating in a total of 12 levels, with each attribute level increase amounting to 50. Thus, when a beast's attribute reached level 6, it would quadruple in strength. However, such transformations required exceptional physical prowess, lest the explosive force harm the beast itself before it could inflict damage on the enemy. At this moment, the gear dog, having undergone a gear shift, experienced a 50-point increase in attack and doubled its speed. Wisps of white smoke spiraled from the rapidly rotating gears, indicating that it had reached the limits of its enhanced attributes. Impressive. Qian'er regarded the gear dog and its young master with a nod. As his words fell, a towering portal over 3 meters high opened behind him, exuding a scorching aura accompanied by a potent scent of blood. The boy's countenance froze, feeling an almost tangible ferocity sweep across his cheek like a blade. Chapter 39. The Shattered Hearts of the People, Claiming Victory. What followed was an unbearable wave of heat. The fierce wind compelled him to instinctively shield his eyes with his arm. My life is forfeit, he lamented internally, his mind blank. He believed he would struggle to escape the aftermath of this surge. However, after a prolonged wait, he still felt no excruciating pain. Confused, he opened his eyes, only to discover a gaunt, sinewy humanoid beast standing beside him, its fist mere centimeters from his head. He could even smell the metallic scent of blood and feel its intense heat emanating from the fist. The gear dog, driven by instinct to protect him, bit down on the shoulder of the humanoid beast but could barely penetrate its outer layer of sinew. Indeed, both you and your beast possess commendable qualities. Came Qian'er's laughter from behind the bloodfiend saint. The boy looked on in bewilderment, unable to comprehend Qian'er's intentions. Furthermore, did the abomination giant not evolve into a flesh and blood demon? What is the story behind this peculiar beast, which stands nearly as tall as an ordinary person? The authorities would not have sent you here to confront me without reason. Originally, they had no intention of adding that rule. However, upon learning of my beast's evolution, they hastily implemented it to test your courage in facing me. Qian'er smiled as he explained, his voice resonating throughout the arena via the microphone, rendering the crowd silent. In truth, had he not provided an explanation, many would have believed the officials were disregarding the well-being of the children's beasts for the sake of viewership, prompting several to initiate complaints. Yet, the situation took an unexpected turn. The abomination giant could not control its strength due to its massive size, and even a slight movement could spell disaster for smaller beasts. However, after evolving into the burning blood saint, this flaw vanished entirely. Its once cumbersome form was now condensed into its current appearance, and with the dual enhancement of the evolutionary light and the fire of meritorious deeds, the burning blood saint's mastery over its power reached an unparalleled level, capable even of restraining its force just a centimeter from the boy's face. Now, I kindly ask you both to step down. With a smile, the burning blood saint grasped the gear dog and the boy by the napes of their necks, lifting them off the arena. There was no doubt that Qian'er emerged victorious from this match, marking the conclusion of the final bout in the round of 32-16. While outsiders may have merely perceived this anticlimactic contest as an unremarkable spectacle, those in the know wore expressions of grave concern. In the audience, Chen Zhuan stared blankly at the burning blood saint, his mouth agape in disbelief. Did I see that correctly? An unfamiliar elite beast master beside him initiated conversation. Why can I not see detailed information about that beast? His voice was dry. Typically, beast masters of the same rank could discern most information about each other's beasts, yet he could only see the name of the burning blood saint, nothing more. He has surpassed the age of 18 in guardianship. At this moment, Chen Zhuan regained his composure and slowly uttered the bitter words that many were reluctant to accept. What a joke. An elite at 18 is already outrageous. But a guardian at 18. Surely this must be an April Fool's prank. A fellow beastmaster sitting in front of Chen Zhuan turned around, his face a mask of despair, repeatedly denying the truth. Yet both Chen Zhuan and the beastmaster beside him remained silent, staring at him. Is self-deception truly amusing? Once he finished speaking, Chen Zhuan delivered the final blow with his words, leaving the beastmaster in front of him utterly shattered. Along with him, countless others felt their hopes crumble. They had invested so much time and money to achieve the status of elite beastmasters, believing themselves to be significant figures. But what of this? That afternoon, the hearts of many lay in tatters. In the Baby Cup, a pond where even a level 10 beast was a rarity, a level 41 great white shark appeared. What could be so surprising about the ultimate champion now? After several days of battles, Qian'er undoubtedly claimed the title of champion. However, neither Qian'er nor the officials, nor even the universities were entirely satisfied. Despite understanding that Qian'er would not harm their beasts, many still lacked the courage to confront him, trembling even at the mere sight of Qian'er and the burning blood saint. The most extreme case involved one individual who fainted before the burning blood saint even made a move. This incident occurred during the semifinals, causing their teacher's countenance to darken instantly. Throughout the competition, the most remarkable participant was a young boy from the top 32, who not only dared to face Qian'er, but even his gear dog attempted to attack the burning blood saint to protect its master. Finally, the games concluded. Playing with a bunch of children had proven exhausting. At the end, Qian'er slumped onto the sofa, weakly inquiring. Over the past 2 days, the burning blood saint had expressed a strong aversion to playing with those children, often hesitating and feeling quite uncomfortable. Had it not been for the restriction against bringing any beasts other than the initial ones into the arena, he would have considered sending the little ice dragon into battle. The little ice dragon had arrived a few days prior, a benefit promised to Qian'er by the military, the initial form of the divine Frostbone dragon. Sensing the elder's scrutiny from behind, the small creature resting on Qian'er's abdomen slowly lifted its head, its tiny skeletal visage illuminated by the fierce blue flames of its soul, exuding an endearing yet slightly irritable demeanor. This little bone dragon measured approximately 20 centimeters in length, its bones composed entirely of ice, radiating an unusual chill. Little ice dragon. Attribute: dragon, skeleton. Qualification: gold. Level: 3. Health base value: attribute 52, 17. Attack base value: attribute 65, 8. Defense base value: attribute 50, 8. Special attack base value: attribute 45, 8. Special defense base value: attribute 50, 8. Speed base value: attribute 38, 8. Total base value: 300. Skills: Frost Impact, Dragon Claw, Dragon Might, Dragon Dance. Grasping the little ice dragon by the nape, Qian'er held it close while retrieving the nurturing guide for the Frostbone dragon from his spatial backpack to examine closely. The bone dragon and the Frostbone dragon are not the same. The bone dragon is a dragon-shaped beast crafted from various creatures' bones, with a total base value barely reaching 500, lacking any dragon attributes and merely classified as a skeletal type. In contrast, the Frostbone dragon is a true dragon, concurrently a skeletal type of demigod, and nurturing such a powerful beast cannot be taken lightly. Thus, along with the little ice dragon, a nurturing manual for the Frostbone dragon had also been included, reportedly a compilation of breeding records from a high-ranking military official. Chapter 40. The Beast Soul Banner? Surely, This cannot be considered a beast. Yet, as a skeletal-type beast, why can it not learn a single skeletal skill? Gently scratching the little ice dragon's jawbone, it instinctively extended its neck in delight, producing a strange purring sound reminiscent of a cat from its throat, devoid of flesh, as it affectionately rubbed against Qian'er's palm. Noticing this, Qian'er playfully flipped the little ice dragon over, his fingers dancing over its slender, icy ribs. This action resulted in fits of laughter from the little ice dragon, which rolled about in Qian'er's hands. One could only wonder where a mere skeleton found such ticklish spots. The little ice dragon attempted to escape from Qian'er's embrace, only to be ruthlessly yanked back. Demigods only achieve their title upon evolving to their final stage. Prior to that, they are merely ordinary. And given this little one's low level, it was no match for Qian'er. Just as Qian'er was engrossed in play with the little ice dragon, the door swung open, revealing Yufei, who entered with a broad smile, unceremoniously taking a seat on the sofa opposite Qian'er. In a moment, you can choose your champion's reward. Have you decided which beast and skill you wish to select? He inquired cheerfully. The champion's rewards for the intercollegiate competition included not only the option to choose any beast below the demigod level, but also a forbidden skill learning device and a cash prize of 1 million yuan from the officials. Compared to the first two rewards, the monetary prize was merely a supplementary benefit. I initially intended to choose between the skeleton and soul factions. The esteemed Principal Gu recommended the Wraith Commander and the Moon Ghost. I was leaning towards selecting a Wraith Commander, but as circumstances would have it, I already have a little ice dragon. Therefore, I must opt for a soul-type beast, preferably one that emphasizes defense and has protective capabilities. Brother Yu, do you have any recommendations? Qian'er placed the little ice dragon on his lap, gently stroking its icy spine. The chilling touch did not harm his fingers. Instead, it offered a refreshing sensation akin to jade. The frigid aura of the little ice dragon does not pose a threat to those it recognizes. As for the choice of a beast, as he articulated, what he truly needs now is not a skeleton-type beast that would compete with the little ice dragon for zombie skeletal resources, but rather a soul-type beast that can fully utilize the resources of the undead. Additionally, this soul-type beast must ensure his safety, for in the battles of beast tamers, the tamer often represents the weak link. If this soul-type beast were to focus on defense or control, it would be even better, as currently. His beasts include Ranshueshing II as a physical attacker and the Little Ice Dragon as a special attacker. Despite the Little Ice Dragon's physical attack stat being higher than its special attack, the situation will drastically change once it evolves into the Frostbone Dragon. Thus, he is in urgent need of a support or shield. Otherwise, the roles within his team would overlap. Upon hearing this, Yufei clapped his hands in satisfaction. Indeed, it seems you are quite clear-headed now, without needing my reminder. Yufei expressed his surprise, having initially thought that early fame might cloud Qian'er's judgment, leading him to make a poor choice. However, he was pleasantly surprised at Qian'er's clarity. So, brother Yu, do you have any recommendations? Qian'er immediately sensed that Yufei had come prepared and promptly poured him a cup of tea, handing it over with care. Haha, I never expected that one day I, Yufei, would be served tea by the most talented individual in history. Although the cup was merely a standard disposable paper cup, and the tea was just the usual fare from the inn, Yufei was still bubbling with excitement, playfully teasing Qian'er. Brother Yu, stop keeping me in suspense. What beast is it? Only then did Yufei suppress his smile, clear his throat, and solemnly produce a black beast manual, extracting a black banner from within. Your request is indeed difficult to fulfill, but fortunately, a newly discovered beast from a few years ago quite fits your criteria. He pointed to the image of the banner. Is this also a beast? Qian'er asked in confusion, having seen this type of banner only at funerals, where it was white and called a soul-summoning banner. He had never encountered a black one before. However, the crux of the matter was whether this could truly be considered a beast. Haha, I knew you would ask that. In fact, when I first saw this, I had the same question. This beast is called the Wanhun banner, initially known as the Yinhun banner, then the Zhaohun banner, and finally the Wanhun banner. Its total attribute value is 525, which is quite high and very unique. He paused dramatically, wearing a teasing expression that nearly made Qian'er burst into laughter, hastily lifting the paper cup. Brother Yu, please stop with the suspense. What makes the Wanhun banner so special? After taking a sip of tea, which he typically would not enjoy, he found it delightful today, as the one serving it was different. He then began to explain. The uniqueness of the Wanhun banner lies in its exclusive skill, the Wanhun Tunsha formation. This skill can grow and absorb souls to enhance itself or be used for attack, with the more malevolent souls being the most beneficial. Qian'er hesitated. The description increasingly resembled the magical artifacts from the cultivation novels he had read. In those tales, if such a thing were produced by the Dark Faction, it would surely invoke universal condemnation. Yet in this world, Why does it seem that the authorities support the existence of such beasts? Although Yufei was not particularly adept at reading minds, Qian'er's thoughts were written all over his face, and he could not help but roll his eyes. What are you thinking? Filling the Hun-Tun Sha formation with human souls is a grave taboo and illegal. Besides, with so many enemies, where could one not find some souls to fill it? Qian'er's eyes widened. Enemies? Haven't all the wars ended? Having spent years in the world of beasts, he had not heard of any ongoing racial conflicts. Had not the war for survival between humanity and the myriad races concluded? The survival war is over. Humanity has established a basic foothold. Now, we are engaged in an expansion war, as humanity continues to grow, and other races do as well. In such circumstances, if you do not take the initiative to compete, you will inevitably perish. He added, by the way, do not speak of this outside, for certain reasons. The public must remain unaware of this matter. Qian'er nodded. Though he did not fully understand the necessity behind this, he had no habit of being indiscreet. Chapter 41. Qian'er's third beast and forbidden skills. What about the forbidden skills? Brother Yu, do you have any recommendations? Now that he knew what beast to select, Qian'er boldly inquired about skills. The reason forbidden skills are termed as such is that they often come with significant side effects, yet their power is correspondingly formidable. Justifying those drawbacks, what type do you wish to select? Yufei asked with a knowing smile, as if he had been waiting for this moment. Blood and flesh. This time, Qian'er spoke without hesitation, his tone resolute. After all, he currently possessed only Ranshueshing 2 as a viable combat force, so he would focus on it. The forbidden skill of the blood and flesh type is singular, blood explosion. This skill can only be learned by blood and flesh beasts, and allows the bearer to draw in holy light, causing a clash between the holy light and their blood energy, thus amplifying their attack power 12-fold. Yufei spoke slowly. Holy light counters dark-type beasts, and naturally, blood and flesh types are at a disadvantage. As a blood and flesh beast, willingly inviting holy light into your body is hardly advantageous. This is a skill meant for desperate situations. Beasts that have previously utilized this skill often end up severely injured, if not completely lost, as the damage inflicts from within. Unbeknownst to him, Qian'er's breathing quickened upon hearing of this skill. While others might fear it, his Ranshueshing 2 had no such trepidation. Having been tempered by the flames of virtue during its evolution, it was unafraid of holy light. All right, this is the skill I choose. Hearing Qian'er's declaration, Yufei nodded, not offering the usual dissuasion seen in many stories, as the consequences of other forbidden skills were similarly dire. Such skills were inherently perilous. Follow me. Downing the last of his tea, Yufei rose and led Qian'er out the door toward the Beast Bureau. After the competition, Principal Gu and the others had departed, fully focused on preparing for the college entrance examination. Qian'er, exempt from participation due to his guaranteed admission, opted to stay here, with the lodging expenses covered by public funds. Upon arriving at the Beast Bureau, Qian'er discovered two middle-aged men waiting at the entrance. Haha, you must be Qian'er. Indeed, a remarkable young man, truly deserving of the title of the strongest genius in human history. The moment they saw Qian'er and Yufei, the two men burst into hearty laughter, their smiles nearly spilling from their faces. This is Yan Zheng, the head of the Pingqing Beast Control Bureau. This is Professor Zheng Xian from the Imperial Academy's Flesh and Blood Department. Yufei stood before Qian'er, introducing these two distinguished individuals. Hello, Director Yan, Professor Zheng. At this moment, Qian'er finally understood why Yufei appeared so prepared, engaging him in conversation as if he had been awaiting his arrival for some time. Greetings. Little Yu has already briefed you on everything, I presume. After extensive research, we believe this plan is the most suitable for you. What do you think? Will you choose our proposed plan? Professor Zheng, a portly middle-aged man wearing glasses, smiled amiably, his demeanor far from that of a typical flesh and blood professor. Professor Zheng, I am quite satisfied with the plan you provided. I will choose that one. Qian'er expressed no objections, as he was thoroughly pleased with both the Hun fan and the explosive blood skill. Excellent. That settles it. Everything is prepared. Please follow me. Director Yan hastily stepped forward, eager to enhance his rapport with Qian'er, leading him into the Pingqing Beast Control Bureau, straight to his office. Here we are. Take a look. Upon entering the office, Director Yan retrieved a spatial backpack from his drawer, opening it to reveal a sealed beast pearl. Through the pearl's wall, a white soul banner could be seen, peacefully slumbering within. Beside the beast pearl lay a blood-red skill machine. The forbidden level skill is too dangerous to be shared. It is specifically yours. Only your blood can unlock it. If anyone else's blood touches it, it will self-destruct. Once your beast learns the skill, this machine will also self-destruct. Director Yin explained, noticing Qian'er's puzzled expression. Now, you can contract your new beast here. It is very safe, arguably the safest place in all of Pingqing. We will step out. Summon us when you are ready. Without waiting for a response, Director Yin and the others left the office, kindly closing the door behind them. Am I just left here? Qian'er was taken aback, surprised by their trust in him. What if he were to stumble upon something he shouldn't see? However, he had little interest in the mundane matters around him. After casting a glance around, he promptly unsealed the beast pearl. The soul banner burst forth, floating gracefully in the air as it began to stretch its form. In that moment, Qian'er realized this entity was unlike the one Hun Fan he had envisioned. It possessed self-awareness, resembling a being shaped like an instrument rather than being a complete instrument itself. The advanced affinity for darkness activated, and upon seeing Qian'er, the soul banner's eyes sparkled with joy as it swiftly glided to his side. Qian'er, in turn, pressed his forehead against the soul banner, channeling his mental energy to form a unique spiritual imprint. The imprint hovered in the air, not directly touching the soul banner's body. However, the soul banner, drawn to the advanced affinity for darkness, could not resist and immediately made contact with the imprint. In an instant, the imprint penetrated the soul banner's body, marking it with Qian'er's seal. The contract was established. From that moment on, the soul banner became Qian'er's third beast. At this point, Qian'er could contract 4 beasts, yet he had no immediate intention of seeking a fourth. He simply could not manage more. The Transmigrates too. The little ice dragon and the soul banner could adequately divide the zombie's soul, flesh, and bones. To contract another beast now would surely lead to conflict, which would be undesirable. He planned to wait until the Transmigrates' level increased, and the zombie flesh no longer held significant value for it, before contracting a second flesh and blood beast. Excellent. The contract is complete. Now it is your turn. Rubbing his hands together, the Transmigrates, with its muscular form, slowly emerged from the open portal of the beast space. Now, let us try to learn this skill. With that, Qian'er used the dagger he carried to make a small cut on his finger, applying his blood to the skill learning machine. Chapter 42. The recruitment from the Beast Control Bureau. As the blood fell, the seal enveloping the skill learning machine began to shatter. The Transmigrates took the skill learning machine and pressed it against its forehead. In the next moment, its breathing quickened, and a new explosive blood skill quietly appeared on its attribute panel. Thanks to the enhancement from its merits, the Transmigrates' comprehension reached an extraordinary level, allowing it to grasp this forbidden level skill in a single attempt. Once the Transmigrates successfully comprehended the skill learning machine detected this. Emitting a mechanical whirring sound before the light atop it faded into darkness. The self-destruct sequence initiated, the skill learning machine was now rendered useless. The upper limit for single attribute enhancement is 6 levels, while explosive blood can directly elevate it by 12 levels. This means that even if the Transmigrates' attack attribute were reduced by 6 levels, using this skill would elevate it to its peak. So, does this skill function as I envisioned, without any adverse effects? Qian'er inquired eagerly, watching the Transmigrates open its eyes. If it truly behaved as he imagined, it would signify genuine depth of power. The Transmigrates remained silent for a considerable time, causing Qian'er's heart to sink with anticipation. Finally, it spoke to explain, I can only say it won't inflict as severe damage as other flesh and blood beasts. The essence of this skill is to create a conflict between the blood energy within and the holy light, thereby stimulating oneself. I am not restrained by the holy light, but I must still allow the blood energy to clash with the holy light to unleash this skill. Noticing Qian'er's somewhat disappointed expression, the Transmigrates offered a comforting smile. However, while this skill may not be used regularly, it can serve as a trump card. The cost of using it is simply to sustain minor injuries, which will not result in any irreparable consequences for me. Upon hearing this, Qian'er felt rejuvenated. Although it did not yield the outcome he had envisioned, it was still quite satisfactory, as he would not be constrained to a single use like other flesh and blood beasts. Encouragingly patting the Transmigrates on the shoulder, he turned his attention to the soul banner. Soul banner. Attribute, soul. Qualification, blue. Level, 5. Stamina base value, attribute 44, 20. Attack base value, attribute 48, 9. Defense base value, attribute 65, 12. Special attack base value, attribute 50, 12. Special defense base value, attribute 64, 12. Speed base value, attribute 43, 10. Total base value, 314. Skills, soul summoning, possession, spirit wind. The level 5 soul banner possesses only 3 skills, of which the soul summoning skill is exclusive to it and serves as the precursor to its ultimate evolution, the Wan Hun Fan's exclusive skill, the Wan Hun Tunsha formation. Its effect allows it to summon souls into the banner, thereby enhancing its own power. However, unlike the Wan Hun Fan, which can compel the consumed souls to fight on its behalf, the soul banner is still too weak to reach such heights. only capable of augmenting its own attributes until it evolves. The possession skill is intriguing, as it allows the choice to possess a unit, transferring its attributes onto that unit, which can be either a beast or a beast master, a rather commendable survival skill for a beast master. Meanwhile, the spirit wind skill generates a chilling breeze, affecting the enemy's soul, inflicting minor damage while also causing instability in the enemy's soul, thereby slowing their reactions. However, this depends on the strength of the enemy. Currently, the Qian'er fan is barely capable of drawing out Qian'er's soul, even with the blowing spirit technique. Nonetheless, overall, the Qian'er fan perfectly aligns with Qian'er's standards. As a spectral artifact, it boasts exceptional defense, capable of safeguarding Qian'er while simultaneously inflicting negative effects on adversaries. It is splendid. Nothing could be more suitable for Qian'er's Beast Taming than the Qian'er fan. Excellent. Consider this a gift for our meeting. Qian'er gently rubbed the surface of the Qian'er fan with his fingers, feeling its texture akin to smooth leather. Coupled with its sinister name and effects, it often made him think of human skin. However, he quickly cast those thoughts aside, retrieving a cerebral stone from his spatial backpack and presenting it to the Qian'er fan. His supply of such items was limited, as he could not hunt zombies in the apocalyptic world with so many eyes upon him. Buzz, how delightful. The Qian'er fan, which had been swirling around Qian'er, became invigorated upon sensing the cerebral stone. It promptly enveloped the stone and rapidly assimilated it within itself. Clearly, a single cerebral stone was insufficient to elevate the Qian'er fan's level, yet it still made the artifact delightfully roll in the air. After all, the cerebral stone represented a tangible enhancement, a comprehensive boost. Observing that Qian'er had given it such a valuable item, the newly allied Qian'er fan began to depend on the aura emanating from him, affectionately circling around him. After storing this little creature back into his beast taming space, Qian'er patted his face, composed his expression, and then reopened the office door. In the corridor outside, Director Yin, Professor Zheng, and Yu Fei were seated on chairs, engaged in conversation. Upon hearing the door open, their discussion abruptly ceased, and they all turned their gaze towards Qian'er. Is everything ready? Yu Fei inquired, glancing at Qian'er's fingers and noticing the still bleeding wound. A fist-sized beast taming space materialized behind him, and a beam of holy light emerged, landing on Qian'er's fingertip. The wound on his fingertip healed at a visibly rapid pace. Yes, everything is done, but this is broken, Qian'er nodded, saying this as he pulled out a dimmed skill learning device. You can just throw this in the trash. Director Yin took it without hesitation and disposed of it in his office's wastebasket, showing no reluctance. Seeing this, Qian'er politely expressed his gratitude. Haha, what is there to thank for? It's just a small matter, Director Yin chuckled, patting Qian'er's shoulder, his tone warm and friendly. It was an unprecedented experience for Qian'er to have such an amiable conversation with the director of a beast taming bureau in a major city. Ahem, old Yin. We should discuss our matters now. Observing that Qian'er was nearly swayed by Director Yin, the always smiling Professor Zheng grew anxious and cleared his throat, interrupting Director Yin. Haha, it seems someone is eager. Well, I shan't say more. Young Qian, consider joining our Pengqing Beast Taming Bureau after graduation. Director Yin said with a smile, but Yu Fei, who had remained silent, was taken aback by this remark. What do you mean? Are we supposed to have reached an agreement, and you come to reap the benefits? Director Yin, my brother Qian'er has already decided to join the military. You need not harbor any hopes for the Beast Taming Bureau, Yu Fei said, shielding Qian'er behind him and shooting a glare at Director Yin. In response, Director Yin merely shrugged, his smile remaining amicable. Chapter 43, Tripling Military-Level Resources, Instant Wealth. Professor Zheng, is there something you wish to discuss? Qian'er, portraying a reclusive genius boy due to his past experiences, thus led to his considerable maturity, proactively interrupted the impending quarrel, looking up at Professor Zheng with inquiry. Upon hearing this, admiration almost sparkled in Professor Zheng's eyes. It is like this, after our discussions. We believe you need not participate in the college entrance examination, so why not come to the Empire Academy and stay? Indeed, the Empire Academy was anxious. Through various clandestine channels, they had learned that all universities within Yin Nation were eagerly vying for Qian'er's enrollment, each prepared to exhaust their resources. In a bidding war, they were uncertain if they could compete effectively. After all, there was little they could teach Qian'er, who had already reached the guardian level of beast taming. Entering the academy at such a level was unprecedented. In truth, achieving guardian-level status by graduation was a rarity among geniuses. In this context, their faculty's advantages diminished. Whoever offered the highest bid would secure Qian'er's allegiance. It was no longer Qian'er needing them to bolster his credentials. Rather, they required Qian'er to validate their status as the foremost institution in Yin Nation. Thus, they devised a cunning plan to act preemptively. inviting Qian'er to their school before the others could commence their bidding after the examination. May I inquire how much your esteemed academy is prepared to offer? Before Qian'er could respond, Yu Fei, who had been positioned between Qian'er and Director Yin, suddenly turned to inquire. As a prospective royal-level beast tamer of the holy system, he was indeed quite busy, and his presence here was solely to prevent Qian'er from being misled. Considering Qian'er was aligned with the military, I have heard that the military has offered a military-level resource, correct? In response to Yu Fei's inquiry, Professor Zheng spoke with unwavering confidence. In the face of other competing institutions, they might lack assurance, as they were uncertain what the old-timers could muster. But standing before Yu Fei's family, they regained their confidence, for they could provide a resource that Yu Fei could scarcely imagine. Indeed, the military has granted Qian'er a military-level resource. Yu Fei nodded. If the military-level resources were to be distributed methodically, they would typically be reserved for royal-level beast tamers, each serving as a pillar of strength for Yan Nation. If elite-level beast tamers represented the backbone of a nation, royal-level tamers were the true heads, akin to mobile nuclear weapons. Qian'er's ability to enjoy military-level treatment at the quasi-royal level was due to his genius status, ranking among the top 10 talents in Yan Nation's history, while Qian'er's entitlement to such treatment at the elite level was due to his unprecedented genius. That is agreeable. The Empire Academy's offer consists of double the military-level resources, but for a duration of only 3 years, still distributed monthly, Professor Zheng said, holding up 2 fingers, his words plunging the second floor of the Beast Taming Bureau into silence, as all who heard turned to Qian'er in disbelief. Very well, it's a deal. Yu Fei's breath hitched, and he felt a twinge of jealousy arise within him. After managing to suppress this jealousy, he quickly spoke up, fearing Professor Zheng might retract his offer. Upon hearing Yu Fei's words, Professor Zheng sighed with relief. This was the maximum the Empire Academy could concede, as any higher would necessitate cutting resources for this year's new students. This arrangement is excellent, truly excellent. A total of 3 times the military-level resources. Each monthly portion equates to 100 units of blood essence, a treasure of that caliber. With these 3 portions, you could bestow 100 units upon each of your 3 beasts, Yu Fei remarked, pulling Qian'er closer and whispering in his ear. Rather than presenting a multitude of varied trinkets to feign a substantial offering, the military-level resources were straightforward and formidable, top-tier beast taming treasures, 100 in total. With items like the Bone Dissolver from the Skeletal System and the Holy Heart Lotus from the Spectral System, both ranked among the same tier of treasures. Acquiring these might enable Qian'er's little ice dragon to evolve within a few years. Qian'er nodded solemnly. Brother Yu, I scarcely know how to express my gratitude. As it happens, I have yet to repay the resources I borrowed from you last month. So this time I shall return you 150 units of Holy System resources. Observing Yu Fei, Qian'er spoke softly. As if Yu Fei desired to cultivate a relationship with him due to his innate talents, he too wished to foster a bond with Yu Fei. After all, this individual possessed the remarkable ability of omnipotent resurrection, and forging a connection with such a healer was undoubtedly advantageous. Just return what I lent you. Nothing more is required. You are currently in a phase of growth. How could I take from you? Yu Fei nearly acquiesced, but after careful contemplation, he sighed and declined this tempting proposition. Very well, let us proceed to the transaction below shortly. For the past 2 years, there have been murmurs suggesting that the Beast Control Bureau intends to sever ties with the military, and it seems that this notion is indeed circulating at higher levels. However, since the division has not yet occurred, resources can still be claimed from the Bureau each month. Qian'er, as we have reached an agreement, shall we depart now? Professor Zheng beamed, anxious to escort Qian'er to the Imperial University without delay. Wait, Professor Zheng. I previously borrowed a month's worth of military-grade resources from Brother Yu for the purpose of assisting the Beast's breakthrough. I must return it first. Qian'er cleverly seized the moment, addressing him in a manner that brought a broad smile to Professor Zheng's face. Of course. At that moment, he was somewhat dazed, already envisioning a future where he would be immortalized in textbooks, revered as the instructor of the most formidable beast master, Qian'er. Such a title would etch his name in history. Who could resist such an allure? Upon reaching the ground floor, Qian'er withdrew his military-grade resources for the month and exchanged them entirely for holy-type resources. Just as he prepared to depart, he was unexpectedly called back by Director Yin. Hold on, young Qian, I just noticed that you have yet to authenticate your Beastmaster level. He approached with a smile, holding a beast compendium. Yes. My principal advised me to wait until after the competition to authenticate, allowing for a stunning revelation. Qian'er nodded, recognizing there was nothing to conceal. Your revelation nearly startled us all. Take this, your beast compendium, no assessment is needed. Currently, There are likely fewer assessment officers in the Bureau than you could count on one hand. With a jest, the director handed the compendium to Qian'er, displaying the rank of Guardian-level Beastmaster. Chapter 44, Wanhua Mo. Ah, thank you very much, Director Yin. Qian'er expressed his gratitude upon receiving the compendium. It was merely a trivial act. We shall all be one family henceforth, as the Beast Control Bureau and the military have yet to part ways. Director Yin smiled. Yet his words caused Yu Fei to clench his teeth in silence. Yes, they have not yet separated, but who knows when that might occur, and once it does. Who will account for this favor? Unable to voice his objections, he stood silently, glaring. If there is nothing else, I shall take my student and depart. Professor Zheng, anxious about any unforeseen interruptions, kept his gaze fixated on Qian'er, subtly emphasizing, my student Qian'er, much to the amusement of the others present. All right. We understand he is your prize student. We are not competing with you. With an exasperated wave of his hand and a brief exchange of contact information regarding the compendium, Director Yin finally spoke. As soon as he finished, Professor Zheng swiftly opened the portal to the beast space, and a small, soft mass of flesh plopped onto the ground with a squelch before scrambling to its feet, transforming into a considerably smaller version of the previously encountered putrid mud monster. Wanhua Mo. Attribute, flesh. All Qian'er could discern were these details, as the disparity in attributes was too significant. Transform into a phone line griffin. Observing the Wanhua Mo at his feet, Professor Zheng began to speak. As his words fell, the Wanhua Mo, which had previously been the size of a fist, began to swell dramatically, ultimately transforming into a beast that Qian'er recognized all too well, the phone lion griffin of the former principal. However, this Wanhua Mo turned phone lion griffin emanated an aura far superior to that of the former principal. Come, climb aboard. Professor Zheng leapt onto the back of the Wanhua Mo and extended his hand toward Qian'er. Once both were secure, the Wanhua Mo unfurled its wings and soared into the sky with astonishing speed. Seated upon the back of the Wanhua Mo, Qian'er was astonished to discover that it had even acquired the ability to manipulate wind, safeguarding its passengers from harm. The Wanhua Mo was an extraordinary beast. It possessed only one skill, simulation. It could mimic creatures it had previously encountered, altering its attributes and species values to match those of the simulated creature, while its level remained unchanged, retaining its original rank. Professor Zheng, sitting in front of Qian'er, did not turn around but seemed to sense the astonishment in Qian'er's eyes and began to elucidate. Simulation of creatures? Qian'er keenly detected the crux of Professor Zheng's statement, noting the distinction between simulating creatures rather than simply beasts. Indeed, simulation of creatures. It can even mimic the appearance of humans for various purposes. Thus, I generally recommend that flesh-type beast masters complete their teams before contracting a Wanhua Mo. Professor Zheng nodded, affirming Qian'er's insight. Intrigued by his words, Qian'er pondered the implications. If Professor Zheng was correct, the Wanhua Mo could indeed be invincible. By merely recalling the forms of demigods, one could perfectly simulate them, and given its relatively shorter growth cycle, who would need demigods at all? Noticing the curiosity in Qian'er's eyes, Professor Zheng smiled and gestured toward the compendium in Qian'er's hand. Examine the compendium closely, and then reflect on my earlier words. Nodding, understanding this was a subtle test from Professor Zheng, Qian'er promptly opened the compendium. Mimicking the actions of the former principal to search for information on the Wanhua Mo. Attribute, flesh. Health base value, 48. Attack base value, 48. Defense base value, 48. Special attack base value, 48. Special defense base value, 48. Speed base value, 48. Total base value, 288. Skill, simulation, capable of mimicking the appearance of opponents' beasts, able to utilize identical attributes and skills. The base values were extraordinarily low, even inferior to those of early-stage creatures like the putrid mud monster, little ice dragon, and soul-guiding banner. Moreover, the Wanhua Mo lacked an evolutionary form, remaining in this state indefinitely. Its skill, however, was intriguing, as it described the ability to simulate an opponent's beast. Teacher, can an ordinary Wanhua Mo only simulate the opponent it faces in battle? Qian'er inquired, concerned that if this were the case, the Wanhua Mo would be rather inconsequential. Yes, indeed, your observational skills are commendable. Ordinary Wanhua Mo possess limited intelligence, restricting them to simulating only the immediate opponent. Professor Zheng laughed heartily, confirming Qian'er's hypothesis. This limitation is precisely why Wanhua Mo are not highly regarded among beast masters, even among flesh-type practitioners, as one can only contract a finite number of beasts, and few would squander a precious slot on a Wanhua Mo. After speaking, a proud expression crossed Professor Zheng's face. Everyone claims that the Wanhua MO is worthless, yet I refuse to believe it. My initial choice of beast was a Wanhua MO, and after dedicating decades to developing a method to enhance its intelligence, I successfully cultivated a variant capable of remembering the vast majority of beasts, even simulating them without a reference. This achievement elevated the Wanhua MO to a new echelon among flesh-type beasts and earned me the position of professor at the Imperial Academy. As he recounted his accomplishments, pride radiated from Professor Zheng's countenance, and even the flying Wanhua MO turned its head to regard him with a gentle glance. Indeed, my teacher is remarkable. Qian'er clapped his hands in admiration, recalling the ridicule Professor Zheng must have faced when he contracted a feeble Wanhua demon in his early days. The flattery was rather clumsy. Yet Professor Zheng relished it, for the same words take on different meanings when uttered by individuals of varying status. Qian'er, distinguished as the most gifted beastmaster known, was destined to ascend to the throne of the strongest trainer, provided he did not falter along the way. Even the most perfunctory praise from someone of his caliber tasted as sweet as honey to Professor Zheng. However, as their conversation progressed, Professor Zheng discerned a troubling gap in Qian'er's foundational knowledge. Goodness, you rascal. Thankfully, you awakened a high-level talent that guarantees your admission. Otherwise, with these grades, you would barely manage to enter university, he mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Turning his back to Qian'er, he endeavored to conceal his excitement, which had nearly twisted his expression. Indeed, having a genius student alleviated the burden of teaching, but it stripped away the sense of achievement. With Qian'er's current prowess as a beastmaster, he likely surpassed some of the lecturers at the academy, leaving them uncertain of where to begin instructing him. Now, he understood that as a teacher, one must still play a pivotal role. Chapter 45, The Empire Academy. This was the Empire Academy, the pinnacle of Yin Kingdom's educational institutions and its ultimate line of defense. With fervent conviction, Professor Zheng pointed to the mountain range sprawled before them, resembling a slumbering dragon. This entire range formed the academy's perimeter, housing remnants of species that once competed with humans for survival. Some had been domesticated into beast masters, while others remained as genetic reservoirs, existing solely for research. The Academy's researchers utilized the genes of these species to create stronger beasts. Professor Zheng did not shy away from discussing their practices. In his eyes, subduing and breeding the defeated was entirely rational. The vanquished ought to be trampled by the victors. Upon reaching this point, they had to pass through a gate. Entering the mountain range without passing through it would brand them as intruders, resulting in an attack. As he spoke, Professor Zheng guided the Wanhua demon down, where an impressively technological gate stood amidst the mountain peaks, strikingly conspicuous. Coincidentally, Qian'er had seen this gate before. It was the same one he had passed with the abomination giant when the researchers at Pengcheng Research Institute conducted tests. Although its purpose had not been disclosed to him, after passing through that light gate, the two researchers had treated him with notably improved demeanor. It was presumably a device for identity verification. The gate before him was similar, albeit significantly larger in size. This gate was known as the soul detection device, which assessed the compatibility of body and soul while also possessing identity verification capabilities. With that, Professor Zheng led Qian'er through the grand entrance. As they stepped into the threshold, the gate's illumination shifted to green, and a gentle female voice resonated. Welcome back, Professor Zheng and student Qian'er. Should you have any requests, please feel free to instruct Xiaoyu. This was the beast of the Academy's founding dean, the quasi-divine Wuliang Guangshu of the mechanical and psychic departments. One of the strongest known beasts to humankind, whose essence resided within the dimensional rift. The voice that just spoke was its incarnate will, which could be addressed as Xiaoyu. After completing the enrollment procedures, Qian'er would receive a student card crafted from her fallen leaves, enabling him to summon Xiaoyu's partial consciousness and inquire about anything within the academy. Professor Zheng smiled as he explained to Qian'er, "Come, I shall take you to register." Once home, Professor Zheng finally exhaled in relief, though not entirely at ease. He intended to input Qian'er's information, solidifying his status as a student of the academy. Only then would they be shielded from any potential troubles. "Thank you, Professor," Qian'er remarked, eliciting a jubilant response from Zheng. After passing through the soul detection device, Professor Zheng once again summoned the Wanhua demon, the wind-controlling griffin, and soared deeper into the mountains. As they traversed the rugged terrain, a city rich in technological splendor emerged before Qian'er. This was the Empire Academy, a true embodiment of the Yin Kingdom's depth. Qian'er silently mused. In an instant, the wind-controlling griffin dove downward, landing at the academy's entrance. The grand door outside served as the first checkpoint. The Wuliang Guangshu's scan was the second. And here lay the third. Only by passing through all three could one truly validate their integrity and gain entry to the academy's inner sanctum. Guiding Qian'er through a door similar to the one outside, Professor Zheng clarified, Unlike the previous ones, this gate assesses the body. As it was a holiday, the academy was notably quiet, yet due to the urgency surrounding Qian'er's admission, Professor Zheng had previously notified the staff, ensuring that the necessary procedures would be attended to promptly. This is the admissions office. It suffices for you to make an acquaintance, as opportunities to visit are rare. Leading Qian'er into a teaching building, Professor Zheng pointed to an office marked as the admissions office. I say, old Zheng, your words lack integrity. What do you mean by rare opportunities? I find this child, Qian'er, quite agreeable. Why not let him come by to chat with me occasionally? Just as Professor Zheng finished speaking, the admissions office door swung open, revealing a strikingly attractive middle-aged woman in her 30s or 40s, who shot him a fierce glare. From the name tag hanging around her neck, Qian'er learned that her name was Su Yunjia. Subsequently, the middle-aged woman turned to Qian'er with a warm smile. Child, here is your student card. Be careful not to lose it. Replacing it can be quite troublesome. Nodding, Qian'er replied, thank you, Teacher Su. The address of Teacher Su brought a radiant smile to Su Yunjia's face. In the past few days, all of Qian'er's background information had been compiled and placed on countless desks, including hers. Upon learning of Qian'er's past, she was eager to befriend him, as he did not appear to be the type to seek vengeance on society. The annihilation of the Chun family had been provoked by their own actions, after all. Following Qian'er's display of strength, numerous individuals had come forward to defend him. Have you selected your guiding teacher? Leading Qian'er into the office, Su Yunjia poured him a cup of tea, ignoring the envious gaze of Professor Zheng, and inquired with a friendly demeanor. I have already chosen. It is him. As he personally called me Zheng Laoshi. Before Qian'er could respond, Professor Zheng interjected, glaring at Su Yunjia. Huh, you think you are worthy of being chosen? Have you looked in the mirror? Suddenly, the admissions office door burst open, and a tall figure entered, an elderly man, seemingly over 2 meters tall, his face gaunt, and a few strands of hair resembling withered grass. This was Professor Shi Zhong, a skeletal-type beastmaster at the Quasi-King Peak. Wielding a freshly evolved Frostbone dragon as his trump card, Su Yunjia appeared unfazed as she led Qian'er aside, whispering an explanation. Among all quasi-divines, the Frostbone dragon has one of the longest maturation cycles, only evolving into its final form at the Quasi-King Peak, which is level 60. Old Shi, I see you are courting death. Does attaining a fully evolved quasi-divine make you feel invincible? Professor Zheng felt his face flush for the first time in front of Qian'er, wishing he could engage in a physical confrontation with Professor Shi. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, the computer keyboard beside them began to move on its own, gradually inscribing a name in the advisor's position of Qian'er's file. Chapter 46. Is that even human language? The program has been successfully recorded. Now Qian'er is my student, so you lot should keep your distance from my student. Just as Professors Zheng and Shi were on the verge of a clash, a calm voice suddenly resonated from a seat, startling everyone present. Professors Zheng and Shi swiftly turned their heads, fixated on the position before the computer. A shadow slowly ascended from the ground, taking on a human form. As the shadow dissipated, a languid middle-aged man supported his chin with his hand, grinning as he observed the two, provocatively pointing at the screen. There, in Qian'er's file, the advisor's position clearly displayed a name, Professor Yong Shuehai of the Soul Reaper Department. This professor, a peak king-level beast master, had unexpectedly arrived. An excitement brewed in the air. Su Yunjia, sitting beside Qian'er, seemed to relish the unfolding drama, whispering animatedly. However, Qian'er did not respond. His eyes sparkled as he gazed at Yong Shuehai, although he was unclear about the exact nature of the technique just demonstrated. His instincts honed from surviving in the apocalypse recognized its formidable power. I want to learn. Noticing Qian'er's gaze, Yong Shuehai looked back and smiled warmly. Would you like to learn? Qian'er nodded vigorously. That technique, among other things, possessed crucial life-saving capabilities. Survival first, everything else would follow. Very well, I shall teach you. But you must contract a shadow demon first. Ignoring the two professors, who were practically seething with rage, Yong Shuehai maintained a calm demeanor, his chin resting on his hand, a subtle smile gracing his features. At the king level, beast masters delve deeply into the true essence of their skills. Professor Zheng focuses on the simulation skills of the metamorphoses, being the strongest among all beast masters of that category worldwide. Meanwhile, Yong Shuehai explores the shadow demon's ability to manipulate shadows, a skill that could transport a vast group into the shadow realm and re-emerge elsewhere, achieving a form of collective spatial leap. Su Yunjia's voice drifted into Qian'er's ears, detailing the backgrounds of the three professors with the enthusiasm of an expert. Her voice was not soft, and the three elderly professors, not yet hard of hearing, absorbed every word. Upon hearing Su Yunjia's introduction, both Yong Shuehai and Professor Zheng puffed out their chests with pride. In contrast, Professor Shi, excluded from the accolades, darkened in expression but remained silent after glancing at Su Yunjia. Huh, it seems this lad is destined to follow me. However, you two need not worry. While you lack the formal title of mentor and student with my pupil, you can still impart real knowledge. He possesses a dark element affinity, making him suitable for the blood, skeleton, and soul reaper categories. I cannot teach him everything alone, so you two should share your secret techniques. Young Shuahai chuckled as he approached, patting Qian'er's shoulder, ready to lead him away. Yet, before he could finish speaking, the imposing Professor sure blocked the door. Both he and Professor Zheng wore grim expressions, their chests heaving with suppressed rage. What is this? What do you mean we have no formal title with Qian'er, yet we must divulge our secret techniques? We receive no benefit from this. Are we merely working for you? How could you utter such words? Let us go. With Professor Zheng's furious shout, a fist-sized metamorphosis creature suddenly materialized, swiftly transforming into a shadowy, humanoid beast. It was none other than a shadow demon. The metamorphosis creature simulated into a shadow demon raised its hand, and a dark void opened beneath the three professors. Countless shadowy hands reaching out to pull them into the abyss. The three offered no resistance, obediently drawn in. In an instant, the admissions office was left with only Su Yunjia and Qian'er, exchanging glances. Just now, Old Zheng had shifted the battlefield to the mountains outside. Internal conflicts were prohibited within the academy, but the mountains were fair game. While Qian'er looked astonished, Su Yunjia calmly retrieved tea from the drawer to pour a cup for him. Will those three be all right? Qian'er asked anxiously, never imagining he could provoke a brawl among three middle-aged men. Rest assured, they are old companions of decades. They know their limits, and one tea truly harm each other. As Su Yunjia finished speaking, a sudden gust of cold wind swept through the mountains outside, freezing the entire area, and even the teaching building felt a chill. Qian'er's eyes widened, realizing it was likely Professor Shi's Frostbone dragon in action. He quickly opened the beast's space, summoning the still-sleeping little ice dragon, shaking it gently to rouse it. Look, your predecessor is in battle. Before the little ice dragon could comprehend the situation, Qian'er's words snapped it fully awake. The flames of its soul igniting as it perched on Qian'er's shoulder, fixated on the direction of the Frostbone's energy. The air was thick with white mist, obscuring all visibility, yet a massive bone dragon, hundreds of meters long, could be vaguely seen weaving through the fog. The little ice dragon had not consumed many brain crystals, and its comprehension had not reached the terrifying levels of the abhorrent giant, so Qian'er did not expect much. All he hoped was for the little creature to ignite a desire for strength. The little ice dragon did not disappoint, as it beheld its predecessor freezing an entire mountain. A glimmer of excitement flickered in its eyes. A promising seed. It seems the military did not neglect you. At this moment, Su Yunjia observed the little ice dragon on Qian'er's shoulder, nodding in satisfaction. By the way, Teacher Su, you mentioned that the three of them are decades-long friends. How old are those professors? They look like they're in their 30s. Placing the little ice dragon on the windowsill for a better view of the battle, Qian'er turned to Su Yunjia, attempting to strike up a conversation. Oh, the youngest among them, Young Shuahai, is probably over 100 this year. Su Yunjia added with a smile. In truth, when a beast is contracted, it does provide feedback on the beast master's physical capabilities, albeit minimally. Moreover, the feedback is negligible when the beast is of low rank. Thus, it is widely believed that low-ranking beasts cannot enhance the physical strength of their masters. Typically, once they reach the guardian level, the power of the beasts becomes significantly apparent, and although the feedback ratio remains unchanged, the sheer volume allows it to be noticeably felt. At the king level, the physical enhancements provided to beast masters become quite substantial. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, these masters generally live between 3 to 5 centuries, with the attributes offered by different beasts varying accordingly. Chapter 47. The Maid Cat and Returning to the Apocalypse World. Upon hearing Su Yunjia's explanation, Qian'er finally understood. However, their little spat had indeed escalated beyond reason, especially given the vast area of attack they managed to unleash under the Wuliangwing tree's suppression. You stay here for a moment. I'll go rally some support. Su Yunjia crossed his arms, observing the scene from the window, his brow furrowing slightly. After instructing Qian'er, he moved to a corner of the office to make a phone call, the recipient unknown. Whatever was said seemed to ease his furrowed brow, and a smile returned to his face. Having communicated with the aforementioned, she smiled and explained upon noticing Qian'er's inquisitive gaze. Due to energy constraints, your multifaceted talent can only be assigned to one primary discipline, while the others will be electives. This was primarily the cause of the altercation among the three, each aspiring to be your true mentor. However, your situation is rather unique. You are already a guardian-level beastmaster, even surpassing many of the instructors within the academy. Thus, the dean believes your energy is sufficient to simultaneously pursue 3 disciplines. As her words fell, Qian'er beheld a silver branch emerging from the void, its bark revealing the faint rotation of gears through the fissures. The branch gently descended from the ether, appearing to Qian'er as if the heavens themselves were collapsing. An unparalleled force that threatened to shatter the fabric of space. The endless explosions caused the mountains to tremble, as if they might be torn asunder by the released energy in the next moment. Qian'er grasped the windowsill tightly, prepared to leap from the window should the teaching building begin to crumble. Yet, although the shockwaves approached the academy, they felt infinitely distant and unattainable. In the next instant, the ravaged mountains began to reshape as if time were reversing, the shattered peaks reconstituting as the frozen beasts and trees revived, as though time itself were flowing backward. Before arriving, Laozheng must have informed you, right? The first-generation Dean's Wuliangwing tree is rooted in dimensional space. In classification terms, the Wuliangwing tree is categorized as a high-dimensional beast, which simply means it is a high-dimensional entity. One-dimensional refers to a line, two-dimensional to a plane, three-dimensional to a body, and four-dimensional encompasses both the plane and the time axis. This implies that such a beast can manipulate time, and the Wuliangwing tree just now was indeed manipulating time, negating the cause of its own actions. Without a cause, there can naturally be no effect. Su Yunjie spoke with calmness, yet his words rendered Qian'er momentarily breathless. At that moment, he finally comprehended why a quasi-deity is referred to as such. If the Wuliangwing tree, as a quasi-deity, possesses such strength, what of the similarly esteemed Xiao Binglong and Ran Xuexingtu? Qian'er's gaze ignited with fervor. This power entranced him, and with a world as his resource, he was certain he could elevate Xiao Binglong and Ran Xuexingtu to such heights. Even transcending the confines of the true king and reaching the realms of divinity was not beyond the realm of possibility. Just as Qian'er indulged in his reverie, a massive black void abruptly manifested on the ground. From within this void, three despondent figures gradually emerged. At that moment, Professor Zheng and his companions no longer exuded their earlier vigor. Each wore a pallid countenance, struggling to maintain their footing. What a loss, what a severe loss this is. The ever-composed young Xuehai muttered incessantly, while Professor Zheng scoffed beside him. You, who sneaked away, are in no position to say that. I toiled arduously to bring them back, and you think you can simply reap the rewards without effort? In response, young Xuehai offered a sheepish smile, choosing to refrain from further comment. All right, Xiao Qian. From now on, you shall be our collective student. Shortly, I will take you to gather resources, and then to your dormitory. With a month until the academic term begins, you should take this time to relax. If you have any questions, do not hesitate to call any of us. After giving young Xuehai a swift kick, Professor Zheng adjusted his disheveled attire caused by the earlier battle, donning a benevolent smile as he led Qian'er outside. This will be your dormitory from now on. Originally, there was a major examination for new students, and only the top 30 could reside in the villa area. However, given your prowess, you would undoubtedly rank within the top 30, so the higher-ups have permitted me to bring you directly. After guiding Qian'er to collect the promised double military-grade resources for the month, Professor Zheng gestured towards the villa complex. Feel free to choose any. We have prepared maid cats specifically for housekeeping. As for meals, you may dine at the cafeteria, where a special kitchen has been arranged for us residents. After patting Qian'er on the shoulder and handing him a key, Professor Zheng turned swiftly to depart. Once out of Qian'er's sight, his previously composed expression crumbled, grimacing as he rubbed his lower back. Those two were truly ruthless, my poor back. After bidding farewell to Professor Zheng, Qian'er took the key and sought out the nearest villa to enter. He couldn't help but feel intrigued by the maid cats mentioned by Professor Zheng, wondering if they were as he imagined. Upon opening the villa door, Qian'er's spirit sank at the sight of a humanoid cat in a maid outfit, bowing to him. The good news was that it indeed wore a maid's attire. The bad news was that it was a cat. The maid cat was, quite literally, a cat standing upright, adorned in a maid uniform, its face perpetually adorned with a smile, a large green feline. No way. Are you related to the magical masked cat? Due to the lack of a contract, Qian'er could not comprehend what the maid cat was saying, but he could surmise it was likely something akin to welcoming him home. Never mind, just focus on cleaning. You don't need to call for me, and there's no need to enter my room when I'm not around. Filled with an array of frustrations, Qian'er ultimately sighed in resignation, waving his hand weakly in response to the maid cat's eager gaze. He then randomly selected a room and retreated inside, leaving the maid cat behind, whose eyes crinkled with amusement as she covered her mouth with her paw. It seemed this was not her first experience in such a scenario. The cat was clearly up to no good. Once inside his room, Qian'er immediately locked the door and summoned Ran Xuexingtu. Just like last time, create a flesh and blood space to envelop me. Upon hearing this, Ran Xuexingtu nodded and broke one of its fingers. The severed digit landed on the ground, elongating as if inflated, enveloping both Qian'er and Ran Xuexingtu within. Within the fleshy membrane, Qian'er promptly opened a portal. Before his eyes could adjust, the rancid stench reminiscent of a zombie invaded his nostrils. Chapter 48. The Astonished Xiao Binglong. The familiar odor was overwhelmingly repulsive. Qian'er pinched his nose, his face contorted in disgust. He had not anticipated that returning from the Beastmaster world after several days would be so disorienting. I, on the other hand, feel quite comfortable. Ranxueshengtu emerged from behind Qian'er, gazing at the familiar surroundings with excitement. After all, this space was filled with resources for its growth, and it naturally had no qualms about the environment. How did you fare with the task I assigned you? Qian'er asked him with a resigned smile, his voice gentle. Although he could not see, Qian'er was certain many eyes were vigilantly watching him, making it unwise to traverse the apocalyptic world carelessly. However, Ranxueshengtu, who usually remained in the Beastmaster space, was able to enter the apocalyptic realm to gather the remnants of the corpses it had consumed, stacking them in one location for Xiao Binglong to devour. In theory, this situation should allow Ranxueshengtu to roam freely within the apocalyptic world, hunting zombies at will, thus accelerating its growth. Yet, the issue lay with Qian'er. After several experiments, he discovered that upon leaving the apocalyptic world, he would re-enter at the same location he had previously departed from. If Ranxueshengtu ventured too far, he could not immediately summon it back to the Beastmaster space, then release it again in the Beastmaster world. This period was quite perilous, as he dared not sleep too deeply. Without the protection of Ranxueshengtu, he would be in considerable trouble. However, this situation would not endure for long. Once Xiao Binglong or Yin Fan matured, they could take turns. Everything is in order now. Some fragmented pieces are irretrievable, and I did not touch the overly scattered remnants. I have salvaged the relatively intact skeletons from the massive tide of corpses we encountered earlier, and they are now piled high outside. The Ranxueshengtu spoke in a steady voice. That is good. Qian'er nodded slightly, pushing open the door to step out from the lair, but instead of the familiar sunlight, she was met with an unbearable stench and a looming shadow. Gazing at the stark white mountain of bones before her, Qian'er felt momentarily dazed. Although these were remnants we had personally collected, their accumulation was still quite shocking. After a moment, Qian'er regained her composure and marveled at the mountain of bones. With this as a backdrop, my pesticide processing factory resembles the mythical Shichuoling. If we were to find ourselves in those immortal realms, we would undoubtedly be regarded as formidable demons. She jested while pointing at the Ranxueshengtu. I possess merit. Anyone who claims to act in the name of justice would be the true villain. Having accompanied Qian'er for quite some time, the Ranxueshengtu could follow her train of thought, eliciting a hearty laugh from Qian'er. Opening the Beastmaster space, Qian'er casually released the little ice dragon and the Yin Soul banner. Gui. The little ice dragon's voice rang clear. It had yet to recover from the recent battle with its predecessors and was taken aback by the spectacle of the Bone Mountain, exclaiming in astonishment. As if in a dream. Go ahead, it's all yours. You can finish whenever you like. Also take this, gently tapping the little ice dragon's head to jolt it awake. Qian'er gestured toward the mountain of bones. The little ice dragon pointed at itself, its eyes wide with the flames of its soul igniting. Yes, it's all yours. And this too. As she spoke, Qian'er produced a small segment of bone resembling jade, likely a phalanx. The moment this object was revealed, the little ice dragon's eyes widened with intense desire. Its allure was terrifying, even more so than the entire mountain of bones. This was not to say the energy of the Bone Mountain was inferior to that small segment. Rather, the energy contained within the phalanx was exceptionally pure, akin to a delectable delicacy, while the Bone Mountain served as a substantial staple. This was indeed a piece of unmelting bone, a resource of the same caliber as the essence of flesh and blood, obtainable only from the remains of extraterrestrial beings who had perished at the Quasi-King level. After undergoing special processing, clutching the unmelting bone tightly, the little ice dragon soared to the peak of the Bone Mountain, as if fearing Qian'er would snatch it away. Its icy skeletal form began to writhe, a layer of frost gradually enveloping the bones below. It was a process of assimilation reminiscent of the previous corrupted mud monster. It would likely take some time for it to absorb this energy. Let's venture out to find some gifts for the Yin Soul banner. Speaking of which, during your time here, you've been moving bones. Did you not think to hunt some zombies to bring back as gifts for your siblings? Qian'er recalled this matter halfway through her sentence and turned to look at the Ranxueshengtu with curiosity. I forgot. Next time, I'll make up for it. The Ranxueshengtu hesitated for a moment before scratching its head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. During my time in the apocalyptic world, I did manage to eliminate a few isolated zombies. But I ended up treating them as snacks, completely oblivious to this. No worries, you are still just a child. Come, let us hunt together. Qian'er chuckled, patting the Ranxueshengtu's shoulder. Despite its seemingly mature demeanor, it was still a baby of about a year old. Let's first ascertain whether the zombies possess souls. As they passed a corner, Qian'er's keen eyes immediately spotted a few zombies wandering in a nearby shop and promptly tapped the Shangtu's shoulder. All right. Before her words could fully settle, the Shangtu had already vanished. When it returned, it held two struggling zombies in its grip. With a sound akin to a watermelon being crushed, the heads of the two zombies were crushed in its grasp, the dark blood splattering against its body without touching Qian'er. Skillfully retrieving the brain stones, both Qian'er and the Shangtu gazed intently at the Soul banner. The Soul banner twisted in the air, visibly excited, unfurling its form as if displaying its splendor, much like a male creature in the animal kingdom courting its mate. As it moved, two dazed young women slowly emerged from the zombies' bodies, wandering toward the Soul banner. With the activation of the soul-drawing skill, the two young women were drawn into the banner, which then emitted faint yet fierce roars. Zombies truly possess souls, and they appear human? Qian'er pondered, furrowing her brow. But wait, the texts say human souls possess consciousness. What is happening here? Could it be that the torment of being trapped within a zombie's shell for 5 years has eroded their reason? I wonder if such souls will be particularly fierce. However, the current Soul banner was incapable of allowing those souls to engage in battle. They would have to wait for its evolution to uncover whether this was a blessing or a curse. Chapter 49. Neighbor, is that a dragon? Here, consume this. The two zombies clearly could not initiate a transformation for the Soul banner, yet Qian'er was undeterred. She took the two brain stones from the Shangtu and tossed them to the Soul banner. The Soul banner, having previously consumed one, widened its eyes. Having thought these were exceptionally rare resources, each one diminishing its supply. Indeed, it's for you, go ahead and eat it. I will help you find more. Qian'er smiled as she stroked the surface of the Soul banner. The Soul banner was utterly exhilarated, hastily swallowing both brain stones. It had noticed the gathering of pure energy when the Shangtu retrieved the stones, but it had remained silent, believing such treasures were meant for the Shangtu alone. It had never anticipated that Qian'er would bestow them upon it. Let us clear the surrounding zombies, and then we shall depart. Casting a glance at the significantly diminished number of zombies in the streets, Qian'er furrowed her brow. He had never imagined he would one day be troubled by the scarcity of zombies. Yet, it was unavoidable, having feasted on a grand banquet of countless zombies. The experience was utterly captivating, akin to a buffet, where even without personal enhancement, one could feel an ever-present sense of empowerment. Now, with only a few here and there, it was rather lackluster. Only the Na'vi Soul banner remained blissfully content at the prospect of encountering a few solitary zombies. Qian'er did not immediately provide the Shingshin obtained alongside the unmelting bone to the Soul banner. Unlike the Little Ice Dragon, the Soul banner's foundation was too weak to withstand the power of the Shingshin Lotus. It needed to level up first. After all, the Little Ice Dragon was a quasi-divine youngling of golden quality, a far cry from ordinary beast companions. Ah, is this what it means to be in a wealthy household? I'm enamored. Within Qian'er's lair, the Little Ice Dragon lay lazily atop the mountain of bones, its small claws now completely frozen, having absorbed all the energy. A gentle tap on the bones transformed them into powder that scattered, allowing its body to settle upon another bone. Turning, it took a deep breath of the energy emanating from the unmelting bone, releasing a contented call. The days when one can feast on lobster are indeed extraordinarily comfortable. At this moment, the Little Ice Dragon has firmly concluded that Qian'er embodies the essence of a wealthy household. After all, according to its parents' former assertions, those wielding the dark attribute Beastmasters have been struggling, with resources in short supply. Yet, in such circumstances, Qian'er astonishingly managed to provide it with a mountain of bounty. This is the hallmark of a true affluent family, lounging lazily atop the summit of the Bone Mountain, basking in the sunlight while absorbing the power of the unyielding bones. The Little Ice Dragon yawned. Its physique was gradually expanding at a pace entirely inconsistent with the growth patterns of a demigod. Merely a few hours had passed, and its length had already reached 1/2 meter. Suddenly, as it lay atop the mountain, the Little Ice Dragon flipped over and stood up. Its brow furrowed as it surveyed the area below. It could sense the presence of an unfamiliar individual intruding upon its Beastmaster's territory. A person devoid of Qian'er's essence. This indicated that the intruder had not received permission from Qian'er. In the Little Ice Dragon's scant memories, only one kind of entity would dare to encroach upon another's domain without the owner's consent, an invader. The flames of its soul blazed fiercely within its hollow eye sockets. And with its tattered bone wings flapping, the Little Ice Dragon soared into the air, diving toward the base of the mountain. Rat, what has that scoundrel Qian'er been up to? Outside the severed barbed wire, 5 pallid-faced men stood together, gazing up at the towering bone mountain that dominated the factory yard with astonishment. They were inhabitants of a human enclave within the city, having taken refuge in the original sewer system. Recently, they had heard that the lone wolf Qian'er, who had occupied the pesticide factory, had not shown himself for quite some time, stirring thoughts of opportunity within them. However, they had not rushed in but had instead sent someone to scout the area. After all, they had previously suffered at Qian'er's hands. Those who could survive alone were never simple characters. Yet, at that moment, they harbored a suspicion that Qian'er might have perished. In the apocalypse, anyone could meet their end, even the formidable lone wolf Qian'er. It could be a mere cold or a small wound leading to infection, or perhaps he was simply devoured by a zombie. The methods of demise were innumerable. On their first incursion, they had dared not venture too deeply, for Qian'er was known to fight fiercely, in a place lacking medicine. Even a minor injury could lead to death, so they hastily cut through a barbed wire fence and retreated. Yet, days passed without Qian'er confronting them, and excitement surged among them. Perhaps Qian'er was truly dead. They were all envisioning Qian'er's lair, a factory above ground, far superior to the dark sewers. However, during their second reconnaissance, before they could depart, the scout, Rat, hurried back, reporting that something was amiss. An evolved zombie seemed to have taken residence in that area. A creature terrifyingly large, several meters in height, with a gaping maw upon its abdomen, resembling a monstrosity from the depths of human imagination. This revelation sent them recoiling in fear. Days later, finding no sign of the evolved zombie, their spirits lifted once more. This time, they were determined to seize that coveted territory. But soon, they felt their enthusiasm may have been premature. In merely a few days' absence, a bone mountain had inexplicably risen within the factory, composed entirely of human bones. They could see countless skeletons strewn about like refuse, their hollow eye sockets seemingly fixated upon them, sending chills down their spines. What in the world is this? A man, whose face had turned an unnatural shade of pale, staggered back a few steps, trembling as he questioned the transformation of the world in just a few days. All eyes turned toward the leader, seeking guidance on what to do next. Roar! Just as the leader was mired in indecision, a terrifying roar descended from above, startling everyone into alertness as they hastily looked up. Was that a dragon? Upon discerning the figure, someone emitted a sound akin to a scream. Chapter 50. Behold, this is how to lure the monster. The leader had long felt that the world was quite mad prior to the apocalypse. Being forced to work 14-hour shifts was already absurd, and now, the boss had turned into a zombie, occupying the company and instilling fear in them. Yet, he never anticipated the world could devolve into such chaos. Gazing at the frosty figure descending from the heavens, he found himself surprisingly unperturbed, merely reflecting on how the world had finally transformed into something unrecognizable. He scrutinized the dragon before him, which was roughly the length of an arm, with 4 limbs and wings, completely devoid of flesh, resembling the skeletal dragons from games of yore. However, its bones were as translucent as ice, exuding a chilling aura, devoid of any scent of death. In summary, it was a remarkably exquisite bone dragon. He appeared calm, yet those around him were far from tranquil. The diminutive middle-aged man known as Rat, upon witnessing this figment of fantasy materialize into reality, stumbled back a few steps, oblivious to the stone behind him, and fell to the ground. The others fared little better. For these individuals, the greatest fear was change. 5 years of apocalyptic existence had nearly solidified their mindset. Content to maintain the status quo, accustomed to coexisting with zombies. Though their situation was far from ideal, it had not worsened. Yet now, even the once fantastical dragons had emerged. Could this signify yet another shift in the world? They could evade death at the hands of zombies, but escaping from other bizarre entities was an entirely different matter. In the presence of the 5 intruders, the little ice dragon, filled with rage, exhaled a gust of icy breath from its nostrils. Frost shock. This was the exclusive skill of its species, which would evolve into the frigid dragon breath upon its transformation into a frostbone dragon. The white frost surged forth, enveloping the 5 men. In an instant, a pristine layer of ice enveloped them, their thoughts freezing in that moment, and all traces of life vanished simultaneously. Having dealt with the intruders, the little ice dragon proudly raised its head and returned to the summit of the bone mountain to resume its indulgent lifestyle amidst the feast of flesh and wine. I must find something to create a significant commotion. Standing in an open area, Qian'er struck the empty basin in his hands, watching as several attracted zombies approached. Sighing in resignation, the sound of the basin was too faint. He needed a trumpet or something similar. As he sensed Qian'er's agitation, the souls of the zombies he had just summoned with his summoning skill became unstable. Their movements stiffened as the guiding banner flew over, brushing against Qian'er's face, emitting an indistinguishable sound. The golden energy appeared to have increased. Perhaps it was due to the souls being drawn away. The bloodburnt saint, who had remained by Qian'er's side to protect him, noticed the zombies stumbling toward Qian'er, lacking an opponent, and sighed helplessly. In a flash, the brains of the zombies were obliterated, their flesh devoured entirely, and the brain stones were tossed to the guiding banner that was receiving the souls. At the moment the souls were absorbed into the banner, unseen golden energy cascaded from above, dividing into 3 streams and flowing into Qian'er, the blood-burnt saint, and the guiding banner. Having undergone a transformation through the flames of virtue during evolution, the blood-burnt saint was particularly sensitive to such fluctuations in energy, promptly alerting Qian'er to the change. It's hard to say, but the probability of this is significant. Qian'er was momentarily taken aback, not expecting that carrying the Yinhun fan would yield such advantages. Nevertheless, although the Yinhun fan was not as potent as the Wanhun fan, it was still quite formidable. Being absorbed into the Wanhun fan would indeed accumulate merit. How torturous must the existence within that zombie shell be? After absorbing 2 brainstones, the Yinhun fan now contained the souls of 37 zombies, all of whom appeared with vacant stares on the banner. As the Yinhun fan fluttered, one could faintly hear a deep roar, adding a dramatic effect. Following the absorption of such numerous souls and brain stones, the Yinhun fan had reached level 8. Yet its quality remained unchanged, still bearing a blue hue. I recall there should be a supermarket nearby. Let us venture inside. Gently tapping the banner's surface to remind it not to engage in such actions again, especially in the presence of foes, he then pointed towards a shop by the roadside. The shop's door had long been pried open, lying helplessly on the ground, a testament to the countless individuals who had rifled through it. Even Qian'er had previously taken some supplies from here. However, most of what he obtained were basic necessities such as food, water, and clothing. Items like a loudspeaker, which could be life-saving in the apocalypse, were unlikely to have been taken, so it was possible he might find one. The Ranxuesheng too silently nodded, closely trailing behind Qian'er to safeguard him. The Yinhun fan exhibited a capricious nature, finding everything here quite novel. Upon entering the store, the shelves were toppled, creating a chaotic scene strewn with empty food packaging and dried bloodstains, appearing exceedingly filthy. Various trivial items rendered useless in the apocalypse lay haphazardly on the floor, leaving him with little room to navigate. After rummaging around for a while, Qian'er suddenly brightened as he discovered a complete loudspeaker in the corner. Indeed, acquiring a non-electric antique before the apocalypse was a challenge. He tested it and found it devoid of power, prompting a silent retort from him. Fortunately, a set of batteries lay not far away. Time to make a significant move. Clearing his throat, Qian'er shouted a few phrases for the loudspeaker to record, and upon confirming its functionality, he exited with renewed enthusiasm. This small town had a population of over 1 million before the apocalypse. According to the broadcasts made prior to the collapse of communication, during the onset of the apocalypse, at least 950,000 individuals had transformed into zombies. Although 5 years had passed since the apocalypse, resulting in considerable losses among both zombies and survivors, more than half remained, and Qian'er had only made a minor dent. With 2 beast companions, he ventured to an open area and set the loudspeaker down. His voice, amplified through the loudspeaker, distorted slightly, causing Qian'er to frown. Setting the loudspeaker to loop mode, he glanced around and quickly found a spot on the 2nd floor to hide, observing quietly below. The Ranxuesheng too conjured a blood and flesh avatar to stand guard beside him. As the sound from the loudspeaker spread, the ground began to tremble. Chapter 51, Ranxuesheng Fa. A method to circumvent the side effects of explosive blood. The chaotic footsteps resembled raindrops ravaging the earth, causing even the dilapidated building where Qian'er stood to shudder slightly. While he had no clear idea of how many zombies he had attracted, it must have been in the tens of thousands. The collective sound of their footsteps felt akin to an earthquake. If hundreds of thousands of zombies could be transformed into sustenance for his beast companions, what level might they achieve? Qian'er gripped the windowsill, his fingers turning pale, his face alight with excitement. Unlike the wartime struggles in the beast realm, possessing an entire apocalyptic planet as his resource granted him a unique advantage. This advantage lay in the brain stones within the zombies and the merit acquired from slaying them. He had already witnessed the power of merit. Initially, the evolution of the hated giant into the blood meat demon, with a total of 550 points in racial value, was quite commendable among ordinary beasts, yet it paled in comparison to semi-divine beings. Remarkably, merit had allowed the giant, which was supposed to evolve into a blood meat demon, to transform into the Ranxuesheng too, an unprecedented semi-divine branch. This transformation might even be controllable. Contemplating this, Qian'er's gaze shifted to the Yinhun fan below. He pondered whether the Yinhun fan could evolve into a semi-divine being through merit. If it were to undergo such an evolution, what would it be called? Perhaps the Renhuangqi? Recalling the memes he had seen online regarding the Wanhun fan, Qian'er couldn't help but chuckle. He raised his head, gazing towards the end of the street, where the silhouettes of the zombie tide were now faintly discernible, with the number of humans surpassing 10,000. The same applied to zombies, their numbers surging like a tide, obscured by dust, making it impossible to ascertain their exact quantity. He did not expect to attract every zombie in the city. After all, it was merely a loudspeaker. He was only satisfied to draw the zombies from the surrounding area. Meanwhile, at the nearest human gathering point, the sudden sound from the loudspeaker caused expressions to shift dramatically. Hurry, return, and secure the doors. Do not make a sound, lest the zombies discover us. A young man on guard turned pale, scrambling back into a shelter. Upon hearing his words, those guarding the door hastily closed the heavy iron door and secured it with heavy objects. Xiao Chun, what's wrong? A burly man approached quickly upon hearing the commotion. Looking at the scout-clad Xiao Chun, some lunatic used a loudspeaker to summon a horde of zombies. He probably snapped and wanted to go out in a blaze of glory. Xiao Chun gasped, still shaken. He had been observing the area around the base as usual when he heard the loudspeaker and was rendered dumbfounded, scrambling back to the base in fear of being caught by the approaching tide. After hearing his words, everyone's expression altered. Damn, who is this idiot? If you want to die, why not choose a simpler method? Why drag others down with you? Some, quick to anger, began to curse. In the dire circumstances of the apocalypse, Xiao Chun's words were not uncommon, perhaps due to trivial matters, such as a campfire being extinguished by rain or stored food being devoured by rats. Someone's mentality suddenly collapsed, leading to suicidal tendencies. They had witnessed such occurrences many times, but never had they seen a situation that directly incited a zombie tide. Let us stay indoors for now. We have enough food for how long? The burly man pondered before speaking solemnly. He then turned to a robust woman behind him, a softness flashing in his eyes. My dear, it seems our crops above 1 yield this time. We need to find a way to minimize losses. After the zombie tide subsides, I will take some men to raid other bases. You all stay here and think of ways to plant something else. And be sure not to let anyone steal from our home. All right, you can rest assured. I will look after the house. The sturdy woman smiled brightly, nodding emphatically. On the other side, as the zombie tide drew ever closer, the Ranxue Xingtu displayed a grotesque smile on its muscular, skinless face. It stood still, its hands hanging down, relaxing its form. The next moment, it took a deep breath, its muscular hand plunging into the ground beneath a derelict building as if it were slicing through butter. Accompanied by the creaking and rumbling sounds, steel reinforcements were torn apart, and cement shattered as the entire small building was effortlessly lifted by its pure strength. The slender yet powerful waist of the Ranxue Xingtu arched back, its entire body taut, the black tendons resembling bowstrings, the flesh akin to that of a divine archer. Whoosh! A sharp sound of slicing through the air accompanied by a sonic boom announced the sudden straightening of the Ranxue Xingtu's form, as it hurled the building into the horde of corpses, causing it to crash and splinter. Boom! Compared to the shuffling of the zombie horde, this impact truly shook the ground, even causing Qian'er to jump in surprise. The tide of undead was thrown into disarray, flesh and bone reduced to a mushy mess. The Yinling fan, witnessing this scene, was so exhilarated it nearly leapt into the air, swiftly unfurling its body to soar above the horde, attracting the souls of the zombies below as if they had come to life. At that moment, having just executed this earth-shattering blow, the Ranxue Xingtu emitted a strange laugh and suddenly began to chant a prayer to the sky. In the next instant, a radiant beam of divine light descended from above, enveloping the Ranxue Xingtu's crown. Instantly, the Ranxue Xingtu trembled, fissures appearing in its flesh, with strands of holy light and crimson radiance flickering through the cracks. The Bloodburst secret technique. At this moment, the Ranxue Xingtu's offensive attributes soared to their zenith, quadrupling its power and elevating its aura to an entirely new level. Its eyes gleaming with a flicker of blood light. Up above, Qian'er, observing the use of the Bloodburst skill, gripped the windowsill with such intensity that he failed to notice it crumbling beneath his fingers. The decision to employ this Bloodburst strategy had been made with his consent, as the Ranxue Xingtu had claimed to have found a way to mitigate the side effects. For this reason, Qian'er had ultimately approved of this risky maneuver. After all, a single zombie lacked the strength to breach even the Ranxue Xingtu's defenses. At this moment, the Ranxue Xingtu, whose attack power had reached its utmost peak, cackled gleefully as it charged into the horde, seizing a zombie by its head and tail and tearing it apart, black, rancid blood splattering across its form. In the next heartbeat, the black blood on the Ranxue Xingtu ignited, golden flames enveloping every inch of its surface as its body, which had seemed fragile like porcelain due to the clash of holy light and blood energy, gradually mended in the golden blaze. This was the exclusive skill of the Ranxue Xingtu that Qian'er had previously overlooked. The Ranxue Xingfa. Chapter 52. the evolution of the Yinling fan, and the sudden emergence of a unique skill. The cost of the bloodburst was unavoidable. Only after incurring that cost could the Yuanxueshing-2's attack be amplified. Since evasion of this cost was impossible, they decided to fully embrace the side effects of this skill. Consequently, the exclusive skill of the Yuanxueshing-fa, which had long been ignored by both Qian'er and the Yuanxueshing-2, came into focus. This skill did not enhance physical or special attacks, nor did it provide conventional attribute boosts. Rather, it offered sustainability, enabling the Yuanxueshing-2 to continuously replenish its strength and vitality by burning the blood of its enemies. If one were to question the potency of this skill, the answer was undoubtedly affirmative. However, previously, neither Qian'er nor the Yuanxueshing-2 had placed much importance on it, as their foes had seldom necessitated its use. Why would one need sustainability when battling mere minions? Yet, with the advent of the Bloodburst skill, this ability re-emerged in their considerations. This battle served as an experiment. Even if it failed, the repercussions would be minimal, as the zombie minions could hardly breach the Yuanxueshing-2's defenses. Should failure occur, Qian'er would promptly withdraw it into the Beastmaster space and seek refuge until the tide of undead subsided before returning to retrieve the little ice dragon. Fortunately, the experiment succeeded. Observing the cracks in the Yuanxueshing-2's form healing under the golden flames, Qian'er's lips curled into a smile, laughter escaping him. The triumph of this experiment signified that he had indeed acquired a game-changing trump card, a bloodburst with no side effects. At this moment, the Yuanxueshing-2 crouched low, the muscles in its legs bulging dramatically, forming an exaggerated arc boom. With a sound akin to cannon fire, a crater formed where it had once stood, the surrounding ground fracturing, and unbeknownst to anyone, the Yuanxueshing-2 had ascended into the sky. In the next moment, engulfed in golden flames, the Yuanxueshing-2 plummeted downward like a golden meteor. Crash! Accompanied by a thunderous eruption, the spot where the golden meteor struck exploded violently, the flames consuming the surrounding horde of zombies, reducing them to ashes and leaving behind a scattering of glimmering brain stones. Flame kick. Qian'er recognized this skill, yet it seemed slightly different. A peculiar expression crossed his face as he scrutinized the description of this skill in the compendium. Wasn't this a single-target skill? Glancing at the compendium's entry, then turning to observe the steaming pit below, questions swirled in Qian'er's mind. A single-target skill? At that moment, the Yinling fan, which had been lurking in the shadows, could no longer contain itself, erupting into cheers as it flew to the pile of ashes, unfurling its banner to attract the recently shattered and dazed souls of the undead into its embrace. Ahead, the Yuanxueshing-2 cackled with delight, its limbs expanding as it swung the titan hammer with deft precision, effortlessly executing strikes with fists or legs, charging into the horde of zombies. It resembled a tiger among sheep, each punch and kick reducing clusters of zombies to pulpy remnants, black, viscous blood splattering onto the Yuanxueshing-2, only to be consumed by the golden flames, replenishing its drained energy and healing the damage incurred from the bloodburst skill. The Yinling fan followed closely behind, reaping the spoils. This battle, a duel of 2 against tens of thousands, continued for a full 5 hours before it ceased. With the last stray zombie extracted from a nearby shop by the Yuanxueshing-2, the nascent tide of undead was extinguished in its cradle. Gurgle. The satiated Yinling fan hovered beside Qian'er, its previously empty banner now teeming with the figures of souls. The mindless zombie spirits were densely packed within the Yinling fan, causing every movement to stir ghostly winds, and standing beside it, Qian'er felt the temperature drop several degrees. It was utterly overstuffed. The Yinling fan could hardly digest such a multitude of zombie souls, causing them to nearly burst forth. Yinling fan. Level, 20. Attribute, Soul. Qualification, Gold. Stamina, 66. Attack, 27. Defense, 49. Special attack, 34. Special defense, 36. Speed, 28. At this moment, the attributes of the Yinling fan appeared before Qian'er, its level having only risen to 20. Which was to be expected, as the Yinling fan had merely absorbed souls, while the majority of the brain stones remained strewn across the ground. Its qualification had unsurprisingly skyrocketed to gold, indicating that zombies truly possessed treasures within their very essence. He had never heard of a soul-type beastmaster gaining a qualification boost merely by devouring the souls of ordinary humans. Unable to contain itself, it was on the verge of evolution. Stepping back discreetly from the Yinling fan, sunlight illuminated Qian'er, bringing him a sense of relief. The already somewhat tormented Yin-Hun fan eagerly nodded, a layer of white radiance suddenly enveloping it, subsequently spreading throughout its form. Much like the evolution level of the Fu-Ni Guai, the Yin-Hun fan evolves to the Zhao-Hun fan at level 16 and to the Wan-Hun fan at level 36. As the evolution light gradually dissipated, The transformed Xiaohun fan appeared before Qian'er's eyes. Intricate patterns emerged on its dark green leather flag, with the menacing visages of evil spirits faintly discernible. Xiaohun fan. Attribute: Wandering Souls. Level: 20. Qualification: Gold. Physical base value: 60, 72. Attack base value: 62, 32. Defense base value: 63, 49. Special attack base value: 80, 47. Special defense base value: 80, 43. Speed base value: 60, 35. Total base value: 405. Skills: Summon Spirit, Blow Spirit, Possession, Cold Wind. Devour Spirit. The base value distribution of the evolved Xiaohun fan retained the characteristic of being average, similar to its predecessor, but compared to the Qian'er fan, the special attack and special defense were notably enhanced, although its defense had slightly diminished. However, what was this skill, Devour Spirit? Observing the suddenly appeared skill in Xiaohun fan's skill list, Qian'er curiously consulted his Pokédex. After acquiring the Little Ice Dragon and the Qian'er fan, he had reviewed their data but had not encountered this skill. Hearing Qian'er's words, Xiaohun fan excitedly circled around him, akin to a child boasting about their achievements to a parent. Chapter 53. The exhilarated Xiaohun fan. With a shake of its flag, a grotesque, ghostly figure tumbled forth. The instant it appeared, a chilling aura enveloped the entire second-floor room. Even the absorbed zombie souls seemed to undergo a transformation? Qian'er raised an eyebrow, curiously remarking that he had previously observed the Qian'er fan receiving those zombie souls, each appearing dazed, devoid of any discernible threat. However, he did not anticipate that after the evolution of the Qian'er fan, these zombie souls would also adopt a more menacing demeanor. Upon the emergence of the zombie soul, it immediately lunged at Qian'er. Having been trapped within the zombie body for 5 years, the torment had obliterated its will, transforming it entirely into a zombie, thus rushing towards the nearest human upon its appearance. With a shake of its flag, the Xiaohun fan rendered the zombie soul motionless. In the next moment, a spine-chilling sound of chewing resonated. Although it had not made contact with the zombie soul, a portion of its head suddenly vanished, as if something had devoured it. The sound of chewing persisted, and the zombie soul was completely consumed, while the aura of the Xiaohun fan grew stronger. This, Qian'er's eyes widened, an incredulous thought blossoming in his mind as he hastily opened the attribute panel. Upon discerning the attributes of Xiaohun fan, he let out a long sigh. Initially, he had believed that the skill Devour Spirit would provide a permanent enhancement to Xiaohun fan's strength, but reality proved him mistaken. After consuming a soul within Xiaohun fan, it could only randomly strengthen one of Xiaohun fan's attributes, with the soul disappearing forever as a cost. Thus, while it did not match Qian'er's previous expectations of power, it remained immensely formidable, as Xiaohun fan was never short of wandering souls. With a vast multitude of souls at its disposal, the originally random enhancement skill transformed into a terrifying technique capable of maximizing all its attributes instantaneously, even surpassing the taboo of the blood-burning Saint's explosive blood. Quite impressive. Stroking the flag of Xiaohun fan, Qian'er praised it, and Xiaohun fan excitedly circled around him. He had not anticipated such significant advantages from the evolution of Qian'er fan. The battlefield had been nearly cleared. At this moment, the blood-burning saint, who had been busy tidying up the battlefield downstairs, spoke, simultaneously retracting the black tendrils emanating from its form, bringing back a vast amount of flesh and blood. In an instant, the blood-burning saint's body expanded to several meters in height. Golden flames blazed fiercely around it, while its form gradually diminished, returning to its original appearance, albeit with a slightly enhanced aura. Blood-burning saint. Level 42. Health 200. Attack 178. Defense 106. Special attack 21. Special defense 106. Speed 108. Upon reaching the guardian level, the blood-burning saint required a massive accumulation of zombie blood and flesh to level up, amassing the remains of tens of thousands of zombies to achieve a single level increase, which successfully elevated its health attribute beyond 200. We'll need to cultivate more evolved zombies in the future. Qian'er leapt down from the floor, approaching the blood-burning saint and whispering. Thanks to the feedback from the blood-burning saint, his physical attributes were astonishingly formidable, bordering on the superhuman. Indeed, the low-level zombie blood and brain stones hold little value. Having just digested the several meters thick stinking flesh on the ground, the blood-burning saint nodded in agreement. At its current level, converting low-level zombie flesh and blood was excessively costly, rendering it a poor trade-off. The previous reluctance to utilize the feeding of zombie brainstones for their evolution stemmed from their evolution being solely dependent on brainstones, with their flesh and blood remaining untransformed. Absorbing such zombies had previously hindered the blood-burning saint, which had been averse to giants, thus causing stagnation. Now, with the evolved blood-burning saint, there was no need for such accumulation. It could level up directly. At this moment, the putrid flesh that had accumulated on the ground had entirely vanished, replaced by a slippery mass of fragmented bones, which were so small they could not be pieced together, illustrating just how immense the force of the blood-burning saint had been. Your little ice dragon might grow to dislike you. Crouching down to pick up a handful of bone fragments, Qian'er couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of these tiny remnants. He would need a shovel to collect them. Such a mound of bones could not go to waste, and it was certain that the little ice dragon would need to come for a visit, though it was somewhat embarrassing to present. The blood-burning saint's eyes widened, sensing something amiss. It had always prided itself as the elder brother of Qian'er's team, but if it were to be disliked by the younger members, what kind of elder brother would that make? Ha, worry not. Having something to eat is sufficient. Given the limited conditions, there's no room for picky eating. Smilingly reassuring the blood-burning saint, Qian'er retrieved a shovel from his spatial bag, dividing the mound of brain stones into 3 portions. This will suffice. It's too tedious to count them one by one. They all seem fairly equal. This time, you'll take a slight loss, putting in the most effort, yet receiving the same as the other 2. Once they grow stronger, I'll make sure to compensate you later. To this, the blood-burning saint nodded calmly, accepting its share of brain stones into its spatial bag. With improved conditions, Qian'er, along with 3 familiars, each had their own spatial bags. No longer living in the tight circumstances of the past. Absorb a bit less, don't level up too quickly. I intend to test how many souls you can absorb at the Zhaohun fan stage. Your predecessor laid the groundwork that surpassed all kin throughout history, enabling the ultimate evolution to a semi-deity. Do you not wish to evolve into a semi-deity of the wandering souls as well? Qian'er patted the shoulder of the Ruanshuesheng II, painting a grand vision for the Zhaohun fan. Within the realm of the Dark Triad, only the skeleton lineage possessed a quasi-deity until the emergence of the Ruanshuesheng II, which introduced the flesh lineage. Now, only the soul lineage remained. As expected, upon hearing Qian'er's words, the Zhaohun fan SI, which nearly fell into the pile of brain stones, forcefully retracted. After all, this was a quasi-deity, the very first of the soul lineage. An entity of immense power rivaling the divine. Most importantly, it would mark a new page in the clan lineage. If it were to evolve into a Wanhun fan, it would simply be a powerful descendant, but if it evolved into a quasi-deity, it would become the progenitor of the soul lineage. Who could resist such temptation? Shaking the fan's surface interrupted its inner musings, and a flicker of determination flashed in its eyes. It had made its decision. It would become this progenitor. After all, those brain stones belonged to it, and no one could take them away. Suppressing the allure of the brain stones, it stored the entire pile within its spatial backpack. However, its resolve seemed somewhat wavering, as it occasionally withdrew one to consume. The individuals who had attacked them previously, Qian'er had memorized their flesh and blood aura, enabling him to recognize them upon encountering their kin again. Although the time spent partnering with Qian'er was brief, the bond formed under the Beastmaster contract allowed the Ruanshuesheng II to understand his thoughts intuitively. In Chapter 54, a little ice dragon resembling a large dog. The group that had attacked them in the Beastmaster world? Qian'er raised an eyebrow, excitement evident in his voice. Fei had clearly deduced the identities of those individuals, but refrained from sharing, intending to prevent Qian'er from getting too worked up. He disliked this feeling. After all, others could scheme against him, even sending assassins to kill him, while he remained oblivious to their identities. It was profoundly unsettling. He had prepared to covertly investigate the identities of those individuals, but he had not anticipated that the Ruanshuesheng II would note their bloodline auras so soon. Indeed, after following him for such a duration, it had learned quite a bit. Qian'er chuckled, his smile reflecting his satisfaction. After scanning the surroundings once more to ensure no threats were lurking, he led the Zhaohun fan and Ruanshuesheng II back to their lair. However, throughout the journey, the Zhaohun fan's behavior was rather mischievous. Despite claiming it would not eat, it still occasionally extracted a brain stone from its spatial backpack to absorb. When Qian'er caught it, it froze, as if playing a game of statue with him. All right, you can have this. It's less in quantity. But the flavor is superior to that. Qian'er sighed helplessly, retrieving a pure white lotus radiating a holy glow from one of his backpacks. The moment the lotus appeared, the Zhaohun fan appeared almost crazed, eagerly swirling around Qian'er, who held the sacred heart lotus. For a moment, he almost envisioned a dog-like creature before him. Here you go, Qian'er chuckled, extending the sacred heart lotus towards the Zhaohun fan. He had intended to surprise it later upon their return, but he anticipated the creature's overwhelming eagerness. Upon hearing this, the Zhaohun fan incredulously pointed at itself with a corner of its fan. After confirming Qian'er was not jesting, it excitedly enveloped the sacred heart lotus, carefully plucking a petal to absorb. However, it soon grimaced. Its expression clouded with worry as it stored the remaining lotus within its spatial backpack. It had overindulged. The dense concentration of soul energy was taxing for it to digest at its current strength. As they returned to their lair, a sharp contrast in temperature struck Qian'er, sending shivers down his spine. The once prominent white bone mountain had diminished significantly, replaced by an overwhelming cold roar. Detecting Qian'er's presence, an exuberant dragon roar echoed from within the lair. In the next moment, a bone dragon, measuring at least 2 meters in length with icy blue bones, swooped down from the sky, tackling Qian'er with its damaged flesh wings, rubbing its skeletal head against him like a playful dog. Had it not been for the physical enhancements received from the Wanxuexing, Qian'er would have surely suffered a fracture from such an impact. All right, get up, Qian'er chuckled, pushing the now more formidable little ice dragon away. Indeed, it was still the little ice dragon, yet it had not evolved, even at level 19. As a quasi-deity, the Frostbone dragon had one of the longest growth cycles, requiring level 50 for its second transformation and level 60 for its final evolution. This was precisely why Qian'er had allocated such abundant resources to the little ice dragon. It did not need to suppress its growth like the Wanxuexing and Zhaohun Fan, as it had ample time ahead. Roar. The little ice dragon, undeterred by Qian'er's push, eagerly recounted the events that transpired in the lair during his absence, particularly emphasizing its valiant triumph over their foes. Qian'er raised an eyebrow, instantly recalling the severed barbed wire he had encountered upon his initial return to the lair. However, at that time, he had been preoccupied with leveling up the corrupted mud monster, so he had not given it much thought. Following the little ice dragon to the location it mentioned, Qian'er soon realized the 5 figures encased in ice were none other than the sewer rats he had dealt with before. After a month of his absence, it was not surprising they had come to take advantage of his absence. Qian'er recognized these individuals. There had originally been 6, but one had perished at his hands when they attempted to seize his base. The remaining 5, wary of potential injuries during a confrontation, had retreated, fearing that being hurt would mean certain death in the absence of medicine. Now, they had returned, unwittingly courting their demise. Well done, Qian'er praised, ruffling the little ice dragon's bony head, eliciting a wag of its tail in delight. All of this is yours, he declared, tossing a prepared spatial backpack to the little ice dragon. The curious little ice dragon opened the backpack, and upon seeing the crystalline brain stones within, its breath momentarily hitched. Whether as a beast master craving such high-energy crystals or a dragon drawn to their shimmering allure, all its desires were momentarily fulfilled. The little ice dragon dove into the spatial backpack, unwilling to emerge. Are you two planning to stay here to hunt zombies, or will you return with me? After finally extracting the little ice dragon's head from the spatial backpack, Qian'er sat cross-legged on the ground, inquiring of the little ice dragon and Zhaohun Fan. They had both amassed sufficient strength. When the Wanxuexing had reached this level, Qian'er had led it through the apocalypse with ease. Roar. The little ice dragon, clutching the spatial backpack tightly, was the first to declare its intention to remain behind. Since hearing about the glimmering treasures extracted from the heads of zombies, a fervent desire for slaughtering the undead has surged within him. After a moment of contemplation, Zhaohun Fan resolved to remain here. All right, I am not concerned about your capabilities. You two may explore outward from the lair. However, remember to collect the flesh and blood of the slain zombies. And do not forget to reserve a portion of the brainstones for your elder brother. The Wanxuexing must remain by his side. And since these 2 little ones are to stay here, Qian'er decided to have them retrieve the share belonging to the Wanxuexing as well. Neither the little ice dragon nor Zhaohun Fan expressed any dissent. Chapter 55, Battle against the Flesh Demon. Dissipate all of this. Upon reopening his eyes and gazing at the blood-red membrane before him, Qian'er spoke softly. As his words fell, the circular membrane enveloping him began to shrink, ultimately transforming into a piece of flesh the size of a fingernail, which the Wanxuexing took and effortlessly placed upon its arm, quickly merging with it. Qian'er returned to the Beastmaster world. His primary purpose for this return was to acquire knowledge, as the immense strength of the 3 skills imparted by the former principal was undeniably evident. Relying solely on the limited skills and innate attributes of his beasts felt somewhat wasteful. It was akin to the first generation of Pokémon games, where one could elevate Pokémon to level 100 but could not change their skills, resulting in wasted potential. The strength of a beast is significantly reflected in its skills. As for where to obtain skills, Qian'er took out his Beastmaster Pokédex and looked at the few contacts listed, a smile gracing his face. Is there any need to ask? I have teachers, 3 of them, to be precise. With a glance outside, he noticed the sun had just set. It was not too late, and Qian'er promptly contacted the first victim. Teacher Zheng, What skills do you think would suit my Wanxueshing to? As soon as the message was sent, the reply began to appear, indicating that the recipient had been waiting for him. Haha, I've been waiting for you to ask. It's commendable that you've managed to hold off until now. The reason was that he had been leveling up 2 new recruits in the apocalypse. Qian'er silently thought to himself, displaying no signs of embarrassment. I fell asleep after counting the resources. I apologize, Teacher Zheng. Enough with the small talk. Come to my location. I am waiting for you at the flesh training room. The cat maid knows where it is. Qian'er perked up and immediately prepared to leave. But upon placing his hand on the doorknob, he hesitated, realizing it was inappropriate. Having just returned from the Beastmaster world, he was reeking of decayed flesh, which was unsuitable for a meeting, both for courtesy and secrecy. Please wait a moment, teacher. I will take a shower and change before coming. After informing Professor Zheng, Qian'er swiftly entered the bathroom. Not long after, having thoroughly cleaned himself, Qian'er emerged, feeling refreshed. The Wanxueshing silently followed behind him, akin to a loyal guardian. Within the Imperial Academy, the release of oversized beasts was prohibited. For instance, the pre-evolved abomination giant could not be unleashed, but beasts below that size were permitted. Thus, the Wanxueshing, comparable to a normal human size, could be released without issue. With the address acquired from the cat maid, Qian'er finally located the flesh training ground. Upon arrival, a wave of potent blood energy surged towards him. The Wanxueshing snorted softly, stepping in front of Qian'er. As the blood energy came into contact with the Wanxueshing, it was instantly incinerated by the Wanxueshing Fa, converting into its own vitality. This revelation that the skill could even burn such a unique energy delighted Qian'er. Is this the exclusive skill of the Wanxueshing? A soft gasp escaped him in the training ground. The next moment, the training ground's door swung open, and Professor Zheng, impeccably dressed and with meticulously combed hair, stepped out. Indeed, I have named it Wanxueshing Fa. Its function is to burn blood and heal bodily injuries, but it seems it can also convert blood energy. Qian'er nodded, revealing half of the skill's effects. A commendable skill. Come in. Professor Zheng stroked his chin and nodded. Initially, he thought of the blood explosion skill, but shook his head after a moment's contemplation. The holy light causes irreparable harm to flesh-type beasts, and many perish at the moment they allow the holy light to penetrate their bodies, never reaching the enhancement stage. He did not believe this skill could restore damage inflicted by the blood explosion. The blood explosion skill inflicts significant harm on flesh-type beasts and should never be used unless absolutely necessary. Even with Wanxueshing Fa, it merely restores health. But if instantaneous damage exceeds the Wanxueshing limits, the skill would be ineffective. Understanding Qian'er's choice of the blood explosion skill, Zheng quickly cautioned him. After all, the only beast Qian'er had nurtured so far was the Wanxueshing. Should anything happen to it, Qian'er would fall into despair. The sensation of plummeting from the clouds to the depths was not pleasant, especially given Qian'er's background, which made him particularly sensitive to such matters. Rest assured, teacher, I am well aware of this. After all, I have only just completed the transition of my rank. There is no way I would jest with such matters. Professor Zheng gazed deeply at Qian'er, surprised by the boy's maturity surpassing his expectations. All right, come inside. With his worries alleviated, he turned and led the way for Qian'er. Among flesh-type beasts, the flesh demon is a classic specimen. Thus I have also contracted one. While your Wanxueshing represents an unprecedented evolutionary form and is a quasi-deity of the flesh type, it still evolved from the abomination giant, sharing a similar racial value distribution with the flesh demon. Hence, I will instruct you based on the flesh demon's framework. As he spoke, Professor Zheng opened the grand door at the end of the corridor, revealing the true visage of the training ground, a vast expanse, compressed in space, stretching endlessly. In the center of this wasteland sat a colossal creature, entirely composed of flesh, adorned with 2 curved horns upon its forehead. Compared to the abomination giant, the flesh demon had developed a head, yet the gaping maw on its abdomen remained, appearing even more ferocious. Flesh demon. Type. Flesh. Qualification. Level. Health racial value. 130. Attack racial value. 140. Defense racial value. 105. Special attack racial value. 45. Special defense racial value. 80. Speed racial value. 50. Total racial value. 550. Upon sensing the presence of the Wanxueshing, the flesh demon's gaze flickered, and an immense surge of blood energy erupted, far more powerful than before, dyeing half the sky crimson, filling the world with wails and an overwhelming stench of blood. Chapter 56. Professor Zheng on the hot seat. Advanced skills. Similar to the divine Pegasus of Yufei, the attributes of this flesh demon were obscured, shrouded in question marks. Roar. From my kin emerges the quasi-deity. Come, lend your hand. As the words echoed, The resounding voice of the blood-and-flesh behemoth resonated in the ears of the Wanxueshing-2. It slowly rose, bracing itself on its knees, and lifted a fist larger than the Wanxueshing-2 itself, bringing it down with immense force. The fist writhed and expanded, channeling its entire might. It was none other than the Titan's hammer. Despite the glaring flaws in its assault and the considerable distance between them, the Wanxueshing-2 felt an uncanny sense of being locked on. From the left, right, above, and behind, it was ensnared. The only option was to advance. A flicker of fierce determination crossed the previously tranquil eyes of the Wanxueshing-2 as it propelled itself off the ground, launching forward like an arrow released from its bow, eager to confront the blood-and-flesh behemoth. With a resounding crash, the two fists collided, followed by a series of dull thuds akin to raindrops. In a fleeting moment, the Wanxueshing-2 unleashed 17 punches to repel the behemoth's strike, its brow furrowed, now fully aware of the discomfort that its previous opponents must have felt. The blood-and-flesh behemoth matched the Wanxueshing-2 in stamina, attack, and defensive attributes, yet its level surpassed that of the Wanxueshing-2 by an insurmountable margin. The Wanxueshing-2's advantages lay in its lower special attack, higher special defense, and swifter speed, allowing it to achieve this 17-to-1 exchange. Ah, I see. The blood-and-flesh behemoth nodded, stomping its foot, solidifying its stance like a mountain. The ferocity radiating from its eyes was palpable. A speed greater than ours, a stronger defense. Optimizing its attributes rather than honing a single point to perfection. As it spoke, the blood-and-flesh behemoth swung its fist. The chilling sound of air being sliced resonated as the terrifying combat skill, Titan's hammer, descended once more. This time, it seemed as if the entire body of the blood-and-flesh behemoth had been drained, leaving behind an overwhelmingly large fist. The Wanxueshing-2's brow flickered. Just as the flesh embodiment prepared to split, it was interrupted by the sudden tremor of the ground. An earthquake, instigated by the blood-and-flesh behemoth. This earthquake, however, was pitifully weak, yet successfully disrupted the Wanxueshing-2's movement. Oh, so sacrificing most of the power of this formidable ground skill yields a more discreet attack motion and a faster execution time. Initially frowning and observing everything, Qian'er's brow unexpectedly unfurled, a hint of surprise prompting her to clap her hands. Nearby, Professor Zheng, who had been closely monitoring his student, smiled softly, his heart swelling with joy. As a beast master ascends to quasi-king, they must delve deeper into skill development. Generally speaking, a guardian-level beast master wouldn't rush into this. They could afford to wait until after reaching level 45 to explore further. However, your growth rate is astonishingly rapid. If I am not mistaken, your Wanxueshing-2 has reached level 42, correct? Professor Zheng's voice was imbued with awe as he addressed Qian'er. Indeed, my Wanxueshing-2 has indeed reached level 42. There is no need for concealment. At this juncture, Qian'er must maintain such inhuman growth to secure his exceptional status. It seems that beginning to explore advanced skills now might be slightly late. Your growth rate is truly terrifying. With a resigned sigh, Professor Zheng felt little surprise. While this growth rate was undeniably swift, capable of startling anyone, it appeared surprisingly normal in Qian'er's case. Gripping the railing, he continued to observe the training ground. At this moment, the blood-and-flesh behemoth and the Wanxueshing-2, two creatures of the same origin, had engaged in combat. After suffering several setbacks in direct confrontations, they quickly adapted their strategy, launching guerrilla tactics around the blood-and-flesh behemoth. Although the Wanxueshing-2 was significantly lower in level, its attacks remained formidable, especially when purposefully employing its hand to slice through the behemoth's flesh, causing blood to flow and inciting irritation in the blood-and-flesh behemoth, akin to an unyielding mosquito. The blood-and-flesh behemoth employed the previously used locking technique, forcibly drawing the Wanxueshing-2 into a clash of fists. Yet, the Wanxueshing-2 cleverly blocked the behemoth's punch, swiftly retreating while golden flames engulfed its body. The Wanxueshing-2 continuously replenishing the Wanxueshing-2's stamina and healing its wounds. How do these beast masters and their beasts appear so monstrous? Observing the Wanxueshing-2 successfully engaging the blood-and-flesh behemoth, leveraging its speed advantage, Professor Zheng stroked his chin, a glimmer of astonishment flickering in his eyes. According to his expectations, the Wanxueshing-2, having just evolved from the abominable giant, should not yet have acclimated to high-speed combat. He had intended for this battle to sharpen the Wanxueshing-2's awareness. Now, however, the tables had turned, leaving him in a somewhat awkward position. Whether to continue fighting posed a dilemma. Persisting would inevitably lead to a predicament, and even to conclude the battle swiftly would necessitate revealing some trump cards. Yet, needing to unveil trump cards against a guardian-level beast would surely invite ridicule. Conversely, foregoing them would lead to an unfavorable outcome, especially since the Wanxueshing-2 was monstrous. Having grasped the essence of the locking technique after merely exchanging a few blows, now gradually employing the technique itself, the pace of progress was nothing short of astonishing. Teacher, I believe I have an inkling. Let's call for a halt. Just as Professor Zheng grappled with his thoughts, Qian'er's voice suddenly pierced through, breaking the tension of the moment. Ahem, very well, let us conclude this battle. Professor Zheng cleared his throat, finally feeling relieved, and was increasingly pleased with his perceptive student. Below, upon hearing these words, both combatants immediately ceased their actions. The blood and flesh behemoth sighed in relief, having felt the same heat of pressure as Professor Zheng. Teacher, did you only allow the blood and flesh behemoth to use skills from my Wanxueshing? Did you discern something? Qian'er inquired, stroking his chin. The blood and flesh behemoth had only utilized Titan's hammer and earthquake, yet both differed from those in Qian'er's memory, which he certainly did not perceive as mere coincidence. Indeed, the blood and flesh behemoth employed advanced skills, developed to counterbalance its weaknesses, such as its sluggish speed. Thus the Titan's hammer incorporated the locking technique. Your Wanxueshing must learn diverse skills to broaden its offensive capabilities. This is undeniable. Regular skill acquisition is abundant in schools, and ordinary students have ample opportunities, especially you. However, it is crucial to tailor the selection and development of skills according to the characteristics of your team and your beasts. For instance, in my team, the blood and flesh behemoth is positioned as a tank with sufficient counterattack power. Thus, its skill development primarily focuses on forcing attacks against opponents and various functional effects. Qian'er understood now. As for this functional effect, it must pertain to the interruptive nature of earthquake. And what is the positioning of the Wanxueshing in my team? Qian'er contemplated his three beasts. While the Xiao Binglong currently excels in offense, upon completing its final evolution into the Hans Huang Gulong, it will become even more proficient in special attacks, undoubtedly serving as the team's special attacker. As for the Yinhun Fan, it fulfills the role of auxiliary while also doubling as a secondary tank. Thus, it follows that the Wanxueshing should ideally evolve into either an output-type tank akin to Professor Zheng's blood and flesh behemoth or a primary physical attacker. To cultivate the Wanxueshing as a tank would indeed squander its remarkable speed. In the flow of thoughts, Qian'er had already made a decision. With the terrifying racial value distribution of the Wanxueshing, it would indeed be a waste for him to merely serve as a shield. It seems you have already contemplated the cultivation direction for the Wanxueshing. Professor Zheng looked at Qian'er with a slight smile in his eyes, knowing he had made up his mind. Well, teacher, I currently require a powerful blood-based attack skill, a skill to enhance speed, and one that can counter holy-type beasts. Qian'er stroked his chin and slowly spoke. For now, he could only think of these three, as to ask for more would be overly ambitious. I have long prepared what you seek. The blood-based skill Shuabao can directly detonate the opponent's blood, ignoring their defenses, while the martial skill Sodi can increase your speed by 2 levels, making it feel as though the ground distance has been reduced. However, as for the skill to counter holy type, that is unattainable. The blood-based demon cannot learn such skills. Professor Zheng sighed in resignation. The blood-based demon, with its deep-seated demonic nature, truly had no means against the holy type. Other blood-based beasts possess some countermeasures to varying degrees. For instance, the Wanhua demon can directly replicate a holy-type beast. Nevertheless, yours is the Wanxueshing, so it remains uncertain, especially since your Wanxueshing also possesses a fire attribute. I will inquire with the fire-type experts in a few days. Very well. It is all we can do for now. Subsequently, Professor Zheng led Qian'er into a room filled with skill-learning machines for blood-based skills. All manner of precious skills were nearly commonplace here. Aside from the forbidden skills considered contraband, it could be said that all blood-based skill-learning machines were present. At this moment, Qian'er finally understood what Professor Zheng meant by having everything prepared. It turns out he had brought all the skill-learning machines. Here, learn Shuabao and Suadi. If you feel something is lacking afterward, come back to me. From a large selection of skill-learning machines, Professor Zheng cheerfully handed 2 to Qian'er. Thank you, teacher. Upon receiving the skill-learning machines, the term teacher caused Professor Zheng's heart to bloom with joy. The two strolled leisurely through the training grounds, and Professor Zheng took the opportunity to supplement Qian'er with some essential knowledge he had been lacking. Qian'er's smile stiffened slightly as he hastily approached the door, just about to turn and bid farewell to Professor Zheng when the voice of the Wanxueshing suddenly echoed in his ear. Beastmaster, over there? There is a scent of blood relatives from those who attacked us last time. Qian'er's smile froze as his eyes narrowed, following the direction indicated by the Wanxueshing. A man and a woman were walking along a gravel path, both appearing to be in their 20s. The man was refined, while the woman was graceful, both possessing attractive features. Are both of them? Qian'er maintained his smile, even more radiant than before, inquiring in his heart. Both are. Hearing this, Qian'er gazed deeply at the two individuals. Those two youngsters were remarkable indeed, offspring of the esteemed Wen family and Zhao family, rumored to have been betrothed from a young age. They both entered the Imperial Academy and chose to remain for internships after graduation, now serving as assistant instructors in the water department, and were said to be on the verge of becoming lecturers. Professor Zheng ambled over, his tone laced with amusement. Qian'er kept his smile as he turned, about to say something, but was interrupted by Professor Zheng. Fighting is prohibited within the academy. That is a fundamental rule. While there are dedicated arenas for beast battles, adherence to the rules is paramount. Qian'er paused, then a resigned smile emerged on his face. Does the teacher know what I intend to do? Seeing his expression, Professor Zheng laughed heartily. For this lad had always carried himself with an air of maturity that invited playful teasing. Your talent is of utmost importance. Hence your past life trajectory has been meticulously scrutinized. In the Empire, those of our standing are generally aware of the unsavory deeds they have committed. Though we may not speak of it, we can certainly surmise. After the laughter subsided, Professor Zheng slowly continued. Then, teacher, are you not concerned that I might go too far? Qian'er curiously asked Professor Zheng. Youngster, you have already become a beast master of the dark type. Do you still worry about this? Are you unaware of the reputation surrounding dark type beast masters? Let me impart some wisdom. When they slander you as a murderer, it would serve you well to truly become one. Remember, I am a barbarian as well. The languid voice emerged from behind Qian'er, who turned to see Professor Yongshuahai, whom he had encountered previously, emerging from the shadows, arms crossed and grinning at him. Though I am not particularly fond of this old fellow. His words contain a grain of truth. Proving one's innocence can be a considerable drain of time and energy. Rather than exhausting oneself in an attempt to clear one's name, it would be far more prudent to align with their expectations and then utilize their slanderous tactics against them. Professor Zheng nodded, adding a remark. In that case, I understand. Qian'er lowered his head, a smile of excitement gradually replacing the previous expression. Shortly after, Qian'er returned to his villa with the Ranxue Shangtu, and all remained uneventful. However, as the night deepened, a figure stealthily leaped from Qian'er's balcony, heading toward the water faculty staff dormitory area. Chapter 58, The Vulnerable Wen Family Scion. The sound of metal scraping echoed loudly, disturbing the peace. Is this a dream? Stop making noise. It's incredibly bothersome. Can't a person get some sleep? Suddenly jolted awake. Wen Yuanzhou groggily shook his head, irritation etched on his face, yet the annoying noise persisted, growing fainter until it eventually vanished. It was then that he realized something was amiss. He was bound tightly and stood against a large tree, while his fiancée was tied to the other end. Both ensnared on the same tree. The ropes had pressed against his body for so long that he could barely feel his limbs, leading him to initially think it was merely a dream. What on earth is happening? A mix of anger and shock surged within Wen Yuanzhou, who could never have imagined that as a scion of the Wen family, he would be kidnapped. Meanwhile, the previously annoying noise had become clearer. He recognized it as the sound of sharpening blades. Oh, looks like you're awake. The next moment, a youthful, almost juvenile voice resonated from behind him. Has this person even reached adulthood? At this moment, Wen Yuanzhou could only ponder this thought. He could not comprehend how he had been stealthily abducted. Having gained admission to the Imperial Academy and secured an internship post-graduation, he was undeniably a genius, having cultivated his beast mastery to an elite advanced level by his 20s. Yet, he had failed to notice who had kidnapped him, and the voice sounded so young. Suddenly, a realization struck him. His pupils dilated, and his face turned pale. It seems you have already guessed who I am. The youthful voice echoed again, as though affirming his thoughts, and the figure approached him. Remain calm, Qian'er. Regardless of the circumstances, I am still your teacher. The consequences of harming a teacher are severe. You have a bright future ahead. There is no need to tarnish your reputation over trivial matters, is there? He spoke rapidly, attempting to dissuade Qian'er, but it was futile. As he continued his futile attempts at persuasion, Qian'er had already reached his side, grasping his ear. In the next instant, the gleaming steel blade descended, severing one of his ears. The anguish and terror of physical disability, which he had never experienced from childhood to adulthood, compelled him to emit a heart-wrenching wail, tears and mucus streaming down his face. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming fear of Qian'er. As a scion of a prestigious family, albeit not from the main lineage, he had received a comprehensive education from a young age. In his upbringing, taking matters into his own hands was considered a disgrace. And being the child of wealth meant that he had resources at his disposal that did not require his direct involvement. A simple command would suffice, and countless sycophants would eagerly rush to fulfill his wishes. Moreover, even those of his own social standing, who might harbor a desire for his demise, would maintain a semblance of decorum and refrain from resolving matters overtly. Influenced by this environment, he had become a master of cunning and intrigue. Initially, He had intended to pacify Qian'er with words and then attempt to summon others from his family to subdue him. After all, he was merely an 18-year-old youth, and surely it would be simple to manipulate him. He was familiar with the location, a forest not far from the Imperial Academy. To abduct Qian'er right under the Academy's nose was a foolish dream, but teaching him a lesson would suffice. However, he did not anticipate Qian'er's unreasonable nature. Without a moment's hesitation, Qian'er severed one of his ears, as he watched it fall onto the log before him, making a sickening sound before slowly sliding off. His fear escalated to an unprecedented level. This was not in accordance with the script he had known. How could someone so young react in such a manner? In an instant, when Yuanzhou's mind was in disarray, before he could comprehend what was happening, Qian'er forcefully pried open his palm, causing Yuanzhou's pupils to constrict, and his entire being trembled uncontrollably. As expected, the next moment brought a surge of pain as his left index finger was severed and tossed onto the log before him. The sensation of the severed finger was markedly different from that of the ear. It landed cleanly and decisively on the ground. Then came the second, the third. The agony of losing his fingers made him gasp in horror, desperate to scream, yet no words emerged. Ask your questions, anything you wish to know. Ultimately, he succumbed to fear, unable to endure Qian'er's madness, and shouted in panic. This individual had no intention of engaging in idle chatter. Who were the masterminds behind the attack on me a few days ago? Qian'er, upon hearing this, smiled faintly, aware that his objective had been achieved. If he had asked directly, Yuanzhou might have held firm and remained silent. However, this approach shattered his psychological defenses, making further interrogation significantly easier. It was Daozhen, my sixth uncle. I had no part in it. Hearing Qian'er finally begin to question him, Yuanzhou felt a wave of relief wash over him. Abandoning any thoughts of keeping secrets, Qian'er's madness had thoroughly terrified him. What strength do they possess? Where do they usually operate? Who else has joined them? Qian'er, using a freshly sharpened knife, grazed Yuanzhou's palm, the cold, sharp sensation causing beads of sweat to form on his brow. I'll tell you, my sixth uncle's talent is mediocre, only at the intermediate level. Even now, his beast taming abilities are merely at the elite level. I have no idea where he operates. And as for who else has joined, I truly do not know. Yuanzhou, fearing that a moment's hesitation would result in more pain, revealed everything he knew without a second thought. What about you? Do you have anything to add? Behind him, upon hearing this, Qian'er gently stroked his chin, sensing the truth in Yuanzhou's words. Thus, once Yuanzhou finished speaking, Qian'er immediately turned his gaze toward the woman who had been desperately hiding, fearing discovery. With a cheerful demeanor, he inquired. However, after a prolonged silence, the woman remained unresponsive. This prompted Qian'er to chuckle, lifting a nearby bucket and pouring its contents over her. Chapter 59. The reputation of the Dark Beastmaster is not mine to tarnish. Drenched in cold water, Zhao Yuan could no longer conceal herself. Her eyes wide as she glared at Qian'er. Yet, Qian'er was unfazed, smiling slightly as he grasped her hand and placed the knife against one of her fingers. Wait. Just ask whatever you want. Zhao Yuan's pupils dilated, and she hurriedly attempted to withdraw her hand from Qian'er's grasp. This script was all wrong. Zhao Yuan prided herself on her appearance, believing that Qian'er, at his age, would be easily manipulated. Yet why did he react in such a manner? Did he not like women? Returning to the matter at hand, she stammered, "What do you know?" The blade pressed against the skin between her fingers, sending chills down her spine. "I don't know much about the previous incident targeting you. I only know that at least 3 families were involved. But it has nothing to do with the Zhao family." Tears streamed down her cheeks, painting a picture of distress. However, Qian'er merely scoffed at her performance before the knife fell, severing a bloodied finger that thudded uselessly to the ground. Without pausing, Qian'er continued, prying open her clenched fist to cut off another finger. He spoke not a word during the process, and after severing the second finger, he prepared to cut the third. Wait. I'll tell you everything. My father was involved. 4 families from the 8 great families participated, but the military intervened. So they could only deploy a guardian-level beastmaster. Zhao Yuan, thoroughly frightened, wept as her face became a mess. Yet, no sooner had her words left her lips than a piercing sound cut through the air, and a water arrow surged toward her, clearly intent on taking her life. However, Qian'er, well prepared, did not flinch. A muscular arm appeared, blocking Zhao Yuan's path. The collision between the water arrow and muscle produced a dull thud. The raging blood saint, who had been lying in wait, lifted its head to observe the trajectory of the water arrow. Before them stood a woman clad in the attire of an academy lecturer, her identification badge prominently displayed, as if fearing that others might not recognize her as a teacher of the Imperial Academy. She stood at the entrance of the academy, poised to retreat at the first sign of trouble. Fighting was prohibited within the academy. This was the law. A blue-skinned swordfish swam behind her, appearing to be her beast. Its aura, though not particularly strong, was still within the Guardian level. TSK, how cowardly, Qian'er remarked disdainfully upon witnessing the scene. Given the distance, capturing the opponent was impossible. Yet it was disheartening to see a teacher so timid in the presence of a mere student. It seems your reinforcements have arrived, although they appear somewhat different. She does not seem to be here to rescue you, but rather to silence you. Qian'er smiled at the two, then added, now, tell me who the specific participants are and why they sought to kill me, and I can guarantee your survival. He gazed at Zhao Yuan, who was visibly shaking, and just as he spoke, the bound individuals had yet to respond when the woman at the gate grew anxious, unleashing a barrage of water arrows toward Qian'er like missiles. However, before they could reach Qian'er, the raging blood saint intercepted them all. With fists swollen to a terrifying size, each strike could shatter a stream of water, and the horrifying speed of the punches pulverized every water arrow in the air. In an instant, the forest echoed with a dull cacophony. As torrents of water cascaded from above, intentionally evaded by the RNSU SHNGT, steering clear of Qian'er's direction. How could that monster still possess the strength for such feats? The instructor at the school gate also sensed this alarming reality, her expression turning ashen, fully aware of its implications. It indicated that the monster's power surpassed her own by an entire dimension, in a direct confrontation. It could effortlessly breach her defenses and swiftly eliminate her. What kind of growth rate does this monster possess? She internally cursed, realizing the gravity of the situation. With that creature present, she had no hope of silencing her niece before she could speak. As for eliminating Qian'er, that was nothing short of a jest. Even if she could overpower her, she wouldn't dare to act. Just moments ago, her beast had informed her that at least 10 presences, far stronger than itself, had locked onto her. Had it not been for the RNSU SHNGT's reaction, she might have already met her demise. At this moment, Zhoun was thoroughly panicked. She never imagined that her own aunt would wish to kill her. If I reveal the list, will you truly spare my life? After a lengthy pause, Zhoun finally spoke, her expression turbulent. Of course, Qian'er affirmed, and after a deep gaze exchanged with her, Zhoun gritted her teeth, choosing to gamble on Qian'er's reputation as a genius. The 4 families involved in the attack against you are WN, ZHO, Q, and Wing, primarily aiming to control you and extract information about your opportunities. Most of the apparent participants are from these families' less gifted older generations. They are desperate, hoping for one last chance. If that fails, the Guardian-level Beastmaster serves as a final backup, ensuring that even if you are killed, the identity of your assailants remains concealed. The higher-ups of these 4 families have chosen to turn a blind eye, neither supporting nor opposing the actions. Zhoun spoke with a grim expression, while the man bound opposite her, WNUNZHU, was left dumbfounded, his lips trembling in disbelief as he gazed at Qian'er. In that moment, he finally comprehended that his own suffering was merely a spectacle for others. Very well. Glancing at the RNSU SHNGT, who nodded slightly, Qian'er concluded that Zhoun's words were indeed truthful. As her heartbeat remained steady when she spoke, satisfied, Qian'er swiftly ended the lives of both individuals. You lack integrity. Are you not fearful that the reputation of Dark-type Beastmasters will be tarnished by your actions? The cold air filled her throat, causing Zhoun's voice to tremble. She stared incredulously at Qian'er, unable to fathom his reasoning. Such public sentiment could easily ruin his name. Nonsense. It is not my concern to tarnish the reputation of Dark-type Beastmasters. Qian'er scoffed, delivering another fatal blow to each before cheerfully making his way alongside the RNSU SHNGT toward the Academy's entrance. Chapter 60, The Secret Realm. From the outset, Qian'er's intended target for interrogation was never WNUNZHU, but rather Zhoun. After rendering both unconscious and securing them here, he sharpened his resolve, only commencing his actions once both regained consciousness. All the torment inflicted on WNUNZHU was merely a means to intimidate, with Zhoun serving as the true audience. As anticipated, it took little time for Zhoun to capitulate, divulging everything she knew. As Qian'er approached, the female instructor retreated a few steps, hastily backing away toward the academy entrance. Haha, teacher, do not fear. Private duels are forbidden within the academy. Qian'er approached with a grin, playfully patting the instructor's shoulder, leaving a large bloodstain from his unclean hands on her clothing. Are you not afraid of retaliation from the ZHO and WN families? The woman was taken aback by Qian'er's ferocity, instinctively stepping back until he had moved away, at which point she whispered her inquiry. Haha, of course I am. If they seek revenge, I shall simply flee. Her breath caught for a moment, fear flashing in her eyes. They had never feared a direct confrontation with Qian'er, though he had grown formidable. They were untroubled by a Guardian-level Beastmaster. Their true concern lay in Qian'er's lack of arrogance. Rather than confronting them directly, he might choose to bide his time, waiting until he had amassed sufficient strength to emerge. Much like the calamity from before, you possess a certain ruthlessness, not bad. Just as Qian'er was preparing to return to his dormitory, a familiar voice echoed nearby. Looking up, he spotted a tall, elderly figure clad in a black robe, standing a short distance away. It was Shzhing, the skeletal-type professor and a peak king-level beastmaster. Here, these are for you. The ice dragon can learn the special attack skill Bone Forest as well as an ice spell that slows the opponent and inflicts freeze status. He approached, handing Qian'er 2 skill learning devices. These were previously used by my beasts. They are one-time use and in excellent condition. If you exhaust them and still have not mastered the skills, do not blame me for laughing at you. Shzhing chuckled, stroking his sparse chin. Rest assured, Professor SH, that will not occur. Qian'er accepted the devices with a slight smile. He had no reason to worry. As with the aid of his cerebral stone and merits, his beast's comprehension was unparalleled, allowing them to succeed at every skill on the first attempt. Oh, little one, do not boast too much. Laughing, Professor SH patted Qian'er's shoulder before departing. Your soul banner is a newly discovered beast from the past 2 years, currently. The strongest is merely elite level. There is no clear path ahead. It is akin to crossing a river by feeling for stones. Old Wang just complained to us about it. Professor Zhing appeared from nowhere, reveling in the misfortune. As for Professor Wang Sui, I have yet to see him. He is quite the reclusive one. The Shadow Demoness stealth advancement skill is incredibly convenient. Well then, have you vented your frustrations? After jesting with his old friend, Professor Zhing turned to Qian'er, inquiring with a grin. Indeed, I have vented. Qian'er maintained his smile, his tone gentle. To be honest, their continued existence leaves me with no sense of security. Professor Zhing burst into laughter, clutching his stomach as he doubled over, repeatedly patting Qian'er's thigh. All right, you remind me of my younger self. However, this matter must conclude here, with us supporting you. The mastermind behind the initial attack will soon be dealt with by their family head, bringing this issue to a close. There was a note of derision in Professor Zhing's voice when speaking of those noble families. They would kill their own kin to atone to me. Qian'er feigned astonishment, his eyes wide. He had witnessed such occurrences before, but had not anticipated such actions in this world, especially given the absence of survival pressures. Naturally, the foremost concern for noble families is the preservation of their lineage. Everything else is secondary. You possess potential and connections. Within the academy, they cannot act against you. 3 years from now, who knows how much you will have grown. They are understandably unwilling to gamble. He scoffed. They are well established and will not risk their lives against someone with no status. Qian'er finally understood. Enough, let us return. Behind your dormitory, there is a private small training ground. While it may not be suitable for full-scale battles, you can certainly experiment with your skills. 3 days from now, meet me at the Blood and Flesh training ground. Before the semester begins, I will take you to the secret realm. By the way, I assume you have never been to a secret realm? Professor Zheng gazed at Qian'er with a gentle smile, his demeanor refined, making it nearly impossible for anyone to guess that he was, in fact, a quasi-king of the flesh and blood lineage. Qian'er shook his head. He had only heard tales of the secret realms and had never truly encountered one. It was said that a secret realm emerges from the Beastmaster's space after the demise of a powerful Beastmaster, where the beasts perish alongside their master. Their energy nurturing the entire beast realm, offering great advantages to Beastmasters of the same attribute who enter. Then allow me to take you to broaden your horizons. With that invitation, Qian'er felt a spark of anticipation. He wondered how the treasures produced within the secret realm compared to the brain crystals of zombies. After bidding farewell to Professor Zheng and returning to his dormitory, he found his cat maid had already tidied the place, lounging on the oversized cat tree in the living room and stretching lazily. Meow. Upon seeing Qian'er enter, drenched in blood and intending to step onto the freshly cleaned, gleaming floor, the cat maid's fur bristled. She quickly positioned herself in front of him, emitting a series of menacing growls, one paw raised in a claw-like gesture, as if ready to scratch. Qian'er, momentarily taken aback, thought the cat maid had lost control. But after a brief exchange of gestures, he understood her intentions. My dear, could you please prepare a change of clothes for me and wash this outfit along with my shoes? Changing into the slippers provided by the cat maid, Qian'er made his way to the bathroom, unbuttoning his shirt as he went. Despite having no financial worries after showcasing his talents, his ingrained frugality prevented him from discarding anything. Meow? The cat maid tilted her head in confusion. Even as a beast, she had heard of Qian'er's name, but did not expect this genius to possess such a frugal character. As he lay in the bathtub, Qian'er felt his bones relax completely. It must be said that the cat maid had a true talent for caretaking. By the time he entered the bathroom, Everything was impeccably arranged. It was fortunate she was a cat. If she were human, who knows how it would have turned out. No wonder the academy employed cat maids. They were keen to prevent reckless mistakes by the youthful students. Chapter 61. Cleaning up the zombies? After his bath, now dressed in fresh clothing provided by the cat maid, Qian'er stepped into the training room in the courtyard. Come forth. Before bathing, he had called back his summoned spirit banner and the young ice dragon. And now that he had finished, they returned to their lair, awaiting his summons. As the words left his lips, two beams of light appeared before him, revealing the transformed beasts. Summoning banner. Level, 27. Qualitative, gold. Stamina, 94. Attack, 41. Defense, 49. Special attack, 61. Special defense, 56. Speed, 45. Young ice dragon. Level, 28. Qualitative, gold. Stamina, 73. Attack, 43. Defense, 40. Special attack, 59. Special defense, 40. Speed, 50. Compared to last time, these two little creatures had significantly improved in level. The young ice dragon's rapid growth was likely due to the brain crystals, yet the summoning banner had not consumed many and still managed such remarkable advancement, which was somewhat astonishing, falling just short of the ice dragon. Goodness, how many zombies did you two dispatch in my absence? Qian'er remarked, astonished, as he scrutinized the two beasts through the bond shared between Beast and Beastmaster. The young ice dragon had grown considerably. With a body length of 3 meters including its tail, it stood a head taller than Qian'er, nearly rideable. As for the summoning banner, its size remained unchanged. But the multitude of souls writhing on its surface had increased, dense and numerous, akin to maggots in a summer outhouse, prompting a visceral discomfort that made him quickly avert his gaze. Sensing Qian'er's unease, the summoning banner emitted a wave of awkwardness before promptly unfurling its form, allowing the multitude of souls to vanish, revealing the black surface beneath. I understand. I looked it up online. Beasts of the summoning banner lineage display the souls they absorb before those they are close to demonstrate their strength. Before the summoning banner could respond, Qian'er spoke first to reassure it. It's much like what I saw in the animal kingdom before the apocalypse, where male animals showcase their finest traits to attract mates. However, while other summoning banners might reveal a maximum of 10 souls, exceeding that would cause the banner's will to be overwhelmed by the soul's will, leading to chaos. Unlike his, which was teeming with souls, layered and countless. Upon realizing that his Beastmaster understood its actions, the summoning banner felt relieved. Here, I have procured the most suitable skill learning devices for you at your current stage from my teacher. Come learn. With that, Qian'er produced 4 skill learning devices and handed them to the Bloodfire Saint and the young ice dragon. As for you, not yet, perhaps next time. For now, enjoy this. Before the summoning banner could express disappointment, Qian'er swiftly retrieved a holy heart lotus from his space pouch and offered it to the summoning banner. True to form, the summoning banner was instantly captivated by the holy heart lotus, its elongated surface wrapping around Qian'er's hand and spinning in excitement. The Bloodfire Saint, already familiar with the process, effortlessly affixed the blood explosion skill learning device to its forehead. Information surged into the Bloodfire Saint's mind in a manner that Qian'er could not comprehend. Soon, the Bloodfire Saint opened its eyes, and the skill blood explosion appeared in its skill list. Meanwhile, the young ice dragon, seeing this, followed suit and applied a bone forest skill learning device to its forehead. Before long, it removed the device, which still had 8 opportunities remaining. I'll return it to Teacher Sure later. If anyone fails to learn it in one go, I'll have to tease them. After witnessing both beasts successfully learn all 4 skills on the first attempt, Qian'er decided to adopt this as a tradition for the skeletal lineage. Let us go back to the apocalypse world. This time, both of you must advance to the elite level. Concerned about eavesdroppers, he refrained from vocalizing details about the apocalypse world and instead communicated directly with his 3 beasts through their bond. Once the 2 beasts advanced to elite level, his capabilities would expand significantly, allowing for quicker strength enhancement in the future. He sent the young ice dragon and the summoning banner back to the beast realm, placed the skill learning devices in his home, and informed the cat maid to look for opportunities to give them to the 2 professors. Qian'er then prepared some instant food, returned to his room, locked the door, and, as before, enveloped himself in the flesh of the Bloodfire Saint before directly returning to the apocalypse world. He planned to remain indoors for the next 3 days. Now, everyone with a functioning mind understood that he harbored a secret, though they remained oblivious to its nature, allowing him to maintain a level of discretion. After all, merely stating that one possesses a secret does not constitute a breach of confidentiality. Upon arriving in the apocalypse world, Qian'er was nearly overwhelmed by the pungent scent of blood, and the horn left behind was almost clogged with gore. Opening his eyes, he found himself surrounded by dismembered zombies, their flesh piled limply on the ground, alongside mounds of brain crystals. Flies buzzed thickly, almost cloud-like, within the lair, reveling in this gruesome feast. You must clean this up immediately. The Qian'er people were in a state of shock, hastily addressing the Arnsush beside them. Before departing, he had entrusted the two little ones to manage the situation, leaving a share for the Arnsush. But he never anticipated the ruthlessness of these two little creatures with regard to his own sanctuary. The Arnsush, however, did not share Qian'er's concerns. It approached the small ice dragon, gently stroking the little creature's head, and then, with tendrils of dark energy swirling about, it began to devour the mass of flesh and blood like a pump siphoning water, consuming every bit in sight. Simultaneously, its level increased to 43. Beastmaster. The ordinary zombie bones are no longer beneficial for my growth. What shall I do next? Inquired the small ice dragon, landing gracefully in front of Qian'er and using a raspy voice that reflected its gradual maturity. At this moment, the small ice dragon faced a dilemma akin to that of the original abominable giant, as the quality of regular zombies was woefully inadequate. Do not rush, for now. Focus on absorbing the indestructible bones, Qian'er advised. He had previously cleared all the evolved corpse kings in the city, and the hastily matured evolved corpse kings could only enhance levels without enriching their essence. Thus, he faced a choice: either depart this city for another or allow the small ice dragon to temporarily utilize the indestructible bones, which, while of high quality, were limited in quantity. In truth, the optimal decision would be to leave this small city immediately for others, as with the small ice dragon's current flight speed, it would not take long to reach a new destination. Yet, for reasons unknown, Qian'er felt an inexplicable sense of impending loss, believing it best to cleanse the city of all zombies before departing. Ultimately, he chose to trust his instincts, as such feelings had saved him countless times in this apocalypse. Chapter 62, Li Shengzi. Merit? Is this related? Qian'er mused while gazing skyward. All right, once you finish absorbing these, we must depart. Where have you both been clearing zombies recently? Holding a city map pilfered from the last store, he queried his two beasts. Several circles marked on it indicated the areas he had cleared since obtaining the dual portal, which were now presumably safe, with only a few scattered zombies remaining. Roar. The small ice dragon approached, pointing its ice-blue claw at a specific location on the map. Some beasts possessed intelligence comparable to humans, and the small ice dragon, being a quasi-deity, was one of them. Before leaving the apocalyptic world, Qian'er had taught the small ice dragon how to read maps. Good. This area has been cleared. Let us proceed here. He did not specifically select areas with a high concentration of zombies. Rather, he was employing a process of elimination, moving from top to bottom and left to right. Boss, that dragon is back, and this time, it has two people on its back. Just as Qian'er and his beasts began to cleanse the remaining zombies in the city, other human enclaves began to stir. Due to the small ice dragon's ostentatious demeanor and lack of stealth, many had noticed its presence. Initially, they could hardly believe their eyes. If zombies were one thing, the appearance of a skeletal dragon was another. Did humanity still have a chance? However, they quickly realized that the dragon seemed uninterested in the living, solely preoccupied with hunting zombies. As long as the living did not provoke it, even walking past would go unnoticed, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. Two people on its back? Are you serious? The burly leader bolted upright, incredulously grasping the collar of the speaker. Indeed, boss, I saw it with my own eyes. There were two people on that dragon's back, and I even captured it on camera. He hastily produced a photograph. In times like these, a camera was a rare commodity. Yet it provided a quicker and more accurate depiction of changes in a location. The burly man took the photo, depicting an ice-blue skeletal dragon soaring through the sky, with two indistinct figures clearly discernible upon its back. Given the Arnsush's size, similar to that of an average human, Qian'er had simply found a set of clothing for it to wear. A skeletal dragon has been tamed? What does this signify? The burly man muttered anxiously, his grip on the photograph turning pale. What he feared most was an unforeseen turn of events. Previously, they had maintained a peaceful coexistence with the small ice dragon. But with the potential of it being tamed by others, would the dragon act upon the will of those two individuals against them? This concern was shared by all human enclaves that had noticed the small ice dragon. Qian'er clutched the small ice dragon's rib and crouched on its back. A clean horn gripped in his mouth, emitting a piercing shriek that attracted the surrounding zombies. His peculiar seated position was necessitated by the discomfort of the dragon's back. He resolved to procure a pad or saddle for future flights, for if flying beasts existed in this world, specialized saddles surely did as well. Observing the throngs of zombies below, the small ice dragon could not suppress a triumphant roar, immediately unleashing its newly learned skill, Bone Forest. With a resounding roar, the ground trembled, and towering bones erupted from the earth, impaling several zombies. This was not a solitary occurrence. A multitude of massive skeletal structures rose, piercing countless zombies. The soul-calling banner erupted in cheers, unfurling its fabric, conjuring a chilling wind and wailing spirits. The zombies below twitched feebly before collapsing, their souls drawn into the banner. The Arn Sush NGT, clad in attire identical to Qian'er's, sat calmly atop the small ice dragon, arms crossed and gaze lowered, choosing not to intervene immediately, allowing the two little companions to revel in their freedom. Soon, the amassed zombies were thoroughly eradicated by the small ice dragon and the soul-calling banner. Let us move to the next location. Leaping to the ground, Qian'er observed as his three beasts deftly cleared the remnants of the zombies, leaving even the blood-stained ground immaculate, as if newly cleansed. Only then did he speak. After their departure, a manhole cover quietly creaked open, and after confirming the surroundings were still, it was pushed aside. A filthy middle-aged woman emerged, disbelief etched on her face as she gazed up at the sun. Even after a prolonged absence from sunlight, the brilliance stung her eyes, and tears streamed down her cheeks, yet she refused to turn away, laughing maniacally. Haha, they're all gone. That dragon and those two people have slain all the zombies. Come out. As she called, several others emerged from the sewers, stepping into the bright street as if awakening from a long slumber. Has the apocalypse ended? After a long silence, one voice trembled with uncertainty. Yes, the apocalypse is over. Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing this, the others fell silent for a moment before erupting into frantic cheers, yet no zombies approached to attack them. We must erect a shrine for those two saviors. After a significant period, the pent-up frustrations and madness of 5 years finally found release. Many simply lay on the ground, allowing the sun-warmed earth to caress their faces. At this moment, the first woman to emerge spoke earnestly. But we do not know their names, nor what they look like. This proposal garnered considerable agreement. But soon they recognized the predicament. Thus, they began to carve the likeness of a dragon, with 2 figures upon its back and a banner by its side. After a moment of contemplation, the woman gritted her teeth and spoke. Upon hearing her words, the others exchanged glances and ultimately nodded in agreement. Very well. Without further ado, they set to work, for the apocalyptic world had a way of curing procrastination. Shortly, they procured a piece of wood approximately the length of an arm, and among them, the most skilled carpenter commenced the carving. They toiled until nightfall, at which point the statue was finally completed. A dragon of icy blue, with robust bones, soared through the air, carrying 2 indistinct figures, one holding a black banner. The survivors gathered in the lobby of a hotel, bowing respectfully before the statue. At the same time, an indescribable energy surged from the statue into Qian'er and his 3 beast companions, with the little ice dragon absorbing the majority of it. Chapter 63. Ascension to Divinity. What is this? Just as Qian'er was about to boil some water for instant noodles, he was startled, feeling a peculiar energy flood into his body. The 3 beast companions surrounding him also stood, sensing the same strange energy. Qian'er furrowed his brow and tried to comprehend the unusual influx within him. This energy was entirely different from merit. It was something he had never encountered before. However, due to its scarcity, he could not discern its nature. Meanwhile, the little ice dragon made a new discovery. With a puzzled sound, a layer of white light suddenly illuminated the little ice dragon's azure body. At that moment, the little ice dragon appeared dazed, hearing some strange voices. Thanks to the dragon god for allowing us to return to the surface. Thanks to the dragon god for clearing a space sufficient for survival. Countless disordered thoughts rushed into the little ice dragon's mind. While they did not alter its disposition, the sensation of whispers surrounding it was unsettling, igniting a nameless fury within. Just as the little ice dragon was at a loss, the golden energy that had long been hidden deep within it suddenly emerged, cascading down like a clear stream from its head. In an instant, the previously agitated little ice dragon became calm, mastering the sudden surge of white energy. In that moment, the little ice dragon radiated a sacred brilliance, akin to the divine statues within a temple, with the fragrant scent of sandalwood emanating from its skeletal frame. Inhaling the peculiar sandalwood aroma, although the bone dragon's expression remained unchanged, Qian'er sensed a hint of disdain from it. Roar! Addressing the worried gazes of Qian'er and the other 2 beasts, the little ice dragon promptly began to explain its transformation. The prayers in its ears and the sandalwood aroma. Could this be a form of faith? After hearing the little ice dragon's account, Qian'er raised an eyebrow and muttered to himself. This is rather complex. With merit manifesting, the emergence of faith seems not so strange. However, he had not anticipated that merit could also suppress the chaotic thoughts of faith. A smile gradually spread across his face as he realized he had grasped the essence of his premonition. Faith. This is indeed a significant opportunity. If an entire planet were to believe in him, he might truly be able to create divine beasts. Thus, he resolved to commence from this city. With that, Qian'er made quick work of the instant noodles, tearing open the package and consuming the dry noodles with seasoning. He then wiped his hands, stood up, and urged the little ice dragon to act swiftly. 3 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. Upon returning to his lair, Qian'er, beaming with satisfaction, used a hose to wash away the blood and grime from himself and his beast companions. During these 3 days, they had tirelessly searched the city for any remaining zombies. Ultimately, aided by the little ice dragon's terrifying flight speed and the blood-sensing ability of the blood-burning saint, they successfully exterminated all the zombies in the city. Consciously soaring past the entrances of several human congregations, confident that those who had survived in this apocalypse were no fools. As expected, soon after, the white light enveloping the little ice dragon intensified, and the sandalwood scent grew richer. With every movement, it exuded an air of solemnity. In contrast, Qian'er, the soul banner, and the blood-burning saint did not exhibit such pronounced changes. They were not as conspicuous as the little ice dragon, and the prayers were evidently directed more towards it. After 3 days of intensive search, although most of their time was spent locating solitary zombies, their strength had still seen considerable improvement. Among them, the little ice dragon and the soul banner experienced the most significant advancement, both entering the elite level. The little ice dragon reached level 39, while the soul banner, having consumed fewer brainstones, only attained level 37. Nevertheless, the souls within the banner had increased, and if they all manifested, the myriad of souls would almost obscure the distinction between the mortal realm and the underworld. As for the blood-burning saint, he had surpassed the initial stage of guarding and now stood at a formidable level 46. Should Qian'er encounter the beast master Philion again, the blood-burning saint could easily crush him with a single hand. Let us return, content to observe the formidable foundation he had, even in the beast world. Qian'er spoke with a smile. As his words fell, the world around him inverted, and his familiar bedroom materialized before him. The blood-burning saint withdrew the flesh enveloping Qian'er, who then noticed a thin layer of dust accumulating on the floor. It appeared that the cat maid had indeed adhered to his instructions, refraining from entering his room before he emerged. Stretching his body, he pushed open the door and exited the room. The cat maid, sprawled on the sofa engrossed in a cat-themed drama, was startled by the noise, her ears flattening into airplane ears as her green fur bristled. Hastily shoving her tablet into the crevice of the sofa, she turned to see Qian'er and sighed in relief, pointing at his clothing and meowing insistently. "All right, I will change. Please tidy up my room afterward." Qian'er understood the cat maid's words, chuckling as he picked up a pile of neatly folded clothes from the sofa to change into. Exiting the dormitory, he stretched and relished the cracking sound of his spine, feeling as if he had returned from another era. Should we go directly to find Professor Zheng? The blood-burning saint, clad in attire akin to Qian'er's, quietly inquired from behind. "No, let us first enjoy a good meal. I am absolutely famished." Rubbing his stomach and glancing at the time, with over an hour remaining until the scheduled meeting with Professor Zheng, Qian'er decided to head to the cafeteria first. For the past 3 days, he had barely left the back of the little ice dragon, spending his days either soaring through the skies or eliminating zombies, with meals consisting merely of snacks, leaving him quite ravenous. The blood-burning saint nodded silently, trailing behind Qian'er. Upon entering the cafeteria, amidst the astonished gazes of the chefs who prepared special meals for the remaining staff, Qian'er ordered 5 portions of food and devoured every last morsel. After patting his stomach and bidding farewell to the bewildered chef, he departed, leaving the chef staring at the empty serving dish in a state of existential doubt. Strange. Have my culinary skills improved? He could not help but pick up a piece of braised pork, chewing thoughtfully, his confusion deepening. The taste remains unchanged. It is still the familiar flavor. How long has that child gone without a proper meal? Chapter 64. Water System Professor du Qian'er. I knew you would be here. As I approached the entrance of the cafeteria, before I could even step outside, the door swung open, revealing Professor Zheng, who entered with a broad smile. Upon spotting Qian'er, he greeted him warmly, but for some inexplicable reason, his face was marred with bloodstains, almost unrecognizable. "Is it time already?" Qian'er asked in surprise, glancing at his wristwatch, which clearly indicated that there was still some time left. "No, it's your senior brothers. They wished to meet you after hearing about your exploits, and I thought it would be a good opportunity for you to get acquainted before we set off," Professor Zheng explained cheerfully. "I see, then let us hurry," Qian'er replied, a flicker of interest lighting up his eyes at the mention of his seniors. "Come with me," Professor Zheng said, turning to lead Qian'er out of the cafeteria. In the second square of the academy, a group of individuals huddled together, whispering among themselves. On the platform, a man and a woman engaged in casual conversation. The man, whom Qian'er recognized as Professor Yong Shuahai from the Soul Division, was accompanied by a middle-aged woman whose identity remained unknown to Qian'er. However, judging by Professor Yong's demeanor, she too was likely a professor from another department. "Oh, you've arrived," Professor Yong exclaimed, spotting Qian'er and Professor Zheng and greeting them with a smile. Instantly, all eyes in the square turned toward Qian'er, their gazes filled with astonishment, envy, jealousy, and hostility. Hostility? Qian'er raised an eyebrow, unable to suppress a smile. This time, the Secret Realm Academy allocated 3 slots for each of the 3 divisions, blood and flesh, soul, and water, allowing 3 representatives from each. Led by a professor and accompanied by 2 students for enrichment. Professor Zheng explained, "You know Yong Shuahai. The lady beside him is Ms. Du Xie from the Water Division. Also a professor and a quasi-king level beastmaster." Now, Qian'er understood the source of the hostility. He had eliminated 2 assistants from the Water Division, and it was only natural for them to regard him with such animosity. "Come, everyone, gather around and meet. This is Qian'er, the most formidable genius in the history of beastmasters," Professor Zheng announced, clapping his hands to summon 6 students from the square. As Qian'er observed his seniors, he noted that after cleansing an entire city of zombies, his perception had sharpened to an almost terrifying degree, even allowing him to glimpse faint images of the future. A muscular man with a friendly smile approached him, though remnants of blood and decay lingered about him, indicating his affiliation with the Blood and Flesh Division. A tall, slender youth wearing glasses exuded a palpable aura of resentment, unmistakably a student of the Soul Division. A pale woman draped in a black robe stood nearby, radiating a similar aura, albeit with an odd quality. A sun-kissed, robust young man wore a cheerful smile, yet Qian'er could sense an undercurrent of hatred beneath it. Lastly, a petite woman cowered behind the burly youth, seemingly intimidated by Qian'er, remaining silent until Professor Zheng called her forth. "Hello, little junior brother. I am your 3rd senior brother, Wang Duo, a 3rd-year student from the Blood and Flesh Division. You can call me Wang Gu," the muscular youth said, draping an arm around Qian'er's shoulder with an affable demeanor. "I am Lin's son, and this is my 3rd sister, Lin Xiao. We are both 3rd-year students of the Soul Division, though not direct disciples of Professor Yong Shuahai." The bespectacled youth introduced himself, pointing to the girl in the black robe with a friendly smile. "Ah, so you are Qian'er. I am Wen Yuanji, and Wen Yuanzhou is my 4th brother," the burly youth said, his smile friendly yet concealing malice. Qian'er sensed that had he not been intimidated by Qian'er's strength, this fellow would have eagerly challenged him. "That girl is Zhou Xian. She suffers from social anxiety, so don't mind her," the 3rd senior brother remarked, still holding onto Qian'er's shoulder. "Have you truly become a guardian-level beastmaster?" he eagerly inquired after everyone had introduced themselves, drawing the attention of all the students. "Of course," Qian'er replied candidly, revealing no reservations about his accomplishments. A collective gasp echoed, the astonishment palpable as they processed his admission. "Remarkable, little junior brother. Our elder brother only just broke through to the guardian level after a year of graduation, and the media lauds him as the future star of the Dark Division. Now, let us see if he dares to be boastful in our presence." Wang Duo chuckled, clapping Qian'er on the shoulder, indicating a strained relationship with their elder brother. As they conversed, Qian'er learned that all of them were 3rd-year students, while he was the sole newcomer. Among them, Wang Duo and Wen Yuanji were the strongest, having recently reached the elite level, while the others were seasoned senior beastmasters aiming to capitalize on the opportunity presented by the secret realm to advance. "All right, everyone, gather around." Professor Zheng's voice suddenly rang out, prompting the 6 to rise and approach the trio of professors. Professor Du Xie continued to regard Qian'er with disdain, but he paid it no mind, recognizing that his past actions had indeed caused her distress. The fact that she had refrained from attacking him upon sighting him was already a concession to the academy. At that moment, the shadow of Professor Yong Shuahai, previously unnoticed, emerged from the ground, revealing itself to be the shadow demon he had encountered before. "This is the convenience of Soul Division beastmasters," the 3rd senior brother whispered to him. Before long, dark arms shot forth from their own shadows, pulling them down into the darkness. Having experienced this once before, Qian'er remained calm, knowing it was a skill derived from Professor Yong's mastery of shadow manipulation. Chapter 65, The True King of Resurrection. As their vision leveled with the ground, darkness enveloped Qian'er, and when light finally returned, he found himself in a shadowy realm. Here, everything was inverted, should one inadvertently be drawn into this dimension. It was crucial to conceal one's identity as a creature of the real world. Professor Yong's voice resonated from the front of the group. "You are now encased in a layer of black, translucent membrane, akin to one-way glass. This shadow bubble, created by the shadow demon, masks your presence. allowing you to navigate this realm without attracting the attention of its indigenous inhabitants. Noticing Qian'er's puzzled expression, Professor Young took a moment to elucidate. Hold on tight. The shadow bubble is about to ascend, he announced. As the words left his lips, a sensation of weightlessness enveloped them, and shortly thereafter, when Qian'er opened his eyes once more, sunlight greeted him. Professor Young, it's been a while, a hearty laugh rang out. And Qian'er turned to see a lean man in military garb, marked by a scar resembling a beast's claw. Upon noticing the gaze of Qian'er, the lean man turned to glance at him, and then offered a friendly smile. Qian'er could distinctly sense the goodwill emanating from him. A military personnel indeed. In that instant, Qian'er recognized the man's identity. Brother Gu, it has been quite a while. Are we heading in directly? Or shall we wait for everyone to gather before entering? This time, it was Yong Shuahai leading the group, hence his inquiry was primarily directed at him. We can go in directly, he replied with a smile, stepping aside to reveal a small building devoid of windows, save for a single door. Yong Shuahai led the group into the structure, positioning themselves on a magical array painted on the floor. In the next moment, the array illuminated, and his figure vanished. The secret realm was formed from the beast-controlling space of a deceased beast master, and without the proper method, it could not be accessed. The magical array was one of the methods to communicate with the secret realm. The third senior brother quietly explained to Qian'er, and after finishing, he stepped onto the array, his form disappearing amidst the radiance. You're next. Since it's your first time entering a secret realm, relax, Professor Zheng said, patting Qian'er on the shoulder with a smile. All right. There was little cause for anxiety. As he stepped onto the array, Qian'er felt as though the world before him transformed in the blink of an eye, shifting from the dim, cramped concrete room to an expansive, verdant forest. This secret realm emerged approximately 4 centuries ago from the beast-controlling space of a true king-level beast master who perished during the 8 Kings Rebellion. The beast master was of the grass element, thus the space reflected this essence. Yong Shuahai retrieved a collection of instruments from his spatial backpack and set them on the ground, while explaining that Qian'er was the only one among them entering a secret realm for the first time. The 8 Kings Rebellion was a significant purge initiated by 8 prodigies oppressed by noble families. Do you know why we are here? After arranging all the instruments, Yong Shuahai glanced at the data displayed and asked with a smile. I do not know. Qian'er shook his head, as Professor Zheng had not briefed him. Old Zheng certainly keeps his lips sealed, Yong Shuahai remarked, somewhat surprised, before elucidating further. After the demise of a true king-level beast master, their beasts likely perished alongside them. The remains of a true king-level beast master could nourish the beast-controlling space, leading to an abundance of treasures of that element within. Historically, this secret realm continuously produced a crystal known as Mu Yuan Jing, which accelerated the growth of grass element beasts. However, approximately 5 years ago, this crystal ceased to appear. The authorities had summoned us multiple times to investigate, yet after thoroughly searching the entire realm, we found nothing. Eventually, the authorities sealed the secret realm. He paused, pressing his lips together, seemingly grappling with disbelief. Yet, just last month, the military responsible for guarding the secret realm reported that the space had reopened, not through the magical array as we did, but as if summoned like a beast. Subsequently, a bear individual emerged, startling the soldiers outside, who quickly retreated. Official records indicated that this individual bore a striking resemblance to Qian'er, the true king beast master who perished here 4 centuries ago. However, Qian'er had been confirmed dead, with his body even devoured by one of the 8 kings. A fact meticulously chronicled in historical texts. Even now, there are elders who lived through that turmoil, able to provide testimony. Professor Zheng emerged from the magical array, adding, this event was reminiscent of a resurrection, prompting many to investigate, yet the results remained unchanged compared to previous years. Ducia stepped out from the array and spoke slowly. As the entire Imperial Academy group entered the secret realm, the Empire hoped for the emergence of a new true king. Yet they did not wish for this true king to be the resurrected corpse of a former master. Yong Shuahai glanced at the instruments displaying data identical to previous readings, murmuring, however, there is no need for concern. We have navigated this before without issues. This time should be no different. It is unlikely the soldiers misidentified the situation. But if a beast master of that caliber truly revived, a true king would certainly arrive to address it. We are merely participants in this unfolding drama. Professor Zheng reassured them with a smile. Let us proceed deeper and release our beasts to ensure at least one protects us. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure clad in the same attire as Qian'er, the Ran Shuesheng II, emerged slowly. Upon seeing the Ran Shuesheng II, Lin Xiao, enveloped in a black robe with an eerie aura, widened her eyes in shock. Her talent, the top-tier eye of analysis, allowed her to perceive everything around her without a distinct elemental bias. She had accompanied her brother from the soul-reaping element. At the sight of the Ran Shueshing too, it was as if she had entered a trance. Countless souls wailed amidst blood and fire, with a beast imprisoning at least hundreds of thousands of lives. What level of demon is this? In that moment, she could scarcely believe her eyes, and her gaze towards Qian'er was filled with trepidation. Why? Why can this demon smile after slaughtering so many lives? Chapter 66. Vision of Flesh and Lin Ghost. What Lin Xiao witnessed was unknown to the others, yet her brother Lin Sun seemed to sense something, discreetly squeezing her hand to calm her. Let us proceed inside. Seeing everyone summon their beasts for protection, Yong Xuehai nodded, continuing to lead the group with his detector in hand. Professor, I have previously encountered Yu Fei from the military. He is a divine element quasi-king, capable of resurrecting beasts or individuals below the guarding level unconditionally. Is it possible that a divine element beast is at play here? Qian'er inquired quietly as he walked beside Professor Zheng. Professor Zheng observed their surroundings, ensuring no danger lurked, before responding. There are indeed speculations regarding this matter. Yet to resurrect a beast master of that caliber would require at least a true god. We remain uncertain whether even a true god could achieve that resurrection. This is merely a deduction based on previous behaviors of divine element beasts. Furthermore, we have analyzed his past trajectory and found no indication of contact with a true god. Qian'er nodded, though his furrowed brow remained tense. Professor, I did not sense anything outside the jungle, but since entering here, I cannot shake this unsettling feeling. Something is amiss. We cannot delve deeper. We must leave. Without hesitation, Qian'er halted, voicing his concerns, while instinctively retreating. Quickly, everyone out. Upon hearing this, the three professors leading the group exchanged glances, their expressions shifting, and without doubting Qian'er's words, the black shadow bubble enveloped them all, preparing to plunge underground. In such moments, no one's intuition should be disregarded. Just as the shadow bubble descended into the realm of shadows, a deafening roar erupted from above, fracturing the bubble. Had they hesitated even for a moment, they might have been trapped. What was that? Silence enveloped the bubble, save for Qian'er, while the remaining students struggled to comprehend the sudden upheaval. Lin Xiao murmured vacantly, her eyes devoid of focus. Meanwhile, the three professors furrowed their brows tightly. Initially believing this trip would be akin to previous ones, merely an opportunity for the students, yet this incident had taken an unexpected turn. Without a moment's delay, Professor Zheng activated the beast-controlling space. In the next moment, a colossal eye, floating in mid-air, emerged from within. Shiro. Attributes: Flesh, Supernatural. Level. Qualification: Health base value, 90. Attack base value, 55. Defense base value, 65. Special attack base value, 95. Special defense base value, 85. Speed base value, 70. Total base value, 460. The attributes of this Shiro appeared before Qian'er, who noticed that Professor Zheng's beasts seemed to possess rather low base values. The most formidable he had seen thus far was that fleshly demon, yet each creature possessed unique skills. However, he was left wondering what special ability this Shiro held. What exactly was that creature we just encountered? Professor Zheng inquired, his gaze fixated on Shiro. As his words fell, a gleam flickered within the vast pupil of Shiro, and in the next instant, a blue holographic screen was projected by Shiro's psychic energy. This type of beast inherently possesses the ability to learn the skill of insight, enabling it to observe various phenomena. Moreover, Professor Zheng's Shiro had refined this skill to its utmost potential, making it unparalleled in gathering intelligence. Yong Xuehai explained to the curious students with a smile. Soon, the screen displayed a scene from when they had just entered the forest, everything appearing quite normal. The three professors focused intently on the image, striving to discern what had attacked them moments earlier. However, at that moment, the perspective of Shiro's display began to ascend, continuing until it reached the heavens. Professor Zheng uttered in confusion, yet the view continued to climb, engulfing the entire forest. Upon witnessing the entirety of the forest, the three professors simultaneously widened their eyes. The entire expanse of trees morphed into a grotesque human visage, writhing as if alive. Is this a Lingue? Indeed, it must be. That is the true king of the grass type, and given that it perished without a trace, it's only natural for its lingering resentment to manifest as a Lingue. But why had we never noticed this before? Ducia murmured, rubbing her temples. Lingue. Attributes: Grass, Spirit. Health base value, 60. Attack base value, 55. Defense base value, 90. Special attack base value, 145. Special defense base value, 90. Speed base value, 80. Total base value, 520. The third senior brother retrieved the Pokédex and reported Lin Gui's attributes. The understanding of everyone present was altered. There was not merely one Lin Gui, but also a spectre-type beast proficient in disturbing human thought, and it was at least of true king caliber. Otherwise, it would not have eluded my notice. Yong Shuahai's expression turned serious, as this unexpected turn of events had completely disrupted his vacation plans. Old Yong, we must notify the others outside immediately that entry is prohibited. Additionally, the Empire needs to dispatch a true king to investigate. Something is amiss here. Although the tensions with the Dark-type professor due to Qian'er's incident made it challenging, Du Xie could not afford to be treacherous at this moment and spoke up without hesitation. I am heading toward the exit. As her words fell, the familiar sensation of ascent washed over them, and as the shadow bubble shattered, the concrete structure they had just seen reappeared before them. The surroundings were eerily calm, as if the earlier turmoil had never occurred. Huh, how strange, how did we return? A bewildered voice came from behind, as Qian'er paused in his approach to the concrete building and abruptly turned back. The speaker was Lin's son, a third-year student specializing in spectre types, whose expression was one of utter confusion, seemingly oblivious to the events that had just transpired. Qian'er turned his gaze and noticed the same bewilderment reflected on the faces of the others, including the third senior brother, who had just unveiled Lin Gui's Poc Dex entry. As for the three professors, their faces contorted in distress, as if battling against something. Torn between advancing toward the concrete structure and retreating, they had unknowingly fallen victim to whatever malevolent influence was at play. Qian'er's pupils constricted. He suspected that his immunity stemmed from faith or merit. Without hesitation, he directed the burning blood saint to charge into the concrete building, promptly standing upon the teleportation array. However, after a considerable duration, the array remained unresponsive. Chapter 67. What has changed, consciousness or command? Qian'er let out a gradual sigh, realizing that the area had been sealed off. Just then, a puzzled voice from outside reached his ears. Qian'er, what is happening? After slapping his cheeks and exchanging a glance with the burning blood saint, he sensed the readiness of the little ice dragon and the soul-summoning banner within the beast space, allowing a smile to return to his face. It's nothing. Merely a curiosity regarding the teleportation array. With that, Qian'er exited the building, unexpectedly draping his arm over Professor Zheng's shoulder, speaking with brotherly warmth. Based on the earlier circumstances, it seemed that the enigmatic spectre-type beast did not wish for them to uncover the truths of this place, hence erasing their awareness of its anomalies. Articulating such a situation verbally would likely prove ineffective, so Qian'er needed to devise a method to convey his message subtly. Professor Zheng furrowed his brow slightly, but it soon relaxed, and he did not shake off Qian'er's arm, instead smiling as he walked toward the gathering of people. Observing the interaction between Qian'er and Professor Zheng, both Yong Shuahai and Du Xie momentarily stared in surprise, soon regaining their composure. Teacher, the scenery here appears quite delightful. Qian'er's fingers rested lightly on Professor Zheng's shoulder, subtly inscribing his thoughts from earlier. Yet, Professor Zheng's face was one of utter confusion. He could not decipher the characters. He sensed that this was not an issue with Qian'er, but rather some systematic script that eluded his understanding. Has my perception been altered? At that moment, this thought flickered through his mind, soon spiraling chaotically like untamed weeds. We came here for a vacation, alongside an opportunity to enhance your resumes. We need only to relax and enjoy ourselves. Is there anywhere you wish to explore? Yong Shuahai inquired with a smile, yet his gaze remained fixed on Qian'er, urging him to speak. I see. In that case, let us avoid entering the forest. Such a deep forest could harbor all manner of insects and creatures. Qian'er replied with a smile, testing whether they could refrain from venturing into the forest. He had clearly observed from Shiro's perspective that the entire forest resembled a grotesque human face, a part of that creature known as Lin Gui. There was no way he would willingly enter. Yet, as soon as he voiced this thought, all present, apart from Qian'er and his beasts, displayed expressions of confusion. What are you talking about? Of course, we must enter the jungle. Otherwise, our investigation cannot proceed. Yong Shuahai queried, bewildered, entirely oblivious to any flaws in his reasoning. Upon witnessing this, Qian'er slowly exhaled, his face adorned with a helpless smile. It appeared that the entity was intent on compelling them to journey through the forest. Did we leave any marks on the previous path? These individuals had become useless. He would have to rely on his own strength. Qian'er communicated through the beast contract to the Burning Blood Saint. Rest assured, I have already marked the way. The Burning Blood Saint, attuned to Qian'er's thoughts, anticipated his intentions without waiting for instructions, marking the path ahead. In truth, it was feeling quite agitated. Normally, it would engage in direct combat, not be left in a situation where it had no knowledge of its opponent. With a slight nod, Qian'er ceased her conversation with the Ranxueshing Tu and followed the crowd deeper into the dense forest. Teacher, must it be a soul-type beastmaster that can alter human cognition? She suddenly inquired, directing her question towards Yong Shuahai as they walked. Certainly not, Yong Shuahai replied. Both the soul type and the psychic type can achieve such feats. However, the psychic type is restrained by the soul type. Even a true king of the psychic type would find it impossible to modify my cognition. Qian'er's seemingly disjointed question caught Yong Shuahai off guard. Initially, he had come with a vacation mindset, but now he became alert, keenly sensing his surroundings, yet perceiving nothing amiss. Strange, quite strange, he mused. This was a Beastmaster space where a true king had met an untimely end, and there were rumors of someone having witnessed that king's resurrection. Why, then, was it so tranquil here? Linking this to Qian'er's question, Yong Shuahai realized that something was indeed amiss. Ing Yao Mo, seal a backup of my memories. Without hesitation, he commanded the Ing Yao Mo through their Beastmaster pact. As his words echoed, the shadows beneath his feet flickered momentarily before settling into stillness. Moreover, some unique Beastmasters could achieve similar effects, such as the Qi family's ancestral Beastmaster, Jin El-In, which could modify rules within a certain range, thereby producing the same outcome. Even Du Xie, who had not always been kind to Qian'er, contributed to the conversation, clearly aware of the unusual circumstances and providing clues to the only lucid Qian'er. Qi. Does that have any relation to the fallen grass type, true king, Qi Qinquan? Qian'er mused, stroking her chin, seemingly engaging in casual conversation. Qi Wenbai from the Qi family had once tried to recruit her, making it a family she was relatively familiar with. However, she was surprised to hear the Qi family name mentioned here. Qi Qinquan was indeed a member of the Qi family. According to apocryphal history, one of the 8 Kings' rebellion was a Qi family member, a son of Qi Qinquan who was neglected. After being captured and interrogated by the Qi family, he relinquished his destiny to his elder brother, who subsequently harbored a grudge against the Qi family. Upon ascending to the throne, he swiftly annihilated the Qi family and personally killed his father, compelling his Beastmaster to devour his father's remains. As for how the Qi family survived thereafter, it was likely due to the existence of various branches within noble families that revived after the 8 kings were eradicated. Du Xie was particularly knowledgeable about this. That's merely apocryphal history and lacks authenticity. The identities of the 8 kings are not recorded, and those elders were bound by restrictions that prevented them from revealing any details, even the types of Beastmasters they utilized. Professor Zheng interrupted, frowning in admonishment. Upon hearing this, Du Xie pouted, falling silent but casting an intense glare at Professor Zheng. Qian'er remained quiet, her brow furrowed as her mind raced. For some reason, she harbored a premonition that this apocryphal history might possess an element of truth. Laws and commands, Qian'er pondered, contemplating whether to test if the laws had altered the rules or if some powerful soul-type Beastmaster was at play. She exchanged glances with the Ranshueshing too, who nodded slightly, manipulating the black tendrils on its body to form characters. However, those who beheld the characters were met with blank expressions. Chapter 68. All misjudged, all misjudged. The laws bind both parties. Had it been altered so severely that they could not comprehend the characters? Qian'er sighed, halting at the forest's edge. Beyond lay the visage of the king-level Lin Gui, and she had no desire to gamble with her life. Set the mountain ablaze. Without hesitation, she issued this command to the Ranshueshing too. Understood, came the composed response from behind her. In the next moment, the crackling of flames surged forward. A wave of heat enveloping her as golden flames ignited on the Ranshueshing too. It charged into the forest, its fiery limbs striking the trees. The golden flames clinging to the wood and igniting with vigor. The still moist timber burned, emitting thick black smoke intermingled with blue smoke that caused many to cough. Wanwamo, transform into a volcano dragon, join in burning the mountain. Professor Zheng, who had been closely monitoring Qian'er, though uncertain about the unfolding events, knew he had to act in concert with her. With that, a Wanhua Mo, the size of a human head, emerged from the Beastmaster space, soaring into the air. As it expanded against the wind, a sulphurous roar resonated, revealing a colossal creature towering several meters high, bearing a volcano upon its back, which appeared like a Godzilla carrying a mountain. Lava cascaded from its back, scorching a swath of forest. Yong Shuahai remained silent, merely signaling for Ing Yao Mo to prepare for shadow escape. Though Du Xie said nothing, the air around them grew noticeably humid, her Beastmasters hidden nearby, safeguarding everyone, including Qian'er. All 3 professors had detected Qian'er's unusualness and were keenly observing her every move. A roar, grand beyond description, echoed from all directions. The forest floor began to writhe, as if something were rising. Damn it, a true king-level Lin Gui run. Yong Shuahai, a professor of the soul type, was taken aback, shouting as the shadow bubble enveloped everyone, plunging them underground. Just as they entered the shadow realm, a robust vine crashed down, striking the shadow bubble. In an instant, The bubble was riddled with cracks, sending all within flying, bodies colliding. Fortunately, the vine did not shatter the bubble. The peak-leveling Yao Mo withstood the impact. Little one, what exactly transpired earlier? In the Shadow Realm, as the group struggled to regain their composure, Yong Shuehai asked Qian'er solemnly. We have been here before and encountered the Lingui. You mentioned the possibility of another true, king-level soul-type beastmaster allied with the Lingui, altering your perceptions. But now I sense it is unlikely, Qian'er replied, her expression serious. There were too many uncertainties surrounding previous events, leading her to believe that the chances of a true king-level soul-type beastmaster being involved with the Lingui were slim. Share your thoughts, Du Xie said, disdainfully pushing Professor Zheng off her, curling her legs against the edge of the shadow bubble, regarding Qian'er with earnestness. In the face of impending danger, despite her lingering disdain for Qian'er, she protected her as a student, proving to be a commendable teacher. Regarding the laws, when we first returned to the teleportation array outside, the Lingui remained utterly still, which prompted my speculation, Qian'er explained, lifting her gaze to meet everyone's. We have long speculated that our enemies possess two true king-level beastmasters. This may be a fallacy. They could very well be opposing factions. While the laws have bound us, they also restrain the Lingui. This theory was undeniably audacious, yet if validated, it would significantly alleviate their burdens. Are you certain? Yong Shuehai inquired, locking eyes with Qian'er. Not yet. Further testing is required, Qian'er replied, shaking her head. Very well, how shall we proceed? I'll accompany you, Yong Shuehai offered. Without saying a word, Du Xie stood up, indicating that they all owed their survival to Yong Shuehai's Ing Yao Mo, necessitating another protector for Qian'er. Qian'er remained silent, gazing at Yong Shuehai and Zheng Xian, her glance causing Du Xie's expression to darken. Rest assured, although Ms. Du tends to speak her mind rather bluntly, she is quite trustworthy in times like these. Zheng Xian chuckled as he patted Du Xie on the shoulder, only to be met with her fierce glare. At that moment, Qian'er suddenly noticed that the claw marks on Professor Zheng's face seemed to correspond closely with the width of Du Xie's nails. Observing their expressions, Qian'er then realized the implication. Both the referee and the participants were aligned with my side. Very well, then, it seems we will require Professor Du's assistance. Seeing the consensus between the two, Yong Shuehai finally instructed the Shadow Demon to send a clone to accompany Qian'er, and they materialized within a small shadow bubble that rose towards the concrete structure below. Upon emerging, Qian'er immediately turned to look in Lin Hai's direction. As expected, the entire forest had risen up, forming a menacing visage composed of massive trees, its face glaring fiercely at him. The flames that once raged upon it had extinguished, leaving a large bald patch. A sense of trepidation gripped Du Xie as a water serpent, formed from flowing water, manifested beside her. This was her summoned beast, Shui Hun, composed of formless pure water, lacking a fixed shape. Shui Hun. Attribute, water. Base stamina, 60. Base attack, 75. Base defense, 85. Base special attack, 100. Base special defense, 85. Base speed, 115. Total base stats, 520. She and Shui Hun stood behind Qian'er, vigilantly observing the Lingui. However, the Lingui made no move. After a brief standoff, it resignedly lay back down, reverting to a dense forest. It appears my suspicions were indeed correct. This is a safe zone. But how do we trigger the decree? Qian'er mused, stroking his chin. Speaking of which, how did we initially trigger the decree that led to our memory loss? Ms. Du pondered the same question, voicing her inquiry. Initially, upon discovering a true king-level Lingui here, our first thought was to return and alert others to seal off the area. Just as the words left her mouth, an unusual power surged forth, causing Qian'er to abruptly halt, fixating intently on Ms. Du. She, too, wore a bewildered expression. Why are we both here? She asked Qian'er. Chapter 69, Loopholes in the Decree. Shadow Demon, take us back to your true form and to the Beast Master. Qian'er directed the miniature Shadow Demon perched on his shoulder. At this point, Professor Du sensed the oddity in the situation and chose to refrain from adding to the chaos, waiting for Qian'er to conclude before seeking an explanation. Uncertain if the decree had also erased the memories of those within the Shadow Realm, Qian'er simply instructed the Shadow Demon to lead him back to its original form. The small Shadow Demon nodded, a black void appearing beneath their feet, and countless black hands pulled them down into the earth. Welcome back. How did it go? The small shadow bubble merged with the larger one, and upon seeing the sudden appearance of Qian'er and Du Xie, Professor Zheng, seated within the shadow bubble, rose eagerly to inquire. The situation is promising. My earlier hypotheses have been confirmed. Those two true king-level summoned beasts indeed belong to rival factions. The decree restrains not only us, but also the Lingui, The entrance to the secret realm is a safe house, where it cannot attack those stationed there. As for our decree, we must not entertain thoughts of disseminating information about this place. Any inkling of such will result in memory erasure. To validate this, Professor Du has already had her recent memory cleared. Upon hearing Qian'er's words, everyone exhaled in relief, their gazes towards him becoming more complex, particularly the students. After witnessing Qian'er's actions at school, they had assumed him a reckless fool. Yet, this audacious and meticulous analysis dispelled their misconceptions. I previously experimented with the teleportation array and found myself unable to leave this secret realm. The reason remains unclear. Qian'er remarked, furrowing his brow. If the teleportation array is malfunctioning, we are in serious trouble. At this moment, Ms. Du, who had been quietly absorbing their dialogue, began to grasp the unfolding events. Perhaps it is because you have learned something, yet your memory could not be erased, resulting in this predicament, Yang Shuahai posited. Having visited this place numerous times and held great faith in the teleportation array. Is that so? Qian'er mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Now that we have discerned the rules of the decree, it becomes manageable. No law is devoid of flaws. The instant any law is enacted, it inevitably gives rise to new loopholes. Zhang Xian cheerfully retrieved paper and pen from his spatial backpack. I will venture out to test the waters while you all provide support here. This seems to be a location where the laws of the secret realm do not apply. With that, he meticulously documented all that had transpired on a piece of paper before stowing it away in his pocket. He then inscribed "Leave the secret realm" and checked the pocket after leaving the secret realm on each palm. Shiro, you are responsible for observing my movements here. Summoning Shiro, Professor Zheng instructed, then turned to Yang Shuahai. Understood, understood. After so many years of camaraderie, I can easily guess what this fellow is scheming. Yang Shuahai replied, extending his hand to transfer the shadow demon clone from Qian'er's shoulder to him, causing the larger shadow bubble to split again, expelling Professor Zheng. At that moment, a glimmer flickered in Shiro's eyes as a familiar screen reappeared, projecting Zhang Xian's image. The shadow bubble enveloping him floated to the surface. As soon as he emerged, a look of confusion crossed his face, seemingly perplexed as to why he found himself there and where the others had vanished. He immediately began to examine his body, discovering the inscriptions on his palm. It was clear he was bewildered. He recognized his own handwriting, but could not recall when he had written it. Ultimately, he resolved to heed the instructions and stepped into the concrete building. Upon entering, the magic circle illuminated, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself outside. Goodness, can Shiro even observe outside the secret realm? Qian'er marveled, noting that while his own skills allowed him to see through illusions, they did not yield such results. Of course, observing is Shiro's forte, Yang Shuahai remarked, his gaze fixed intently on the screen. Meanwhile, the scene depicted the response following the activation of the magic circle, as the station personnel rushed in to investigate. Upon discovering only Zhang Xian had emerged, they wore expressions of confusion. Professor Zheng, why are you alone? One soldier inquired, perplexed. At that moment, Zhang Xian did not respond immediately. He stepped outside and retrieved the paper from his pocket, following the instructions inscribed on his other hand. After reading the contents of the note, his expression shifted to one of seriousness. Indeed, it appeared that Zheng's conjecture was accurate. He had indeed exploited a loophole in the decree to transmit information. Within the shadow bubble, Yang Shuahai clenched his fists in triumph, eliciting collective relief from all present. After all, the students had come merely for enrichment, not to gamble with their lives. This encounter had placed them directly in the path of true king-level summoned beasts. An exhilarating experience that left their hearts racing. At that moment, the serious-faced Professor Zheng located the lean man with claw scars on his face. After presenting the note for him to read, the man's expression transformed dramatically. I understand. I will inform the higher-ups. Professor Zheng, thank you all for your assistance this time. He did not expect that they would actually be able to uncover information from this location. The lean man promptly departed to report back. Not long after, he returned, his face displaying a look of relief. Professor Zheng, the information has reached the higher authorities, and they are dispatching the nearest Jin Wang to address the situation. Upon hearing this, Professor Zheng, who had been worried, also exhaled in relief and found a spot to sit down. By the way, who is the nearest Jin Wang level beastmaster from here? He took out a cigarette case, offering one to the lean man before lighting one for himself. And the two sat there, exhaling smoke. Observing this scene, Du Xie's expression turned cold, sending chills down the spines of the two third-year water system students. Oh, it is a Jin Wang from the Qi family. After taking a deep drag, the lean man's words caused the expressions of everyone in the shadow bubble to drastically change. Qi family. The rumors Professor Du mentioned couldn't possibly be true, could they? The third senior brother chuckled awkwardly, his tone filled with helplessness. In all honesty, He initially only intended to gild the lily. Chapter 70. The unrecognized Zhen Wang of the Qi family. The individual has arrived. Just as the group was lamenting their fate, Qian'er furrowed her brows and softly spoke, causing all sounds in the shadow bubble to abruptly cease, with everyone turning their attention to her. They beheld an elderly man with graying hair and a ruddy complexion striding confidently towards the outpost, followed by a beast with a silver-white coat, seemingly forged from steel, adorned with a single horn. Strangely, this beast emanated an aura of lethargy. That was the Qi family's ancestral beast, Qian'er. Young Xuehai gazed at the peculiar beast and remarked solemnly. Qian'er immediately retrieved the Pokédex to search for information on Qian'er. Qian'er. Attributes: Psychic, Steel. Stamina base value, 87. Attack base value, 60. Defense base value, 95. Special attack base value, 133. Special defense base value, 91. Speed base value, 84. Total base value, 550. Special ability, Law, consumes stamina and energy to construct a legal domain, modifying its rules. The greater the difference from reality, the more energy required. The longer the domain is maintained, the exponentially greater the energy consumption. The Pokédex not only displayed the base values of the Qian'er, but also annotated its special abilities. Could the Qian'er that battled Lin Gui be that one? Qian'er pointed at the lethargic Qian'er following the elder and inquired of Professors Yong Xuehai and Du Xie. The image of Qian'er in the Pokédex depicted it with vibrant eyes, starkly contrasting with the one that appeared to be slacking off, resembling the description of excessive energy consumption to maintain the legal domain. It is not impossible, Ms. Du. Do you recognize that Zhen Wang of the Qi family? Observing the lean man's respectful demeanor towards the elder on the screen, Yong Xuehai's expression grew grave, already preparing for the worst. Should that Zhen Wang from the Qi family act aggressively, he would ensure Qian'er's safety and relay the information back to the academy, even at the cost of his life. I do not know him. I have never met him. Professor Du Xie pondered for a moment, then shook her head and turned to one of her students, Wen Yuji, who also hailed from one of the 8 families. Yet Wen Yuji shook his head in confusion. I do not recognize him either. Logically, each of the 8 families has only one Zhen Wang, but I have seen the Qi family's Zhen Wang before. And he is not this person. Useless. The third senior brother kicked Wen Yuji, provoking an angry glare from him. Had it not been for the constraints of the shadow bubble, these two would likely have resorted to a duel. Teacher Shiru, please focus your gaze on that individual. Qian'er ignored the bickering behind her and pointed at the Qi elder, addressing Shiru. The mention of teacher delighted Shiru, causing his eyes to narrow in joy, and he adjusted the screen to follow the elder's movements. They soon witnessed the elder entering a concrete building, and as the scene shifted, they found themselves within the secret realm. The moment the elder stepped inside, the secret realm began to tremble violently, countless towering trees erupting from the ground, the forest rising to an alarming height, and the grotesque human face twisted in rage, gazing at the elder with eyes that seemed to emit sparks. It's you. A voice, dry as if it had not spoken in ages, emanated from Lin Gui, like a tempest stirring up dust and debris. In that moment, Lin Gui appeared to be consumed by rage, the trees in the secret realm growing unchecked, reaching heights of thousands of meters, almost touching the ceiling of the secret realm, causing it to tremble slightly. Even the void began sprouting branches, as something on Lin Gui seemed to replace the original space. Branches, akin to walls, and sharp roots, creating a deafening sound as they sliced through the air, surged towards the elder standing safely in the concrete house, while the encroachment of Lin Gui's energy intensified, even causing green leaves to sprout from thin air. In the face of such a terrifying assault, the elder merely smiled gently and reached out to stroke the metallic horn of the Qian'er behind him. Law, this place cannot be attacked. Law, this place cannot harbor concealment. Law, this place cannot grow trees. 3 phrases escaped his lips, and the previously overwhelming force dissipated like smoke, the encroached space reverting to its original state. Apart from the few trees growing on Lin Gui, all other vegetation in the secret realm perished in an instant, as if they had never existed, leaving no trace behind. Meanwhile, those concealed in the shadow bubble, who had been watching the spectacle, suddenly felt the surroundings tremble, followed by a stark sense of weightlessness. The shadow bubble was rising. Just as the students were preparing to inquire about the situation, Yong Xuehai's voice shattered their last glimmers of hope. The ascent of the shadow bubble was faster than they had imagined. Before they could utter a word, sunlight had already fallen upon their faces, but this light brought not warmth, but an icy chill. Upon opening their eyes, they found themselves being scrutinized by the silver-white giant beast with keen interest. Enough, do not frighten these young ones. Just as the third senior brother and the others contemplated their next move, a hearty laugh resonated from behind. It was the Zhun Wang of the Qi family. He ambled over, hands clasped behind his back like an elderly gentleman strolling in the park, his gaze fixated solely on Qian'er. You must be Qian'er. I am Qian'er. It was I who had won by approach you initially. I even considered having my great-granddaughter marry you, but alas, fate has played its hand, and that military brat intercepted our fortunes. Qian'er spoke cheerfully, yet his words sent a chill through everyone's hearts. Mr. Qi, Qian'er is from our academy. It was Du Xie who stepped forward, directly placing a hand on young Shuai's arm to shield Qian'er, while holding a silver-white branch that vaguely revealed gears turning within it. This was her professor's credential, a segment of the Wuliangwing tree. Rest assured, I harbor no ill will towards this young one. I merely require you to convey a message after you leave. He glanced at the branch, his smile remaining warm. Please, old sir, do tell. Qian'er stepped out from behind Professor Du with a cheerful demeanor, acutely aware that the elder before him bore no ill will, which emboldened him to act thus. After all, he could always flee should anything seem amiss. Chapter 71, The Outlaw Qian'er. The lad outside represents the military. I have some unsavory history with them, and prefer not to converse with their younger generation. Please convey a message for me, Qian'er said with a gentle smile. I, Qian'er, have never contemplated betraying the empire. This matter is merely a personal vendetta. As for the production of Mu Yuan Jing, which has been halted in this secret realm, it shall resume post-haste, with a significant increase in output. As Qian'er spoke, Lin Gui had already recovered from the previous decree-esque confinement. His countenance twisted in fury as he glared at Qian'er. Qian'er, you parasital wretch. It seemed Lin Gui intended to unnerve Qian'er with such words, but to his astonishment, Qian'er merely responded with a placid smile before turning his gaze toward him. Father, you speak too much. No sooner had he finished speaking than the golden Lvexi opened its eyes, a glint of cold light flashing within its golden pupils. A blade, composed of flowing metal, materialized out of thin air, slicing through Lin Gui's lips and severing his tongue. The weight of these revelations left the listeners in shock, their eyes widening in disbelief at the authenticity of the outlandish historical accounts. This was particularly true for Wen Yuanji, who felt a chilling dread at the realization that the man before him could very well be one of the 8 kings responsible for the turmoil of the 8 Kings Rebellion. A figure who had undoubtedly slain countless scions like himself, their bodies disposed of in heaps. Rest assured, my dear elder, I shall relay your message to those outside. Qian'er replied, his expression unperturbed, merely offering a light smile. Upon hearing this, Qian'er cast a surprised glance at Qian'er, then shook his head with a hint of regret. Ah, young lad, it is a pity that you have been intercepted by the military. We lack such camaraderie. He then affectionately stroked the Lvexi's horn. Lvexi, you are to forget what has just transpired. As his words fell, the taut bodies of young Shuai and the others relaxed suddenly, a flicker of confusion passing through their eyes, evidently unable to recall the exchange between Lin Gui and Qian'er. Very well, you may all depart now. Remember to convey my words. As for the Mu Yuan Jing, should you still be here tomorrow, you may come to collect it, Qian'er concluded, a hazy light flashing in the golden pupils of Lvexi. The group felt a sudden lightness, and in the next moment, they found themselves soaring into the concrete structure. When they reopened their eyes, they were outside the secret realm. This time, it appeared that due to Qian'er's lifting of the previous decree, Qian'er did not experience the same turmoil as before while standing within the formation. Did we really just come out like that? The third senior brother rubbed his head as he got up from the ground, a look of grateful relief adorning his face. Youngest, hurry. The elder requests your assistance. Suddenly recalling Qian'er's words, he quickly pulled the still-dazed Qian'er to his feet. I got it, Qian'er replied dismissively, though a storm of thoughts roiled within him. His memories had not been erased. He sensed that just as the decree was about to take effect, it had been repelled by the faith embedded in his mind. What is this? Divine right of kings? Is that why the decree cannot affect me? So, does that mean I am now an outlaw? Amused by the thought, he glanced up to see Professors Zhang and the lean man hurrying toward them. What transpired inside? Zhang, who had been jogging, inquired with concern as he surveyed the group. Upon hearing his question, everyone turned their gaze toward Qian'er in unison, leaving Zhang and his companion baffled. This matter had escalated to a battlefield of true kings. How could Qian'er, a mere guardian, not so mere given his stature, possibly exert any influence in a true king's conflict? Professor, it is like this, Qian'er said, shaking off the dizzying effects of being roughly tossed into the formation. As he began to explain, the robust military man remained bewildered, unable to grasp the full implications, yet sensing the gravity of the situation. Gentlemen, I kindly request that you rest temporarily at our garrison. I shall report this matter immediately. When faced with uncertainty, reporting was undoubtedly the right course of action. He called over a soldier to escort Qian'er and his companions to an empty dormitory while he swiftly departed to relay the news. Upon entering the meticulously organized dormitory, the carefree third senior brother and Yuanji promptly claimed their spots on the beds, letting out satisfied sighs. "We finally survived," the third senior brother murmured, acutely aware that encountering a true King's battle during an exploration of a secret realm was absurd, and even more so that they had lived to tell the tale. This would certainly provide ample fodder for boasting in their later years. "All right, it appears you little ones are quite exhausted. Rest here." The three professors, bearing expressions of relief, glanced at the sprawled figures before Professor Du led the only female student, Lin Xiao, away. Qian'er found a bed for himself and soon drifted into a drowsy slumber. He was awakened by the tantalizing aroma of food. "Have we eaten? What smells so delightful?" Emerging from his past in the apocalypse, he was particularly sensitive to such scents. Sniffing a couple of times, he abruptly sat up in bed. "Oh, youngest, you're awake." The third senior brother, who had been sitting across from Yuanji, shoveling food into his mouth as if in a competition, turned his head upon hearing the commotion and greeted Qian'er with a smile. "The lad from the garrison brought us food, thinking we might not know where the cafeteria is, so he delivered it." He gestured toward the food containers on the floor, several of which were already empty. The dormitory housed only the three of them, as the others had likely finished their meals and left. "Just as well. I am hungry too." Qian'er paid no mind to the food being cold. He simply picked up a container, opened it, and found it brimming with a mishmash of dishes that rendered it almost unrecognizable. He didn't hesitate, grabbing chopsticks to dig in, despite its unappealing appearance. The taste was undeniably delightful. After a while, having consumed 3 containers of food, Qian'er finally let out a satisfied burp and turned to the astonished duo. "How long did I sleep?" "About 4 hours. It's almost dark now," the third senior brother replied after checking his phone. "Is it already that late?" Qian'er sighed with a sense of wonder, just as he prepared to stand and stretch his legs when he felt 2 stares seemingly glued to him from behind. "What are you looking at?" He turned his head, looking at the third senior brother and Yuanji. The two exchanged glances, each reflecting a gleam of eager anticipation. "Youngest, how about a little contest?" The third senior brother pointed toward a partially open beast space, his eyes blazing with fervor for battle. "Count me in," Yuanji chimed in. Though his intentions seemed less than pure, Qian'er sensed the malice lurking within him. Yet it appeared that the scrutiny from the third senior brother kept him from acting upon it, while Qian'er slept. Chapter 72. A fierce battle with the third senior brother and Yuanji. "A contest? Are you serious?" Qian'er exclaimed, astonished that the third senior brother would propose such a challenge. "I am indeed serious, my young friend. Your beast must be the newly discovered evolved form of the Qian'er, right?" The third senior brother gazed intently into Qian'er's eyes as he posed this earnest question. The military had sealed off information regarding the racial values of the Ranxuexing, accessible only to those of the same rank who serve as guardians. Given the limited number of guardian beast masters in the entire empire, warnings were issued one by one. As for those beyond the empire's borders, the military seized this opportunity to see if they could reel in a few significant catches. Under such circumstances, the third senior brother could hardly be expected to know the intricacies of the Ranxuexing, yet he could surmise. For Qian'er's prior blood and flesh beast was indeed the Qian'er, a fact not shrouded in secrecy. "Yes, the Ranxuexing has evolved from the Qian'er." Without hesitation, Qian'er nodded in affirmation. "In light of this revelation, I am all the more compelled to engage in battle. Allow me to discern the differences between your Ranxuexing and the typically evolved blood and flesh demon." The third senior brother's eyes sparkled with fervent combat enthusiasm. He was a staunch advocate for the blood and flesh demon, believing that grandeur equates to excellence. His initial beast was a purple-graded Huni Gui chosen for its impressive qualities. Upon entering the Imperial Academy, he steadfastly pursued the blood and flesh lineage and, through his diligence, became a disciple of Zhang Xian. Regrettably, although he shared the same master as several of his peers, his aesthetic preferences were not well received, leading to considerable frustration. However, the excitement surged within him upon learning that the newly arrived junior brother's beast was the Qian'er, robbing him of sleep with exhilaration. Yet, when he discovered that Qian'er's Qian'er had not evolved into a blood and flesh demon, but rather into a slender Ranxuexing of human size, he felt a wave of despair wash over him. Without the formidable physique of a blood and flesh demon, how could it possibly be considered beautiful? Determined to awaken Qian'er's sense of aesthetics through battle, the third senior brother resolved to demonstrate the beauty of the blood and flesh demon, even if he was certain he would be outmatched. He believed that showcasing the magnificence of the blood and flesh demon in combat would eventually lead Qian'er to the right path. Observing the steadfast gaze of the third senior brother, Qian'er found himself at a loss for words, unable to comprehend the sudden fervor of the man. Very well. Surely there must be a designated arena for battles? Indeed, there is. I previously inquired with the soldiers stationed here. At this moment, when Yuanji, wearing a broad smile, interjected. If not for the palpable malice he felt from this individual, Qian'er might have been misled into believing they shared a close bond. Let us proceed then. With that, he tossed his empty lunchbox into the trash and placed the used container on the table, anticipating someone would come to collect it shortly. Having completed these tasks, he led the way out of the dormitory, with the third senior brother and Wen Yuanji closely following, all wearing expressions of excitement. However, while the third senior brother aimed to showcase the beauty of the blood and flesh demon, Wen Yuanji sought to extract more information about Qian'er's beast. Knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in every battle. Only through true understanding could one better strategize against him. Under Wen Yuanji's guidance, the trio approached an expansive indoor training ground, roughly the size of a football field. Upon entering, a gentle breeze brushed past, and Qian'er opened his eyes to find himself in an endless grassland. This training ground rivaled the top-tier facilities of the previous blood and flesh training grounds, its vastness astonishing. Suddenly, a series of thunderous booms echoed, accompanied by the ground trembling slightly from afar. In Qian'er's view, a moving mountain appeared at the edge of the boundless grassland, a red mountain. Much like Professor Zheng's blood and flesh demon, yet considerably smaller. This colossal creature advanced towards them on legs as thick as pillars. Coiling around the blood and flesh demon was a stunning ice-blue serpent adorned with a single horn atop its head. Blood and flesh demon. Qualification, purple. Attribute, blood and flesh. Level, 36, elite. Stamina racial value. Attribute 130, 171. Attack racial value. Attribute 140, 150. Defense racial value. Attribute 105, 89. Special attack racial value. Attribute 45, 41. Special defense racial value. Attribute 80, 71. Speed racial value. Attribute 50, 50. Frost serpent. Qualification, gold. Attribute, ice, dragon. Level, 30, senior pinnacle. Stamina racial value. Attribute 110, 96. Attack racial value. Attribute 60, 47. Defense racial value. Attribute 90, 65. Special attack racial value. Attribute 120, 105. Special defense racial value. Attribute 90, 65. Speed racial value. Attribute 30, 29. Total racial value, 500. Due to the lower levels of these two creatures, Qian'er quickly noted their attributes. While there was little to say about the blood and flesh demon, when Yuanji's frost serpent piqued his interest, displaying an impressively distributed racial value. Further corroborated by its golden qualification, it was evident that it was indeed a descendant of a prestigious lineage. Qian'er raised an eyebrow, but before he could speak, the previously silent Ranxue Shengtu surged ahead with terrifying speed, positioning itself like a specter before the blood and flesh demon. Witnessing this, the frost serpent coiling around the blood and flesh demon contracted its pupils, its scales tightening as snowflakes began to swirl around the vicinity. Where the snowflakes touched, ice spread like a virus, encasing the Ranxue Shengtu and slightly diminishing its speed. Yet, it was merely a slight hindrance, for the disparity in their realms was significant. Suddenly, golden flames erupted from the Ranxue Shengtu, incinerating the encroaching ice flowers upon contact. In the next moment, through the frost serpent's narrowing vertical pupils, a fist ablaze with golden flames loomed larger. Boom! With a deafening crash, the ground quaked twice as the frost serpent's head was forcefully driven into the earth, rendering the formidable spell tank beast unconscious in mere moments. Meanwhile, the blood and flesh demon was only just beginning to comprehend what had transpired. It lifted its foot and stomped the ground, causing violent tremors, transforming the surrounding grassland as though it were a chef tossing ingredients. Earthquake skill. Yet, the Ranxue Shengtu remained unfazed. Seizing the frost serpent by its head, it extracted it from the soil, using its body as a rope to encircle the legs of the blood and flesh demon. With a sudden, forceful tug, the frost serpent's body began to constrict, causing the blood and flesh demon to lose its footing and tumble to the ground. Chapter 73. The Allure of the Mu Yuan Jing to Beast Masters. The fallen blood and flesh demon showed no signs of panic, spreading its arms as if to capture the Ranxue Shengtu, clearly trained in such ground maneuvers. Yet, before it could act, a diminutive fist appeared before its eyes. Boom! A dull thud resounded, and Qian'er felt as though he were propelled into the air from the shock. After that singular punch, the once struggling Shui Rhoda Mo immediately became docile, sprawled on the ground with limbs outstretched, a serene expression enveloping its face. Clearly having succumbed to unconsciousness. Having swiftly vanquished both the Shui Roda Mo and the Ran Shui Xing Tu of the Shuangdong Shi, rose to my feet and approached Qian'er. Mimicking the demeanor of seasoned masters from television dramas, I tucked my hands into my sleeves and stood silently. After a considerable interval, the astonished voices of San Shixiang and Wen Yuanji gradually reached us. The two hurriedly approached from a distance, hastily retracting their respective beasts into their beast space, gazing in awe at the Ran Shui Xing Tu standing behind Qian'er, who was pretending to be a master. San Shixiang was particularly taken aback. He was on the verge of advancing to elite status, only 5 levels shy of the guardian level, which did not seem a vast disparity. Normally, with his strength, he could even exchange a few blows with weaker guardian-level beastmasters. However, in the presence of Qian'er, he was utterly outmatched. In a mere encounter, the Shui Roda Mo had completely lost consciousness. This was absurd. He was aware that the gap between himself and the youngest disciple would be significant, but he had never anticipated it would be this immense. What was the racial value of that Ran Shui Xing Tu? San Shixiang did not even dare to contemplate the level of a quasi-deity, as he had never heard of such entities in the flesh category. Wen Yuanji, on the other hand, was filled with regret. He had initially hoped to force Qian'er to reveal some hidden cards, only to be astonished that even their combined efforts were subdued by 2 punches. The strength of that Ran Shui Xing Tu was extraordinary, certainly not that of an ordinary guardian-level beast. He lowered his head, his expression twisted with jealousy. Yet he controlled himself fiercely, fearing discovery. Well, since our sparring session has concluded, let us depart. Our teachers seem to be preoccupied and have yet to return. Patting San Shixiang on the shoulder, Qian'er smiled as he exited the training room. The patrolling soldiers passing by scratched their heads in confusion, unable to comprehend the situation. Weren't they supposed to be utilizing the training room? Why were they emerging so soon? San Shixiang was oblivious to how he made his way back to the dormitory. Lost in a daze, his previously held belief that greater strength equated to superiority nearly shattered by the Ran Shui Xing Tu's 2 punches. As the 3 of them meandered back to the dormitory, they fortuitously found everyone gathered within, including Professor Du and the 2 girls, Lin Xiao and Wen Yuanji. Oh, you have finally returned. Upon hearing footsteps, Professor Zheng turned around, smiling as he greeted the 3 upon recognizing their figures. Teachers, where have you all been? After emerging from an evenly matched battle, Qian'er felt invigorated as he inquired of Professor Zheng. They went off for some leisure activities. I accompanied Lao Yong for a stroll, and you would never guess what we discovered, Professor Zheng said mysteriously, instantly capturing everyone's attention. However, before the punchline could be delivered, Professor Yong interrupted, leaving Professor Zheng looking quite frustrated. There is something amiss here. The Yin energy is overwhelmingly dense, particularly conducive to the growth of soul-type beasts. According to the sayings prior to the era of beastmasters, a normal person dying here could possibly turn into a corpse monster, let alone deceased beasts. Thus, that Lin Gui could have been intentionally nurtured by someone. But what could be their purpose in exerting such effort? Professor Yong Shuehai stroked his chin, perplexed. Previously, this area was shrouded by laws, causing him to subconsciously overlook its conditions. Now, upon closer inspection, he realized this was indeed a place of great peril. Dark-type beasts must be cultivated from a young age to be properly trained. To directly raise a true king-level Lin Gui, one must have ulterior motives for using that Lin Gui to wreak havoc. What could this possibly be for? As Professor Yong pondered, Qian'er, who understood the entire situation, could not help but shake his head in disbelief. How ruthless. Not only to kill and feed the corpses to one's own beasts, but even to spend hundreds of years nurturing that person into a soul-type beast for torment. What immense hatred must that entail? This twisted vendetta made even Qian'er, who had emerged from the apocalypse, feel uncomfortable. In his understanding, dealing with one's enemies involved a clean and decisive termination, nothing like this convoluted method. Forget it, Lao Yong. That is the concern of powerful individuals. We need not involve ourselves. As long as the authorities deem it acceptable, we shall leave it be. Professor Zheng appeared unconcerned, opening a bottle of drink and cheerfully offering it to Yong Shuehai. Ah, indeed. I shall not meddle. Shall we rest and return tonight? Or what? Yong Shuehai sighed, tilting his head back to finish the drink before turning to the others. Teachers, the true king from the Qi family mentioned that the secret realm will soon restore its production of Mu Yuanjing tomorrow. He suggested that if we are not in a hurry, we should wait here until tomorrow before entering. Before anyone could respond, Qian'er spoke first. Mu Yuanjing? This statement instantly brightened the eyes of everyone present. Not everyone was as financially extravagant as Qian'er, receiving 300 portions of treasures equivalent to Mu Yuanjing for nurturing beasts each month, with each portion valued at several million. Was not a trifling sum for these prodigies of the Imperial Academy. Even Wen Yuanji, a member of the Wen family, couldn't he help but light up upon hearing the mention of Mu Yuanjing. Professors. This revelation made everyone restless. All eyes turned toward Yang Xuehai, the designated leader. Since that is the case, let us stay another day and depart tomorrow. Yang Xuehai clearly had verified Qi Kunshin's credibility through some channel and was now completely convinced that Qi Kunshin would not harm them. Long live Professor Yang. The excitement surged among the group. Originally, they had not anticipated acquiring Mu Yuanjing, which had been in suspension for so long. They had merely hoped to gain some experience. Who would have thought there would be such unexpected fortune? Could it be true that surviving a disaster brings blessings? Due to the matter of Mu Yuanjing, the students hardly slept that night, except for Qian'er, who fell asleep upon hitting the pillow. This resulted in the remaining 5 students waking up the next day with dark circles under their eyes. Can you all still enter in this condition? Yang Xuehai frowned, recalling the terror of the Lin Gui. If these individuals were in such a state, encountering any mishap could hinder their escape. Fear not, Professor Yang, we are fine. As a student of the soul category, Lin Sun quickly assured, thumping his chest. Although his beast could not utilize Mu Yuanjing, it could be exchanged with the academy. Mu Yuanjing could be traded for an equivalent amount of Sheng Xian Lian at a ratio of 10 grams of Mu Yuanjing for 1 Sheng Xian Lian. This was an opportunity not to be missed. Very well, once we enter, stay close to us. Yang Xuehai, having experienced this phase himself, was acutely aware of the financial demands on Beastmasters at this stage. Once again standing on the formation, Yang Xuehai took a deep breath. With the veil of laws lifted, this soul-type quasi-king immediately sensed something was amiss. After closely inspecting the surroundings, he became increasingly alarmed, convinced that this was indeed a natural place of calamity, further exacerbated by human interference, all aimed at catalyzing the emergence of that Lin Gui. Is that person unwell? Going to such lengths and devoting so much time just to cultivate a Lin Gui that cannot be tamed? Casting aside these distracting thoughts, he summoned all his beasts. In an instant, a multitude of ghostly figures gathered behind Yang Xuehai, the temperature around him noticeably dropping. At that moment, the formation illuminated, and Yang Xuehai re-entered the secret realm. Upon opening his eyes, the scene before him instinctively caused his brows to furrow. The destruction caused by the clash of the two Jinwang has completely vanished, and tranquility has returned to the surroundings, with no trace of yesterday's battle evident, as everything is now enveloped in lush greenery. In this secret realm, an eerie vitality pervades, albeit solely for the flora, as there is not even the faintest sound of insects. This scene caused him to furrow his brow. At that moment, the teleportation array behind him illuminated once more, and the remaining individuals followed in. According to the rules established prior to any disturbances in this secret realm, each entrant could carry away a maximum of 100 grams of Mu Yuanjing, which grows in the most verdant areas of the trees. Be mindful not to stray beyond our line of sight. Now go and seek. With that, Yang Xuehai waved his hand, signaling them to disperse. No sooner had he spoken than the third senior brother and when UNC summoned their beasts and charged into the densest part of the vegetation. Lin Sun and his sister pulled out their phones to search for videos of previous predecessors who had entered this secret realm to collect Mu Yuanjing, hoping to discover some tips. Such treasures are highly prized even for quasi-king level beastmasters, prompting the 3 professors to release their own beasts in search of traces of Mu Yuanjing. Based on past experiences, such resources should be challenging to locate. Yet upon entering the dense forest, everyone sensed something amiss. Mu Yuanjing. So much. The exclamation from the third senior brother echoed from within, and in the next moment, he emerged from the thicket, holding a large handful of green crystals, his face adorned with a peculiar expression. This must weigh around a pound. I merely brushed aside a leaf, and there it was, as if deliberately placed. He remarked, somewhat wistfully, noting that he had also spotted a pile of Mu Yuanjing nearby, yet he could not take it, as this handful alone nearly sufficed for all 6 students who had entered. It must have been left here by that Jinwang of the chief family. Lin Sun, who had yet to gather any, felt his breath catch upon seeing the large handful of Mu Yuanjing in the third senior brother's hands. Silently, he withdrew his phone, cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment, and said, let us gather and divide it, 100 grams each. At this moment, when UNC, who had dashed out, returned, also cradling a substantial amount of Mu Yuanjing. With these 2 handfuls, they had fully claimed their share. How strange. Can Mu Yuanjing form this rapidly? Yang Xuehai scratched his head, pondering aloud. Well, since we have collected our fill, let us depart. Each person received 100 grams. And Yang Xuehai pointed toward a nearby concrete structure, indicating that this was indeed a perilous place that nurtured Jinwang level forest spirits. Although he felt quite at ease here, an ever-present sense of impending danger urged him to hasten their exit. All right, let us be off. Though reluctant to leave behind the abundance of Mu Yuanjing, they chose to trust Yang Xuehai's instincts, quickly making their way out of the secret realm. Fortunately, nothing unexpected occurred this time. As Qian'er stepped onto the teleportation array, he glanced back, and in an instant, his vision shifted, descending into the abyss. He beheld the Lin Gui, languishing and shackled by iron chains. Countless tubes embedded in its form, continuously siphoning green liquid from its body, which pooled on the ground and solidified into the Mu Yuan Jing they had collected. A chilling realization struck him. Drawing a sharp breath, his vision reverted as he found himself outside the secret realm, the three professors staring intently at him. Having noticed his unusual demeanor, before exiting the secret realm, I saw something. The Lin Gui is still inside. There is no need for concealment. Aside from not mentioning the connection between the Lin Gui and Qi Kunshan, he recounted everything he had just witnessed to the professors. It appears I was mistaken. The Lin Gui must harbor a deep-seated grudge against that Jin Wang of the Qi family. Yong Xuehai nodded, seemingly lost in thought, yet his expression remained unchanged. All right. Since we have secured our gains, let us depart. Other universities will gradually arrive, and it seems those fellows are fortunate. They were absent during the moments of fear, but will come to collect the rewards. Professor Zheng Xian broke the reverie with a smile. It's all your fault for running so fast. With that, he playfully kicked Yong Xuehai's backside. Is it my fault? Zheng Sanjin. I suppose you've forgotten the times I led you and Lao Shi around to gather money. Haven to you? Yong Xuehai, having been kicked, rolled up his sleeves and adeptly delivered a punch to Professor Zheng Xian's belly. As they bantered, shadows beneath their feet lengthened once more, dark arms emerging from the shadows, pulling them into the realm of darkness. When do you plan to exchange the Mu Yuan Jing at school? Within the shadowy bubble, the third senior brother, toying with the irregular green crystal in his hand, inquired cheerfully. We'll exchange it once we return. Lin's son replied without hesitation. Such precious items are akin to a hot potato in hand, especially since he cannot yet utilize his beast, which is the most vexing part. It is prudent to act swiftly and use it up at school. That is the correct approach. Chapter 75. The Forbidden Skill of the Soul Summoning System, Soul Symbiosis. What about you, youngest? Noticing the others agreeing with Lin's son, the third senior brother pouted in mild disappointment, then turned to the usually silent Qian'er, wondering if he had any special thoughts regarding the Mu Yuan Jing, fearing he might be infatuated with some woman and wished to bestow the crystals upon her. As Qian'er's third senior brother, he felt it was his duty to offer a word of caution. I will too. I'll exchange it once we return. Hearing the commotion, Qian'er lifted his head and smiled. In truth, he had been contemplating what resources to exchange the Mu Yuan Jing for. However, he had now made a decision. This month, the Little Ice Dragon, the Undead Banner's Unmelting Bones, and the Sacred Heart Lotus all have shares. But he had returned the essence of flesh and blood of the Blazing Blood Saint to Fei Yi. So he would exchange these Mu Yuan Jing for flesh and blood essence. Yong Xuehai's advanced shadow skill truly lives up to its reputation, akin to a collective spatial leap. As the students chatted and laughed, they had already reached their destination and were beginning to ascend. As the shadow bubble fully emerged and gradually shattered, the academy's gates reappeared before Qian'er. It felt like a lifetime ago. Gazing at the entrance, Qian'er exhaled a breath of relief. The events encountered during this outing were indeed substantial. Not only did he learn that one of the 8 rebel kings from the past, during the 8 Kings Rebellion, was still alive, but he also bore witness to the clash between Zhenwang-level beast masters, albeit regrettably, only glimpsing a fraction of it. The rewards were also considerable. 100 grams of Mu Yuan Jing could roughly be exchanged for 10 portions of flesh and blood essence. All right, you all go exchange your resources. Oh, and Qian'er, please stay back. Upon reaching the school gate, Yong Xuehai's expression lightened significantly. He waved to the students, preparing to leave when a thought struck him, causing him to halt abruptly and beckon to Qian'er. HM. All right, coming, teacher. Just as Qian'er was about to join the others in exchanging the Mu Yuan Jing, he looked over in confusion but nodded and followed Yong Xuehai. I have recently gained some insights into the cultivation of your Yinhun fan. Let us proceed to acquire the skill learning device. Your current beast companions include the Ranshueshing 2, the Xiao Binglong, and the Yinhun fan. The creature known as the Ranshueshing 2 possesses remarkable attributes that speak for themselves. Its future role is undoubtedly that of a frontline attacker. Meanwhile, the Xiao Binglong, upon its ultimate evolution into the Hanshuang Gulong, is destined to become a special attacker. At present, your team of beasts is notably lacking a defensive guardian, one that can shield you from harm. Coincidentally, the Wanhun fan can fulfill this role admirably. Beyond its defensive capabilities, the Wanhun fan can also weaken the attributes of adversaries. He remains unaware that Qian'er's Yinhun fan has already evolved into the Zhaohun fan, hence his continued reference to it as the Yinhun fan. Along the journey, Yong Xuehai consciously imparts knowledge regarding the spirit-type beasts to Qian'er, who is eager to learn. During the 5 years of the apocalypse, he has acquired a considerable amount of knowledge from books he obtained from a bookstore, such as repairing circuits, cultivating vegetables and grains, and performing emergency first aid. He is well aware of the significance of knowledge. It must be said that for a teacher, guiding such an intelligent and willing student is a true delight. Previously, Yong Shuahai would deliver lectures from the podium without caring whether the students comprehended the material, departing immediately afterward. The sensation of wholeheartedly teaching a student is one he has not experienced in quite some time. Zheng Sanjin, that old curmudgeon, even remarked that your academic performance was subpar, without the benefit of a recommendation. He claimed you would struggle to gain admission not only to the Imperial Academy, but to any ordinary university. Now, however, it seems that old man knows little of what he speaks. The journey passes swiftly as one teaches and the other learns, and they feel as though they have traveled but a short distance before arriving at the Spirit Department's building. Come, follow me, Yong Shuahai instructs, leading Qian'er into his office. The decor within the office is remarkably elegant. He has even cultivated several flowers sensitive to negative energy, enhancing the ambience in a manner that surprises Qian'er. In his mind, he had expected Yong Shuahai's office to be far more sinister. Here, this is the forbidden skill, Linghun Gongsing. Upon its use, it allows your soul to coexist with the Yinhun fan, transferring any damage you sustain to the Yinhun fan instead. I pulled quite a few strings to acquire this. Even as a professor at the Imperial Academy, obtaining such a forbidden skill for personal study is no simple matter. Yong Shuahai hands Qian'er a gray skill learning device. As a professor specializing in spirit-type beasts, it is not difficult for him to learn this skill. The challenge lies in making it available for others to learn, which necessitates guarantees and various approvals. He has spent the past few days navigating the bureaucratic process. Teacher, what are the drawbacks of this skill? Qian'er asks, momentarily at a loss for words while holding the skill learning device. It has been so long since he experienced such kindness that he struggles to recall the last time. After a prolonged silence, he finally replies in a somewhat hoarse voice. A forbidden skill is not merely one of great power. It is characterized by unbearable side effects, which is why it bears the title of forbidden. To elaborate, while this skill enables a connection between you and your beast, transferring the damage you receive to your beast, the damage is assessed based on your own defenses. In other words, if an opponent attacks you, they can inflict serious harm upon your beast. However, spirit-type beasts can mitigate severe injuries by sacrificing a previously absorbed soul to absorb the impact, although this comes at the cost of losing a portion of their own soul. After all, the absorbed souls have become one with the beast. Qian'er comprehends. For spirit-type beasts, their souls are paramount. Losing a portion of their soul would be a significant blow. However, the Yinhun fan may indeed circumvent this drawback, as it is one of the rare beasts capable of absorbing souls and commanding them to fight on its behalf. It might be able to utilize the commanded souls to shield itself from harm. This topic is intriguing, and I intend to write my next paper on it. But I will require your assistance, as the strongest Yinhun fan currently remains at the elite level. Upon mentioning this, Qian'er finds himself wide awake. After all, his Yinhun fan is abundant in souls, and the multitude of souls densely packed on the banner makes him feel a sense of physiological discomfort. However, that can wait until the school semester begins. I have finally managed to relax during this period and do not intend to continue the arduous work. With that, Yong Shuahai produces 2 ordinary skill learning devices and hands them to Qian'er. Chapter 76, The Little Market of the Cat Maid. The spirit-type special attack skill, Inchi Dan, possesses a power that can be classified as acceptable, yet it excels in its short casting time and minimal energy consumption. Additionally, there is a general type transformation skill known as Tiki, which enables the user to enhance their defense and special defense by 1 level by harnessing their internal energy. Yong Shuahai places the learning device in Qian'er's hands, then retrieves a pitch-black sphere from his spatial backpack. I recently sought out the Beastmaster who cultivated the Yinhun fan to elite level and carefully studied his Yinhun fan. I discovered that the Yinhun fan's original consciousness is rather weak. Upon absorbing other souls, it can lead to a situation where the other souls dominate. To address this, that Beastmaster conducted an experiment, finding a powerful living entity's soul to serve as the primary soul for the Yinhun fan, replacing its original consciousness, and then binding the primary soul through a beast contract. This is a soul from a quasi-king level dark demon that I hunted in the outer battlefield. By the way, are you familiar with the outer battlefield? Yong Shuahai suddenly looks up at Qian'er and inquires. I have not heard of this name, but can infer some details from what others have said. Initially, Yufei mentioned that humanity's war is not over. It has merely established a foundation for survival, while expansionist wars continue. Indeed, the outer battlefield is an old term. It refers to the convergence point of myriad races, a former battleground where humans fought against other races. However, with the conclusion of hostilities, all races have begun a frenzied development, awaiting the next round of war. The area has settled into relative peace, with only minor skirmishes occurring. There are also some races that thrive on death energy and resentment, occasionally venturing there to take advantage of the situation, which is how I fortuitously captured one. With that, he tosses the Dark Demon's soul orb to Qian'er. A quasi-king level Dark Demon. Your Qian'er fan is currently not capable of utilizing it. You can decide whether to use it when you elevate to the elite level. However, I observe that its original consciousness has entirely vanished, replaced by that of the primary soul. In this scenario, it is almost certain that the Qian'er fan has perished. Yet, Dark-type Beastmasters generally do not concern themselves with such matters. They prioritize power and enjoyment. Qian'er discreetly accepts the Dark Demon's soul orb, understanding that Professor Yang's implication is for him to abandon the Zhao fan in pursuit of greater strength, allowing the Dark Demon's soul to replace the Zhao fan's consciousness. Yet, his Zhao fan has absorbed countless souls and has not exhibited the condition he describes. Is this another consequence of merit? After bidding farewell to Professor Yang and exchanging the acquired Muanzhen for flesh essence, Qian'er returns to the training room in his small dwelling. The first thing he does is release his Zhao fan. With a mouthful of Xingxin Lian, the Zhao fan raises its banner, gazing innocently at Qian'er. Since he completely purged all the zombies from the city, he has felt that the accumulation of souls for the Zhao fan is nearly sufficient, prompting him to fully lift the restrictions on resources previously imposed on it. In recent days, the Zhao fan has become rather indulgent, delighting in the pure white Xingxin Lian without the previous restraint of savoring just a petal at intervals. Now, an entire blossom can be devoured at once. After growing weary of that, one might even resort to a generous handful of Nai Jieshe to whet the appetite. With such an abundance of resources, the level of the Zhao fan has soared to an impressive 39. If Yu Fei were to discover this, he would undoubtedly be astounded, for it is not always beneficial for a beastmaster to continuously consume such enriching resources. The physical form of a beast has its limits. Generally, an elite-level necromantic beast would require a significant amount of time to digest a single Xingxin Lian, yet Qian'er's beasts are free from this constraint. Whether it be the Ranshueshing Tu or the Xiaobing Long along with the Zhao fan, they are unfettered in their consumption. Now, I am not here to claim your flowers. Tell me, have you experienced any disobedience from the souls you've absorbed recently? Upon hearing that Qian'er was not coveting his Xingxin Lian, the Zhao fan sighed in relief, hastily swallowing half of the Xingxin Lian in his mouth before shaking his head. Gee, souls rebelling? Impossible, they are quite obedient. With that, the Zhao fan waved its banner once more, revealing the multitude of souls that emerged, though this time, their once ferocious visages now bore expressions of docility, devoid of their previous brutality. This is satisfactory. Observing this transformation, Qian'er nodded slightly. After spending such a long time with the Zhao fan, he truly did not wish to relinquish it. He gently rubbed the banner's surface and tossed the two skill learning devices Professor Yang had given him to the Zhao fan. Watching as it enveloped the devices with its banner, Qian'er finally stored it within the apocalyptic realm to study, while he returned to the villa. Upon entering, he found the cat maid carefully using a vacuum to collect the fur that had fallen from her coat. Hearing the commotion at the door, she turned to glance. And upon recognizing Qian'er, she joyfully meowed. Cat maid, may I ask if you are aware of any stores within the academy that sell Beastmaster supplies? Qian'er settled onto a tidily arranged sofa and inquired, as he intended to purchase a saddle for the Xiaobing Long. After all, the souls absorbed by the Qian'er fan were nearing their limit, yet he still required an abundance of zombie souls. In other words, a change of location was necessary. Without proper saddlery for prolonged journeys, he would likely find his posterior quite sore. Meow? As she listened to Qian'er's description, the cat maid tilted her head, delicately stroking her whiskers as she contemplated for a while, eventually displaying an expression of enlightenment. Is this the Beastmaster market you mentioned? Strolling down a street filled with cat maids, Qian'er felt a plethora of questions swirling in his mind. He never imagined such a place existed within the school. This secluded grove in the campus, prior to the apocalypse, would have likely been a rendezvous spot for young lovers. Yet now it was occupied by a gathering of large cats, who, resembling humans, set up street stalls selling various items while incessantly haggling in their meow language. Meow meow, meow. This market is designated by the school for us-made cats. When classes are not in session, we sell everyday items, and during the semester, we offer various Beastmaster tools. The cat maid led the way, continuously meowing, and thanks to the cat language translator provided by the school, Qian'er could comprehend her words. Chapter 77. Investment in the cat blacksmith shop and other cities in the apocalypse. The term maid cat refers to a breed of beastmasters. While cat maid is the code name Qian'er has given to his own maid cat, Now I understand. Where should I go to purchase suitable saddles? Qian'er nodded, continuing to press for information. Meow. Over there. That is the cat blacksmith shop, where various tools can be crafted. The maid cat pointed towards the only building in the grove. However, despite its name, the blacksmith shop bore no resemblance to the smoky and fiery image Qian'er had envisioned. Rather, it resembled a laboratory. Is anyone here? I am here to commission a saddle. Upon entering the cat blacksmith shop and pushing open the door, Qian'er discovered that it was indeed not the stereotypical blacksmith shop he had anticipated, but rather a laboratory-like space adorned with bright tiles, transitioning into metallic walls further inside. Yes, I'm here. A hazy voice, as if just awakened, echoed, and in the next moment, a young man wearing glasses hurriedly emerged, accompanied by two maid cats in white lab coats, exuding an air of intelligence. Upon seeing Qian'er, the man's steps abruptly halted as he scrutinized him for a moment, his eyes widening in surprise. My friend, are you Qian'er? He adjusted his glasses and examined him closely before uncertainly inquiring. Yes, do you recognize me? The fact that so many people seemed to know him felt rather novel to Qian'er, as if he had suddenly become a notable figure. Of course I recognize you. To be precise, it is rare for a beast master in our country not to know who you are. Your reputation has grown immensely. By the way, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Gua Cheng, a recent graduate who stayed on for an internship at the academy. You can call me Teacher Gua. And these are my beast companions. He gestured towards the two maid cats beside him. Teacher Gua, I am here to request a saddle that can adjust to the changing size of my beast. Is that possible? After their introductions, Qian'er expressed his request, and Gua Cheng attentively listened. Once Qian'er finished, Gua Cheng slowly responded. This can be produced in standard form without taking up much time. Of course, if you wish to custom make one, that is also an option. The design will depend on your budget. If you were to custom make one adorned with gems, it would certainly be costly and uncomfortable to sit on. By the way, may I ask what kind of beast you intend to fit with this saddle? It is not uncommon for students to have saddles for their riding beasts, and this cat blacksmith shop has received numerous orders over time, leading to the establishment of standard designs. The Xiaobing Long. However, Qian'er's response caused Gua Cheng to stop in his tracks. What? He seemed to have misheard. The Xiaobing Long, Qian'er reiterated. Good heavens, a quasi-divine youngling. In that case, custom making a saddle entirely made of gems would be somewhat befitting of its status. Even the stitching would need to be done with golden thread. The Imperial Academy is the highest institution of learning in the Yan Kingdom, a veritable cradle of talent. And among its ranks are indeed individuals from affluent and noble families. It is not uncommon for one's initial beast to be a quasi-divine youngling. However, Qian'er's background has been publicly revealed countless times, being an orphan who must fend for himself. The fact that he possesses a quasi-divine youngling as a beast is likely a reward from the Academy or a means for other factions to win him over. It can only be said that the treatment of geniuses is indeed on an entirely different level. Adjusting his glasses, Gua Cheng could only offer a resigned remark. That would be excessively extravagant. Let us opt for something more affordable, durable, and practical. Qian'er resolutely shook his head, having no inclination for such ostentation after emerging from the apocalypse. The saddle for the bone dragon-type beast is available here. I will select a blue one for you, which will match the color of the little ice dragon and make it less conspicuous. Furthermore, this saddle is crafted from spatial materials, allowing it to adjust its size according to the beast's physique. The price is 128,000, but in the spirit of investing in your talent and fostering goodwill, I will let you have it for 100,000. He used a rod to retrieve a person-sized blue saddle from the wall and handed it to Qian'er with a cheerful smile. Of course, if you prefer to exchange equivalent resources, I can provide you with change based on market price. He added, as individuals like Qian'er, who come from humble beginnings yet possess great talent, often find themselves with little money, despite having many valuable items attracted by various factions. Do you accept skill learning machines? This question struck a chord with Qian'er, as he had several skill learning machines he was not currently using, making it a perfect opportunity to trade. Yes, I do. Gua Cheng beamed, affirming his initial assumption that Qian'er indeed had several valuable items. The Titan Hammer skill learning machine, in nearly new condition. As he spoke, Qian'er retrieved the Titan Hammer learning machine that Principal Gu had given him from his spatial backpack. It is a remarkable item. The combat-oriented Titan Hammer can be learned by numerous beasts, boasting considerable power. The market price is 500,000, but considering its condition, it cannot be valued at 90%. The last recorded transaction price was 425,000, and I can offer you that price. Is that acceptable? He looked up at Qian'er, awaiting his response. No problem. Qian'er calculated that the offer was about 85% of the original price, which was quite reasonable, and nodded in agreement. Very well, after deducting the price of the saddle, I will transfer you 32,500. The money has been sent, Please take the item. After confirming the funds had arrived on his phone, Qian'er nodded, took the saddle, and turned to leave. Upon returning to his dormitory, he enjoyed a delightful dinner before secluding himself in his room and immediately returned to the apocalyptic world. Roar! The little ice dragon and the soul-guiding banner, who had been waiting anxiously, emitted a delighted growl upon seeing Qian'er. The little ice dragon's voice had matured, now imbued with a deeper tone. Come, put on the saddle, and take a look at the map. We will depart shortly. He placed the map he had obtained from the supermarket before the little ice dragon, focusing on saddling it. Soon, the saddle was securely fastened to the little ice dragon's spine, which was now large enough for it to lie down comfortably. All set. Let us proceed to the nearest city. After ensuring the saddle was firmly in place, Qian'er leaped onto the little ice dragon's back, finding the ride considerably more comfortable due to the saddle. His destination was a city not far from this border town, comparable in various aspects, with a permanent population of over 1 million, indicating at least 1 million zombies. Chapter 78, The Peculiar Flower Zombie. A biting wind rushed towards Qian'er, distorting his face. Why can't you learn from the wind griffin species and create a protective shield? Qian'er shouted from atop the little ice dragon. Although riding a dragon was quite impressive, the comfort level paled in comparison to that of a wind griffin, especially on such a long journey. The wind griffin truly is one of the most suitable beasts for riding. Had it not been for its poor racial attributes and lack of dark affinity, he would have considered forming a contract with one. Roar. That is their racial talent. How could I possibly replicate that? If it comes to that, you could help me find the skill skeleton resurrection, and I will revive a wind griffin skeleton for you to ride. The little ice dragon, pinching the map between its 2 fingers while blocking the fierce wind with a claw, shot Qian'er a disgruntled glance. It neither possessed wind attributes nor the innate wind manipulation talent of the wind griffin, so it was impossible for it to achieve such a feat. All right, we have arrived. Just as Qian'er was about to voice another complaint, the vigilant raging blood saint on the little ice dragon's back spoke up. As soon as the words left its mouth, Qian'er leaned over the side of the little ice dragon to see a dilapidated city hidden among the dense forest. Odd. I visited Shushu City before the apocalypse, and the greenery was not this lush. Alarm bells rang in his mind. Although 5 years without industrial activity would lead to rampant tree growth, it should not have reached such proportions, nearly engulfing the entire city. If one did not look closely, it would be nearly impossible to discern any trace of the urban landscape. Everyone, be cautious. Something feels amiss here, particularly with the trees. Their overgrowth is abnormal. He quickly warned his 3 beasts while urging the little ice dragon to descend. Soul guiding banner, protect the beastmaster. Little ice dragon, you should stay up there. I will scout ahead. The raging blood saint halted Qian'er's intent to land and, without hesitation, leaped from the little ice dragon's back. Before departing, it left a fist-sized mini blood clone beside Qian'er for protection, serving as a contingency plan, should anything happen to it. The blood clone would ensure it did not perish entirely, capable of gradually recovering by consuming sufficient flesh. This exemplified the power of the raging blood saint, showcasing the unique strengths of each quasi-divine race. Each quasi-divine race possesses its own formidable attributes, such as the limitless light tree, rooted in dimensional space, capable of manipulating time and severing causality. The might of the raging blood saint lies in its irrational blood-burning magic, allowing it to continuously resurrect by consuming surrounding life as long as a trace of its essence remains. Very well, let it descend first. Observing the inquisitive gazes of the little ice dragon and the soul-guiding banner, Qian'er hesitated for a moment before ultimately nodding in agreement with the raging blood saint's proposal. Boom! A meteor engulfed in golden flames plummeted from the sky, creating a deep crater upon impact. The golden flames spread, igniting the surrounding trees, while green and yellow smoke billowed into the sky, only to dissipate quickly. Strangely, the golden flames inexplicably ceased to burn. Witnessing this scene, the raging blood saint, who had just emerged from the crater, narrowed its eyes. After hearing Qian'er's warning, it immediately regarded these trees as its most significant adversary. Now that it observed them closely, it became evident that these towering trees were indeed formidable. Flames burned beneath its feet, expanding outward from its center. In recent days, Qian'er had shared much about his previous world, and the raging blood saint had ingeniously combined Qian'er's ideas with its own skills to create a skill variant. Flame kick, anti-fire ring. As the fire ring spread, a cacophony of crackling sounds resonated from the surrounding area, indicating something was being scorched. Instantly, the raging blood saint turned its gaze toward the source of the sounds, revealing a zombie entwined with some kind of plant, a massive pink flower blooming from its cerebral region. The earlier burning noises emanated from it. The golden flames seared the flesh upon its body, yet it continued to advance toward the raging blood saint unfazed. Can this still be consumed? The peculiar plant zombie caused the raging blood saint's brow to furrow. As a pure carnivore, it despised consuming vegetation. Its hand elongated, grasping the zombie's head and pulling it closer. The ability to stretch its body was a signature trait of the corrupted mud monster and blood fiend, which it retained even after evolving into the raging blood saint. The strange plant zombie writhed in its grip, and sensing the intensity of its struggles, the raging blood saint's brow slightly relaxed. Similar to ordinary zombies, this peculiar plant raises the question of whether it has formed a symbiotic relationship with the vegetation or has instead become a host for it. Dark tendrils extend from the body of the Husu SHNGT, penetrating the corpse of the zombie. In the next moment, a chilling sound of voracious consumption reverberates through the air. The Husu SHNGT's expression turns somewhat grim as it senses the odor emanating from the zombie. The good news is that this zombie is consumable and can enhance strength. The bad news is that it is plant-based, not purely vegetarian, but rather, the flavor is decidedly herbaceous. This entity has established a form of symbiosis with the plant life, and consuming it inevitably means ingesting those plants as well. Once these plants enter the body of the Husu SHNGT, they remain alive, seeking another host and attempting to take root within. Just as they intend to settle in, golden flames erupt, incinerating the ingested seeds to ashes. Furthermore, upon vanquishing these zombies, the merit that descends from the heavens exceeds that of ordinary zombies, nearly doubling in amount. Could it be that the zombies here suffer more acutely? The Husu SHNGT relayed its discoveries and anomalies to Qian'er through the connection of the Beastmaster space, while also capturing one of these bizarre flower zombies, subsequently leaping onto a rooftop, awaiting the arrival of the little ice dragon. What can be absorbed? Truth be told, Qian'er was astonished upon encountering these plant-parasitized zombies. After 5 years of surviving in the apocalypse, he had never witnessed such a peculiar phenomenon. Of course, this also related to the fact that he had not ventured here in those 5 years. The little ice dragon and the soul-summoning banner exchanged glances, and ultimately, the soul-summoning banner cautiously unfurled the flower atop the zombie's head, tearing off a petal for a taste, its eyes suddenly sparkling with delight. This flower can enhance soul power. However, its effectiveness in boosting strength pales in comparison to brainstones. Beastmaster, consume it. With that, it raised the flower high and offered it to Qian'er. This flower, unlike the brainstones which are indigestible to humans, might actually be consumable by Qian'er. Chapter 79, A Violent Resolution. With a mix of skepticism and intrigue, he accepted the flower, tearing off a petal to chew. A bitter taste swiftly spread from his tongue. Yet simultaneously, he could distinctly feel his mind sharpening, as if something within was gradually expanding. Upon opening his eyes, he perceived a transformation in his surroundings, akin to an increase in the frame rate of the world before him. He could even discern the movement of dust particles in the air, reminiscent of the notion that mountains are not merely mountains, and waters are not merely waters. How is it? Do you feel any effect? In response to the eager gazes of his 3 beast companions, Qian'er nodded emphatically. It was effective. With this, all 3 of his beast companions erupted into excitement. While they possessed formidable strength, as their beast master, Qian'er remained their greatest vulnerability. Although the soul-summoning banner had acquired the forbidden skill of soul symbiosis, under Qian'er's influence, his beasts had steadied considerably, realizing that a single measure of protection was insufficient. Now that Qian'er could also enhance himself, they naturally felt a sense of relief. I will delve deeper. You wait outside and ensure the safety of the Beastmaster, instructed the Husu SHNGT. Sensing something amiss, it had not yet grasped the situation here and felt uneasy about allowing Qian'er to venture inside. There was no need to rush into the city. They should first explore the outskirts to see if they could locate the roots of these trees and uproot them. Qian'er did not refuse the Husu SHNGT's request, but pondered for a moment before replying. All right. With that, the Husu SHNGT leaped from the high building, landing gracefully on the ground without causing a ripple. It began to circle the perimeter of the building, attempting to locate the roots of the trees, but the twisted, serpentine trunks intertwined so thoroughly that distinguishing one from another was nearly impossible. Little ice dragon, take me into the air. Husu SHNGT, we must resort to more forceful measures and begin uprooting the trees. After circling the building a few more times without locating the roots, the Husu SHNGT grew increasingly frustrated, and Qian'er, too, began to show impatience, issuing commands through the Beast Master contract. Not long after, he leaped onto the back of the little ice dragon, which flapped its bony wings to ascend into the sky. Upon witnessing this, the Husu SHNGT exhaled a deep breath, its gaze sharpening, as its arms elongated to encircle the trunk of a massive tree that could require 5 people to embrace, applying force. A terrifying strength of 140 points suddenly erupted, shattering the earth, while a grating sound echoed from all directions. It intended to uproot this colossal tree directly. On the back of the little ice dragon, Qian'er furrowed his brow, observing the scene, when suddenly, his gaze sharpened. Here they come. He noticed that. Following the Husu SHNGT's actions, the ground began to writhe, and in the next moment, countless flower-headed zombies erupted from the soil, roaring as they lunged at the Husu SHNGT. Roar. Seeing this, the little ice dragon let out a thunderous cry, and in the next instant, a multitude of massive bones erupted from the ground, impaling those zombies in a line. Is this place truly so sinister? On the back of the little ice dragon, Qian'er's brow was tightly knitted, for these creatures differed vastly from his understanding of zombies. Why did they still remain in the soil? These zombies lack souls. At that moment, the soul-summoning banner finally spoke, having initially been incredulous about the earlier zombie encounter. After the little ice dragon had vanquished all the zombies, yet no souls appeared, something felt amiss. Have the souls transformed into flowers? Upon hearing the soul-summoning banner's words, a fleeting thought crossed Qian'er's mind. Perhaps. The soul-summoning banner and Qian'er exchanged puzzled glances, shaking their heads in bewilderment. It was just a little one. After all, was it fair to ask such questions? At that moment, Qian'er fully comprehended the agony of being uneducated, realizing that upon returning, he must thoroughly delve into the books at the library. Beneath the soil, there lay something dissimilar from those zombies. Suddenly, the little ice dragon, which had remained silent until now, spoke up unexpectedly, plunging directly into the fractured ground without warning, catching Qian'er off guard and causing him to ingest a mouthful of dirt. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Did you catch anything? After taking several swigs from a water bottle, he still felt grit between his teeth, but he had no time to dwell on that. Instead, he eagerly lifted his head and asked, if we can capture something else, perhaps we can uncover the true nature of this city. Roar. However, what responded to him was the roar of the little ice dragon, and in the next moment, a frigid chill permeated the very soul. This is how the little ice dragon received its name. The ice of the undead differs from elemental ice. It directly affects the soul, unlike elemental ice, which lacks visible freezing effects. The actions of Professor C.'s Frostbone dragon, which encased an entire forest, seemed absurd, as it did not align with the characteristics of the ice of the undead, leaving one puzzled as to how it achieved such feats. At this moment, the little ice dragon had activated its sole ice-based skill, the ice spell. A chilling breath swept across the surrounding earth, although no ice crystals were present on the ground. The cold that directly impacted the soul was distinctly palpable. Two bony claws burrowed into the soil, and in the next moment, they grasped a black insect roughly the height of a person and hurled it to the ground. The insect appeared to be frozen stiff, exhibiting no movement upon impact. Caught it. At that moment, the triumphant voice of the little ice dragon slowly emerged. Following closely was a tremor that shook the very ground. The towering giant tree, soaring to heights exceeding 100 meters, was uprooted by the Wanshueshing with an effortless display of strength. The intricate roots extended far beyond the canopy, and as the tree was dislodged from the mire, the sheer distance of the roots caused nearby buildings to collapse. Zhao Fan, keep watch over this entity. Zhao Binglong, hasten into the pit and investigate if there are any others. Observing the Wanshueshing hoisting the colossal tree onto its shoulders, Qian'er immediately issued the command. As the words left his lips, Zhao Binglong darted like a flash of ice-blue lightning into the pit where the tree had just stood. Upon witnessing the scene below, even it found itself momentarily speechless. Beneath the roots lay what could only be described as a tribal dwelling, with corpses adorned with flowers arranged in a serene manner. Resembling a field, countless black insects lay scattered, seemingly oblivious to the chaos around them. The bone forest. Without hesitation, Zhao Binglong emitted a piercing cry, and an endless surge of white bones erupted from the ground, sealing the pit entirely without leaving a trace. Chapter 80. The name Wanhun Fan feels rather trivial. Zhao Binglong relayed every detail it had observed to Qian'er before gradually descending. What about these insects? With a small knife in hand, Qian'er curiously pierced into the body of a black insect resembling an enlarged larva. What use could this possibly have? The viscous green fluid burst forth, splattering Qian'er and eliciting a grimace from him. Though he had endured the filth of the apocalypse without issue, his recent visit to the Beastmaster world had seemingly refined his sensibilities. Internally chastising himself, he dutifully retrieved water to cleanse himself. Upon hearing the commotion, his three beast companions gathered around. Shouldn't the exoskeleton be considered bone? Cautiously, Qian'er peeled away the insect's shell and presented it to Zhao Binglong. He had a foreboding sense that these insects were the city's primary adversaries. Zhao Binglong inspected the shell with disdain, flicking it aside with its tail. This is unfit even for dogs. Having never experienced hardship since inheriting the territory bestowed by the Qian'er, it had never encountered such trials. With no other options, Qian'er turned to the Qian'er, who did not disappoint him. The black tendril delved into the green liquid and swallowed a few mouthfuls before retracting silently. While the insects contained some energy within their flesh, it was significantly inferior to that of the zombies. If I were to eat this, I doubt I could stomach it. Discontent furrowed Qian'er's brow as he began to contemplate whether to abandon the city. After all, with the city in such disarray, it seemed unlikely that any humans could survive. And without faith or resources, he felt there was little value in developing this place. It might be wiser to venture further afield. Suddenly, Zhao Fan called out to Qian'er as he grappled with his thoughts. Amid the eager gazes of his companions, it carefully sifted through the green liquid with its banner. Eventually, it triumphantly extracted a pure black diamond-shaped crystal, within which swirled an ominous black mist. "Is this a special brainstone?" Qian'er inquired, stroking his chin. In response, Zhao Fan simply swallowed the crystal, and in the next moment, a black insect appeared on its banner, entwined with several grotesque zombie souls. "What is happening?" Without immediately addressing Qian'er's question, Zhao Fan released the black insect and proceeded to utilize its soul-devouring skill. This ability not only consumed souls to enhance attributes, but could also selectively absorb memories. However, there was a downside. The consumed soul must possess intelligence prior to death. As in the case of zombies, whose memories had long been obliterated by 5 years of torment. The banner wriggled as if savoring a delightful taste, and after a long pause, Zhao Fan finally opened its eyes. "I have discovered that these insects call themselves Heiqiaochong. They gained consciousness due to certain factors after the onset of the apocalypse and developed a rudimentary civilization. These creatures can consume souls to survive. After devouring all the zombies in the city, they faced a food shortage and even teetered on the brink of extinction. At that point, some Heiqiaochong discovered that the flowers blooming from the seeds of certain trees could serve as sustenance for their souls, but they required a host to parasitize, thus using the zombie corpses as planters to nurture the tree seeds." Zhao Fan began to narrate what it had seen. "I see. Then let us remain," Qian'er mused, stroking his chin. "Since these insects hold value, there is no need to leave. Perhaps this place could facilitate Zhao Fan's final evolution." "How many souls do you currently possess?" Qian'er suddenly queried. 99,842, Zhao Fan promptly replied with an accurate figure. "Goodness, with this, even if you evolve into 100 Fan, you can no longer retain that trivial name." Qian'er chuckled, surprised that Zhao Fan had accumulated so many souls. "Is 100,000 the limit?" He wiped the green fluid from his dagger with a tissue, posing the question. Zhao Fan, understanding his inquiry, pondered briefly before shaking its head. "It should not be the case. I can sense that I am still some distance from my limit." "Then let us feast. Do not hold back. There are ample resources available for you here." With a wave of his hand, Qian'er signaled, and the soul fire within Zhao Binglong's hollow eye sockets flickered to life. The white bone forest encasing the Heiqiaochong tribe began to burgeon wildly, sharp bones piercing through the bodies of the insects. In an instant, a cacophony of insect cries erupted, momentarily disorienting Qian'er before the sounds abruptly ceased, bringing clarity back to his gaze. "Beastmaster, the flowers belong to you, and the insect crystals are mine." The unusual behavior Qian'er exhibited had not gone unnoticed by his 3 beast companions. Even without Zhao Fan's prompt, Zhao Binglong and Wanxue, Xingtu had been preparing to counsel him. To their surprise, Zhao Fan took the initiative to speak. "Agreed. The underground cavern contained numerous zombie bodies serving as planters, with many flowers blooming atop their heads. These flowers were manipulated by the Heiqiaochong, who utilized them to control the zombies' bodies, while the insects' excrement provided the best fertilizer for the towering trees." At that moment, the souls of the zombies previously slain by Zhao Binglong were summoned back by Zhao Fan, returning a total of 121 flowers. Gazing at the impressive collection of blooms, Qian'er hesitated. "I suppose I will need some sauce." The bitter taste of the flowers was overwhelming, and the sheer quantity made it arduous for him to consume them without assistance. He dared not cook them, fearing that doing so might diminish their medicinal potency. Ultimately, after forcing down 5 blooms, he could no longer endure the peculiar bitterness and retrieved a box of dabanjiang from his spatial backpack, which significantly improved the experience. "Oh, it is far easier to transition from frugality to luxury than from luxury to frugality," he sighed, chewing on the soul flowers. Chapter 81. The number of souls within Zhao Fan exceeds 100,000. Savoring the dabanjiang with each bite of the soul flower before him, Qian'er turned his gaze towards the direction of the Qian'er. The latter, previously restless, had already taken the soul-guiding banner and departed to uproot trees while he indulged in the soul flowers. During this time, several trees had been uprooted, all stacked together, now almost reaching the height of a building. Meanwhile, the flowerpot zombies and the heiqiao insects lurking beneath the trees were captured and exterminated one by one, carelessly discarded aside. Such peculiar trees seemed a waste to simply throw away. Was there any dark-type beast capable of absorbing plants? Rubbing his head, he felt the pang of his lack of knowledge. He did know of a lingue, but the conditions for forming such a beast seemed rather absurd. Never mind. He would inquire with his teachers upon returning, as these trees were not going anywhere. Wasting time to return now seemed too cumbersome. It would be more efficient to clear all the trees in the city and let the new beasts take over the larger ones. Little Ice Dragon, carry me to the heavens. Casting a glance at the soul flowers carefully collected by the Qian'er, Qian'er sighed, then leapt onto the saddle of the Little Ice Dragon. Producing paper, pen, and ruler, he needed to draft a map. Observing how these giant trees nearly filled the entire city, he surmised it would be exceedingly difficult to find a map of the city, so he resolved to create one himself. Although he had perused related literature in his spare time, he had never put it into practice. After all, he knew his hometown's layout so well that he could navigate it with his eyes closed, rendering a hand-drawn map unnecessary. As the Little Ice Dragon ascended into the sky, Qian'er furrowed his brow. Initially, he had overlooked the fact that the insects here had developed a rudimentary civilization, but now, gazing down from above, the arrangement of the giant trees piqued his interest. Sparse in the east and dense in the west, did these trees not require sunlight for growth? No. This was a case of large dispersal and small aggregation. Who taught them this? Did these insects belong to different races? From the sky, he could not discern whether these presumed two types of insects were in a state of conflict or harmony. However, this posed little concern. With his strength, he could easily dominate this area. After sketching the characteristics of the locale, he urged the Little Ice Dragon to fly towards another direction. The roads had become obsolete, completely obstructed by the giant trees. Even if they were all uprooted, they would only leave behind pits, rendering any path impossible. Thus, he paid little heed to these matters, planning to have the Qian'er clear any obstacles in their path. After toiling for several hours until dusk, a map was finally completed. How should it be interpreted? After an entire day of uprooting trees, the Qian'er returned, its face covered in dust, and pinched the map drawn by Qian'er between two fingers, frowning deeply. It's normal if you can't understand it. As long as I can, that suffices, Qian'er replied, unperturbed, taking a bite of instant noodles. This first attempt at map-making had indeed been a failure. By the end, he felt a bit despondent, as his creation resembled a crude sketch. Yet, it was of little consequence. He had memorized the city's shape and could follow a straight line, dismantling any obstacles in his path with the strength of a child. Throughout the day, the Little Ice Dragon had not leveled up due to its constant companionship with Qian'er, but that was not a concern, as the Qian'er had preserved the remains of the flowerpot zombies for it. However, the progress of the Qian'er and the Soul Guiding Banner was striking. The level of the Soul Guiding Banner had now surpassed that of the Little Ice Dragon, reaching the pinnacle of elite level 40. In truth, if it were not for certain limitations imposed to break through its own limits, it would have already advanced to the Guardian level, becoming the first Guardian level 100 banner beast in this world. As for the Qian'er, its level had risen to 48, a full 2 levels higher. Since breaking through to the Guardian level, its rate of advancement had significantly decreased. How many souls are there now? Qian'er inquired, yawning as he gazed at the mountain of giant trees in the distance. He turned to the Soul Guiding Banner, feeling inexplicably tired after consuming those soul flowers. 109,500. The Soul Guiding Banner, wrapped in the Holy Heart Lotus and swallowing 2 insect crystals in one gulp, pondered for a moment before responding. It has surpassed 100,000. With a sigh of amazement, Qian'er finished his bowl of instant noodles, his eyelids growing heavy. He instructed the Qian'er to keep watch during the night, and then crawled into his sleeping bag, slipping into a deep slumber. The Beast Tamer was behaving unusually. As the earliest beast to accompany Qian'er, the Qian'er immediately noticed something amiss. Qian'er had never slept so soundly before, even in the deepest of slumbers. He would awaken at the slightest rustle. It must be due to the soul flowers. The sudden influx of pure soul energy overwhelmed the Beast Tamer, necessitating this deep sleep for assimilation. The Soul Guiding Banner conjectured. After my feedback on strength, the Beast Tamer's soul still cannot assimilate those soul flowers? The Qian'er asked, somewhat incredulous. Despite currently being just a Guardian-level beast, it could easily contend with any ordinary King-level beast in battle. Upon hearing this, the Little Ice Dragon and the Soul Guiding Banner exchanged astonished glances, seemingly taken aback by the boldness of the statement. Haha, a special attack of 10 points. The Soul Guiding Banner scoffed, turning away to continue consuming the insect crystals harvested during the day. At this moment, it had entered a particularly crucial phase. It could not simply pile up resources like it had when previously loathing the giants. It needed to absorb more souls to progress. The souls contained within the insect crystals, besides those from the Heiqiao insects themselves, included the souls of zombies they had devoured, meaning each crystal contained several souls. Qian'er slept exceptionally well, losing track of how long it had been since he had rested so soundly. When he finally opened his eyes again, the sun had already risen high in the sky. The Ranxueshing, too, wishing not to disturb Qian'er, had ventured farther with the soul-guiding banner to hunt Heiqiao insects, leaving the little ice dragon and a blood clone to guard him. How long have I slept? He yawned, rising from his sleeping bag, washing his face with clean water as he inquired. 17 hours, Beast Tamer. How do you feel now? The voice of the Ranxueshing too emanated from the blood clone, laced with concern. I feel splendid, better than ever. Everything before me is clearer than ever. Qian'er replied joyfully, fully awakening to the changes brought about by his enhanced soul strength. Though regrettably, my observational acuity has merely sharpened slightly, I still cannot manipulate objects with my mental energy. Chapter 82. The Evolution of the Soul Guiding Banner. Where are you now? How is the Soul Guiding Banner faring? How many souls has it absorbed? Skipping the effort of preparing breakfast, Qian'er pulled 2 bread loaves from his spatial backpack, tore open the packaging, stuffed one into his mouth, and leapt onto the back of the little ice dragon. We are at the southern part of the city. The Soul Guiding Banner is nearing its limit, having absorbed a staggering 129,000 souls. Even the Ranxueshing too expressed astonishment. It felt incredulous at the sheer number. Even more astonishing is that after absorbing 129,000 souls, the Soul Guiding Banner has shown no signs of mental disturbance like other Beast Tamers banners. Aside from feeling a bit uncomfortable, it has experienced no adverse effects. Hurry over, Beast Tamer. Bring the camera. The Soul Guiding Banner is eager to record its evolution after hearing that I didn't capture my own. It insisted, refusing to consume the remaining insect crystals and waiting for Qian'er to arrive with the camera. Will my phone suffice? Qian'er asked, taking out the old-fashioned phone he had bought. However, after glancing at the photo quality, he promptly closed his mouth. Please wait for me a moment. I shall return shortly. His mobile device was too blurry to record such events. Even if the Zhao Hun fan was sensible and did not cause a disturbance, he would still feel embarrassed to present it. After speaking, he instructed Xiao Binglong to wait there while he vanished from the apocalyptic world, returning to the Yusho world with his flesh and blood avatar. Upon opening his eyes and tearing through the blood membrane, he stood up from the bed and pushed open the door to exit the room. Cat maid, do you have a camera? At that moment, the cat maid was busy cleaning the cat fur that had fallen from her body in the living room. Qian'er quickly approached and inquired, Meow? Camera? Yes, I have one. Do you wish to borrow it or purchase it? The cat maid paused for a moment, then quickly regained her composure, turning back to her room to retrieve a pink camera. She did not ask Qian'er what he intended to use it for, but instead inquired whether he would return it after use. I will buy it. How much? Naturally, Qian'er could not return the camera after filming the evolution of the Zhao Hun fan, so he decided to purchase it outright. Meow? Here. This is the order from when I bought the camera, a full-frame mirrorless camera. It cost 15,799 yuan when I purchased it. But since I've used it for a while, I'll let you have it for 12,000. The cat maid generously showed Qian'er the order. I had heard this item was expensive, but I never expected it to be this costly, he remarked, and remained honest in his payment. How do I use the recording function? After receiving the camera, Qian'er fiddled with it for a moment before looking up at the cat maid and asking, like this. Soon, having learned how to operate the camera, Qian'er returned to his room, closed the door, while the cat maid continued her monotonous task of cleaning her fur. This time of year was particularly bothersome, as her fur shed in clumps, requiring her to clean up after herself. As for Qian'er's unusual behavior, she hardly paid it any mind. After all, one must possess some fortune to enter the Empire's highest institution. Upon returning to the apocalyptic world, Xiao Binglong was still waiting for him. He leaped onto the back of Xiao Binglong and patted its bony wings. Let us fly towards the south of the city. With a flap of its wings, they soared into the sky, holding the abstract map Qian'er had drawn the previous day. Xiao Binglong made a face at Qian'er. Although the drawing was filled with skeletons and was indecipherable, the soul fire could discern patterns, the shape of the soul fire having transformed into a teasing gesture. You show sure, which way is south? It pointed at the map with its sturdy bony claw. That way. Qian'er nearly burst into laughter, indicating the direction towards the south of the city. Flying high above, he could clearly observe the movements of the Ranxueshing to below. A vast corridor of enormous pits stretched out, resembling the straight path Qian'er had described, with robust giant trees lined neatly along the roadside, forming a passage akin to a giant's railway. Xiao Binglong was incredibly swift, and soon, Qian'er spotted the figures of the Ranxueshing too and the Zhao Hun fan. At that moment, The Ran Shuesheng II was seated cross-legged on the ground, surrounded by the bodies of black sheath bugs and zombies. The overwhelming aura of blood and killing intent was forcibly restrained within its body, coiling around it like a crimson dragon. An aura of malevolent divinity saturated the Ran Shuesheng Tuesday. Meanwhile, the Zhaohun fan, piled high with insect crystals, lay idly on the ground, its ghostly energy surging uncontrollably, nearly transforming the heavens above into a realm of spirits. Upon seeing the descending skeletal dragon, it swiftly flipped and took to the air, shaking its banner and eagerly approaching. "You show sure, come quickly. I must have my evolution recorded." The Zhaohun fan exclaimed excitedly before Qian'er. "Understood, do not worry. When I say begin, you shall commence your evolution." After extracting the stand and setting up the camera to record, Qian'er gestured to the Zhaohun fan. In response, the Zhaohun fan took a deep breath, its banner curling up the insect crystals from the ground and consuming them, having already finished the Holy Heart Lotus the previous day. With the Zhaohun fan's actions, its banner began to sway, countless ghostly figures flickering upon it, and the number of souls within it began to rise. 129,000, 129,001, 129,002, until it reached 129,600 souls, at which point the Zhaohun fan ceased its movement. It could feel that it had reached its limit. What followed was to abandon repression and choose to embrace acceptance. A white light of evolution emanated from the banner, rapidly enveloping its entire form. The previously restrained ghostly energy was now unleashed, a black column of light shooting into the sky, darkening the once clear weather, casting a shadow over the entire city, as if a portal to hell had been opened. 129,600 fierce zombie souls rampaged through the city, blurring the line between the living realm and the underworld, transforming it into a scene reminiscent of the netherworld. Evil energy, ghostly energy, and demonic energy erupted simultaneously. Had the Zhaohun fan evolved normally into the Wanhun fan, it would have undoubtedly been the most formidable Wanhun fan in history, boasting a multitude of souls. Yet, an unforeseen transformation occurred. A wave of sandalwood wafted into Qian'er's nostrils, causing the rampaging souls above to pause. The Zhaohun fan, enveloped in white light, ascended slowly, its white banner fluttering slightly, seemingly revealing certain images. Chapter 83, The Human Emperor's Banner. Mountains, rivers, flora, the sun, moon, and stars were all inscribed upon the banner, yet they appeared to emanate an eerie, deathly aura. Black Yin energy erupted, almost staining half the sky black. However, this Yin energy lacked the chill typical of other undead type Yusho, instead exuding a bizarre sense of grandeur. The rampaging souls underwent a transformation, embodying a sense of accomplishment. At this moment, the evolutionary light surrounding the Zhaohun fan exploded, revealing a banner entirely enveloped in golden hues, entwined with swirling black smoke, inscribed with mountains, rivers, flora, the sun, moon, and stars, floating serenely in midair. The banner was connected to a rod made of an unknown metal, intricately carved with depictions of agriculture and the unity of mountains and rivers. In the next moment, two eyes materialized on the banner. "Meow, you show sure. I have become extraordinarily powerful." It excitedly examined its newly transformed body, circling Qian'er like a dog chasing its tail. After evolution, the banner's voice resonated like the clash of metal, yet its tone remained strangely familiar. Unnamed. Attribute: Soul, Steel. Level: 41 Guardian. Qualification: Gold. Physical species value: Attribute 150, 166. Attack species value: Attribute 30, 39. Defense species value: Attribute 160, 172. Special attack species value: Attribute 50, 56. Special defense species value: Attribute 160, 172. Speed species value: Attribute 50, 56. Total species value: 600. Skills: Soul Blow, Possession, Yin Wind Array, Soul Devouring, Soul Symbiosis, Yin Energy Bullet, Breathing, Nation. The exclusive skill of the Zhaohun fan during its prior form was Soul Summoning. Had it evolved normally into the Wanhun fan, that skill would have transformed into the Soul Devouring Array. However, due to Qian'er's new Yusho evolving through merit, perhaps intertwined with elements of faith, the original Soul Devouring Array was replaced by a special skill named Nation. As the vibrant power surged within, the Soul Banner realized its successful evolution into a quasi-divine race, an unprecedented spectral quasi-deity. With excitement, it turned to Qian'er and proposed a name, Ren Huangqi. Having long contemplated this, Qian'er grasped the unknown metallic flagpole of the Ren Huangqi and cheerfully proclaimed the name. As his words echoed, the previously unnamed section of the Ren Huangqi's attribute panel underwent an immediate transformation, revealing the newly christened title, Ren Huangqi. What is the function of the nation skill? Qian'er inquired, waving the Ren Huangqi flag a few times in curiosity. The nation represents my dominion, came the proud response of the Ren Huangqi. Upon hearing this, the flag, previously enjoying the sensation of being waved, sprang to life, shaking its banner as the mountains, rivers, flora, and celestial bodies inscribed upon it seemed to animate. A dense black mist emanated from the Ren Huangqi. Thud, thud, thud. From within the black smoke, a rhythmic and heavy footfall approached. The next moment, a multitude of black specters emerged, filling the cleared space to the brim, with many being squeezed into the surrounding structures, leaving only half of their forms visible, reminiscent of a lagging scene in an online game. The souls I absorb into my nation become my subjects. They shall offer their lives for me, proclaimed the Ren Huangqi with pride. Qian'er gazed curiously at one of the specters. Guizhu. Level, 20, exceptional peak. Quality, blue. Physical attribute value, 80, 51. Attack attribute value, 80, 37. Defense attribute value, 60, 29. Special attack attribute value, 60, 29. Special defense attribute value, 40, 21. Speed attribute value, 80, 37. Total attribute value, 400. All the specters shared this attribute, indicating that within the Ren Huangqi's realm, there existed a staggering 129,600 exceptional peak specters willing to sacrifice themselves. Even more astonishing was the potential for these specters to grow by consuming souls, possibly giving rise to specter generals and kings in the future. Calm down. Do not get carried away. The probability of a beastmaster emerging is over 30. This implies that the Yin kingdom possesses at least 500 million beastmasters. A force far too meager for battle, Qian'er reminded himself, taking a few deep breaths before exhaling a cloud of anxiety, his confidence blossoming. Indeed, 120,000 exceptional peak beasts would hardly stir a ripple before the entire Yin kingdom, yet the scenario would shift dramatically when faced with individuals or singular factions. The small ice dragon gazed enviously at the Ren Huangqi, which had now evolved to a terrifying existence on par with its final form, while it itself had yet to complete the first stage of evolution. Traditional quasi-deities are known for their alarmingly prolonged growth cycles. Originally, it had thought that with its inclusion, it could at least rank as the second strongest in Qian'er's team, but in the blink of an eye, it found itself the weakest. In its exuberance, the Ren Huangqi remained oblivious to the small ice dragon's envy and once again clung to Qian'er. Did you capture my majestic form during my evolution? It inquired eagerly. Rest assured, it has all been recorded, Qian'er replied with a smile, raising the camera. Woohoo! Exclaimed the Ren Huangqi, seizing the camera and fluttering away to analyze it. Qian'er chuckled at its antics, calling it back as the four of them formed a circle. As before, Little Ice Dragon, you and Ren Huangqi will clear out the black sheath worms and zombies in this entire city. I will return with the Burning Blood Saint. And remember to save a portion of the resources for it. The three beasts expressed no dissent, nodding in agreement. By the way, Burning Blood Saint, leave a blood clone here and see if you can share in the merits of this place. Having witnessed the benefits of merits, Qian'er had become increasingly fervent about acquiring them. Nodding without hesitation, the Burning Blood Saint promptly created a blood clone. Subsequently, both it and Qian'er gradually faded from view, ultimately disappearing, only to open their eyes again within the realm of Beastmasters. Upon awakening, the feedback from the guarding Ren Huangqi invigorated Qian'er beyond measure. Most significantly, he pinched the skin on his arm and pulled it, stretching it nearly 10 centimeters without feeling any pain or discomfort. Upon releasing, the skin snapped back with a crisp sound, revealing no abnormalities aside from slight redness. The defensive capability and elasticity of his skin had remarkably improved. When he grazed his skin with a small knife, the blade failed to pierce. Witnessing this, an excited smile spread across Qian'er's face. My body is gradually racing towards an inhuman state. Chapter 84. The specific function of the Dark Affinity talent. Glancing out the window, Qian'er noted that the sky was still bright, so he had no urgency to sleep. After indulging in a hearty meal at the cafeteria, he asked the cat maid to escort him to the library. The previous events had highlighted his lack of knowledge regarding beast mastery, necessitating a thorough self-study. Although he should have sought his teachers for guidance, he found himself unable to contact any of them for reasons unknown, thus resorting to the library. The librarian, a petite woman with round glasses standing around 1.60 meters, recognized Qian'er's identity, but said nothing, efficiently processing his request. Due to the current lack of classes, the library was relatively empty, mostly occupied by seniors preparing for examinations. What books are you looking for? After completing the formalities, the librarian lowered her voice and asked, I need materials on the corrupted mud monster, Frostbone dragon, and soul banner. The blood and flesh, soul, and skeleton categories are vast in scope, each worthy of a lifetime of study. Qian'er articulated purposefully, mentioning the specifics of his 3 beasts. Also, I require literature on the dark affinity talent. Midway through his request, Qian'er suddenly recalled another talent he possessed. To be honest, he had never fully grasped the development of this particular talent. Unlike other talents that straightforwardly enhance the growth rate of beasts in specific categories or directly improve combat abilities, this talent elevated his affinity with the dark realm, not only concerning dark beasts but also other aspects, which left him somewhat perplexed. Upon hearing this, the librarian, who had initially intended to take notes, paused and looked at Qian'er with a hint of disbelief. Do you truly understand nothing about this? Listen to me. What you ought to do now is not to seclude yourself in the library, but rather to seek out your 3 instructors for guidance. A 3-to-1 teaching approach is undoubtedly far more efficient than your solitary research. Upon hearing this, Qian'er could only shrug helplessly. Of course, I would love to do that. But for some reason, I cannot reach any of the 3 professors. Oh right, I almost forgot. They have all been dispatched by the principal to provide an explanation to other schools. The librarian paused for a moment, initially wanting to refute this claim, but quickly recalling something that silenced her. An explanation to other schools? This revelation piqued Qian'er's interest, and he leaned in closer, lowering his voice to inquire, what is the situation with my 3 teachers? It is because of you. Bringing you in prematurely is against the rules. This time, the Imperial Academy has broken protocol. If they do not provide an explanation, it will be difficult for the other institutions to accept it. The librarian cast a surprised glance at Qian'er, but soon a flicker of melancholy crossed her eyes. This prodigious beast master was from an entirely different world than she, an ordinary person devoid of such talents. The Imperial Academy is not solely a school for beast masters. It comprises both a cultural institute and a beastmaster institute. The former enrolls outstanding students, whether ordinary individuals or beast masters with moderate talents. After all, humanity's advancement cannot rely solely on beast masters. I see, Qian'er said, astonished to learn this detail. All right, follow me. Understanding that Qian'er was not deliberately causing trouble, the librarian had little more to say and led him to the dark arts section. Here are the books you requested. Is there anything else you need? 4 thick tomes, resembling bricks, were piled on the table with a dull thud. No, this is sufficient. Initially, Qian'er intended to request an additional book chronicling the wonders of the beast world, but upon glancing at the volumes on the table, he reconsidered. After bidding farewell to the librarian, Qian'er settled down and first retrieved the tome titled The Compendium of Dark Arts. Opening the table of contents, he quickly located his advanced dark affinity talent. The book contained extensive records detailing the uses and prohibitions of this talent, along with case studies of predecessors who shared the same gift. After approximately half an hour of thorough reading, Qian'er finally lifted his head and let out a deep sigh of relief. So this is it. Dark affinity refers to an attunement to all dark energies. Once a beast master reaches a certain level of strength, they can even harness the energy of their beasts. With that thought, he extended his finger and, following the methods outlined in the book, began to channel the energy. In the next moment, a black sphere gradually materialized in his hand. Inchi Bomb, a skill of the Emperor's banner. He opened his hand, dispersing the Inchi Bomb, then closed the tome on dark affinity and took out the book on cultivating the corrupted mud monster. This time, the reading did not progress as swiftly. He had to start from the beginning, and by the time the librarian returned to summon him, he had only managed to peruse a small portion. Lifting his head, he felt as though his entire body had nearly stiffened. After stretching his back, his bones cracked with a crisp sound. Aside from that, there was nothing amiss. After the enhancement from the soul flower, his soul's strength had reached an astonishing level, so he was not discomforted by the knowledge intake. Did you find what you were looking for? The librarian, assisting Qian'er in returning the 4 books to their rightful places and recording his name, inquired curiously. I found only part of it. The rest may not be of significant use, but one can never tell when it might come in handy. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Qian'er departed from the library and headed towards the cafeteria. This time, he opted not to dine in the cafeteria, but instead took his meal back to his dormitory. Upon entering his room, he was greeted by the sight of the cat maid intently watching cat-themed videos on a cat tree. Serious cat videos featuring a maid cat. Not wanting to disturb her, Qian'er returned to his room with his meal. As soon as he sat down, his expression soured, and he sighed heavily, laboriously retrieving a soul flower from his spatial backpack. You should also look at the books. Perhaps you can research how to temporarily suspend my sense of taste. The Bloodburn Saint had just returned from the apocalyptic world, having consumed the accumulated zombie flesh, and now he was eager to play games on Qian'er's phone. After casting a disgruntled glance at him and muttering a retort, Qian'er continued to interact with the soul flower before him, encasing his meal in the soul flower. He swallowed it whole. Days passed in this manner, with a monotonous existence revolving around the cafeteria, library, and dormitory, punctuated by the bitter taste of the soul flower after a day of reading. Qian'er felt that he had never tasted such bitterness even while consuming insect cakes in the apocalypse. Now, however, he finally saw the light. Chapter 85. The start of school and compensation from the Wang family. This routine persisted for more than half a month. After this period of consuming soul flowers, Qian'er's total soul capacity had approximately increased to the equivalent of 30 of his former selves. Furthermore, during this time, progress in the apocalyptic world was nearing completion. Nearly all the zombies and black sheath worms within the city had been eradicated. To eliminate any future threats, the Bloodburn Saint even ventured back to the apocalyptic world, utilizing an earthquake skill to upheave the entire city's ground, followed by the small ice dragon unleashing frost to freeze the entire city, thereby exterminating the eggs hidden in the soil. With the city serving as nourishment, the progress of his Emperor's banner was most pronounced, soaring from level 41 to the pinnacle of level 50, just a step away from achieving quasi-royalty. Due to the relatively low number of zombies in the city, the advancements of the Bloodburn Saint and the small ice dragon were not as evident as those of the Emperor's banner. The Bloodburn Saint, owing to his high foundation, progressed from level 48 to level 50 at the pinnacle of defense. Meanwhile, the small ice dragon ascended from level 39 to 45, drawing closer to its second stage evolution. However, it was somewhat regrettable. As previously speculated, the survivors in this city could not withstand the onslaught of an intelligent race and had been completely annihilated, becoming mere pots for the black sheath worms to cultivate soul flowers, leaving no room for faith. Qian'er, who had originally planned to lead his 3 beasts and a group of ghost soldiers to scour the city again to ensure no survivors remained before departing to find the next city, stood before the mirror dressed in formal attire, his face filled with despair as the cat maid adjusted his collar. Wearing this in such hot weather, is it not uncomfortable? Also, this collar is quite bothersome. Qian'er attempted to persuade the cat maid to leave, yet he clearly failed. Meow? Do not fool me. I know how robust the physical constitution of a guardian-level beastmaster is. You should not feel overheated from such temperatures. Besides, today is the first day of school. As the leader of your cohort, you must set a good example. With a translator in his ear, Qian'er was overwhelmed by the cat maid's chattering. He felt utterly speechless. His previous dressing style prioritized warmth, and he had experimented with more daring outfits during the hotter days, especially since encounters with living beings were scarce in the apocalypse, surrounded solely by zombies. He never anticipated encountering such concerns in the Beastmaster world. Meow? All right. You just said the collar was uncomfortable, so I loosened it a bit. Now hurry and go outside. Hearing the cat maid's words, Qian'er finally felt a sense of relief and stepped out of the villa. Indeed, today marked the first day of school. Professor Zheng had sent a message the previous night, requesting him to come and welcome them back. The 3 professors, having completed their assignment of providing an explanation, would return alongside the students today. Due to this matter, Qian'er temporarily postponed his journey to the next city for cleaning. As he stepped outside, he noticed a distinct difference from before. The school, which had previously appeared desolate and lifeless, now brimmed with vitality, with numerous individuals traversing even the villa district designated for the top 30 students of each grade, where he resided. Just as he was about to leave, a melodious voice called out to him. Hello, are you Qian'er? Turning around, he saw a youthful man with a delicate countenance, a warm smile, and a tall stature approaching from next door. I am. And you are? Qian'er instinctively donned a polite smile, his eyes discreetly scanning the man's neck, lower regions, and heart, vital points for a swift strike. He sensed the malice and greed concealed beneath that smiling facade. Casually glancing at his own shoulder, he felt a nearly imperceptible blood avatar standing there. You show sure. I can sense that this fellow is one of the bloodkin from the group that attacked us. The faint whispering in his ear clarified the situation for him. Hello, Qian'er, I am Wang Xinjin. I have come to deliver an apology on behalf of Qian'er. As he spoke, he presented a palm-sized spatial backpack to Qian'er with a smile. Wang family. Opening the spatial backpack, Qian'er peered inside, revealing a bloodied head of a middle-aged man, as if they believed this would intimidate him. Without hesitation, Qian'er seized the man's hair, pulling his head from the backpack as if lifting a melon, bringing it to eye level. The man's eyes were tightly shut, yet his expression was one of sheer terror. Who is this man to you? After tossing the head playfully in his hand, Qian'er gripped Wang Xinjin's shoulder with a grin. At this, a flicker of anger flashed in Wang Xinjin's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. He is my inept uncle, Wang Junong, he replied solemnly, his gaze lowered. The family's original plan had been for Wang Juning's biological son to deliver the apology, hoping he would succumb to rage and confront Qian'er, leading to a public altercation. If Qian'er accidentally killed him, it would provide the Imperial Academy with no justification to protect him. However, Wang Juaning's wife, a member of the Qi family, had vehemently intervened, nearly going mad at the idea of sacrificing her husband's son. To shield her child, she even confided in her relatives about the situation. Under the pressure from the Qi family, the task of delivery fell to Wang Xinjun instead. Well, who would have thought that a mere commoner like me could have the heir of the Wang family speak to me this way? Qian'er chuckled as he weighed the head in his hands, then casually tossed it behind him, where the portal of the Yusho space opened to receive it. Immediately, a chilling sound of chewing followed. Wang Xinjun closed his eyes, gasping for breath, leaving without a word, unable to fathom the source of that sound. Wiping his hands with a handkerchief from his pocket, Qian'er whistled a tune as he walked toward the school gate. "Oh, little bro, long time no see." A few steps later, he was called out by his third senior brother, who was clad in a black tank top, his muscles nearly bursting from the fabric. Greeting Qian'er with a grin. "Third senior brother, it has been a while. Are you here to pick up the teacher?" Qian'er inquired, his smile more genuine this time. "Indeed. I suspected the teacher would need you to pick him up, so I came here first to find you," his third senior brother replied. Strolling leisurely toward the school gate alongside Qian'er. As it was the start of the school term, many new students were inquiring about their dormitories from the older students. This was reminiscent of Qian'er's former school life in the apocalyptic world, except here, students carried spatial backpacks instead of dragging suitcases. "Oh, Qian'er, you are indeed here." Just as they reached the school gate, a joyful voice rang out, drawing the attention of many onlookers, for Qian'er's name had become well known among the new students. Looking up, he spotted Li Ziming, who had dyed his hair in 3 colors, beaming at him. "Little bro, who is that traffic light?" His third senior brother crossed his arms, casting a suspicious glance at Li Ziming. Li Ziming, the second-place winner of this year's intercollegiate competition. "Had it not been for me, he would have been the champion," Qian'er replied with a smile, motioning for Li Ziming to join them. "Brotherly, this is my third senior brother, Wang Duo, a junior student in the blood and flesh department and one of Professor Zheng Xian's prized disciples." Li Ziming gazed in awe at Wang Duo, recognizing the significance of a junior in the prestigious blood and flesh department. After the introductions, Li Ziming chose to linger with them instead of rushing to the dormitory. It was undeniable that many familiar faces were among this year's new students. After all, only the finest from their respective schools were selected for the intercollegiate competition, and the Imperial Academy attracted these talents. Thus, many had felt the sting of Qian'er's prowess during the competition. Shortly after, a petite girl hurried over to Qian'er, letting out a loud huff before turning on her heel and leaving without a backward glance. "Third senior brother? Who is that girl?" Third senior brother asked with a teasing smile, suspecting Qian'er of leaving behind romantic entanglements. "Oh, that girl? I believe her name is Wu Yuan. She soiled herself during the intercollegiate competition when I bested her." Qian'er casually leaned against a tree, arms crossed. Wu Yuan, not far off, stumbled upon hearing this, stifling a sniffle, fearful that tears would spill, and fled without daring to look back. At this moment, third senior brother and Li Ziming were left dumbfounded, staring at Qian'er as if he were some kind of deity. "Little bro, have you suffered some past trauma?" Third senior brother cautiously probed, for Wu Yuan, though not a flawless beauty, was indeed an attractive girl, and Qian'er's reaction was perplexing. "Perhaps. I heard from my principal that brother Qian is an orphan, having grown up alone, likely carrying psychological scars," Li Ziming quietly explained, prompting third senior brother to nod in understanding, his gaze towards Qian'er now tinged with sympathy. Qian'er, however, felt no need to clarify. Let them pity him if they wished, as long as they did not disrupt his peace. The teacher has returned. Following the earlier incident, the bond between Li Ziming and third senior brother had strengthened significantly, especially upon discovering that both shared a preference for grandeur. This camaraderie persisted until the return of Professor Zheng and his companions. Sensing Professor Zheng's aura, Qian'er abruptly looked up and announced, prompting both companions to cease their chatter and gaze toward the horizon. A dense aura of skeletal energy and a chilling presence had, unbeknownst to anyone, nearly enveloped half of the sky. In the next moment, a colossal dragon formed of azure bones swooped down from the horizon, landing at the entrance of the school, provoking a chorus of gasps from the students. This was none other than Professor Zheng's summoned beast, the pinnacle of the Quasi-King realm, the Frostbone dragon. "Haha, children. I have returned." Professor Zheng was the first to leap down from the back of the Frostbone dragon, laughing heartily as he made his way towards Qian'er and his third senior brother. However, his steps slowed, and his previously jubilant expression gradually morphed into one of doubt, his smile freezing upon his face. Upon reaching Qian'er's side, he found himself momentarily at a loss for words, his brow furrowing into a mask of anguish. He glanced several times at Qian'er's shoulder, and just as his third senior brother began to suspect that something was amiss with Qian'er, Professor Zheng's words left him utterly bewildered. "You have reached the pinnacle of the Guardian?" Professor Zheng, with a troubled expression, looked at Qian'er his tone laden with skepticism. He doubted whether he was still dreaming, yet the pulsating aura emanating from the flesh and blood avatar on Qian'er's shoulder was undeniably that of a pinnacle guardian. Indeed, I have achieved the pinnacle of the guardian, Qian'er replied, beaming without concealing the power of the Bloodfire Saint. For the progress of the Bloodfire Saint directly reflected the resources he could enjoy in the world of summoned beasts. What he truly wished to conceal were the Huangdi Qi and the Little Ice Dragon. He had yet to allow these two summoned beasts to reveal themselves in the world of summoned beasts. Upon hearing this, not only Professor Zhang but also his third senior brother and Li Ziming donned expressions of torment. As for his third senior brother, he had once been a prodigy himself, a distinguished elite beast master by his third year, but in comparison to Qian'er, he felt like a primitive man. Li Ziming felt even more pained. For Qian'er was of the same age as him. When do you plan to break through to the Quasi-King realm? After a moment of silence, the tall Professor Sure approached and asked, his right hand tightly gripping his thigh in his pocket, striving to suppress any signs of disarray. I plan to consolidate my strength for a while longer. Reaching the Quasi-King realm is a significant hurdle, marking the official entry into the ranks of mobile calamities. Countless Guardian-level beast masters have faltered at this stage. Seeing that Qian'er was not in a rush to succeed, the three professors nodded in satisfaction. It was indeed better to accumulate as much as possible during this phase. All right, as long as you are aware. We need to visit the principal shortly, so we shall take our leave. If you have any questions in the next couple of days, feel free to ask me when we return. They were aware that Qian'er had been immersed in the library, hence the added reassurance. By the way, the day after tomorrow is the practical assessment for the new students. The school is concerned that your direct enjoyment of privileges might cause discontent among other students, so you will likely need to participate. Do take it easy. Just as they were about to leave, Yong Xuehai suddenly halted, turning back to remind Qian'er. No, I am fully compliant. Please do not make me participate. Li Ziming, standing nearby, donned a mask of suffering, mentally lamenting the situation. Chapter 87, Team Medic, a soul-absorbing dark-type summoned beast. Due to the commencement of the school term, the entire institution was abuzz with activity, and Qian'er also received compensation from the remaining three families. Interestingly, the actions of the Qi family left Qian'er somewhat perplexed. Greetings, Mr. Qian'er. This is a gift from the Qi family. A middle-aged man, adorned with a diamond-marked Beast Master badge indicating his status as a Guardian-level trainer, beamed as he presented a spatial backpack to Qian'er. Without hesitation, Qian'er opened the backpack to take a look, his brow immediately furrowing. This seems to be missing a few items, does it not? Indeed, it lacked the head of the mastermind. However, in terms of compensatory resources, it was quite substantial. 300 units each of Xingxin Lian, blood essence, and unmelting bones, surpassing the total from the other three families by a considerable margin, along with several other precious items whose utility remained uncertain. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's smile faltered, yet he maintained a serious gaze as he spoke. The Qi family will not abandon any family member. We cannot execute one of our own to atone for our transgressions. We sincerely apologize. But this is beyond the Qi family's capacity. In light of this, we offer compensation several times greater than that of the other families. Hearing this, Qian'er's brow arched in surprise as he regarded the man. But, my friend, does your statement not starkly contrast with the actions of your ancestor, Qi Kunchen? How abstract is that? Are you serious? Playing with the spatial backpack in his hands, Qian'er asked incredulously. Of course, I am serious. The middle-aged man from the Qi family nodded earnestly. Valuing family is a core principle of the Qi family, akin to an indelible mark stamped into the consciousness of every Qi family member. Thus, when they previously acted against Qian'er, the Qi family was the only clan that refrained from turning against its own. How intriguing, very intriguing. Very well, I accept. After casting a deep gaze at the Qi family member, Qian'er tucked away the spatial backpack and turned to leave. The Qi family was the only family he had encountered at such a high level, and he held a considerable wariness towards them. After all, the ability to alter decrees was exceedingly formidable. While he and his summoned beasts would remain unaffected, others would not. And he had no desire to unwittingly become an enemy of the world. Until he discovered a means to decipher the decrees, he had no intention of confronting the Qi family. Declining Li Ziming's invitation to the new student social gathering, he returned directly to his villa and retrieved the 4 spatial backpacks, emptying their contents onto the floor. The unmelting bones, Xingxin Lian, and blood essence lay in disarray. Each type amounted to 510 units. Although it represented just over 5 months' worth for him, his resources were fleeting, and as long as he possessed them, they would soon be consumed. It was the first time he had seen such a large accumulation of resources together. Come, help me categorize these 3 items. Immediately summoning the Bloodfire Saint, Qian'er pointed at the resources strewn across the ground. The Bloodfire Saint nodded, its black sinews surging, swiftly sorting the amassed resources. This is yours. The rest you may directly deliver to the Little Ice Dragon and the Huangdi Qi, since they are all within the beast space. Allow the Bloodfire Saint to transport them directly, Qian'er instructed as he packed the 3 types of resources into 3 separate spatial backpacks. Afterward, just as he was about to return for a well-deserved rest, a thought crossed his mind, prompting him to hastily rise from his bed and retrieve his phone to send a message to his teacher. Teachers, are there any suitable dark-type summoned beasts capable of absorbing plants for my team? He did not necessarily require a grass type. Any beast that could absorb plants to grow would suffice, for those towering trees lay dormant, and if not utilized soon, they would go to waste. Over the past month and a half at the library, he had been engrossed in reading the information on his existing 3 summoned beasts, and after finishing the basic introductions, he also delved into papers and books authored by others, almost forgetting this matter. Soon, responses began to arrive. Yongshuahai. Shizhong, why don't you just create a group and add the 3 of us? Zheng Xian, we 3 are gathering outside. And you just sent a mass message without any changes. Professor Zheng Xian made a quip. Upon seeing this, Qian'er, unperturbed, promptly created a group and added all 3 professors. The bewildering maneuver left the 3 centenarian gentlemen, currently soaking their feet, in a state of disarray. However, Yong Shuahai soon regained his composure. Feeling lethargic, he opted not to type and instead sent a lengthy voice message. Yong Shuahai, a dark-type summoned beast that can absorb plants? Did you not encounter that Lin Gui last time? However, it might not suit your team, as it overlaps with the role of the Little Ice Dragon. The distribution of attributes for Lin Gui categorizes it as a glass cannon, a powerful special attacker reminiscent of the final evolution of the Small Ice Dragon. The Han Shuanggu Longjung Xian remarked that the blood and flesh type features the blood and flesh combined with the grass type, the Qi Ro Tai Xian, boasting a total attribute value of 450. It has the capability to consume flesh and plants to enhance itself, yet its overall attributes remain rather low. Zheng Xian further noted that among the myriad races contending for survival alongside humanity, there existed a race known as the Shi Rin Mo tree, specifically created by the Forest Fairy as a weapon against humans. However, after the Forest Fairy was defeated by humans, this race was also seized by them. After years of cultivation, it can now be contracted by humans as a beast of burden, with a total attribute value of 490, characterized by exceptional attack and defense. Shi Zhong mentioned that the pure skeleton type, represented by the Gu Jingji, has recently revealed a new evolutionary form. During its Gu Jingji phase, it can evolve into the steel thorn Gu Jingji by consuming a significant amount of plants. The 3 engaged in a lively discussion in their chat group. Yet, Qian'er, listening intently, grew increasingly troubled. He researched the names they mentioned, only to discover that none of them suited his team. These beasts bore considerable flaws, with Lin Gui being the most human-like among them. Yong Shuahai interjected, suggesting the presence of the Si Ling Pu Gong Ying, a beast that could indeed complement Qian'er's team well. If he recalled correctly, Qian'er lacked a healer in his roster. After confirming this, Qian'er promptly searched for information on the Si Ling Pu Gong Ying in his guidebook. Si Ling Pu Gong Ying. Attributes: Spirit, Grass. Stamina attribute value, 60. Attack attribute value, 67. Defense attribute value, 85. Special attack attribute value, 77. Special defense attribute value, 75. Speed attribute value, 116. Total attribute value, 480. Special ability, Spirit Transformation, can absorb the energy of spirits and plants through its roots, storing it within the dandelion's fluff to heal allies when needed. Chapter 88. The senior remarked, the pressure has become overwhelming. The conflict between the dark type and the holy type meant that healing a dark type beast could only be achieved through other types outside of the holy category, which negated the significant advantage of resurrection. Yong Shuahai's voice emanated slowly from the phone. In response, the predecessors of the dark type beast masters had developed their own unique method of resurrection, albeit with certain side effects. Side effects? The mere mention of side effects related to the dark type immediately conjured images of zombies in Qian'er's mind, which had a profound impact on him. For instance, becoming a conscious spirit and then being absorbed by his own spirit-type beast, merging into one entity, or transforming into a sentient zombie or conscious skeleton warrior. Indeed, this aligned perfectly with Qian'er's preconceived notions of spirit-type beasts. Yong Shuahai continued, explaining that the fluff of the Si Ling Pu Gong Ying bore ghastly faces, serving as the source of its power. After a beast master perished, they could occupy a place within, a skill painstakingly uncovered by the predecessors. Would you like to learn it? Qian'er's expression contorted. He felt that being a dark-type beast master was truly hellish. However, after a moment of contemplation, He firmly declared yes. Having multiple pathways is always beneficial. Who knows when it might come in handy, though ideally, I prefer never to need it. Yong Shuai replied, all right, once I return tomorrow, come to the Spirit-type teaching building to collect the skill learning machine. As for the beasts, you can visit the school's resource trading center. Perhaps some students returning from internships may have brought some back. You could exchange some of your unused resources with them. Yong Shuai was well aware of the valuable items Qian'er possessed. Had he not been Qian'er's teacher, he might have considered taking them by force. Understood. Qian'er affirmed, satisfied with the answers he had received, as he handed the phone to the eagerly awaiting Ran Shuesheng Tuesday. After giving instructions to play games with headphones on, he stretched, snuggled into his blankets, and fell asleep. With Ran Shuesheng too keeping watch, he slept soundly, free from the need to constantly scan his surroundings. Meanwhile, Ran Shuesheng too cheered and donned his headphones, immersing himself in the online world, appearing more human than Qian'er himself. The following morning, Qian'er awoke promptly, roused by his biological clock. After yawning, he climbed out of bed and turned to see Ran Shuesheng too sitting angrily at the bedside. He manipulated flesh to sprout several slender tendrils, frantically clicking on the screen, seemingly praising the integrity of the online genealogy. After a while, as if concluding his thoughts, he raised his head, only to be met by Qian'er's gaze. His expression momentarily froze before quickly returning to its usual calmness, as if nothing had transpired. Amused, Qian'er stretched and rose to wash up. I'm off to grab breakfast. We have a busy day ahead. Don't forget, we need to visit the resource trading center at noon. We might find our fourth member there. After washing up, Qian'er wiped his face with a towel and handed it to the family's cat, made before stepping outside. Due to his simultaneous studies in 3 disciplines, his classes were not as rigidly scheduled as those of others. The 3 professors had merely set the standard that he should possess at least the knowledge expected of a typical Beast Master University student. They had not even imposed the knowledge requirements of an Imperial Academy graduate, only those of an ordinary university student. This leniency stemmed from Qian'er's prior impressive performance, leaving even his 3 professors, who were aware of his rapid learning ability, feeling uncertain. Let us head to the Spirit-type teaching building. Today we have a class on Spirit types. Qian'er and Ran Shuesheng too, both dressed in matching outfits, strolled leisurely from the cafeteria toward the Spirit-type teaching building. It was the 2nd day of the new semester, and he wondered whether the Imperial Academy would host an opening ceremony, with the dean delivering half an hour of trivial remarks. Along the way, Ran Shuesheng too's peculiar appearance attracted considerable attention, and many recognized Qian'er, eliciting a chorus of gasps. Ah, Qian'er, Jr. Upon reaching the entrance of the Spirit-type teaching building, Qian'er spotted a brooding youth, seemingly a few years his senior, standing at the door. Upon noticing him, the youth smiled and approached. I am Zheng Hao, a 3rd-year student of the Spirit type, tasked by Professor Yong to help you acclimate to life as a new student. It was evident that he rarely spoke, his words coming out in a dry manner, reminiscent of Ran Shuesheng too's initial evolution. Thank you, Senior Zheng. Noticing Qian'er's lack of arrogance, Zheng Hao felt a sense of relief. After accepting this task, he had made an effort to learn about Qian'er. But with every detail uncovered, his anxiety only grew, culminating in a cold sweat. He could hardly believe his own eyes. The advanced affinity for dark type was unremarkable, as there were indeed many such individuals within the prestigious Imperial Academy, a cradle for the nation's finest talents, where even top-tier attributes were not rare. However, the subsequent details became increasingly absurd. What did it mean to be a Guardian-level Beast Master before even enrolling? None of the Spirit-type students currently possessed a Guardian level. And not just in the Spirit type. No student within the Imperial Academy could claim such a rank. The last Guardian-level graduate had appeared 3 years prior. Now, he harbors doubts about whether Qian'er might ascend to the level of a quasi-king during his schooling. Such a prodigy is undoubtedly imbued with a sense of pride, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that his head is held high. The pressure of associating with such an individual is truly overwhelming. One may wonder how he possesses such clarity. It is because he was once that very person before joining the Imperial Academy. Who among those admitted to the Academy is not a genius? However, prior to his arrival, that arrogance was swiftly diminished. In his hometown, his talents would indeed have marked him as a genius. Yet here, he finds himself surrounded by peers of equal caliber, many of whom surpass him, making it difficult to maintain any sense of superiority. But Qian'er is different. Zheng Hao even doubts whether the entire necromancy department could contend with Qian'er in a confrontation. Yet, upon meeting him, Zheng Hao discovered that his initial thoughts were perhaps skewed. Qian'er appeared to be a rather amiable individual. This is the first-year classroom, and over there is the necromancy laboratory. However, the professor stated that there is no need to concern oneself with the laboratory, as long as one can fight. That is sufficient. Everyone understands that Qian'er's true talent lies in beast taming. Delving into the study of beasts would be a waste of his energy. His sole responsibility is to cultivate his beasts effectively and be capable in battle. Chapter 89. The first day of school and the attentive student council senior. The class was led by an elderly lecturer unknown to Qian'er, whose expression remained as unyielding as if it had been welded in place. Due to it being the second day of school, the material covered was minimal, allowing Qian'er to follow along with ease. Finally, at noon, he was able to relax. After politely declining the overtures of classmates eager to forge connections, Qian'er promptly exited the classroom with Ran Shuexing, heading towards the office of Yongxuahai. "Professor, are you in?" Approaching the office door, he instinctively leaned against the wall, cautiously preparing to open the door to check for any potential dangers. However, halfway through the action, he paused, coughed lightly, and knocked on the door, inquiring nonchalantly. "I'm here. Come in," came Yongxuahai's cultured voice from within. Upon entering, Qian'er noticed some changes in Yongxuahai's office compared to his last visit. The flowers and plants he had previously tended seemed to have been cleared away for reasons unknown. "Here to collect skills, I presume?" Although framed as a question, it was delivered with the certainty of a statement. Subsequently, Yongxuahai retrieved a skill learning device from beneath the desk and handed it to Qian'er. "Here, this is the skill of the soul abandonment of the deadly dandelion. This skill has no effect on beasts. Instead, it allows the soul of a deceased beast master to become part of the deadly dandelion while retaining its own consciousness. There has been ongoing debate in the community regarding whether a beast master resurrected using this skill should be categorized as human or merely a deadly dandelion with the personality of a beast master. I do not expect you to provide an answer to this philosophical query. Just know that the skill is quite effective." After elucidating this, Yongxuahai further engaged with Qian'er, addressing some of his long-held inquiries from his studies, before Qian'er took his leave. "Hey, Qiange, you're here too." As he stepped out, he spotted a familiar face passing by. This individual was Xue Fu, who had ranked 5th in the previous intercollegiate competition, with the contracted beast being a Yinfu snake, a pure necromancy beast. In other words, he had been on the receiving end of Qian'er's prowess. He was indeed a genius. "Yes, I came to collect some items from the professor," Qian'er nodded, responding with a smile. Upon hearing this, Xue Fu's eyes flickered with envy. Among the professors of the 3 dark elements, only Yongxuahai had yet to take on a direct disciple. The students of the necromancy department were all eager to garner Yongxuahai's attention, but unfortunately for them, Qian'er had beaten them to it. However, it was understandable. If Qian'er's talents did not impress Professor Yong, then no one else stood a chance. After a brief moment of disappointment, Xue Fu quickly regained his composure. A glimmer of curiosity in his eyes. "Qiange, have any upperclassmen approached you these past few days, either to invite you or to cause you trouble?" He recalled stories from novels where prodigies like Qian'er faced a barrage of challenges upon entering school, starting with a petty antagonist provoking the protagonist, only to be swiftly defeated, followed by a succession of greater antagonists. Initially, he found such tales absurd. Who would so naively confront someone like a hero rescuing a grandparent? However, after witnessing Qian'er's unparalleled strength, he hesitated. Perhaps such occurrences were not so far-fetched after all. If even those who were either invincible protagonists or formidable villains were emerging, then it stood to reason that challengers would also appear. In response, Qian'er cast a bemused glance at him. "What are you thinking? Currently, there are no guardian-level beast masters in the entire school. Even if they banded together, they wouldn't be a match for me. In such circumstances, who would be foolish enough to provoke me?" He playfully tapped the back of Xue Fu's head before departing amidst his murmurs. Exiting the necromancy teaching building, Qian'er made his way directly to the Resource Exchange Center. Given that classes had just commenced, the Resource Exchange Hall was bustling with students. Many upperclassmen had accumulated resources during their break, waiting to exchange them upon their return to school. After all, outside, it was challenging to trade their high-quality resources. Even if they managed to sell them, they would only receive money, and acquiring desired items through monetary means was another hassle. It was far more convenient to return and engage in barter. "Hey, where's that teacher from last time?" After waiting in line for a while, Qian'er finally reached the front, only to find himself confronted by an unfamiliar young woman. He had expected to see the middle-aged woman he had met previously, who had kindly offered him a discount for his next visit. However, it appeared that a different person was handling the exchanges this time. "Oh, you must be referring to Teacher Feng Zhe. She works in the resource department, and she was just covering for us during the break. During school hours. The Resource Exchange Center is managed by our student council," the girl explained with a practiced smile as she took Qian'er's student card. "Beep. Welcome, Qian'er, to the Resource Exchange Center. Xiaoyu wishes you success in finding items of use to you." The sweet mechanical voice from the machine in front of the student council senior transformed the previously raucous Resource Exchange Hall into utter silence. as all eyes widened in astonishment, fixed upon Qian'er. In recent days, his name had become ubiquitous. Everyone was aware that a prodigious talent had emerged in Yin Kingdom, having reached Guardian-level Beast Master status before even turning 18. Yet, no photographs had circulated, resulting in many having heard of him without ever having seen him in person. Now, they were finally witnessing the real deal. Qian'er, may I inquire what you require? Returning the student card to him, the senior's gaze burned with fervor. This was a golden opportunity. If she could align herself with him, future generations would have it easy, perhaps in a few decades. The Qian family would ascend to become the 9th great family. I need the juvenile form of the deadly dandelion. As for compensation, money and skill learning devices can be discussed in detail, Qian'er articulated slowly. He had no intention of using consumables like blood essence. Rather, he could offer the remaining resources that had been exhausted in exchange. Understood. Are there any restrictions on your qualifications? The senior expertly began inputting the items and compensation Qian'er required into the Xiaoyu interface. The Xiaoyu interface operates exclusively within the vicinity of the Wuliangwing tree, allowing for item spatial transmission. There are no limitations on qualifications. Naturally, the higher, the better. In a post-apocalyptic world, the notion of talent held little value for Qian'er. However, he understood the importance of concealing his true feelings. After some contemplation, he added a remark, expressing a preference for excellence. Chapter 90. The peculiar individual who requested a flower at his funeral. Presently, within the academy, there were 27 spectral dandelion seedlings, including one with purple aptitude, 5 with blue aptitude, and the remainder possessing green aptitude. Upon reviewing the displayed information, the senior student remarked that spectral dandelions were not particularly rare beasts. Hence the academy had ample stock. Qian'er, displaying a sense of wealth, inquired about the seller's requirements for the purple aptitude specimen. The response was that the seller sought a seismic skill learning device in at least 60% condition, along with 3 undissolved bones. The seismic skill was renowned for its versatility, significant power, broad range, and striking visual appeal, likened to a moving natural disaster, an irresistible temptation for many. Consequently, the seismic skill learning device was highly sought after among beast tamers. However, upon hearing this, Qian'er frowned. While he could indeed offer a nearly new seismic skill learning device, parting with 3 undissolved bones proved challenging. It wasn't that he lacked the bones. He possessed enough to assemble them for 2 individuals, yet he hesitated to relinquish them. Senior, could you enlighten me on whether this price is reasonable? Qian'er quietly asked, leaning on the counter. Should negotiations prove fruitless, he would have to settle for the blue aptitude spectral dandelion instead. This scene elicited a surge of excitement in the student council senior, who had been pondering how to draw closer to Qian'er. Unexpectedly, an opportunity presented itself, as if the heavens had conspired in her favor. While she struggled to suppress a smile, she feigned seriousness and cleared her throat, maintaining a composed demeanor. Based on previous transaction prices, this offer seems somewhat steep. Would you like to negotiate with the seller? I could assist you, as I excel in bargaining. The student council senior, now beaming with a different radiance, inquired. Would that be too much trouble for you, senior? Qian'er, perceiving her intentions, asked with a hint of amusement. Not at all. It's time for my shift change anyway. With that, she hurried to the back storage room. Xin, please cover for me, she exclaimed, pulling a mirror from her bag to quickly touch up her makeup. Sister Chen, are you really sneaking away? What about our vow to remain single forever? The events of the preceding moments had spread throughout the student council group, and the girl named Xin was well aware of what transpired, glaring at Senior Chen with an expression that questioned her loyalty. Apologies, Xin, just consider it a fleeting whim. With that, the freshly made-up Senior Chen dashed away. Junior, let us go. I've already contacted the seller. He is waiting for us in the cafeteria. Having decided against a mission. Initially, he was unwilling to negotiate, but after I leveraged my connections, he agreed. Senior Chen jogged over, instinctively reaching for Qian'er's arm. But upon noticing the silent presence of the Rand's blood saint behind him, she composed herself, adjusting her attire before smiling at Qian'er. Indeed, the seller had initially refused to negotiate. But upon learning that the buyer was Qian'er, he promptly changed his mind and arranged to meet on the 3rd floor of the cafeteria. Each student cafeteria in the Imperial Academy had 3 floors. The first offered affordable yet nutritious meals, the second featured specialty dishes from outside restaurants, and the third housed private rooms shielded by soundproof arrays, ideal for discussions. The designated meeting place was the second cafeteria, and Qian'er entered with ease, having become familiar with the cafeterias and library over the past month and a half. Upon entering the reserved room on the 3rd floor, a tall, robust young man awaited, resembling a mountain in stature. Upon seeing Qian'er and Senior Chen, he rose with a friendly smile. Junior Qian'er, it's a pleasure to finally meet you, and thank you, Senior Chen, for facilitating this introduction. He nodded at both with a smile. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Huang Xing, a second-year student specializing in Earth-type beasts. Recently promoted to a senior beast tamer. He expressed pride in his achievement, as only a handful of second years attained such a rank. However, he soon recalled Qian'er's prowess, causing his previously puffed chest to deflate. Enough, Huang Xing. There's no need to flaunt your abilities before Junior Qian'er. Just state your requirements. Senior Qian interjected, her gaze almost glued to Qian'er. Very well, I will be straightforward. Junior Qian'er, I have no interest in the previously mentioned items. I only have one request, that you save my life should I find myself in peril. Huang Xing stated earnestly, locking eyes with Qian'er. He did not demand a favor or a future service, as the cost of a purple spectral dandelion seedling did not warrant such a debt. Instead, he sought a safeguard for his life at a critical moment. A heavy silence enveloped the room after his declaration. Moments later, Senior Qian let out a scoff. Oh Huang, how naive. You expect Junior Qian'er to save you from merely a spectral dandelion seedling? The practicality of such a request was evident. If he publicized their connection after leaving the room, others might perceive a relationship between them, allowing him to reap benefits, and even if the truth surfaced later, the promise would ensure his safety. Ignoring Senior Qian's mockery, Huang Xing remained resolute, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Qian'er. After a moment of silence, Qian'er finally lifted his head. When you face danger, I may not be able to reach you in time. That is fine, if I perish. All I ask is for you to attend my funeral and present a flower in my memory. At that moment, Huang Xing revealed his true intentions. Chapter 91, Qian'er's fourth beast. Unlike Qian'er, who was self-sufficient, Huang Xing had family obligations. He was a prodigious beast tamer, responsible for the prosperity of his lineage. From his ancestors to his descendants. Should misfortune befall him, the wolves and tigers currently feigning submission would swiftly converge, devouring his family's wealth. Thus, he required a contingency plan. Ensuring Qian'er's presence at his funeral to bestow a flower was his safeguard. In the present moment, Qian'er stands as a guardian-level beastmaster. A figure of considerable might comparable to that of a city lord in his small town, even if he were to perish at this very moment. A mere visit to his ancestral home to light a stick of incense would suffice, let alone any future eventualities. This I can concede. Let us proceed with the contract. After a brief contemplation, Qian'er nodded, as this arrangement bore no detriment to him. He was indifferent to others leveraging his reputation, for as a practitioner of the dark arts, he had long since abandoned any concern for the fleeting notion of fame. Thus, he proactively suggested to Huang Xing that they formalize the contract. His curiosity regarding the power of such agreements was palpable. While larger contracts might invite complications, this minor pact was quite fitting. With the dual crossing portal at his disposal, he harbored no fears of being ambushed through this contract. This is the contract of the earth. Violators shall find no sanctuary upon the ground. Upon hearing Qian'er's acceptance, Huang Xing was filled with elation. He promptly retrieved a blank stone tablet and summoned his beast, a ferocious earth elemental, a pure geomantic creature. The elemental, upon its emergence, immediately began to harness the ley line's power to inscribe the terms of the contract upon the tablet. It is universally acknowledged that engaging in business with a dark beastmaster without a contractual bond is fraught with peril, for they are devoid of trustworthiness. After inspecting the inscribed words and confirming the absence of traps, Qian'er inscribed his name. As the final stroke was made, the tablet shattered, its energy infusing both Qian'er and Huang Xing simultaneously. The contents of the contract vividly materialized in Qian'er's mind. In the event that Huang Xing is in peril and assistance is feasible, one must save his life. Should one be unable to arrive in time, one must attend Huang Xing's funeral and offer a flower at his burial. In exchange, Huang Xing shall provide Qian'er with a purple-quality soul grass. The contract was sealed, and Huang Xing declared, Qian'er, the soul grass is right here. With that, he produced a soul orb from his spatial pouch, within which lay a white grass with petals adorned with a human visage. The attributes of the soul grass then appeared before Qian'er. Soul grass. Type. Soul. Grass. Quality. Purple. Level. 7. HP base stats. 40. 24. Attack base stats. 27. 9. Defense base stats. 60. 16. Special attack base stats. 37. 11. Special defense base stats. 50. 13. Speed base stats. 66. 15. Total base stats. 280. Skills. Rooting. Absorption. Soul healing. With no issues regarding the beast, Qian'er nodded and stored the soul orb in his spatial pouch. By the way, Qian'er, have you eaten? I ordered a bit too much. Would you care to join me? Huang Xing, in high spirits after the transaction, extended the invitation. I would be honored to accept. As Qian'er observed the dishes being delivered upon Huang Xing's press of a bell, he nodded in agreement. The meal was a joyous affair for both host and guest. After dining, Qian'er returned directly to his dormitory. With no classes in the afternoon, He intended to settle his beasts before spending the remainder of the day in the library. He could not yet leave the city in the apocalyptic realm. He needed to await Xiaoxi's complete absorption of the local flora. Upon returning to the villa, he tossed his bag onto the sofa and took the soul grass's soul orb towards the small training ground in the backyard. Come, envelop me once more in the blood veil. Upon entering the training area, Qian'er commanded the blood veil to shroud him, isolating him from the external gaze. And he immediately entered the apocalyptic world. Come, gather round. After a casual call, he felt an icy gust. A small ice dragon, several meters in length, descended from the sky. Prior to securing compensation, Qian'er had completely released his hold on the little ice dragon. At this moment, the ice dragon had miraculously advanced from level 45 to level 48. As for the burning blood saint and the human sovereign banner, Qian'er refrained from letting them consume flesh essence and holy lotus. They were still in the accumulation phase, and he intended for them to naturally break through to level 51 before they feasted. Speaking of the human sovereign banner, it had arrived and, compared to the last encounter, now exhibited a more refined control over its power. Had it not suddenly leapt from behind to startle Qian'er, he might not have even noticed its approach. Now that everyone is present, allow me to introduce. This is our dear Xiaoxi. As older brothers, do keep an eye on him. With those words, Qian'er opened the soul orb, and the grass with human-faced leaves gradually unfurled its petals, its eyes slowly opening. Upon surveying its surroundings, the expression on the soul grass's face abruptly froze. Before the soul grass stood three formidable entities, a divine being who had slaughtered 2 cities, binding nearly 2 million corpses in its very being, a sovereign who had absorbed 1,296,000 souls, creating a realm within itself, and a nascent quasi-divine being whose controlling aura was waning, its murderous intent unabashed. Surrounded by these 3 titans, the soul grass peacefully closed all its eyes. Hey, don't die on me, Qian'er exclaimed, startled, as he poked the soul grass a couple of times. After a round of explanations, the soul grass finally grasped the situation. Upon receiving Qian'er's invitation, its eyes widened with excitement, eagerly nodding in agreement. Although it was unclear what circumstances surrounded Qian'er, the mere sight of his beasts conveyed his formidable strength. Following such a beast master promised a prosperous future, did it not? The soul grass's eagerness took Qian'er aback. But soon, the beast master contract was established, and the soul grass officially became the 4th member of Qian'er's team. Here, I have a task for you. Everything here is yours. Go ahead and absorb it. With that, Qian'er opened a spatial pouch and poured out a mound of brainstones, remnants of the wandering corpses that the little ice dragon had hunted in the surrounding wasteland. Initially intended as snacks, Qian'er decided to do a good deed and gifted them to the newcomer as a present. Chapter 92. Why are all military personnel such fishermen? The eyes on every leaf of the soul grass widened in disbelief, hardly able to comprehend what it had just heard. Is this truly happening? It had only just joined, and already the spoils were being distributed? Yet, one could not deny the exhilarating sensation that accompanied such an unexpected fortune. Having such thoughts, the soul grass found itself floating in delight. All right, stay here and absorb those trees. You 3, keep an eye on Xiaoxi. If anything arises, remember to notify me through the Beast Master contract. After settling the soul grass, Qian'er instructed the human sovereign banner and the little ice dragon. Oh, and when you go hunting zombies, be sure to take Xiaoxi along. Let it share in the merits. Just as he was about to depart, Qian'er recalled something and turned back to the little ice dragon and the human sovereign banner. All beasts have a limit to their digestion. It is not simply a matter of having resources for infinite growth. Dark-type beasts can exceed the limits of others to a degree, and their nurturing resources are more readily available, which is why they earn such a grand reputation during times of war. However, this does not mean there is no limit. Even dark-type beasts require time to digest after consuming in excess, assimilating the absorbed resources into their own strength. Qian'er's beast did not require such methods, enabling it to achieve its current stage of growth in a remarkably short time. To be precise, it is not that Qian'er's beast lacks a limit. Rather, the upper limit increases for beasts that have slain zombies. The more they kill, the higher the limit. Qian'er can almost confirm that this is due to merit. Meanwhile, the soul grass has yet to kill any zombies, so it will need more time to assimilate the colossal tree of the city. Upon hearing this, the human emperor banner and the little ice dragon nodded repeatedly, indicating their understanding. With this reassurance, Qian'er felt at ease to depart from the apocalyptic realm. Upon returning to the Beast Master world, he indulged in a refreshing slumber before stretching lazily and rising from his bed. After a yawn, he ambled to the living room to freshen up. Upon his emergence, the cat maid abandoned her intention of knocking on the door to rouse Qian'er. Meow, you finally awoke. If you hadn't tea, I would have had to come wake you up. Today is the day of your new student assessment. You cannot afford to be lazy. The cat made approach to adjust Qian'er's collar, her expression cheerful. Such assessments can be passed with ease. There is no need for such urgency, Qian'er replied, somewhat helplessly, while chewing on the beef jerky he had previously purchased. Meow? You cannot think that way. The new student assessment is indeed of great importance, the cat made admonish seriously. However, she couldn't help but burst into laughter, evidently aware of the absurdity of her own words. Today is a significant day. You must dress with a bit more spirit. After saying this, the cat maid released her hands, glanced at Qian'er, and nodded in satisfaction. As soon as he stepped outside, Qian'er noticed his third senior brother standing under the shade of a tree, arms crossed. Upon spotting Qian'er, he smiled and gestured for him to come over. What brings you here so early? Qian'er inquired cheerfully, tossing a bag of beef jerky to his senior. Goodness, you're having that for breakfast? What a steel stomach, he remarked, teasing the packaging before tearing it open and chewing. Only then did he proceed to discuss serious matters. I heard you were participating in the new student assessment, so I came to enjoy the spectacle. He unabashedly expressed his schadenfreude. Had he known that one of the competitors was a level 50 guardian at the time of his enrollment, his mindset would have shattered, making the whole affair seem futile. You do have a lot of free time, Qian'er commented, swallowing his beef jerky as he walked alongside his third senior brother toward the dining hall. Haha, such entertainment is rare. The two shared laughter as they finished their meal and made their way to the square. At this moment, Qian'er observed numerous upperclassmen eagerly heading in the same direction, even outnumbering the new students. These are all here for the amusement, just like me. I've never seen so many upperclassmen come to spectate during the new student assessment before, his senior explained with a grin. This peculiar sight caught the attention of several new students. Senior, is the academic atmosphere at the Imperial Academy this friendly? So many upperclassmen have come to cheer for us. A gregarious new student had already begun to engage in conversation with the surrounding upperclassmen. Upon hearing this, the older student wore a peculiar expression. You don't know? His vague response left the new student bewildered. Know what? Seeing the older student's expression, he nearly laughed out loud, managing to suppress it after a moment and waving his hands dismissively. Never mind, you will find out soon enough. With that, he hastily departed, fearing he might inadvertently laugh aloud. This strange behavior sparked an ominous feeling in the hearts of many new students who were unaware of the truth. Conversely, those like Li Ziming, who understood the situation, wore a face of exasperation, fully aware that the upperclassmen were there for amusement. In truth, had he been an upperclassman, he too would have come for the spectacle. However, the issue lay in the fact that he wished to be an observer, not the subject of amusement. Qian'er and his third senior brother's arrival did not attract much attention. Even those who recognized Qian'er kept quiet, as they were all there for entertainment. Just as Qian'er was about to join the new student line, he was unexpectedly called by a familiar voice. Turning around, he saw Professor Shi leisurely approaching. Professor Shi. His third senior brother immediately bowed in greeting. Professor Shi nodded slightly before directing his gaze toward Qian'er. There have been some changes to this new student assessment due to you. He fixed his gaze on Qian'er, a smile of schadenfreude playing on his lips. The military has likely begun to fish for information again. All your details are well concealed. Yet the news of an unprecedented genius emerging from the human flame nation has spread across the globe. This has caused an uproar among all races, as they cannot tolerate the emergence of such a prodigy from humanity, given our rather unremarkable reputation among the myriad races. Consequently, they have united to hold an assessment for all of your generation across the races. As he spoke, Professor Shi could no longer contain his laughter, recalling his own reaction upon learning the news the night before. The military had truly orchestrated a grand event. It is worth noting that a guardian at the peak level can indeed be considered a moving disaster, with no significant differences from an ordinary king-level beast. Such a level of beast cannot simply be defeated by sheer numbers. Thus, the plan of the myriad races to suppress Qian'er through numbers has already collapsed before it could commence. How many can they kill? Qian'er immediately grasped Professor Shi's implication, his eyes brightening as he instinctively licked his lips, though a hint of regret flickered through him. As the little ice dragon and human emperor banner could not be revealed just yet, and those myriad race skeletons and souls might go to waste. That is permissible. As one of the 12 victors of the myriad races war, humanity enjoys certain privileges. Professor Shi's smile twisted into a rather frightening expression. Chapter 93. Professor Zheng, are there still experts? Teacher, is there any device capable of storing bones and souls? Qian'er asked, rubbing his hands together with a smile. Oh, you truly asked that. Last night, the three of us were betting on whether you would pose that question. Professor Shi laughed heartily, patting Qian'er on the shoulder. He then produced a white object resembling a leg bone of some creature and a fist-sized black orb, handing them to Qian'er. Take these. I prepared them for you long ago. This bone is called the skeleton tree. Currently, it is just a trunk. When you attach the trunk to the bones, They will be automatically absorbed by the skeleton tree and become one of its branches. The orb is called the Soul Essence Orb, serving a similar purpose. It can absorb a large number of souls. After explaining, he handed both items to Qian'er, giving his shoulder another reassuring pat. Being frugal is wise in these times. If a dark-type beastmaster cannot be economical, no amount of money will suffice. With that, Professor Sure strolled away leisurely, like an old man out for a walk. Goodness, you are going to war against the myriad races. Little one, you are bound for great fortune now. After the professor left, his third senior brother enviously draped an arm around Qian'er's shoulder. Qian'er glanced at him, noticing the excitement and fervor in his eyes, confirming that he was indeed a pure dark-type beastmaster, always eager for a bit of chaos. What will I gain? But soon, Qian'er realized, glancing at the elderly man on the podium preparing to speak with an expression of anger, and quickly whispered a question. During this time, he had focused solely on researching the cultivation methods for his 3 beasts, leaving him entirely ignorant of the myriad races. Indeed, there are numerous races among the myriad of beings whose physical attributes are quite remarkable. Our esteemed teacher previously compiled a comprehensive tome detailing the materials of these races. As thick as a brick. It is too late for you to peruse it now, so I shall directly upload the information into your Beastmaster's pictorial. When you encounter adversaries from other races, you can swiftly ascertain what treasures they possess by simply consulting the pictorial. As he spoke, Qian'er felt the pictorial vibrate momentarily, after which he promptly handed it to the third senior brother, requesting his assistance in installing and replacing the module. Once the elderly gentleman on the podium had finally concluded his lengthy discourse, the third senior brother completed the replacement and returned the pictorial. What is the dean discussing? He inquired quietly, glancing at the irate elder on the platform. He has been berating the beasts of myriad races, lamenting that he has let down this year's students, especially given that such events transpired right at the onset of their studies. Ultimately, he stated that participation in this new student assessment is entirely voluntary. Those unwilling to partake need only express their disinterest and may abstain. Qian'er fixated intently on the dean, realizing with astonishment that the elder was indeed the dean. This revelation only heightened the gravity of the situation, for the elder's acting was truly masterful. He had not perceived the ruse earlier, believing the elder genuinely oblivious. But now it became evident that he was still naive compared to such an ancient being who had traversed centuries. But will anyone withdraw? The third senior brother asked with a hint of excitement. Surely not. Given the gravity of the situation, it is unlikely that anyone would retreat at this juncture. They are all young, vigorous individuals filled with fervor. To withdraw now would subject them to lifelong ridicule, Qian'er remarked, having witnessed many such occurrences in the apocalyptic era. As the two engaged in casual conversation, the speeches on the podium concluded. With the dean's commanding shout, a transparent portal ignited into existence, followed by a towering 10-meter screen. This was the dean's ability, enabling him to oversee the entire competition. The new student assessment would involve all creatures of Qian'er's generation, taking place in an unclaimed secret realm. To prevent any party from cheating, the assessment site was mutually chosen by the 12 races, monitored by the victors of the past war of the myriad races to ensure fairness. Upon entry, should one encounter insurmountable danger, they must immediately press the button on their wristband. The instructors outside will promptly rescue them. This holds true for other races as well. Generally, provided that one's reactions outpace those of their opponents, pressing the button before being attacked should suffice. The dean stood on the podium, a visage of sorrow as he spoke. Below, the third senior brother discreetly nudged Qian'er. I'm referring to you. Exercise caution during your actions, and be swift, lest you alert others. Qian'er nodded slightly, realizing that this would indeed test his acting prowess. Very well, let us proceed. As he spoke, a transparent portal materialized at the center of the square. Pointing towards it, the dean addressed all new students. As his words fell, instructors immediately arrived to organize the students' orderly entry. Entering the secret realm signified the commencement of the assessment. Remember to exercise utmost caution. The beasts of myriad races are treacherous and cunning, and one must never be negligent. Each student received such admonition from their instructors. But when it came to Qian'er, the lecturer paused. Your actions must be decisive and discreet. Ensure no witnesses observe, and eradicate the threat entirely, lest they escape. The solemn-faced lecturer, embodying an aura of sanctity, leaned in to whisper this counsel to Qian'er. I understand. You need not worry, Qian'er replied, nodding while averting his gaze to conceal the peculiar expression of forced restraint that flickered across his face. With that, he stepped through the portal. Before Qian'er, the scene began to warp, reminiscent of an old television with poor reception, and soon the towering edifices and the square vanished, replaced by a lush forest. The students who had been transported appeared to have been randomly allocated, for Qian'er found himself utterly alone, with no sign of the others who had entered prior. Upon his arrival, he refrained from immediate action, instead retrieving a small mirror from his spatial backpack to adjust his appearance. After several adjustments, he pressed on the muscles of his face, and when he straightened, the composed and formidable Qian'er had vanished, replaced by an innocent and bewildered boy with doe-like eyes, exuding an aura of fragility, reminiscent of a delicate white flower. This was a skill Qian'er had honed during the apocalypse, a technique that had ensnared countless victims. Observing this transformation, many spectators outside, glued to the screen, were left astounded, particularly the trio of professors from the dark arts, who nearly choked on their astonishment. "There's another expert?" Professor Zheng exclaimed, his mouth agape in disbelief as he beheld the seemingly harmless Qian'er on the screen. "You possess such a talent?" Not only the viewers outside, but even the Blood Saint, who had compressed his muscles to the size of a doll and perched on Qian'er's shoulder, was taken aback, unable to refrain from asking, "You did not see this coming?" "This is a unique skill," Qian'er replied with a gentle smile, noting that youth was indeed a boon. Had he retained his nearly 30-year-old physique, such youthful deception would have been impossible, relegating him to a role of mere foolishness, and the effect would have surely diminished. "Qinji?" Before Qian'er had the chance to seek out his opponents, a hesitant voice interrupted him. He turned abruptly to find Li Ziming standing behind him, eyes wide in shock. Having just entered, the young boy was profoundly affected by the spectacle before him. "Be silent, you," Qian'er admonished. "That was incredibly cool, Qinji. Can you teach me?" As Qian'er prepared to urge the boy to lower his voice to avoid alarming any foes, he was taken aback by the enthusiasm radiating from Li Ziming, who seemed entirely oblivious to the peril. In this moment, Qian'er recalled that Li Ziming had previously managed to execute 2 surprise attacks in the arena. For the lad, winning appeared to eclipse all other concerns. "Let us discuss this later. For now, cooperate with me." After a brief silence, Qian'er quickly articulated his plan. Recognizing that if retreat was an option, he would prefer to operate solo, engaging in indiscriminate combat. However, given the newfound possibility of withdrawal, he required a decoy to attract attention while he prepared to strike from the shadows. Li Ziming perfectly fit this role. As one of the top talents from the Yin nation, his reputation carried considerable weight. "What should I do?" Li Ziming, also a cunning individual, grasped Qian'er's intentions immediately. His interest piqued. "It's quite simple. We shall present you as the leader, while I am merely a subordinate benefiting from your presence. Understand?" The boy nodded eagerly, his expression transforming into one of newfound confidence. "Let us seek out our opponents and showcase the strength of humanity to those beasts," Li Ziming proclaimed with bravado, fully embracing his role. "Well done, young one. You indeed possess considerable skill," Qian'er mused, closely trailing behind Li Ziming, both having settled into their respective roles. Outside, everyone watching this scene was left in a state of shock. What is it about this year's new students that is so extraordinary? In the midst of the seasoned students, one individual exhibited an unusual demeanor, murmuring to himself. When compared to the 2 newcomers, he felt as pure as a delicate white flower. Surely, in comparison to such individuals, they, the seasoned students, would not be completely devoured, would they? At this moment, at various entrances of the secret realm, a voice emerged. "Brother, I have heard that an unprecedented genius has appeared among humanity. What manner of person could be deemed truly unparalleled?" Within the entrance of a secluded forest, a crimson beetle, enveloped in black mist, inquired through pheromones of a larger crimson beetle behind it. In the vicinity of these 2 beetles, there was an eerie silence, devoid of any sound. This was the fearsome reputation of one of the 12 victors in the Battle of the Races, the Soul Devourer. It is unnecessary to ponder. Regardless of the genius, they will ultimately succumb beneath my feet. The larger crimson beetle's pheromones were laced with arrogance, a confidence stemming from its formidable strength. It too was a unique prodigy among its kin, having achieved the terrifying level of 29 at this age, just 2 levels shy of the elite, and was lauded by its tribe as the most likely to transcend the constraints of its species, propelling the Soul Devourer clan to greater heights. "Very well. The Patriarch has opened the secret realm. Let us enter. I can hardly wait to offer the head of that human genius as a tribute to our ancestors." "Patriarch, why must we, the lesser clans, be drawn into the conflicts of the great clans?" In the dim underground, whispers filled the air, among which a notably loud voice stood out as particularly discordant. Upon hearing this, all whispers ceased abruptly, and after a prolonged silence, an ancient voice slowly responded, "Child, I apologize. It is because we, the elders, failed to secure victory in our time that we find ourselves in this predicament. Though humanity is fierce, their wisdom is indisputable. Their texts once recorded a saying, 'To fall behind is to be beaten.' We currently lag behind them, and thus, we must endure the blows." The voice, tinged with regret, plunged the dark underground into a profound silence. I understand now. What our ancestors could not attain, I shall claim. After a moment of silence, a resounding voice echoed within the subterranean expanse, as if two flames ignited in the pitch darkness. Meanwhile, Qian'er, accompanying Li Ziming through the dense forest, laid down his pen under Li Ziming's peculiar gaze. There is no necessity to draw the map, he remarked, tearing the paper from his hand, crumpling it, and stuffing it into the mouth of Li Ziming's evolved creature, the Jiliu crocodile. The Jiliu crocodile was the evolved form of his former clear water crocodile. After a month of growth, Li Ziming's beast mastery had seen substantial advancement. Jiliu crocodile. Attributes: water, fighting. Level: 16. Potential: blue. HP base stat: 65, 50. Attack base stat: 80, 36. Defense base stat: 80, 33. Special attack base stat: 59, 24. Special defense base stat: 63, 28. Speed base stat: 58, 26. Total base stats: 405. Unlike the previous 2-meter-long clear water crocodile, the Jiliu crocodile now stood upright, resembling a human in posture, its arms elongated and robust, its tail more powerful, and measuring at least 2.5 meters in height. Its entire body was adorned with azure scales exuding a raw sense of strength. The map Qian'er had just sketched was revealed through the Jiliu crocodile's abilities. This was a water-type transformation skill known as Water Mirror, which allowed water to sublime into vapor, cloaking the surroundings, useful for gathering intelligence and obstructing enemies' line of sight. The skill was named Water Mirror due to the water source ring condensed in front of the Jiliu crocodile, enabling the beast master to observe information in the areas shrouded by the vapor.